Chapter 1. The tires screeched against the pavement, accompanied by the piercing cries of children and women and the furious curses of the bus driver, culminating in a deafening explosion. After the roar subsided, silence enveloped everything. Had the bus exploded? Wude was oblivious. For just a second after the thunderous sound erupted, a steel pipe, seemingly propelled from nowhere, struck him fatally in the head. According to the laws of natural science, a carbon-based organism's skull could scarcely withstand a sharpened steel pipe traveling at 80 kilometers per hour. Yet, by some stroke of fortune, Wude miraculously survived. However, the predicament was that, although he was alive, the surroundings seemed rather disconcerting. Gazing at the lush jungle not far from him, Wude instinctively recoiled, then turned to view the vast expanse of the azure sea behind him. As a young man of the 21st century, firmly entrenched in the new era, Wude was utterly convinced that he had never set foot on such a picturesque beach. His days were typically spent in the confines of an office or a cramped rented room of less than 40 square meters. When would he find the time to travel? In his 26 years of existence, he had never laid eyes on the ocean's sandy shores, only able to imagine them through images online and posts from friends. Thus, the unfolding scene before him could not possibly be a mere figment of his imagination. Yet, one must not speak too hastily after all. This was Wude's first experience of being struck down by a steel pipe, and lacking any prior knowledge, he simply blinked and found himself in this bizarre place. Logically speaking, as previously stated, it was exceedingly improbable for a carbon-based life form to survive such an assault. Even if by some miracle one did manage to live, upon opening one's eyes, they would expect to find themselves in a hospital at the very least, in a mortuary or crematorium, but certainly not in such a serene and picturesque locale. Surely, the steel pipe could not possess the ability to teleport, targeting Wude amidst a crowd solely to deliver him to this place. Upon contemplating this, Wude instinctively began to feel around his head, and upon confirming that there was no gaping hole above, his gaze filled with further bewilderment. For he could not comprehend whether he was truly alive or dead. The abrupt shift in environment and the conflicting realities sent Wude's mind racing uncontrollably. Initially, he doubted his survival, considering that the jungle and beach might merely be an extraordinarily vivid dream designed to obscure the unimaginable pain he had experienced. However, after delivering a firm slap to his own face, he dismissed this notion. For one cannot dream of pain, nor could one inflict such a sting upon themselves as if they had mumps. Next, he entertained the thought that perhaps he had indeed passed away, and that this jungle and beach were merely a waiting room for heaven, where a grand villa nestled deep within the foliage awaited him, inhabited by a stunning goddess with cascading silver hair, perhaps even bearing a serial number, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Yet, scarcely a second after this thought crossed his mind, he raised his hand to deliver another slap to his right cheek. Jesus Christ once proclaimed that when someone strikes your left cheek, you should offer the right as well. But Wude was not a Christian, nor had he ever read the Bible thus. His sudden urge to reshape his round face into an oval was primarily a desperate attempt to regain clarity, to rid himself of the clutter of web novels. And as he pondered the realm of online fiction, an uncontrollable thought leapt into Wude's consciousness. Goodness, could it be that I have transmigrated? While rubbing his now oval face, he began to scrutinize his surroundings more closely. The briny sea breeze, the dense jungle, the dry sandy beach, the occasional chirping of birds, and beside him lay an unusually large egg adorned with strange patterns. Wait, an egg? Wude? After a brief mental stall of 5 seconds, Wude suddenly leaped 3 feet into the air, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the egg. Why is there an egg here? Wude was aware that he was not the most meticulous person, often careless in his actions. Yet, in this situation, no matter how inattentive one might be, it was impossible to overlook the details unfolding around him. Thus, Wude could swear that when he first awoke, that egg was certainly not present. It must have materialized suddenly after he regained consciousness. So, the question arose, who placed this egg beside him? Could it possibly be a spirit? At that moment, the egg seemed to sense Wude's gaze and quivered slightly, as if greeting him. However, Wude dared not let his guard down the instant the egg moved. He instinctively retreated several steps, adopting a defensive stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. He had never practiced Wing Chun, having only learned the stance from watching Ip Man, but he assumed this posture to instill a modicum of safety within himself. Even a little was better than none at all. As the gentle waves lapped at the shore, a standoff ensued between man and egg, until Wude eventually deemed himself a fool for squabbling with an egg, thus bringing the standoff to an end. He approached cautiously, intent on examining the egg closely to discern what creature could possibly lay such a massive egg adorned with green patterns. Could be an ostrich egg? Sitting cross-legged, Wude pondered, stroking his chin as he began to speculate wildly. He knew that ostrich eggs were the largest in the world, but he had never heard of one bearing green patterns. Could this be an egg from another world? Much like in many novels, perhaps it housed a divine beast, just waiting to emerge and acknowledge him as its master. At that thought, Wude's eyes sparkled with excitement. Given his current circumstances, it was overwhelmingly likely that he had indeed transmigrated. Yet even now, there was no system suddenly chiming in his mind. However, following the conventions of web fiction, nearly 99% of transmigrators had some sort of system accompanying them. At the very least, they possessed some supreme artifact or divine beast. Thus, following this line of reasoning, could this egg before him be his golden finger? After all, in such a vast world, why did it specifically appear beside him? Rational, exceedingly rational, simply too rational. Having successfully convinced himself, Wude cheerfully cradled the egg, eager to examine it closely. At that moment, he noticed a neatly folded piece of paper nestled beneath the egg, resembling a note. Curious, Wude picked up the paper and unfolded it, revealing a lengthy message. Due to my error, a traffic accident occurred that should never have transpired. However, you passed away too swiftly for me to intervene, so I can only resort to this measure, presenting you with a tremendous opportunity. The egg is a gift, a companion in shared misfortune. Take good care of it, for it will hatch a very adorable little creature. Considering you are a human from Earth, possessing a rather firm worldview, I shall be forthright with you. You have indeed transmigrated, and there is no returning. Yet this world is quite expansive, and with the opportunity one have bestowed upon you, you and that little creature shall likely lead a fulfilling life. So do not waste your thoughts on finding a way back you truly cannot return. Finally, I wish you both happiness in your lives, and may our paths cross again by fate. Signed, a deity, Wude. After absorbing this substantial message and staring blankly at the signature that shimmered with a hint of golden light, Wude raised his head, expressionless. Transmigration held no inherent disadvantages indeed. He was a solitary figure, one who would feel entirely at home in the renowned orphanage of Chitian. Yet the issue lay in the rather tragic manner of his transmigration, did it not? Others typically experience transmigration through a peaceful slumber, a door opening, or at worst, a stroke of luck, yet he was struck down in an instant. Furthermore, from the note, it appeared that he had transmigrated due to the blunder of a certain deity. If there were a channel for complaints, he would certainly lodge one. As for why the deity chose to leave a message on A4 paper, and why the writing seemed so clumsy, Wude found himself acclimated after enduring several novels. In fact, such a deity aligned perfectly with his preconceived notions. Encountering one who spoke in riddles would have been far less agreeable. Of course, the primary reason was that Wude's reading comprehension was rather lacking. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. After taking a deep breath and offering himself some consolation, Wude carefully tucked the A4 paper away, then lowered his gaze to the egg cradled in his arms. The deity who made the error had stated that this egg was a kindred spirit to him. Thus, the question arises, what commonality could there possibly be between him and an egg? After much contemplation, Wude ultimately distilled his thoughts into 2 points. Firstly, like him, this egg had met its untimely demise at the hands of a steel pipe, which was the catalyst for its extraordinary journey. Secondly, akin to his own circumstances, this egg had been thrust into a new reality due to a mishap orchestrated by some celestial being. Considering the indisputable fact that the egg lacked a head, it became evident that Wude and this pitiful egg shared only the second point. Upon this realization, Wude could not help but exclaim, "The incompetence of the deities truly wreaks havoc on the lives of others." No sooner had he uttered those words than he felt the egg nestled in his arms tremble slightly. "It seems you agree with my assessment," Wude chuckled, gently caressing the eggshell before turning his gaze towards the distant thicket, his expression instinctively tightening. Now that the notion of his extraordinary predicament had been validated, the pressing concern became survival. And thus, a new dilemma presented itself. How could a mere mortal, a cog in a machine of the 21st century, manage to safeguard the egg while navigating the perils of an untamed forest without any tools at his disposal? The answer, of course, was clear. Is this even remotely possible? Wude could not restrain himself from cursing. He was just an ordinary man, a quintessentially mundane individual. His academic achievements were unremarkable. His job was nothing special. He seldom exercised, indulged in video games, and had been single for 26 years, remaining a virgin to this day. Accustomed to the sedentary life of an office worker, he possessed no physical prowess whatsoever. The mere thought of climbing trees, constructing shelters, or battling wild beasts was laughable. Even a simple 800-meter run would leave him gasping for breath. Given his circumstances, even if the spirits of the most legendary survivalists possessed him, it would be utterly impossible for him to endure in this primordial wilderness. Let alone the fact that, beyond mere survival, he also bore the responsibility of protecting this egg. This was no longer a daunting challenge. It was an outright impossibility. Having clarified his thoughts, Wude's expression shifted multiple times before he let out a heavy sigh. Regardless of the difficulties ahead, survival remained the foremost priority. No matter how arduous the path, Wude felt compelled to give it a try, especially since that celestial being had mentioned granting him a tremendous opportunity. Logically speaking, even the most unreliable deities would not descend to such absurdity. With this conviction, Wude resolutely cradled the egg and turned away from the thicket, choosing instead to walk along the beach, not sparing a glance at the dense foliage. After all, the vastness of the world paled in comparison to the value of his own life. As someone who had already faced death once, Wude was adamant about not wagering his life recklessly. At least until he discerned the nature of his opportunity, he would not set foot into that treacherous jungle, limiting himself to scavenging firewood and tinder near the periphery. Moreover, in contrast to the dangers lurking in the woods, the beach was not devoid of sustenance. He might not be adept at fishing, but surely he could find some marine creatures washed ashore by the waves, such as sea snails. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that this was an isolated island. What if it were part of a larger continent? What if a fishing village lay just beyond the horizon? Though the likelihood seemed slim, it was not entirely out of the question. Wude felt confident that his choice was prudent in light of the current circumstances. For an untrained youth with abysmal physical capabilities, recklessly venturing into the jungle would be tantamount to seeking death. He would be far better off by the seaside, hoping for fortune, whether in the form of a fishing village or passing ships, rather than becoming fodder for wild beasts and insects in the depths of the forest. Yet, challenges still loomed. While the beach offered greater safety than the jungle, it provided no fresh water. In other words, to survive, Wude would eventually have to venture into the forest in search of a water source. The mere thought of this dilemma sent pangs of discomfort through his jaw. Others, upon their arrival in this strange realm, had no worries about food or drink. Why? Then, must he face the harsh reality of wilderness survival? Furthermore, his so-called golden opportunity was a peculiar one. While others were granted systems that introduced themselves and provided user manuals, this deity merely mentioned chance. What was this opportunity exactly? Could it not have been articulated more clearly? At the very least, a manual could have been left behind. Why must he navigate this uncertainty on his own? It seemed the egg in his arms was attuned to Wude's growing frustration as it wobbled gently, as if attempting to comfort him. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to care for you, Wude sighed, stroking the egg. I hope you can hatch before I succumb to hunger then. We shall have each other's company, and perhaps a chance at survival. Watching the egg sway in response, Wude managed a faint smile. He had no idea what creature resided within the egg, but based on its current movements, it appeared to be a potential companion for conversation. The ability to communicate was a boon. At least he would not be utterly alone. Thus, Wude strolled along the endless beach, conversing with the egg about his previous struggles, while the egg occasionally swayed in response, as if engaging in their own dialogue. Time passed moment by moment, and before long, darkness began to envelop the sky. Observing the sun sinking lower on the horizon and the temperature steadily dropping, Wude couldn't help but let out a sigh. Previously a resident of northeast China, he was accustomed to the cold, donning long sleeves to withstand the chill, and currently, he could still manage the temperature. However, the egg cradled in his arms might not fare as well, for it had begun to shake incessantly, as if it were in a state of agitation. Frankly, Wude felt a twinge of fear that it might somehow be harmed by his own unease. To safeguard his only companion, he scavenged for firewood and tinder on the outskirts of the jungle and began to experiment with friction fire. This endeavor consumed over 2 hours, by the time night had fully descended. His hands were blistered, and still, no flame had emerged. The seaside night air was frigid, leaving Wude shivering, let alone the egg. Watching the egg's movements gradually diminish, resembling a creature on the brink of demise, Wude felt a surge of anxiety. It was his sole means of communication, and should anything happen to it, he feared that loneliness and despair would drive him mad long before any beast could do him harm. Thus, he muttered softly curses towards the unreliable deity while exerting every ounce of strength to drill the wooden stick in his grasp. Yet, the more urgent the situation, the less effective he became. Drilling for fire was no exception, especially for someone as inexperienced as Wude. Consequently, the once promising wooden tip that could have sparked a flame now yielded nothing. As time slipped away, the egg, bereft of warmth, gradually ceased its trembling. Witnessing this, Wude's eyes filled with tears, and after a fervent outburst in his native tongue, he furiously snapped the stick in his hand and hurled it into the distance. In this moment of frustration, a splinter grazed his left palm, drawing forth a few drops of blood. As his blood fell upon the tinder, flames erupted with vigor, illuminating the night sky and causing Wude to stumble backward in surprise. After regaining his balance, he quickly scooped up the egg, placing it near the flickering flames. "Egg brother, are you still alive?" he gently queried, his hands caressing the shell, fearful of missing any sign of response. If it were alive, surely it would shake a little, wouldn't it? Uncertain whether it was his anxious worry or the warmth of the fire that instigated it, after what felt like an eternity of 5 seconds. The egg suddenly quivered slightly. Relieved to see his egg brother unharmed, Wude exhaled deeply and settled beside the fire with the egg in his arms. Only then did he turn his attention to the source of the flame. He raised his left hand, examining the blood trickling from his palm, murmuring to himself, "So this is my fortune. Blood can ignite fire, but why didn't it catch fire on the egg?" He glanced at the bloodstains he had left on the eggshell. It was a vibrant red, devoid of any peculiarities. Puzzled, Wude furrowed his brow and looked down at his left palm, only to be taken aback. The long gash inflicted by the branch had mysteriously healed, leaving no scar behind. Only the dried blood that trickled along his palm bore witness to its prior existence. After a night of questioning alongside his egg brother, Wude resolved to investigate his body the following morning. Setting aside other matters, he aimed to comprehend how that bonfire-like blaze had come to be. Thus, he retrieved the branch he had discarded the night before and gathered more firewood from the jungle's edge. Taking a deep breath, he again sliced his left hand with the branch. "Ouch, that hurts," he exclaimed, watching as drops of blood landed on the firewood. But then, nothing happened. Not a spark, not a flicker. Why was that? With a head full of questions, Wude lifted his hand to inspect the wound, only to find that it had healed once more, the process taking no more than 5 seconds, and like the previous instance, not a scar remained. This was certainly not the healing speed typical of carbon-based life forms. Could it be that my ability is super regeneration, with the notion of conducting a controlled experiment? Wude took the branch and made a cut on his right hand. He grimaced at the sight of the oozing blood, silently counting in his mind. 1. The wound showed no change. 2. The bleeding ceased. 3. A faint itch emerged as the tissue inside the wound began to visibly pulse. 4. The itch dissipated, and the wound completely healed. Staring at this astonishing sight, Wude's mouth fell agape, and soon thereafter, exhilaration painted his expression. This was indeed super regeneration, while he was unsure if it could facilitate limb regrowth. It certainly indicated that the deity had not spoken falsely. He had indeed been granted a golden finger. As for the origin of the flame, he couldn't grasp it just yet, but that was of little concern. He would eventually understand, as it was all part of his ability. However, A pressing question arose. What utility did this super regeneration hold? Wude began to ponder deeply, yet as he delved further, the excitement on his face faded, replaced by a hint of despair, for he realized that this seemingly grand ability appeared to serve little purpose in his hands. Super regeneration sounded formidable, but the prerequisite was that the wielder possessed combat prowess, at the very least. Some degree of fighting ability. Yet Wude was nothing more than a hapless weakling, a mere scrap of iron. Thus, aside from allowing him to withstand blows and endure a bit more, this golden finger was of little use. Not only was his physical prowess lacking, but even his strength was subpar. Before his journey, he could hardly win an arm wrestling match against the lanky Wang heir at the next table. Hence, even if this super regeneration enabled limb regrowth, Wude would still be unable to contend with the beast of the jungle. He might even find himself carried back to their lair, becoming an all-you-can-eat buffet. What a sorrowful tale. If he could be granted the ability of super regeneration, why not enhance his physical constitution as well? Wude lamented internally, clutching the egg beside him as he prepared for today's trek. However, just as he began to rise, he suddenly froze, for he beheld the continuous footprints etched into the sand of the beach. They were his from the previous day. In that instant, Wude felt a spark of realization, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had carried his egg brother for an entire day, gathering shells for dinner and collecting branches and tinder from the jungle's edge, all while drilling for fire for 3 to 4 hours. Throughout this endeavor, he had not taken a single break. Rather, he had felt no fatigue whatsoever. This was something the pre-transmigration him could never have accomplished. Clearly, his physical constitution had been enhanced, at least in terms of endurance. But what about strength? Wude lowered his gaze to his clenched fist and spoke to the egg brother. Egg brother, let me conduct an experiment. Please wait a moment. Upon receiving a slight response, he set down the egg and approached a nearby tree. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his fist and swung with all his might. With a resounding crack, the tree was severed in half by his blow. Wude grinned widely upon witnessing this. He had not been mistaken. His strength had indeed been augmented. He was no longer the feeble individual who couldn't even win an arm wrestling match against Wang heir. The reason for his grin was the excruciating pain that accompanied that punch. The enhancement of physical constitution does not equate to an absence of pain. Unfortunately for Wude, he is of the sensitive sort, prone to discomfort. Thus, when confronted by a ferocious beast, it is likely he will feel trepidation. Nevertheless, armed with newfound abilities, he can at least venture near the jungle's edge, seeking water sources or foraging for wild fruits. Activities that are decidedly advantageous. Even should he encounter a wild animal, he could potentially rely on his formidable strength, capable of shattering trees, and his extraordinary regenerative abilities to confront it. If all else fails, he could always flee with his egg brother in tow. Wude is a person of impulsive temperament, inclined to act on a whim. Consequently, he harbors no elaborate plans. Instead, he simply returns to scoop up his egg brother and strides toward the jungle. As he walks, he animatedly shares his transformations with his egg brother. However, the egg, being incapable of speech, can only express its thoughts through subtle movements, judging by the intensity and frequency of its motions. It appears that the egg brother is rather reluctant for Wude to venture into the jungle. Yet, caught up in his fervor, Wude remains oblivious to this concern and continues forward. After more than 2 hours of delving deeper into the wilderness, fortune smiles upon him as he discovers a crystalline stream, bordered by several fruit-bearing trees, a perfect locale for setting up camp. Regrettably, he is not alone in this discovery. A robust cheetah shares his thoughts on this idyllic spot. As he observes the cheetah, baring its fangs and emitting deep growls, Wude instinctively swallows hard, his legs beginning to weaken. Growing up in the city, this is his first encounter with such a creature at such a close range without any protective measures, and feeling intimidated is entirely understandable. Moreover, the cheetah appears extraordinarily large. While its appearance resembles that of a terrestrial cheetah, its size is akin to that of a colossal lion. Can he even fight this creature? How can one confront such a beast? Wude, feeling a surge of cowardice before the battle has even commenced, finally recognizes the folly of his recklessness. Although he has acquired remarkable strength and stamina, it does not imply that he possesses a mindset to match. I must find a way to flee. Facing a large predator while paralyzed by fear is tantamount to courting death. Were he alone, he might entertain the notion of risking a confrontation with the cheetah, but the presence of his egg brother complicates matters. Sensing the agitation emanating from his egg brother, Wude takes a deep breath. Forcing himself to regain composure, he locks eyes with the cheetah and begins to cautiously retreat, tightening his muscles in preparation to evade any sudden lunges from the predator. However, just as Wude's full attention is directed towards the cheetah, An unexpected rustling emanates from the underbrush behind him. It is the sound of foliage being disturbed, branches snapping underfoot, and something rushing toward him. Realizing the imminent danger, Wude's pupils constrict as he spins around, only to find another cheetah, identical to the first, lunging at him with its jaws wide open, aiming for his throat. Although Wude reacts swiftly, it is insufficient against the stealthy assault of the feline. Thus, he instinctively falls back, raising his right hand to protect his vital areas. The cheetah, not overly greedy, seizes the opportunity presented by Wude's outstretched arm and viciously clamps down on his right forearm, tearing it away with a fierce tug. The excruciating agony pierces through Wude, prompting a guttural scream of profane outrage. He attempts to staunch the bleeding with his left hand, but the incessant thrumming of his egg brother forbids him from indulging in such instinctual reactions. I must escape. I must escape. Wude grits his teeth, mentally shouting as he scrambles to his feet with a speed he has never before summoned, then turns to flee. The searing pain induces a deluge of sweat, as though he has just emerged from water, yet the adrenaline coursing through him momentarily dulls the pain, allowing him to focus on his escape while heightening his senses. He can hear the growls of the two cheetahs pursuing him, relentless in their chase. One arm is clearly insufficient for their hunger. They desire it all. Fortunately, Wude's enhanced stamina enables him to run swiftly, leaving the two cheetahs struggling to keep pace. Unfortunately, the cacophony of their roars and the scent of blood draw other unwelcome guests. Out of the thicket, a shadow darts forth, swiftly ensnaring Wude's left leg and sinking its crimson mine to his left flank. The sudden assault causes Wude to tumble to the ground, and the excruciating pain radiating from his left leg and kidney elicits another anguished cry. Turning his gaze, he discovers that his attacker is none other than a massive python, its cold, unfeeling eyes fixated intently upon him, constricting its coils to suffocate him. Under the serpent's immense strength, Wude can even hear the sickening crack of his leg bones. Yet, this is not the most despairing of fates. The most harrowing realization comes as he hears the growls of the cheetahs drawing ever closer. His extraordinary regenerative abilities are indeed at work. He can feel his left leg bones mending and fracturing in a ghastly cycle. The severed right arm itches unbearably, already having regrown significantly in the brief span of time. However, none of this proves useful. Devoid of combat or survival experience, Wude is powerless against these otherworldly creatures born of the jungle's ruthless laws. A sense of hopelessness gradually envelopes Wude as he catches sight of the silhouettes of the two cheetahs. At the very least, I must ensure my egg brother remains unharmed. Clinging to this final shred of hope, Wude grits his teeth and, with the partial regrowth of his right arm and leg, laboriously crawls toward the fallen egg brother. He grasps it with his left hand, intending to hurl it to safety, but before he can raise his arm, one of the cheetahs lunges, tearing his left arm clean off. The second cheetah follows suit, aiming for Wude's nape. As the saying goes, one misstep leads to another. Perhaps from the very moment he set foot in the jungle, his demise was already inevitable. It is a pity for the egg brother, for it has scarcely had the chance to behold this world before it is destined to accompany him into the abyss. However, just as the cheetah's fangs are poised to pierce Wude's nape, the fallen egg suddenly emits a blinding burst of white light, followed by an explosive detonation. An invisible shockwave sweeps through the vicinity, engulfing the three beasts and one man in an instant. The two cheetahs collapse, eyes rolling back, lifeless. The python fares even worse, its head obliterated into a pulp. In contrast, Wude merely feels as though his head has been struck by a heavy hammer, though his skull throbs and blood flows from his nose. He retains a flicker of consciousness. He struggles to raise his head, gazing toward the location of the egg brother. To his astonishment, the egg has vanished, replaced by a diminutive creature. This creature possesses a pure white body, crowned with a green, watermelon-like head that obscures its eyes, adorned with two horns of unequal length, one long and prominent, the other short and subtle. As Wude looks upon this familiar visage, his eyes widen in disbelief. Ralulasis. Subsequently, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Wude found himself in a dream. He dreamed of his mother, his father, that bus, and the pointed steel pipe that had sent him to another world. The dream felt so vivid that it allowed Wude to relive the experience of being struck in the head by the steel pipe once more. Yet, strangely, the dream did not conclude with Wude's second head injury. Instead, it inexplicably continued. He arrived at an expansive grassland, where the soft touch of the grass and the fragrance of wildflowers led him to question whether he had traversed into another realm. However, before he could comprehend his situation, a towering stag suddenly appeared before him. Indeed, it appeared out of nowhere, much like the egg brothers had materialized beside him before. Wude merely blinked, and the stag abruptly manifested in front of him, as if it had sprouted from the very air. Startled, Wude instinctively widened his eyes, wishing to exclaim in surprise, for the stag was extraordinarily large, towering at least 7 or 8 stories high. His own height of 183 centimeters barely measured up to a single hoof of the creature. Yet, before he could utter a sound, the stag spoke first. "You should awaken." A gentle, melodious female voice resonated within Wude's mind, and then he felt a darkness envelop him, as if the ground beneath him had vanished. The sensation of falling is the most effective method to rouse a slumbering individual. Wude jerked upright from the ground, instinctively beginning to check his body for any missing limbs. However, before he could complete his inspection, a voice filled with joy drew his attention. He turned his head towards the source of the sound, only to see a small creature with a green watermelon-like head launching itself into his embrace at an astonishing speed. This little being struggled to open its arms to hug him, nuzzling against him while emitting a series of joyful sounds. Wude instinctively wrapped his arms around this creature, memories of his traumatic experiences in the jungle flooding back to him. He had encountered 2 alien world cheetahs and a monstrous python, and just when he was about to meet his demise, this little being had emerged from its egg to save him. My savior. He thought reflexively, and then he lowered his gaze to examine the creature in his arms. After confirming several times that he was not hallucinating or losing his mind, Wude reached a conclusion. This creature was indeed familiar to him. It was called Ralulasis, a Pokémon. Wude was not an ardent fan of Pokémon. He had not watched the anime and had only had minimal contact with the games. Nevertheless, he was aware of the existence of Pokémon, as the global phenomenon's reputation was too resounding for any young person who had engaged with games to be ignorant of the term. Ralulasis was a member of this franchise and one of the most renowned among them. The reason for Ralulasis's fame lay in its final evolution, Shanaido, which was simply extraordinary. On Earth, countless fans hoped to hatch eggs with Shanaido. Wude had once been among them. When playing Sword and Shield as well as Scarlet and Violet, his first task was to capture a Ralulasis with the ability trace to serve as a core member of his team. Although Shanaido might appear fragile as the game progressed, it still possessed an attractive aesthetic. Moreover, its fragility was merely a numerical representation within the game. In the real world, as a psychic fairy type, Shanaido's strength was indisputable, as evidenced by Ralulasis's ability to effortlessly eliminate the cheetahs and pythons. In other words, as long as Wude had Ralulasis by his side, there would be few creatures in this jungle that could pose a threat to him. However, challenges still existed. Although Ralulasis was born with formidable psychic abilities, subsequent training was evidently crucial. Otherwise, if everything relied solely on the Pokémon, there would be no need for Pokémon trainers to exist. Yet therein lay the problem. Wude was not a Pokémon trainer, let alone training Pokémon. This fool could not even memorize the ability charts and type matchups, much less the movesets that Ralulasis could learn. Moreover, he had no access to specialized Pokémon food, such as Pok Puffs, Energy Cubes, or berries. If a local from the Pokémon world, like Cynthia or Dawn, were present, perhaps he could find some solutions. But Wude was merely an ordinary earthling. While he might manage to care for a cat or dog, he had no idea how to care for a Pokémon. Ralulasis's curious call jolted Wude from his thoughts. He looked down to see Ralulasis, with its crimson eyes, gazing up at him expectantly. After a few seconds of mutual staring, Wude sighed softly. "Can you understand what I am saying?" Ralulasis nodded. "As we will be partners in this journey. There are matters we must clarify first." Wude pondered his words carefully before speaking gently. "The world we have entered is most likely not the Pokémon world, which is your homeland. After all, I have not heard of any wild cheetahs or pythons of such size existing in the Pokémon world. Moreover, the food from your world, such as berries, certainly does not exist here. Thus, you will only be able to eat what I eat. Is that acceptable to you?" Ralulasis nodded emphatically, indicating that it could accept such terms. Wude felt a wave of relief wash over him and continued, "As for me, I am not a Pokémon trainer. I do not know how to train you, nor do I understand how to help you master powerful moves like Psychic or Moonblast. Therefore, in that regard, you will have to rely on yourself. While I will do my utmost to care for you, ensuring you want for nothing." At this point, Wude paused briefly, then, with a hint of guilt in his smile, added, "Of course, if you don't mind, it would be ideal if you could protect me as well." Upon hearing this, Ralulasis tilted its head slightly, seemingly perplexed as to why Wude felt compelled to express such a sentiment. To Ralulasis, it was a given that it should protect its trainer. The fragility of humans was ingrained in the DNA of all Pokémon, and loyalty followed suit. Pokémon do not easily acknowledge a human, but once they do, regardless of the human's nature, be it good or evil, they will remain steadfastly by their side, fighting for them, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. Ralulasis was a quintessential example of such a Pokémon. It possessed the ability to perceive human emotions and could effortlessly discern whether a person was good or evil. Thus, those who successfully captured Ralulasis and earned its recognition were invariably upright and kind-hearted individuals. Only such people could unlock Ralulasis's fullest potential. Wude happened to be one such person. Although he was chatty, impulsive, and reckless, often acting without thinking, and his physique was inadequate to withstand even a single psychic attack from Ralulasis, he was genuinely a good person with a pure heart. He would feel joy due to Ralulasis's presence and worry for it when it felt unwell. Even in moments of peril, his first thought would be to find a way to ensure Ralulasis's safety. Ralulasis sensed these actions and thoughts even while still in its egg, which was a primary reason for its premature emergence. It did not wish to lose Wude, even if they had known each other for less than 2 days. Thus, Ralulasis found herself puzzled, as she could not comprehend why Wude expressed the obligation of protection with such an air of guilt. Did this statement carry an alternative meaning? Upon contemplating this, Ralts found herself ensnared in deep reflection. Wude, lacking the ability to perceive emotions as Ralts did, wore a countenance of guilt solely because he felt embarrassed about needing the newly hatched Pokémon to safeguard him. Thus, when he noticed Ralts bowing her head in silence, his heart quaked with trepidation. He assumed Ralts was disdaining him and hastily interjected, "Primarily, I am merely new to this environment and inexperienced, right? However, I can learn. Although I may not possess the brilliance of those prodigies, I certainly am not dull. Moreover, I am not entirely devoid of utility. At the very least, I believe I can contribute in terms of sustenance and nourishment." Wude chuckled nervously while desperately attempting to assert his worth, acknowledging that his impulsive venture into the jungle was somewhat reckless, yet he had not returned entirely empty-handed. Water is, after all, the essence of life. And with that stream as our stronghold, our existence can flourish. It is just that the sudden appearance of cheetahs and pythons somewhat marred the scenery. Hence, my proposition is for us to unite our strengths. I shall manage logistics to ensure we are well fed, while you shall protect me, safeguarding our provisions. Furthermore, I do possess some combat capabilities. That deity bestowed upon me a remarkable regenerative ability, and it appears I can regenerate lost limbs. With diligent study, I am certain I can be of assistance in the future and will not hinder you. At this point, with beads of cold sweat adorning his brow, Wude glanced at the still silent Ralts and, gritting his teeth, proclaimed, "If worst comes to worst, I can serve as a meat shield, just like before. No one shall harm you before I fall." Upon hearing this, Ralts immediately shook her head and tightly embraced Wude's newly sprouted right arm, indicating that she did not require him to be a meat shield, for she could protect him herself. Yet, Wude evidently misinterpreted her gesture, as he was oblivious to the Pokémon language, leading him to believe Ralts had accepted his proposal. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he tentatively inquired, "Are you willing to live with me?" Ralts nodded affirmatively. Wude beamed with joy upon witnessing this, saying, "Then let us commence our quest by locating that stream." As he hoisted Ralts onto his shoulder, he declared with fervor, "Together as brothers, we shall undoubtedly prevail. Oh, by the way, speaking of brothers, Ralts, are you male or female?" Ralts, unable to understand the Pokémon language, tilted her head in confusion. Aware that male had a rising tone while female had a descending one. "Oh, then you shall be my little sister, and I will be your big brother," Wude cheerfully stated. "United as siblings, we shall surely conquer all." With a compliant sound, Ralts followed Wude once more into the depths of the jungle. Observing Wude's profile and sensing his jubilant spirit, she silently resolved to protect her trainer at all costs. However, as a youngling, she was uncertain how to grow stronger. Thus, as if guided by fate, she recalled Wude's earlier mention of being a meat shield. Ralts pondered. A meat shield implies serving as a protector, aligning perfectly with her duty to safeguard her trainer. Therefore, could she not become Wude's meat shield, defending him from harm? After careful contemplation, she deemed this notion highly valuable. Yet, a dilemma arose. To fulfill the role of a meat shield, robust physicality and exceptional endurance were paramount. Presently, aside from her rather ineffective superpower, she possessed little else. Clearly, this did not align with the definition of a meat shield. Thus, there was but one answer. As Ralts mused on this, she gazed at her delicate, pure white hands, contemplating, "Let me commence with a regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer jog each day." After devising her training plan, a glimmer of confidence sparkled in her eyes. As for Vice Admiral Shiwan, she felt her fortunes had been rather unfavorable of late. Firstly, there was the matter of work. After much effort to secure a brief respite from the warlord of the warring states, she had barely enjoyed 3 days of leisure before Lady Crane summoned her to the North Sea to apprehend Don Quixote da Flamingo. This was originally Lady Crane's exclusive mission, yet upon observing Shiwan's idle state, she forcibly enlisted her under the pretense of youth needing more experience. Moreover, Shiwan could hardly refuse, as her bond with Lady Crane resembled that of sisters. When your older sister requires assistance at work, one cannot simply decline, can they? Secondly, another work-related issue arose. Doflamingo was a notorious figure in the North Sea, with an extensive intelligence network. Hence, even with the Navy's swift actions, catching him off guard proved exceedingly challenging. Unsurprisingly, the operation ended in failure. Shiwan believed she and Lady Crane had acted swiftly enough, yet they only managed to grasp at the tip of Doflamingo's tail. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in the fact that during the course of the operation, she had engaged in a brief confrontation with Doflamingo. This encounter resulted in a conspicuously prominent wound on her left thigh, one that would undoubtedly leave a scar upon healing. Although Shiwan held the rank of Vice Admiral, above all, she was a woman as a woman. She placed great importance on her appearance. To put it plainly, she valued beauty. The emergence of a grotesque, centipede-like scar upon her otherwise fair and smooth thigh was something she could never accept. Lastly, yet another work-related concern arose. It is well known that the Navy has both the necessity and obligation to rescue distressed civilians, as this is their primary duty. Thus, upon spotting an SOS signal erected on a desolate island, the Navy must embark on a rescue mission. Under normal circumstances, Shiwan would harbor no objections, yet the situation was different now. For her thigh urgently required treatment, and the medical supplies aboard the ship were only adequate for healing, not for scar removal. Consequently, Shiwan yearned to return to the Navy headquarters swiftly, hoping to preserve her fair and beautiful leg without resorting to tattoos. Regrettably, her wishes were thwarted by the presence of Wude and Ralulasis. In light of all these unfortunate events, it was entirely reasonable for Shiwan to feel displeased, especially when Wude's utterly clueless demeanor during basic inquiries further plunged her mood into despair. I shall ask one last time, Mr. Wude. Shiwan managed to suppress her urge to lash out, speaking with forced gentleness. What is the name of the vessel you were aboard? I truly do not recall. MS. Shiwan, Wude replied innocently, his hands raised in surrender. If I remembered, I would certainly tell you. There is no need to be so aggressive. Upon hearing this, Shiwan let out a derisive laugh, incredulous at the absurdity of a shipwrecked individual failing to remember the name of the vessel he had once boarded. Such a statement was beyond belief. Yet, as a vice admiral, Shiwan had to restrain her temper, ensuring that personal matters did not interfere with official duties. Thus, she picked up her notebook once more, reviewing its contents while questioning Wude. You were shipwrecked due to a storm, am I correct? Wude nodded. The vessel you were aboard was a passenger ship. Is that accurate? Wude nodded again. It is well known that passenger ships bear names, which are typically inscribed on tickets. As a passenger, it is entirely reasonable to know this name, correct? Wude smiled and nodded in agreement. Then tell me, what was the name of that ship? Wude shook his head. I do not remember. At that moment, Shiwan felt an overwhelming urge to draw her sword. Without exception, in the face of ruffians, for the sake of the greater good, Gun can muster a smile when confronted with the most vile of pirates. Similarly, for the sake of the larger picture, Gun can begrudgingly respond with a smile. However, when faced with a brazen individual who deliberately conceals crucial information and feigns ignorance, Gun finds it increasingly difficult to suppress the urge to lash out. How can this person be so infuriating? Their pet, so adorably obedient, stands in stark contrast to their owner's character. What could that creature named Lasai possibly see in this individual? They are hardly handsome. Merely an average face. Moreover, that smile is nothing but a facade, more a provocation than a gesture of goodwill. It conveys the sentiment of, you know I'm lying, yet you can't do anything about it. Go ahead, hit me if you dare. Once this thought crossed her mind, Gun realized she could no longer bear to look at Wude's face. The moment she glimpsed his smile, her heart raced uncontrollably, blood pressure nearing a critical threshold, threatening to burst. Thus, for the sake of her mental and physical well-being, Gun resolved to find someone else to handle the inquiry. After all, she was clearly unfit for this task. Continuing to engage with this insufferable individual could very well shorten her lifespan by 20 years. The evidence lay in the fact that her wounds, which had nearly healed, were now seeping blood again. Just as Gun stood to leave, the door to the inquiry room swung open, accompanied by a familiar voice. Gun, how's the questioning going? Gun glanced at Ms. Crane, who had entered, and then at Lasai, who was nestled in Wude's embrace. Cooing and acting adorably, with a resigned sigh, she decided to speak candidly, not very smoothly. Ms. Crane. Oh, Ms. Crane raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Wude, unabashedly inquiring, is it Mr. Wude who is being uncooperative? It was not quite accurate to say so. The moment the topic arose, Gun felt a knot of frustration forming within her. Her once delicate features seemed to contort in exasperation. It was the first time Ms. Crane had witnessed such an expression from Ji-Yun. And a glint of curiosity sparked in her eyes. How should I put it? He is not uncooperative. He responds to every question, yet he cannot provide any of the crucial information. After a brief pause to collect her thoughts, Ji-Yun continued, for instance, the date of departure and the name of the ship. No matter how I ask, his response is always the same. I don't remember. Yet for other inquiries, such as his place of origin or his parents' names, he answers quite readily, which indicates he has not lost his memory. Before Ji-Yun could finish, Ms. Crane interjected. So you suspect Mr. Wude is deliberately withholding the truth? Exactly. Ji-Yun exhaled deeply. That is precisely my suspicion. Ms. Crane nodded slightly, neither in agreement nor disagreement, but turned her gaze towards the taciturn Wude and Leisai. Does Mr. Wude have anything to say? I genuinely do not remember, Wude replied, echoing his earlier statement to Ji-Yun. If I recalled, I would certainly share it with you. Upon hearing this painfully familiar response, Ji-Yun shut her eyes in anguish and rubbed her temples. Ms. Crane, observing her sister's torment, did not express anger but instead broke into a smile. For it had been quite some time since she had seen Ji-Yun exhibit such helplessness. After a prolonged absence, it was rather amusing to witness. Suddenly, Ms. Crane began to understand why Kapu often found himself at odds with Sengoku. With this thought, she shook her head and remarked, since Mr. Wude does not remember, we shall investigate from other angles. This should not pose a challenge for the Navy, with their superior giving the directive. Ji-Yun felt compelled to remain silent and simply nodded. Ms. Crane then turned her attention back to Wude, inquiring, what do you intend to do next, Mr. Wude? I wish to visit the Navy headquarters, Wude responded quickly. As if he had anticipated Ms. Crane's question. To the headquarters, Ji-Yun was taken aback. Aren't you going home? My parents have long since passed away, and there is no one awaiting me there. What purpose would it serve to return? Wude shook his head nonchalantly, adding, I find the Navy headquarters far more intriguing. To be candid, I have confidence in my abilities. Perhaps I could even secure a position as an officer, becoming a guardian of maritime peace. Leisai chimed in at that moment, affirming Wude's words, though Ji-Yun and Ms. Crane could not comprehend her response. However, Wude understood perfectly. She was expressing agreement with him. Ji-Yun, upon hearing such self-recommendation, widened her eyes and opened her mouth. Caught in a state of disbelief, unsure of how to respond, she had never encountered someone so audacious, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. In contrast, Ms. Crane remained unfazed. This seasoned vice admiral was known for her meticulous thought process, and the unfolding events did not exceed her expectations. In fact, they mirrored them perfectly. Thus, she first glanced at Ji-Yun, then at Leisai nestled in Wude's arms, before finally fixing her gaze on Wude. Since Mr. Wude is so confident in himself, would you mind demonstrating that confidence? Not at all, Wude replied, scratching his head. But what is in it for me? If you can gain my approval, I can expedite the process, allowing you to bypass the usual scrutiny and directly become a petty officer, Ms. Crane explained, glancing at Leisai. Moreover, I can ensure your safety, along with Leisai's, under my protection. Is that benefit sufficient? Wude's eyes brightened at her words. Conversely, Leisai's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze towards Ms. Crane turning sharp and defensive. Ms. Crane, however, remained unperturbed, cheerfully nodding at Leisai. Oblivious to this tension, Wude excitedly exclaimed, So how do I prove myself? Shall I spar with someone? Ms. Crane nodded and pointed at Ji-Yun. Your opponent will be her. If you can last 3 minutes, you will have passed. Ji-Yun, bewildered, pointed at herself. Huh? Wude, equally confused, gaped. What? Observing the seemingly benevolent and harmless elderly Navy woman before him, Wude suddenly grasped a profound truth of the world. One cannot always discern a person's true nature from their appearance. A good person may not wear their goodness on their face, just as a bad person might not display their malevolence overtly. Sometimes, the ones who deceive are not solely pirates. The Navy may harbor their share of hidden agendas as well. Wude was acutely aware of Ji-Yun's profound disdain for him, though he may be somewhat naive. He was not blind. He had clearly seen the murderous intent in her eyes, as though she longed to dismember him. Thus, the question arose, given Wude's current capabilities, what were the odds of him surviving 3 minutes under the authority of a female vice admiral whose blood pressure was about to reach its breaking point? After careful contemplation, Wude pondered that perhaps a direct act of self-termination with his sword would be swifter, as at least he would avoid a thorough beating from the female general. However, Shiwan's thoughts diverged entirely from those of Wude. Her countenance did not betray the satisfaction of vengeance. Instead, she appeared as though she had consumed something distasteful. Having spent considerable time in the company of Tsuru, she could certainly discern a portion of her elder sister's true intentions. The reason Tsuru had encouraged her to spar with Wude was not primarily to recruit him into the Navy, but rather to bring the entity known as Leisire closer to her. The rationale was simple. Leisire exhibited remarkable strength and innate talent. To the discerning eyes of Shiwan and Tsuru, Leisire's pure haki was as conspicuous as a beacon in the night. Furthermore, there was no recorded existence of her species among humanoid beings. In other words, she was likely a wild creature. Wild animals could not wield haki, as it was a privilege reserved for humans. Yet Leisire had shattered this notion, signifying her immense research and observational value. If they could ascertain the habitat of this species, it would imply a continuous influx of reserve troops for the Navy. As for Wude, he was merely an ancillary benefit. In the eyes of Shiwan and Tsuru, he was just a slightly more robust ordinary individual. However, given that Leisire responded solely to Wude, and considering the boy's seemingly dull-witted demeanor, persuading him would undoubtedly be far easier than convincing Leisire. Nonetheless, this was not a justification for Tsuru to thrust herself into the role of a test subject. She had just been infuriated by this brat to the point of near exhaustion. With blood seeping from her leg, rather than seeking revenge, she wished to tend to her wounds. Tsuru observed the two, Wude, who remained silent and reluctant, and Shiwan, whose expression mirrored his, and with a gleeful squint. She declared, "Shiwan is my sister. She will exercise restraint. You need not worry, Mr. Wude." Wude recognized that Tsuru aimed to alleviate his concerns, yet he remained somewhat uneasy. Women were notoriously capricious beings. Who could predict whether this future admiral candidate might seize the opportunity for revenge? Noticing Wude's continued hesitation, Tsuru turned her gaze towards Shiwan. "Shiwan, am I not correct?" she inquired, raising an eyebrow. The adage, the higher the rank, the heavier the burden, applied here as well. Upon hearing this, Shiwan resignedly nodded. "You are correct. When shall we commence?" Tsuru then turned to Wude, asking, "Mr. Wude?" Just as Wude was about to respond, Leisire's voice interjected. "Fu." The crisp utterance of Fu momentarily stunned the three present. Shiwan glanced at Leisire, who was perched in Wude's arms, swinging her legs and blinking her large eyes. What was she saying? She indicated that they could start immediately. After a brief pause, Wude sighed softly, then rose and strode toward the door. "Let us go. Before your ship departs, we shall spar on the beach." A moment later, on the sandy shores of the deserted island, Wude and Shiwan faced off, surrounded by a throng of curious sailors. Upon hearing that someone dared to challenge Rear Admiral Shiwan, the idle sailors had quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. Shiwan did not mind this attention, as she was not only a Rear Admiral, but also the honorary instructor of the new recruit training camp. Accustomed to being the center of attention due to her striking appearance. However, Wude's experience was quite the opposite. The few occasions he had been the focus of attention in his life, aside from introductions during school enrollment, were during job interviews. He had never faced more than 40 spectators at once. Thus, he found himself not only anxious but also drenched in cold sweat. He felt as though he were a notorious criminal awaiting execution. With Shiwan, wielding a katana at her waist, playing the role of executioner. Do not be anxious. Maintain your composure, Shiwan gently urged, having set aside her biases. Just give it your all. I will not make it difficult for you. "I am not nervous," Wude replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a nervous chuckle. "I'm merely excited." The surrounding sailors exchanged glances, while Tsuru and Shiwan observed with amusement. Leisire, tapping her forehead, chimed in. "Fu, what a disgrace. Who gets so sweaty just from excitement? Are you on the verge of dehydration?" Seeing Wude, who appeared as though he had just emerged from water, Shiwan shook her head in exasperation before waving her hand. "Come at me. Let the trial begin. Master, this chapter continues. Please click the next page to read on. It only gets more thrilling." With those words, Wude, having barely adjusted his mindset, stepped forward and charged at Shiwan. Simultaneously, Leisire cheered him on. "Fu, go for it." Hearing the encouragement from his precious companion invigorated Wude. He refrained from utilizing his superheated golden fingers and instead threw a straightforward punch directly toward Shiwan's face. Such a crude attack posed no threat to the battle-hardened Rear Admiral. Shiwan simply raised her left hand to effortlessly block the strike, her body not even wavering. Nonetheless, Wude's display of strength did elicit a slight surprise from Shiwan, as his force was comparable to that of the elite sailors from the training camp. "Quite impressive," she acknowledged. "Thank you for the compliment," Wude replied while continuing his assault. Seeing his punch deflected, he decisively lifted his left leg and executed a whip kick aimed at Shiwan's already injured right thigh. Targeting an opponent's weakness is not a sign of cowardice. Shiwan was well aware of this. Had she been in Wude's position, She would have chosen a similar tactic if her right arm had been captured. As a rear admiral, she possessed countless methods to incapacitate Wude's incoming left leg, such as delivering a kick with far greater force and agility to snap his leg. However, this was merely a trial. There was no need for her to be excessively harsh. Thus, Shiwan planned to pivot 180 degrees, evading the kick while simultaneously disarming Wude's right arm and executing a satisfying shoulder throw. Yet, just as she began to turn, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a fist. Wude's left punch aimed at her abdomen. It is challenging to maintain balance while executing a left whip kick and left straight punch. And Wude was fully aware of this. Nevertheless, he proceeded with this approach, as Shiwan provided him with a point of support. After all, his right fist was still grasped in her hand. Moreover, the position she currently occupied presented a significant opening, making it only natural that the punch would be blocked. However, it was not without effect. Due to the sudden and unexpected nature of the attack, while Shiwan successfully defended against it, she was nonetheless pushed back several steps. The surrounding sailors began to murmur among themselves, generally discussing how Wude had some skill, managing to force Rear Admiral Shiwan back. Laysire also expressed her delight, emitting a few cheerful foo sounds and applauding Wude. However, Saru and Shiwan's reactions were entirely different from the others. Observing her somewhat disheveled sister, Saru furrowed her brow, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable light. Meanwhile, Shiwan, having steadied herself, gazed incredulously at Wude, who had regained his stance, his face brimming with excitement. "How did you manage that just now?" Wude was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what she meant. "How did I manage what?" he asked. Shiwan, instinctively speaking, inquired, "You evaded my observation hockey's tremor." Enough, Saru interjected, interrupting Shiwan's words. Turning to the bewildered Wude, she smiled brightly. "You have successfully proven yourself, Mr. Wude. Welcome to the Navy family." "Huh?" Wude, momentarily at a loss, instinctively questioned, "Is that all it takes?" "Indeed," Saru replied, casting a deep glance at Wude. "This is sufficient. Wude is merely lacking in perception. He is not devoid of intellect. As a traveler from Earth and an avid reader of the One Piece manga, he is well aware of the concept of haki and naturally comprehends the implications of Gion's words. He deftly evades her observation haki. While this statement might pass unnoticed by others, it bears a different significance to Wude. Furthermore, the sudden interruption by Ms. Crane during his spar with Gion raises alarm bells for anyone with a semblance of intelligence. However, being a guest in someone else's domain, Wude finds himself unable to voice his concerns. It would be absurd to flee with Laysire simply because he senses something amiss. Moreover, escape is futile. This place is an isolated island. Despite Laysire's formidable strength, she is outnumbered. Facing either Crane or Gion alone might be manageable, but a 2-on-1 scenario would undoubtedly spell disaster. Wude possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities. His recent success in repelling Gion was due to her leniency, coupled with the inexplicable ability to evade her observation haki. The confluence of these factors led to the recent outcome. In a genuine confrontation, he would be outmatched tenfold by Gion. Thus, it is prudent for him to feign ignorance and acquiesce to Ms. Crane's proposal. After all, accepting the Navy's protection was a mutual decision reached with Laysire, making it reasonable to play the fool at a critical juncture. Surely, they would not imprison him and Laysire based on unfounded suspicions. That would render them more akin to bullies than the Navy. However, despite Wude's belief in his effective disguise, his subtle expressions were thoroughly perceived by Crane, who accurately deduced his thoughts. Yet, Crane chose not to press Wude but instead feigned ignorance, cheerfully stating, "You may take Laysire to rest. I will handle the onboarding matters, so there is no need for you to worry. I appreciate your assistance, Vice Admiral Crane," Wude replied with a smile, before lifting Laysire onto the ship. As the main character boarded, the surrounding sailors did not disperse but instead flocked toward Wude and Laysire, eagerly initiating conversation. Among them, a majority were female sailors. The primary reason was not Wude's handsomeness but rather Laysire's undeniable cuteness. Beyond her appealing appearance, Laysire's soft, melodic voice and bright, expressive eyes were irresistibly captivating, coupled with her gentle and understanding demeanor when not engaged in battle. She possessed an almost fatal allure for the young women present. Thus, it wasn't long before Laysire was encircled by a group of female sailors, who presented her with an array of delightful pastries and snacks. Meanwhile, Wude, the supposed host, found himself pushed aside, bemusely observing Laysire's rapid ascension to the status of a beloved mascot. At that moment, Wude yearned to shout, "Laysire is mine, keep your distance." Yet, considering that he would likely remain on this ship, where he would frequently encounter these sailors, He decided to endure for the sake of better integration into this small community. This could be deemed one of the rare instances of wisdom among the workforce. Simultaneously, Crane and Guion, having boarded, discreetly observed Wude from a distance. After a prolonged period of covert scrutiny, Guion could no longer contain herself. Pointing at Wude, who appeared dejected due to being overlooked, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you understand what just transpired? That fellow evaded my observation," Guion stated. Crane interrupted her, maintaining a stoic expression. "Not only you. My observation hockey could not perceive him either." Upon hearing this, Guion's eyes widened in disbelief. As a seasoned vice admiral, Crane's expertise lay in observation hockey and within the Navy. No one dared claim superiority over her in this regard. This proficiency is one of the primary reasons she stands shoulder to shoulder with figures like Carp and Sengoku. Aside from her merits, this formidable woman possesses a frightening level of strength. Yet now, this esteemed vice admiral finds herself thwarted by her own specialty. "I cannot glimpse even the slightest hint of his future," Crane remarked, rubbing her temples, a sign of fatigue from prolonged use of her observation hockey. "Your observation hockey has not reached my level, which is why you cannot perceive it. Tomi. Wude's presence is an enigma. That enigma obscures all his potential, much like an invisible veil that shrouds everything about him." Guion's eyes widened further. "Is that even possible?" "Indeed," Crane affirmed, "but only if his observation hockey is on par with mine. It is only under such circumstances that one hockey can counter the other." As a rear admiral, Guion certainly understood this fundamental principle. However, the issue lies in. The issue is that Wude appears to be merely a robust, ordinary person. Crane articulated Guion's unvoiced thoughts, emphasizing that her observation hockey had not diminished. Rather, Wude's physique was exceptional, comparable to elite trainees, yet he lacked proficiency in hockey. "Yes, you are correct," Guion conceded after a moment of silence, then asked, "So, do you believe he is pretending to be weak?" "Absolutely not." Crane decisively shook her head. Guion was taken aback. "Why not?" "Because I have encountered individuals of his kind before. This. Crane paused momentarily, then turned to inquire, "Surely you are familiar with the Sidral Pegasus incident?" "I have heard of it." Guion nodded and began reciting. "In the year 1470 of the Sea Circle, approximately 40 years ago, a rebellion erupted in Sidral. The rebel forces besieged the royal city, resulting in countless civilian casualties. For a time, the Sidral kingdom was engulfed in lamentation, yet thanks to the unwavering resolve of the royal army, they managed to hold out until the Navy's reinforcements arrived. Following that, the Navy and the royal army collaborated to annihilate the rebel forces, successfully saving the Sidral kingdom. This incident was widely reported at the time, showcasing the valor of both the royal army and the Navy, and it remains a prominent topic in the Navy's training materials to this day. "Your recitation is commendable," Crane acknowledged with a nod. "But do you know why this incident is referred to as the Sidral Pegasus incident? Because the leader of the rebels was a Zoan-type mythical beast user of the Pegasus fruit." Guion replied confidently, "It left a lasting impression and was impossible to conceal. Hence the incident was named after the Pegasus." Hearing this formulaic answer, Crane sighed, her expression one of resignation, partially correct, yet also incorrect. "What do you mean?" Guion asked, shaking her head in confusion. Crane, instead of clarifying, shifted the topic. "The Pegasus fruit user you mentioned was named Adexia Bandis." "Adexia?" Guion furrowed her brow. "That surname sounds familiar. It is only natural for it to ring a bell." Crane replied nonchalantly, "For the Adexia family was once a prestigious lineage in Sidral. Though they have since fallen from grace, in their prime, they were renowned for their martial prowess, and the armies they trained were vital to Sidral's defense against pirate incursions. Adexia Bandis was the patriarch of the Adexia family in 1470. Guion's breath hitched, for this detail was not included in the general histories. Yet she struggled to comprehend the connection between this long-ago secret history and the individual named Wude before her. Bandis possessed a physique akin to Wude's, allowing him to evade observation hockey, Crane stated bluntly. Moreover, contrary to historical records, Bandis did not perish. Guion gasped in shock. He did not die. Indeed, he survived. He was rescued. Crane paused for emphasis, her gaze on Wude growing increasingly profound. In fact, it is possible that he still lives to this day. Unbeknownst to Wude, he was being scrutinized from the shadows and potentially labeled as a descendant of a notable figure. Thus, he remained blissfully oblivious, slumped against the ship's railing, gazing out at the boundless sea, occasionally glancing at Laysire within the crowd. His overall demeanor resembled that of a jilted lover. Do you not realize that your expression resembles that of a scorned woman? The sudden sound of a female voice beside him startled Wude greatly. He immediately turned his head to see Ji Yuan standing next to him, her face twisted in disdain. Why do you walk so quietly? Wude locked eyes with Ji Yuan, his expression incredulous. And what do you mean by like a scorned woman? Ji Yuan said nothing, merely gesturing towards him, then pointing at Lei Sai in the crowd, before shrugging her shoulders. Upon witnessing this, Wude's little face instantly drooped. Ji Yuan couldn't help but find his reaction amusing, while also harboring some doubt regarding his speculation. Perhaps I should observe that child more closely. He may not be playing the fool, but he certainly knows something and is hiding it. With that dazed expression, as if he is eager to broadcast his thoughts, what could he possibly conceal? After silently ridiculing him, Ji Yuan shook her head with a smile and initiated the conversation. Why do you wish to join the Navy? Of course, it is to uphold justice, Wude replied cheerfully. Isn't it understandable for someone who has suffered from pirate attacks to think this way? Ji Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. I want to hear the truth. That is the truth, he insisted. Ji Yuan scoffed. Do I look like a fool to you? Wude nodded earnestly. Yes. Ji Yuan's eye twitched, her right hand instinctively moving towards the hilt of her sword. Seeing this, Wude quickly jumped back a considerable distance. We're just chatting here. No need for violence. No violence, provided you don't try to deceive me. Ji Yuan glared at him, realizing that her usual patience seemed ineffective in his presence. Just a few words sent her blood pressure soaring. Hurry up. Speak the truth. Wude fell silent, timidly glancing at Ji Yuan's hand still resting on her sword hilt. Ji Yuan, amused yet exasperated, asked, Do I look like someone who would casually draw my blade? Wude wanted to say yes, but considering that she could easily pin him to the ground with one hand, he opted for humility. Not like that. Then why don't you come over here? Ji Yuan glared at him again while lowering her hand from the sword. Now, tell me, why do you want to join the Navy? For safety, of course. Returning to Ji Yuan's side, Wude rested his chin on one hand, gazing at the sea as he spoke calmly. To survive in this vast ocean, I need some support. My parents died early, and I'm not from a noble family, so there is no inheritance left for me. Plus, I have Lei Sai to take care of. In such circumstances, I must seek a reliable person or organization. After all, I need to ensure that both Lei Sai and I can meet our basic needs. Ji Yuan replied. So you chose the Navy? Wude nodded. Yes. Then why didn't you enlist at the Navy base in your hometown? Wouldn't that be simpler and avoid shipwrecks? Ji Yuan asked. Becoming a sailor in my hometown is quite a challenge. With my physique, they wouldn't even want me if I threw money at them. Of course, Wude couldn't voice this thought. Instead, he silently grumbled and replied to Ji Yuan. I figured I wouldn't have any free time after joining, right? The world is so big, and I haven't had the chance to take Lei Sai on a proper trip. I thought I'd save a bit of money, take her out for a while, and then enlist. Who knew I'd run into such trouble? As he spoke, a perfectly timed expression of dejection crossed his face, leaving one to wonder if it was genuine or feigned. Ji Yuan, taken aback by Wude's sudden display of emotion, found herself at a loss for words. However, the conversation couldn't end there. So after a long pause, her face reddening, she finally managed to say 3 words. My condolences. Wude's eyes widened in surprise. Condolences for what? Lei Sai and I are doing just fine. What is there to mourn? Ji Yuan gasped, quickly clarifying. I meant to express my condolences for the loss of your family. Wude's eyes grew even wider. Wasn't that what we just talked about? Why are you just realizing it now? Ji Yuan's eyes widened as well, her hand instinctively returning to the sword hilt. Is it wrong for me to be slow on the uptake? Oh, I see. Seeing her hand on the hilt, Wude deflated, surrendering. Well, thank you then. You're welcome. After this bizarre exchange, an awkward silence enveloped the two. They exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly heavy and stifling, just as the tension seemed ready to freeze the moment. A crisp, soft sound broke the silence. Lei Sai. Wude turned to see Lei Sai tugging at his shirt, bending down to lift her up. Have you eaten enough? Lei Sai nodded, waving at the female sailor greeting her, then began to scrutinize Ji Yuan before her. After a 2 to 3 second appraisal, Lei Sai suddenly asked with a serious expression. Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then cheerfully waved back at Lei Sai, thinking she was merely returning the greeting like she had with the other female sailors. Wude, witnessing this awkward misunderstanding, slapped his forehead in realization. Lei Sai is asking you a question, not greeting you. Embarrassed by the mix-up, Ji Yuan's face flushed, and she coughed lightly, shooting Wude a disgruntled glare. You're the only one who understands her. If you don't translate, how would I know she is asking me something? However, before Wude could respond, Lei Sai displayed her displeasure. Ji Yuan blinked in confusion, instinctively asking, what is she saying? Wude opened his mouth, his expression complex as he translated. Lei Sai says you are a fool for not reading the room. Ji Yuan retorted, is she not the one missing the point? She can't decipher the expressions of a creature she is meeting for the first time. Besides, How could you derive so much from a single Did she really say that? Seeing the peculiar look Ji Yuan was giving him, Wude quickly clarified, that's what Lasai said, not me. Lasai promptly nodded, then pinched Wude's waist. Wude quickly translated. Lasai says it was me who insulted you just now, not Wude. If you have an issue, take it up with me. After finishing the translation, Wude affectionately ruffled Lasai's hair, praising her as a good girl. Ji Yuan's expression grew even more peculiar as she watched this scene unfold. She began to seriously suspect that Wude was using Lasai as a mouthpiece to insult her, but she had no proof. Nonetheless, that was fine. She could gather evidence later, as she would be dealing with Wude and Lasai for a long time. So what did Lasai ask me earlier? Oh, she asked why you wanted to know why I want to join the Navy. This tongue-twisting response left Ji Yuan momentarily stunned, after processing the meaning in her mind. She finally replied, because you two will be joining me on missions in the future. Both Wude and Lasai froze in shock, their eyes widening in unison. What did you say? I said you two will be my subordinates in the future. Ji Yuan reiterated, observing Wude's expression as if he had just eaten something unpleasant, raising an eyebrow. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Wude stammered, his lips trembling, his face pale. Am I allowed to refuse? This was a joke. His earlier demeanor and words had undoubtedly offended this woman. In such a scenario, being her subordinate would surely not lead to a pleasant experience. Refusal is not an option. Can I take back my desire to join the Navy? I suddenly feel homesick. That's not an option either. With a serene expression, Shi Yuan remarked, Ms. Crane has already sent the application back to headquarters via fax. The process on their end has likely progressed significantly by now. In other words, Mr. Wude, from this moment forth, you and Lasai are now my subordinates. As subordinates, the most crucial thing is to learn to respect your superior. At this point, Shi Yuan glanced at Wude, whose complexion had turned pale, and with a hint of pride, continued, Now, let me hear you address me as General Shi Yuan. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, might cannot bend the will of a true man. This implies that one should not alter their attitude under the weight of power. Such is the essence of a true gentleman. However, there is another saying, those who know how to adapt to circumstances are the true talents. This means that those who can discern the current situation and adapt accordingly are the truly exceptional individuals. Now, a question arises. In the presence of Shi Yuan, will Wude choose to be a true gentleman or a talented individual? For some traversers endowed with formidable abilities, this may not even be a question. But Wude is different. He is a pragmatist and also a mere cog in the corporate machine. Thus, after glancing at the katana hanging at Shi Yuan's waist and contemplating the disparity in their combat capabilities and ranks, Wude decisively chose to be a talented individual. Just as Gojin endured hardship, Wude saw no reason not to follow suit. General Shi Yuan observed as Wude forced a trademark insincere smile, bowing and chuckling. As I am new here, if I have done anything amiss, I beg for your understanding. Initially, Shi Yuan intended only to assert her authority and share a light-hearted jest, but upon witnessing Wude's exaggeratedly insincere grin, which bore a striking resemblance to a street vendor trying to lure customers, her eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Could you possibly be any more disingenuous in your laughter? Wude, with a face that seemed frozen in a grin, retorted, I feel my smile is quite sincere. Enough, enough. Quickly put away that face that looks more like a cry than a smile, Shi Yuan said, lightly rubbing her forehead, her tone filled with exasperation. I was merely joking. When it comes to tasks, that's a different matter. You need not be so formal in private. I am not one to feign authority with a stern demeanor. Just be yourself. Oh, Wude replied, immediately retracting his smile. Adopting an expression of disdain, you should have said so earlier. I thought if I wasn't a bit more respectful, you would make things difficult for me. Shi Yuan's incredulity at Wude's shamelessness rendered her momentarily speechless. She had encountered shameless individuals before, but Wude's blend of adaptability and unabashedness was truly a first for her. A typical subordinate would express gratitude for their superior's leniency upon hearing such remarks. At the very least, they should cultivate a favorable impression of their superior's amiable nature. Yet, instead of gratitude, Wude seemed to harbor disdain for her. This fellow truly did not view her as an outsider. Lasai, also feeling exasperated, covered her forehead with her hand, her emotions rather complex. Wude had many commendable qualities, but his offbeat personality was somewhat vexing. Meanwhile, not far away, Crane, who had been secretly observing, couldn't suppress a slight smile as she watched the animated exchange between Wude and Shi Yuan by the ship's railing. She was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, but the atmosphere suggested they were engaged in pleasant discourse. This was a positive development, while Shi Yuan was approachable and had a good temperament. Her rank as a general and her striking beauty had left her with few friends, attracting countless suitors instead. those who trailed her from Marineford all the way to Judicial Island. However, suitors could hardly be considered friends. And since Shiwan had no intention of settling down, she maintained a rather strict distance from them. This ensured her work and private life remained undisturbed, but it was detrimental to her social interactions. As the saying goes, once a mask is worn for too long, it becomes difficult to remove. Having developed a habit of keeping distance, Shiwan had adopted a professional demeanor with everyone, rarely displaying a genuinely sincere expression. It was akin to the newly appointed Marshal of Warring States. However, the Warring States had at least 2 old comrades, such as Carp, who would occasionally drop by his office for light-hearted banter and a cup of tea, providing some relief. But Shiwan had no such luxury. Those of her rank were either lower than her or suitors, creating an awkward middle ground. Crane's insistence on pulling her into a mission was, in fact, an attempt to help her unwind and perhaps find an opportunity to speak with her dear sister about making some adjustments, at least to soften her stern demeanor. However, it seemed that there was no need for Crane to intervene now. Observing Wude, who was bouncing around after receiving a light tap on the head, Shiwan, sporting a contented expression and covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, and Laysire, whose face was etched with helplessness. Crane nodded with satisfaction. This was the outcome she had hoped for. While the mission was indeed important, it was not everything. There was no need to push oneself too hard. Wude and Laysire undoubtedly harbored secrets. But in the process of uncovering those secrets, friendships could also be forged. After all, they were not malevolent individuals, and Wude's quirky disposition could effectively temper Shiwan's stern demeanor. Subsequently, Crane turned to leave, heading towards her quarters. After long sessions utilizing observation hockey and worrying about her sister's future, she felt rather fatigued and in need of rest. Wude and Laysire hailed from a remote island in the North Sea, which was still somewhat distant from Marineford. Under typical sailing conditions, it would take over 20 days to reach headquarters. Fortunately, they traveled aboard a military vessel, aided by government-sanctioned currents, allowing them to arrive in just half a month. During this time, Wude and Laysire had certainly not been idle. As a corporate worker, Wude understood the importance of cultivating good relationships with colleagues and superiors. Thus, during this period, he leveraged Laysire's charming appearance alongside his own exceptional social skills to collect nearly everyone's din mushy numbers aboard the ship, including those of Shiwan and Crane. The latter he had requested, while the former was voluntarily provided upon their arrival. Over the course of these 2 weeks, Wude had grown quite familiar with Shiwan. Although they had yet to reach the point of sharing everything, they were in the process of transitioning from acquaintances to close friends. Their primary mode of communication consisted of playful banter. Wude would say A. Shiwan would respond with B, and Laysire would chime in with C, resulting in a delightful dissonance. Typically, this led to Wude receiving a few bumps on the head, bouncing around the ship, with Shiwan and Laysire erupting into laughter. Through their interactions, Wude naturally gleaned some personal details about Shiwan, such as her multitude of suitors and the fact that her din mushy number could fetch an astonishing price of up to 100,000 berries in Marineford. As a newcomer with not a single berry to his name, Wude found himself deep in thought while staring at the small piece of paper bearing that string of numbers. Should he sell it? Or perhaps sell it? But before Wude could ponder further, Shiwan's languid voice floated into his ear. If you dare sell my din mushy number, I won't hesitate to take personal revenge by tripling or quadrupling your training regimen. Upon hearing this, Wude instantly adopted a posture of utmost respect, placing the small slip of paper into his chest pocket with a reverent flourish. Rest assured, General Shiwan, even if I have to beg on the streets with Laysire, I would never engage in actions that would dishonor our relationship. He then formally saluted her, wishing his eyes would stop fluttering nervously. Look at that expression of yours, Shiwan scoffed, pulling out a bundle of berries from her pocket and tossing it to Wude. Here are 100,000 berries. It should be sufficient for you and Laysire to eat and drink for this period. Wude instinctively accepted the sum and, after a moment of contemplation, timidly inquired, "Is this a salary advance or a personal sponsorship?" Shiwan's incredulous expression at his stinginess nearly made her laugh in exasperation. "It's a personal sponsorship." "Ah, I knew it, General Shiwan. You are both beautiful and kind-hearted." Upon receiving an affirmative response, Wude's demeanor instantly transformed. His face lit up with delight as he tucked away the 100,000 berries. In truth, even if he had not mentioned it, I was well aware that this was undoubtedly a personal sponsorship. Considering our relationship, enough of the trivialities, Shiwan interjected sharply, her eyes narrowing. That 100,000 is not a gift without strings attached. Do not forget your promise to me. Fear not, fear not, Wude reassured her, patting his chest. Isn't it merely cooking for you? A trivial matter. Having lost his parents at a young age and with no siblings, Wude possessed exceptional culinary skills. which served as a primary reason for his swift rapport with the crew aboard the vessel. The allure of traditional Huaxia home-cooked meals was undeniable. It is worth emphasizing that Wude's expertise lay solely in home-style dishes. Being from northeast China, he was unfamiliar with elaborate recipes. However, he could effortlessly whip up hearty meals like chicken stewed with mushrooms and pork with cabbage and vermicelli. Since Wude had taken over the kitchen, the ship's head chef had been relegated to a subordinate role, and in just half a month, the crew had collectively gained an average of 3 pounds. Shiwan and Crane were no exceptions. However, while Crane, being of mature age, was indifferent to the weight gain, the slender and graceful Shiwan found it somewhat intolerable. She wished to resolutely refuse the indulgence of excessive eating to maintain her figure, but was unwilling to part with Wude's culinary creations. Thus, after careful contemplation, she made a decision. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. For every pound Wude had helped her gain, she would insist on an equal measure of combat training. This way, she could shed some weight, hone the skills of her future subordinates, and simultaneously establish her authority as a commander, truly a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Having reassessed her thoughts and found no issues, Shiwan nodded with satisfaction before turning to Wude to discuss serious matters. The new recruit's reporting area is located to the right of the port, in that tower-like building, she indicated. In 2 hours. We shall convene there, so do not wander too far with Laisai. Just meander around that vicinity, though, and there's no need to look for housing. You will be accommodated in the dormitory. The mention of this. Wude nodded vigorously during the first half of her statement, but suddenly halted, bewildered, upon hearing the latter part. But how can I prepare your bento if we are in a dormitory? Shiwan was equally taken aback, her brows knitting together. This was indeed a dilemma. The naval dormitories lacked kitchens, and new recruits typically dined in the mess hall. Laisai suddenly raised her hand, blinking innocently as she inquired. Borrowing the kitchen from the mess hall is not impossible. Shiwan mused, having spent half a month with Laisai and grasping some of her speech, but the matron in charge of the mess is notoriously stubborn. She may not be inclined to grant me any favors. Then Laisai, and I will have to find a place to rent. Wude shrugged. Surely the Navy has a day student policy. If not, you will have to endure until we set sail, and then I can prepare for you. Upon hearing this, Shiwan's frown deepened. The day student policy did indeed exist, but it was generally only applied to locals from Meriford. New recruits did not receive salaries until after completing a mission and being officially appointed. And even Wude, with his connections, could not circumvent this rule. Shiwan could arrange for Wude to become a day student, but the question of where to procure funds for renting a place loomed large. She had no qualms about covering the costs, as her salary was quite substantial, making rent a trivial burden. She would merely consider it hiring a chef. However, her intention was to have Wude stay in the dormitory. Establishing a network of relationships through shared living conditions was an essential lesson for every new recruit. It not only enhanced cohesion within the naval community but also allowed the trainees to mutually supervise one another and grow rapidly, a benefit with no drawbacks. For Wude and Laisai, who had been isolated from human society for over a year, this was even more crucial. Though Shiwan had a penchant for indulgence, she would not jeopardize Wude and Laisai's futures for her desires. Moreover, having already regarded them as friends and trusted subordinates, such selfishness was out of the question. Yet if they resided in the dormitory, how would she manage her bentos? She intended to stay in Meriford for at least a month, primarily for debriefing, but also to nurture Wude and observe Laisai. Therefore, even if she wished to depart, Crane would undoubtedly insist she remain. In previous times, such a task, akin to an extended vacation, would have delighted her. But now, it was different. The thought of abstaining from Huaxia cuisine for a month filled her with dread. She could only imagine how ravenous she would become upon setting sail. By that time, 3 pounds would hardly suffice. She estimated it would be closer to 10. After briefly envisioning herself as a roly-poly ball, Shiwan couldn't help but shudder, covered in goosebumps. No, this absolutely cannot happen. I will devise a solution to this problem. You need not worry, she declared, her eyes seemingly ablaze as she gazed at Wude and Laisai, who, bewildered, nodded in agreement as they watched her depart the port. It seems you two are getting along quite well, Crane remarked, observing their interaction. Building rapport with superiors is a necessary course for subordinates, and given Shiwan's amiable nature, it was no surprise that Laisai had taken a liking to Wude. She instinctively responded, only to realize midway through that the voice sounded somewhat familiar. General he. There's no need for such alarm, Crane chuckled, nodding at the astonished Wude before greeting Laisai. I consider myself quite approachable. Indeed, you are correct. Wude replied awkwardly, offering a nervous smile, while Laisai bowed respectfully. The contrast between their respectful demeanor towards Crane and their more casual interaction with Shiwan was striking. Crane sensed this disparity but did not dwell on it, as it was common for younger individuals to exhibit such behavior towards their elders. However, she was aware that some matters were indeed within her purview to assist with. I overheard your earlier conversation. Shiwan wishes for you to prepare bentos but is unsure how to borrow the kitchen from the mess hall, correct? Wude nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes. Then please inform her that I will speak to Mary about it. So she does not lose face, Crane instructed. After a moment's thought, she added, if possible, could you prepare a few extra portions daily? I would also like to sample your creations. Of course, that's a minor request. Wude readily agreed. But could you specify how many extra portions? 3, Crane replied, envisioning the familiar faces of Carp and Sangoku, and then jesting, perhaps I could leverage your meals to cultivate some connections. You jest. Wude responded, fully aware of the implications of her words, yet striving to maintain a modest demeanor. As long as you enjoy them, there's no need for formality. Crane, being a perceptive elder, noticed the glimmer of joy in Wude's eyes but chose not to address it directly. Instead, she smiled and nodded, exchanging pleasantries before heading to the headquarters for her debriefing. Once Crane had departed, Wude let out a deep sigh, murmuring, dealing with old foxes is truly exhausting. Lasai tugged at Wude's sleeve. I know there are many ears around, but we aren't surrounded by too many people right now. I merely wanted to vent, he replied, bending down to scoop Lasai into his arms as they strolled toward the new recruit training camp. Engaging in hushed conversation, compared to Crane, it seems you prefer Shiwan, he noted. Lasai nodded in agreement. Wude, taken aback, remarked, does she resemble me? I don't see it. Simple personality, Lasai suggested. Reflecting on Shiwan's usual demeanor, Wude instinctively bared his teeth. I find her quite perceptive. She often wears a serious expression when not chatting with us. Lasai, with her hands on her hips and a pouting expression, displayed her dissatisfaction. Observing this, Wude hastily attempted to soothe her. Oh dear, I am not questioning your judgment. I merely find it astounding. After all, I have spent over half a month with her and can sense that she is quite a decent person. However, my feelings certainly cannot compare to yours, given your ability to perceive human emotions and discern good from evil. At this juncture, Wude paused momentarily before inquiring, on a related note. Miss Crane is depicted as a rather upright character in the comic, and I feel she is not lacking in reality either. Why, then, do you harbor such a strong wariness towards her? Lasai did not respond immediately. Instead, she contemplated for a moment before solemnly stating, woo-woo, because she is exceedingly clever and harbors suspicion towards you. Perhaps even malice. Upon hearing this, Wude's brow furrowed immediately. He could comprehend her wariness, but the notion of her harboring ill will was somewhat perplexing. Aside from his extraordinary regenerative abilities and the power of blood to ignite flames, Wude considered himself no different from an ordinary person, especially since he had not revealed either of those abilities. The only aspect he had exposed was his capacity to obscure the observation haki. Yet even he was uncertain of the origin of this peculiar skill. Could Ms. Crane's malice stem from this? Indeed, such an ability might hold some merit in the pirate-laden world of One Piece, which heavily relies on haki, but surely it would not incite unwarranted animosity from a principled veteran marine. Had Ms. Crane perhaps suffered a loss due to this ability? Yet, Wude could not recall any mention in the original narrative of someone capable of nullifying observation haki. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, a sense of curiosity and unease began to brew within him. Lasai, perceptive of these emotions, tugged at Wude's collar and urged, Woo-woo, stop overthinking. We shall accept what comes and respond accordingly. I will protect you, but I cannot forever remain in your shadow. Coming back to his senses, Wude gently ruffled Lasai's hair and replied softly, I am neither your trainer nor your master. We are companions sharing this journey, akin to family, and family does not involve unilateral contributions, but rather mutual support. Therefore, I shall strive to grow swiftly, to reach a level where I can fight alongside you. As he reminisced about the moment he first encountered Lasai, a radiant smile graced his face. Together as siblings, we shall conquer all. Woo-woo, Lasai laughed joyfully, although her smile seemed to convey that her somewhat oblivious younger brother had finally matured and learned to care for his sister, causing a flutter in Wude's heart. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he did indeed resemble a younger sibling. Aside from logistical tasks, most of the arduous work had been shouldered by Lasai in social interactions. It was even more pronounced, except for his dealings with Guion. He relied heavily on Lasai, even in matters requiring insight. He found her understanding to surpass his own. Thus, even if Wude wished to retort or assert his status within the family, he lacked the standing to do so. It was truly a melancholic tale. After the tender moment, it was time for a leisurely sightseeing excursion. Although it lasted only a brief 2 hours, Wude and Leisire thoroughly relished this time together. Particularly for Wude, the sight of the bustling commercial street, alive with the sounds of traffic and chatter, nearly brought him to tears. Prior to his crossing into this world, he had been an ordinary citizen, devoid of any extraordinary experiences or hidden identities as a special forces operative. Thus, his mindset could not possibly be as steadfast as that of other transmigrators. Even after enduring over a year of survival on a deserted island, he remained unchanged, perhaps even more eager to engage with others. After all, humans are social creatures, and interacting with one's kind is ingrained in our DNA. While Leisire could communicate, she remained, after all, not human. Consequently, in the commercial district near the new recruit training camp, Wude, resembling a social misfit, seized every opportunity to converse with passers-by. Even when entering a specialty store to purchase something, he would engage the shopkeeper in lengthy discussions, transitioning from local specialties to global affairs. Then back again. From the southern seas to the northern shores, it was as if the entire world lay within Wude's grasp, leaving his listeners in a state of bewilderment. Moreover, the shopkeeper dared not dismiss Wude, for he was clad in a Navy officer's uniform. In Marineford, being a Marine is a position of honor. They risk their lives to maintain maritime peace and safeguard the safety of civilians, earning the respect of the island's inhabitants, including shopkeepers. Yet, who could have imagined that a loquacious Marine existed within their ranks, and Wude was no ordinary chatterbox. He was an officer who engaged in conversation with a fervor that could even elicit a greeting to a passing dog. The shopkeeper attempted to interject numerous times, but alas, he found no opportunity. While most individuals require pauses for breath or to sip water during prolonged conversations, Wude seemed immune to such physiological needs. His mouth firing away like a machine gun with infinite ammunition, relentless and unyielding. Meanwhile, Leisire appeared to have anticipated Wude's social exuberance and had already retrieved a sum of 10,000 berries from his pocket. Making her way to a CAF across the street where she engaged with onlooking young ladies while savoring her ice cream. Preparing to return once Wude regained his composure. A cute and well-mannered creature capable of comprehending human speech naturally drew a considerable amount of business for the CAF. Evident from the beaming smile of the CAF owner. On the other hand, the specialty store owner, ensnared in Wude's relentless chatter, cast glances toward the bustling CAF before surveying his own desolate shop. Feeling as though his head was spinning and stars were flashing before his eyes. He had no idea when this seemingly deranged Navy officer would depart, but he knew that his day's profits had taken a significant hit. Fortunately, just as he was about to succumb to despair, an extraordinarily beautiful, high-ranking Navy officer emerged, rescuing him from his plight. I apologize for the trouble caused by my subordinate, Guillaume remarked. Her face darkened with displeasure as she dropped 2,000 berries before seizing Wude by the collar and dragging him away from the commercial street as if he were a lifeless dog. Upon witnessing this, Leisire quickly finished her ice cream, disregarding the infatuated gazes of the young ladies around her, and hastened to follow. Moments later, at the entrance of the new recruit training camp, Wude, sporting a sizable bump on his head, stood before Guillaume, whose expression was as dark as a pot's bottom, while Leisire stood to the side, arms crossed, wearing an amused expression. This peculiar trio caught the attention of passers-by, primarily due to the striking presence of Guillaume and Leisire. One was adorable, the other enchanting, making Wude's unremarkable appearance with a bump on his head seem rather inconspicuous. Clearly, the public setting was not suitable for reprimanding a subordinate, as it would not only embarrass Wude but would also reflect poorly on Guillaume's authority. Yet, the gravity of Wude's misdeeds was simply too egregious to overlook. Thus, Guillaume could not restrain herself any longer and decided to scold Wude. Do you understand where you went wrong? I do, Wude replied glumly. Casting a furtive glance at Guillaume, I should not have kept my superior waiting for over an hour on my first day. I acknowledge my mistake and reflect deeply upon it. Upon hearing this, Leisire slapped her forehead with an audible sound. Woo-woo fool. Wude, momentarily taken aback by Leisire's remark, struggled to grasp the situation. Was Guillaume not upset because he had lost track of time while engrossed in conversation? Before he could voice his confusion, Guillaume's teeth gritted audibly reached his ears. Do you think my anger is solely due to your tardiness? Witnessing Guillaume's clenched teeth and slightly trembling hands, it was evident that she was quite furious, prompting Wude to instinctively retract his neck. But for what reason? Of course, it's because you were acting like a maniac in the commercial street, holding others captive in conversation. You brought disgrace upon both the Navy and me. Guillaume yearned to unleash this roar, but with the crowd gathering around them, she was compelled to take a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger and blood pressure. We'll discuss this later. Guion cast a sidelong glance at Wude, then seized his arm and pulled him into the new recruits training camp. Lei Sai followed closely behind, shaking her head in resignation as she walked. In truth, she could have forcibly interrupted Wude's embarrassing antics and ensured they arrived at the training camp on time. But upon witnessing the cheerful and carefree expression on his face as he engaged in idle chatter, her heart softened, and she could not bring herself to intervene. Nevertheless, despite her compassion, she had no intention of defending Wude. He had indeed brought shame upon Guion and the Navy, and if he were to receive a beating, so be it. After all, Guion wouldn't kill him. It would merely serve as a lesson. Under Guion's guidance, Wude and Lei Sai traversed the bustling hall, taking a special passage directly to the registration room. "Welcome back, Major Guion," greeted the Marine responsible for registration, saluting her before turning to Wude, who appeared timid and whose eyes darted around nervously. "Is this Mr. Wude?" "Yes," Guion replied, casting a glance at Wude before gesturing toward Lei Sai, who was curiously surveying her surroundings. "This little creature beside him is Lei Sai. Please register her as well. She will be joining him in the elite class." The registrar, who had been diligently writing, paused in surprise, looking bewilderedly at Lei Sai. He had assumed this little creature was Wude's pet, which would soon be sent away, as pets were not permitted in the new recruits' dormitory. However, no one expected Guion to instruct him to register Lei Sai as well. "Isn't this against the rules?" "Just follow my instructions," Guion replied nonchalantly. "This is Ms. Crane's arrangement." With Guion's assertion, the registrar had no choice but to comply. Yet, less than 10 seconds later, the registrar furrowed his brow as though confronted with a significant dilemma. Guion raised an eyebrow. "What now? What should I put for her species?" the registrar asked, glancing at Lei Sai. "I've never seen this kind of creature before. Is she a fish person?" "Fool," Lei Sai retorted, placing her hands on her hips and puffing out her cheeks, clearly incensed. The registrar was taken aback. She could understand human speech? "She is very intelligent, so I suggest you refrain from speaking carelessly," Guion remarked, gently tapping Wude on the head. Wude understood immediately and bent down to lift Lei Sai, beginning to coax his little ancestor into a cheerful mood. Watching this scene, the registrar wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and murmured, "But I can't leave the species field blank. Major Guion. Do you know what species this little creature belongs to?" Guion shook her head slightly. She certainly had no idea what species Lei Sai was, or indeed, very few people in the world did. However, before Guion could inquire, Wude interjected, "Let us put Shanaido for her species." The registrar and Guion both paused in surprise. Shanaido, is that really her species name? Why is it so long? "No, it's Nado, not Shanaido," Wude quickly clarified. "That's her species name." The registrar's face was filled with confusion, clearly wanting to ask more, but Guion silenced him with a glance, compelling him to dutifully lower his head and continue writing the document. With the species name resolved, the subsequent information could be processed according to protocol. Moments later, Guion emerged from the registration room holding 2 A4 sheets of paper, flanked by Wude and Lei Sai, who both carried identical papers as they made their way toward the elite class. During this journey, Guion quietly voiced her curiosity. "It's not quite normal to make an error regarding a species name. Are you hiding something from me?" Such a personal inquiry would have been unthinkable for Guion to pose when Wude first boarded the ship. But now that they had grown familiar, certain topics could be addressed more naturally. This was also part of Ms. Crane's task for her, to delve into the secrets surrounding Lei Sai and Wude. Of course, apart from the task, Guion was genuinely intrigued. Wude, though somewhat naive, was not foolish. He was aware that Guion's close proximity was not without ulterior motives. However, he was unconcerned, as Lei Sai had no aversion to Guion and even seemed to like her, which was sufficient proof that this woman bore him no ill will and perhaps even harbored a hint of kindness. Her inquiries were merely to satisfy her curiosity and fulfill her assignment. Furthermore, Lei Sai had mentioned that Guion truly regarded them as friends, and in matters of friendship, sincerity was paramount. Thus, Wude did not overthink it and directly stated, "Lei Sai will evolve." Evolve, the term, rarely encountered in everyday life, left Guion's mind swirling with questions. "What do you mean?" "It means that once Lei Sai accumulates enough power, her size and appearance will undergo a dramatic transformation, and her strength will experience exponential growth." As Wude explained, he affectionately ruffled Lei Sai's head. Currently, Lei Sai is in the 2nd stage of evolution, and in the future, she will evolve to the 3rd stage, which is the final stage. The species name for the 3rd stage is Nado. Guion attentively absorbed this wealth of information. then continued the conversation. What are the names of the first and second stages? The first stage is Ralulasis, which is also the reason I named her Lasai R. The second stage is Kairurian, which is the stage Lasai R is currently in. Having said that, Wude handed Lasai R over to Gion, who, after a brief moment of surprise, reached out to accept her, looking down at Lasai R, who gazed back up at her with her bright red eyes. Gion couldn't help but smile slightly. This was the first time she held Lasai R, and the first time she viewed her from this angle. So, isn't she adorable? Indeed, she is quite charming, Gion replied, mirroring Wude's actions by gently ruffling Lasai R's head. She soon understood why Wude enjoyed doing that so much. The texture was simply delightful. What will Lasai R look like after evolving into Shanaido? Gion inquired, her hands still resting on Lasai R's head, though now she was merely caressing rather than ruffling. Lasai R showed no signs of discontent. Instead, she began to hum softly, clearly enjoying the moment. Sensing that his plan to charm was effective, Wude cheerfully remarked, "It's hard to describe exactly what she'll look like, but her height will definitely increase significantly, and her appearance will change dramatically." Gion quickly asked, "How much taller?" "She will be completely different from how she is now." Wude recalled the appearance of Shanaido from the game while contemplating reality, guessing that she would likely grow to at least 170 meters tall and become even more beautiful. Her red horns would shift from her head to her chest, and overall, she would be more visually appealing than before. Although he spoke with conviction, Wude harbored his own uncertainties, particularly regarding height. He recalled that in the game, Kalulian was quite diminutive, seemingly under 1 meter tall. Yet now, Lasai R stood at an impressive 1 meter 30. Based on this observation, Wude speculated that once Lasai R evolved, it would likely surpass him in height, possibly even reaching the same stature as Ji Yuan. In the world of One Piece, regardless of gender, heights tended to be quite exaggerated. Ji Yuan herself stood at an imposing 1 meter 96, towering over Wude by a full head. It remained unclear whether Lasai's unusual height was a consequence of some divine influence or the result of her peculiar training regimen. In contrast to Wude, whose thoughts were often chaotic, Ji Yuan fell into contemplation after hearing his words. Beyond the sheer volume of information conveyed, this statement revealed another significant detail. Wude had witnessed Lasai R in her third stage and possessed a considerable understanding of her. Did this imply that Lasai R was a common creature in Wude's homeland, or at the very least, not a rarity? In other words, if one could locate Wude's homeland, it would be tantamount to discovering the habitat of Lasai R. As this realization struck her, a flicker of enigmatic light flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. This was crucial intelligence that needed to be reported. It was certainly not because she yearned for her own Lasai R. However, the island known as Northeast Island was unfamiliar to her. While islands named after directions existed, they were indeed quite rare. Never mind. I'll report this as it is and let the higher-ups deal with the headache, she thought, shaking her head gently to dispel her disordered thoughts. She continued to stroke Lasai's head as she made her way towards the elite class. Wude was, in essence, a paradoxical individual. While one might label him timid, he could brazenly engage Ji Yuan in conversation and even spend over 2 hours chatting with a specialty shop owner on the street. Yet, when faced with entering a classroom and meeting new classmates and teachers, he would become so anxious that sweat would bead on his forehead. Observing Wude, who appeared as though he had just emerged from a pool, Ji Yuan found herself perplexed. She mused that he had not seemed this nervous in her presence alongside he. Back in the Naval Inquiry Room, he had even dared to lounge casually while bantering with her. Now, he was merely to greet his classmates and teachers and introduce himself. What was there to be anxious about? Upon hearing Ji Yuan's question, Wude's expression fell instantly. How could this moment compare to that one? What difference does it make? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow. You converse with me calmly, and at times even dare to speak impertinently. Very few in the naval headquarters would address me so. Aren't we familiar? Wude pointed to the classroom door, his eyes welling with tears. But those inside are different. It's our first meeting. What if I blurt something out and provoke the school bully? Wouldn't I be bullied for the rest of my days? Then why aren't you afraid of provoking me? Ji Yuan exclaimed, astonished, as if she had heard something truly unbelievable. I am a vice admiral, far more formidable than any school bully. But you seem very easygoing, Wude replied without a second thought, and besides, I enjoy teasing you. Your angry face is quite amusing. What are you saying, you fool? Lasai interrupted, and it was only then that Wude realized what he had just uttered. Ji Yuan's face flushed crimson, her expression one of barely restrained fury, her right fist raised in preparation. Wude sighed deeply and lowered his head in submission. Please go easy on me. I'm afraid of pain. With a resounding bang, the corridor fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Moments later, the classroom door swung open. Ji Yuan, Her face darkened like a soot-stained pot, entered first while Wude, sporting a large bump on his head, followed closely behind. The students in the classroom scrutinized Wude with curiosity. The sound of the fist meeting flesh in the corridor had been deafening loud enough for even the hard of hearing to catch. They were eager to discover what this new classmate had done to provoke Vice Admiral Ji Yuan to such a degree. The teacher responsible for the cultural lessons was equally intrigued, but faced with Ji Yuan's stern countenance, he could only swallow his questions and cautiously inquire, "Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, is this the new transfer student?" Ji Yuan nodded impassively, then lightly kicked Wude, giving him a pointed glare. "Stop looking down and introduce yourself. My name is Wude. I am 26 or 27 years old, male, fond of women, and enjoy playing basketball. I hope to coexist peacefully with everyone in this academic journey and progress together." As Wude rambled on, he seized the opportunity to gauge his future classmates. To his surprise, the spacious classroom accommodated only 4 students, one of whom looked strikingly familiar. Judging by the cigar hanging from his chest and his face, which bore a resemblance to a loan shark, it was highly likely to be Smoker. The storyline officially commenced in the year 1520. While the current year was 1510, it was entirely plausible for Smoker to be training at the naval headquarters. It seemed the elite class was indeed composed solely of top-tier individuals, as those lacking the requisite skills were unqualified to sit there. Yet, what perplexed him was the presence of a young girl among them, appearing to be around 17 or 18. A prodigious child. Perhaps, Ji Yuan possessed no telepathic abilities and was unaware of Wude's thoughts. Observing the boy's incessant chatter, which had veered towards global affairs, she swiftly kicked him, interrupting his monologue. Meanwhile, the teacher, who had witnessed the entire exchange, wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze darting between Ji Yuan and Wude. He noted that their dynamic was one that few could replicate. Ji Yuan's earlier kick had not been gentle, and had it struck him, he likely would have collapsed on the spot. Yet, the young man named Wude merely swayed slightly, not even uttering a sound of pain. No wonder he was allowed to transfer. He certainly had some prowess. "Welcome to the Navy," Wude, the cultural teacher, said, his mouth moving as quickly as his thoughts. After delivering the customary welcome, he gestured for the students to applaud. He indicated that Wude could choose any seat he liked. Following the scattered applause, Wude made his way to a seat at the third row, against the wall. Once he was settled, the teacher turned to Ji Yuan. "Wasn't there another transfer student? She hasn't arrived late?" Ji Yuan shook her head, placing Laysire on the podium. "The second transfer student is me. You may call her Laysire." The teacher and students, confronted with the bewildered expressions of those around her, Laysire raised her small hand, cheerfully exclaiming, "Woo." The teacher and students, they could sense that this little creature was attempting to introduce herself. But the issue was, who could possibly comprehend her? Her calls were indeed adorable, yet everyone struggled to grasp their meaning. Moreover, what did it signify that a small creature could be a Marine and even join the elite class? Had Vice Admiral Ji Yuan lost her mind due to Wude's antics? "This is Ms. He's intent," Ji Yuan interrupted, well aware of the teacher's unspoken questions. Moreover, Laysire is very intelligent. She can understand human speech and possesses considerable strength. You may hold her to the same standards as the elite students. Upon hearing this, Laysire nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Woo." The teacher, recognizing that the Vice Admiral had spoken, realized he had no grounds to refute her. Furthermore, judging by the gleam in the eyes of the 2 female students in the class, it seemed this little creature would integrate smoothly. However, a pressing concern remained. "I cannot comprehend her speech," he said with a wry smile, raising his hands in resignation. "I don't mind having an intelligent little creature in class, but how do we communicate? Consult Wude," Ji Yuan remarked, casting a glance at the boy, who was attempting to hide his head in the proverbial sand. "Laysire is his family. He can serve as her translator." In the instant the words fell, every individual in the classroom turned their gaze towards Wude, particularly the 2 female students, their eyes gleaming like searchlights. Realizing that subtlety was no longer an option, Wude could only let out a soft sigh, acknowledging that he indeed could serve as a translator. With the final shortcoming addressed, the teacher could merely nod in resignation and, as per tradition, welcomed Laysire, inviting her to find a seat. Subsequently, Laysire, under the watchful eyes of all, hopped over to Wude and leaped into his embrace. For Laysire, the most suitable place was invariably Wude's arms. Besides, the desks and chairs were rather too high for her, rendering her unable to see anything when seated. Not to mention the discomfort was no match for Wude's lap. Naturally, Wude did not mind Laysire sitting on his legs. Yet he was somewhat perturbed by the stares of the 2 female students. To be frank, their gazes were becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Wude feared that, once class was dismissed, those 2 might come over and devour him whole. Just as Wude felt as though he were being scrutinized as if clad in woolen undergarments, the teacher suddenly clapped her hands, providing him with a reprieve. All right, students, the arrival of a new classmate is indeed a joyous occasion. But we must not let it delay today's lesson. As she spoke, she glanced at the unyielding Gun. Gun, I believe today is your class. Indeed, I will be leading the class for the entire day. Gun replied coolly, casting a disbelieving glance at Wude. Everyone, gather on the playground. Yes, aside from their cultural studies, the recruits often participated in physical education classes. After all, to protect civilians and combat pirates, a robust physique was indispensable. Furthermore, the elite class students, in addition to the fundamental physical education, underwent combat training, such as martial arts, swordsmanship, and the six styles. The instructors were no longer mere training camp teachers, but rather experienced individuals like brigadier generals, major generals, and retired admirals. The current admiral would also occasionally step in as an instructor, although those who did so were generally the more leisurely ones. Akainu and Kazara rarely made appearances. The former was preoccupied with capturing pirates and promoting justice, while the latter simply could not be bothered. Only Akiji displayed a genuine concern for the development of the next generation of recruits. The brigadier generals, too, were busy enhancing their strength and earning merits, eager for promotion, and thus had little time to serve as instructors. Therefore, only the relatively free and less burdened vice admirals could consistently and reliably fulfill the role of instructor. Gun was among the best of them. Recently promoted, she relished the experience of training newcomers, particularly since if she found a suitable student, she could prioritize them as her subordinate, one of the advantages of being an instructor. Another benefit was the opportunity to settle personal scores under the guise of training. Stand up, no lying down. Observing Wude sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, Gun swung her wooden sword and sternly commanded, "The enemy will not grant you a moment's respite, but we are not enemies." Wude retorted without lifting his head, breathless. "Moreover, you've been beating me for over an hour. This isn't fair. Go find someone else to spar with." With that, Wude pointed towards the other students, who had completed their basic exercises and were currently spectating, raising an eyebrow at Gun, implying that she should divert her attention elsewhere and allow him a moment to rest. However, Gun pretended not to see, taking a step towards Wude and swinging her wooden sword at his head. Wude reacted swiftly, rolling away to evade the strike, then seizing his own wooden sword to block Gun's incoming vertical slash. This series of impressive maneuvers drew applause from the onlookers, who gradually acknowledged this unexpected transfer student. After all, not everyone could respond so quickly after engaging in an intense one-hour spar with Vice Admiral Gun. Not to mention, based solely on Wude's endurance, he was indeed worthy of being in the elite class. Yet, facing Gun, Wude had no inclination to ponder trivial matters. He tightened every muscle in his body, struggling to withstand the pressure of Gun's wooden sword, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "This is personal revenge. I want to make your bento tomorrow. Then I shall triple your training regimen," Gun replied, gradually increasing her force, a mocking smile spreading across her face. "I will be here at the headquarters for the entire month. So think carefully." This disheartening revelation caused Wude to instinctively widen his eyes. "You're threatening me." Gun shot back, her eyes narrowing. "So what if I am? Then I concede." Wude, unable to endure any longer, gritted his teeth and pleaded, "Have mercy on me. For tomorrow's lunch, I want stir-fried tomatoes with eggs and sautéed pork. For dinner, I want spicy tofu skin and sweet and sour pork," Gun stated after a moment of thought. "Let's keep breakfast light, soy milk and fried dough sticks." All right, no problem," Wude nodded repeatedly, his legs trembling. "I promise to meet your demands, so please, spare me. This time, I shall let you off," Gun replied, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips as she withdrew her wooden sword. Freed from her grasp, Wude unceremoniously plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. "After such intense training, do not sit on the ground to rest," Gun remarked, lightly kicking Wude. "Get up and walk around to relax your muscles. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Aware that Gun was looking out for him, Wude, for once, refrained from arguing and, gritting his teeth, stood up and began to stroll slowly around the playground. Gun observed him, nodding slightly, before addressing the other students. "Smoker, you're next." The future Captain Smoker wasted no time and immediately stood up to approach Gun. Seizing the opportunity, Laisai also got up and hurried over to Wude, accompanied by 2 female students and a male student. "I'm fine, just a bit tired," Wude paused, bending down to scoop Laisai up, then greeted the other 3. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Wude, Hanai," said a girl with long pink hair, a striking figure, and a cigarette delicately held in her hand. I look forward to your guidance. I'm Lilith, chimed in a vibrant young woman, seemingly around 17 or 18, with a single ponytail and a height just above 1.60 meters. Don't be fooled by my height. I'm 22 this year, an adult, and quite formidable. After her declaration, Lilith patted her companion, a burly figure that seemed to tower like a 2-meter-high iron tower. This is my older brother, by blood. Grumbled, hello, Wude, taken aback, glanced up at the towering then down at Lilith, who barely reached his arm, instinctively exclaiming, by blood. Lilith nodded vigorously, by blood. Wude opened his mouth to pose some questions but, considering his current state, realized he was unlikely to win against this iron tower of a brother, so he chose to remain silent. Merely appeared intimidating, and I noticed the hint of apprehension in Wude's gaze and remarked, but he actually has a lovely personality. He is a warm-hearted fellow, just a bit reserved. Hanai is right. My brother is very kind, Lilith added with a cheerful smile. You could even insult him in front of him. And it wouldn't matter. Hearing this, Wude curiously glanced up at once more, only to find that was also looking at him. The height difference, combined with the backlighting and the unexpected eye contact, created a rather intense moment. Amidst the convergence of a multitude of objective factors, Wude found himself utterly startled by Del, his complexion nearly turning a shade of green. Observing this reaction, Del remained silent, retreating several paces to maintain a safe distance from Wude. This small habit suggested that he was accustomed to scaring others. After all, his towering height was intimidating, but his imposing, muscular frame, resembling an inverted triangle, was particularly daunting. Lilith, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness. Her elder brother was inherently reticent, and coupled with his exaggerated physique, he had scarcely any friends. In fact, during his early days in the Navy, he had suffered discrimination and bullying. Fortunately, after joining the elite class, where everyone was somewhat peculiar, such trivial matters ceased to matter. Moreover, her brother possessed a genuinely amiable disposition, appearing intimidating only at first glance, and she firmly believed that Wude would eventually adapt. Thus, her concerns were more directed toward the creature nestled in Wude's embrace. Leisai, may I ask you a question? She inquired, her eyes gleaming with mischief. What is it? Wude responded, intrigued by her playful demeanor. Leisai is your pet. Correct? Lilith pointed at Leisai, continuing, this is the first time I've encountered such an adorable creature. Where can one purchase one? Both Jinai and Del perked up, eager to hear Wude's response. However, unbeknownst to them, such seemingly innocuous inquiry struck at the very core of Wude's sensitivities. Leisai is not a pet. She is my family. After a moment of silence, Wude inhaled deeply, lowering his gaze slightly, obscuring his eyes from the trio before him. She is not something that can be bought. There is no place in this world where one could acquire her. She is unique. With that, he clasped Leisai tightly, refraining from further words. Lilith was momentarily taken aback, wishing to continue the conversation, but both Jinai and Del simultaneously placed a hand on her shoulder. Turning her head in confusion, she noticed her brother and her friend gently shaking their heads, signaling her to refrain from pursuing the matter further. Puzzled, Lilith scratched her head, wondering why her previous remarks had warranted such a reaction. In contrast to the somewhat clumsy Lilith, Jinai and Del were more astute observers, possessing a keen sense of perception. Although Wude concealed his feelings well, the fleeting flicker of ferocity and anger in his eyes had not escaped their notice. He cared deeply for Leisai, immensely so, unable to tolerate anyone referring to her as a mere pet, let alone questioning her origin. After silently cataloging their new classmates' sensitive areas, Jinai exchanged a glance with Del and turned to Wude, saying, you and Leisai should take some time to rest. We can converse later. General Guion is calling for us. Without waiting for Wude's reply, Jinai turned and departed, with Del lifting the bewildered Lilith onto his shoulder as they followed suit. Wait, why are you all leaving so suddenly? We were having a good conversation. Lilith's disappointment was palpable. If only your emotional intelligence matched your intellect, she lamented. What? Are you attacking my character now? My emotional intelligence is quite high. Thank you very much. Right, brother? Perhaps, he replied nonchalantly. What do you mean, perhaps? Explain yourself. Amidst the distant echoes of their banter, Wude couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Leisai, do you think I'm being overly sensitive? They clearly meant no harm, yet I reacted so strongly. Well, it is a bit excessive, Leisai replied, gently comforting him by touching his arm. They are unaware of my origins. It's only natural for them to ask such questions. Upon hearing Leisai acknowledge this, Wude's expression fell. But I truly despise when others refer to you as a pet, especially when Lilith inquired about where to buy you. You must learn to adapt. Wude, Leisai said with a patient smile. To those who meet me for the first time, I do indeed appear pet-like. This perception is quite normal in a world devoid of Pokémon, however. Such notions will dissipate as your relationship deepens and understanding grows. Much like with Guion. Thus, you must learn to adapt, for if you fixate on this issue, you may find yourself friendless in the future, and I do not wish for you to become increasingly reclusive and irritable because of me. That would be detrimental for you, for me, and for those around you. At this juncture, Lacey reached up to caress Wude's cheek. Oh, please promise me. Do not dwell on this any longer, all right? Her heartfelt words left Wude in contemplative silence. Engaging in an internal struggle, throughout this period, Lacey watched him with concern, fearful that he might not come to terms with the situation. Thankfully, he did. I promise you. I assure you that I will not act that way again. I will apologize to them later. I'm sorry for worrying you. Lacey's face lit up with joy. Now that is my Wude. Just as Wude was about to respond, Guion's voice rang out unexpectedly in his ear. It seems you've come to an understanding, Guion. Wude exclaimed, startled, turning sharply while placing a hand over his heart. Eyes wide. Aren't you supposed to be in class? How did you find the time to eavesdrop? Firstly, my hearing is excellent. Even amidst practice, I could discern your conversation with Lacey, so I wouldn't classify it as eavesdropping. Secondly, do you realize how long you've been standing there in a daze? Guion lightly tapped Wude on the head. Class ended 30 minutes ago. I was concerned to find you still lost in thought. Upon hearing Guion's words, Wude finally noticed that the playground had emptied, leaving only him and Guion, with Lacey still cradled in his arms. At your age, you shouldn't be sulking over such trivial matters, Guion remarked, rolling his eyes. Men should be more magnanimous. Lilith meant no ill will. That girl merely speaks without thinking. Much like you. I believe I still process my thoughts before speaking, Wude retorted, but his expression shifted abruptly, startling Guion. What's wrong? Wude inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave as he fixed his gaze on Guion. You mentioned that you heard my conversation with Lacey. Indeed, Guion replied nonchalantly. What of it? How much did you understand? A small portion. Could you be more specific? I only gathered that Lacey said you must learn to adapt, or else you would be friendless in the future. Guion shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. We've only known each other for a little over a month. You can't expect me to comprehend every word Lacey says. Wude's serious demeanor evaporated, replaced by a cheerful expression. Then it's nothing to worry about. Guion raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What was it that you two were discussing that I shouldn't hear? Wude grinned mischievously. A secret, a secret. Guion scoffed. You were badmouthing me, were you? Wude widened his eyes in disbelief. How dare you unjustly tarnish my reputation? I won't be swayed. I want an extra portion for lunch today. Those cabbage and pork buns you made earlier were quite delectable. I want those. You're being unreasonable, Wude exclaimed, his eyes growing even wider. Do you have any idea how labor-intensive it is to make buns? It's already this late. Making them fresh now would be futile. Guion smirked, placing a hand on the hilt of his sword. Will you make them, or not? Wude's greatest strength was his sincerity, and he conceded rapidly. The moment he saw Guion's hand raised, he had already prepared his counter-argument in his mind. Guion, fully aware of his subordinate's tendencies, chuckled and remarked, look at you. With that, he led Wude toward the cafeteria. Do you really think Guion would draw his sword against Wude? It is inherently impossible. Both Wude and Ji Yuan are acutely aware of this fact. Thus, what may appear to outsiders as bullying is merely a unique mode of communication between the two. Wude, accustomed to being obstinate, and Ji Yuan, habitually grasping the hilt of her knife, have been engaging in this manner since their very first encounter, preserving this small tacit understanding between them. Whether Wude is comfortable with it or not is another matter. Ji Yuan genuinely enjoys this style of interaction and relishes the banter with Wude, since the other party does not regard her as a superior nor view him as an unattainable goddess. Their conversations flow freely, with words exchanged like blows in a playful sparring match. Although it may resemble a skirmish, they both understand that it is simply their everyday dialogue. Wude can speak her mind without restraint, and Ji Yuan can lower her guard and engage in light-hearted jesting. For Ji Yuan, who is accustomed to wearing a mask, this is a rare moment of ease. Thus, despite having known each other for only half a month, she genuinely cares for her subordinate, Wude. Reflecting on this, Ji Yuan turned to glance at Wude, who was amusingly toying with Lacey, and suddenly seemed to recall something, her brow furrowing slightly. She began to hesitate, pondering whether to report the potential evolution of Lacey and the information regarding its habitat. Concealing such information would be a dereliction of duty, yet if she were to report it truthfully, would Wude and Lacey still remain under her command? As a vice admiral of the department, she occupies a high-ranking position within the Navy, and with her connection as Crane's sister, it is only natural that she is privy to certain confidential matters. For instance, the existence of Vegapunk, a wild creature capable of harnessing haki and evolving, would undoubtedly attract the attention of this scientific madman, and such attention would inevitably draw Admiral Kizaru into the fray. What kind of predicament would Wude and Leisire face then? If Kizaru were to demand that Wude surrender Leisire for scientific research, what recourse would she, as Wude's superior, have? Contemplating this, Ji Yuan found herself unconsciously clenching her hands. Realizing that if it came to that, she would be powerless to intervene, she could only watch helplessly as Leisire was taken into government custody, witnessing Wude's remaining family being seized by the Navy, whom he trusted. This scenario is not mere paranoia but a highly plausible reality. Leisire has not yet garnered enough attention because only Ji Yuan and Crane are aware of its uniqueness. And Ji Yuan knows far more than Crane. If she were to report the information as required by her mission, the disturbing vision she harbored would likely materialize swiftly, sacrificing two individuals for the benefit of millions. A choice she might have made without hesitation in the past, but now she refuses to choose. Wude and Leisire are her subordinates, and as their commanding officer, she bears the responsibility of safeguarding them. Even if she cannot protect them, she must strive to secure ample time for their growth. As long as they are able to grow and rise to greater heights, perhaps the grim scenario she envisioned would not come to pass. Resolutely making up her mind, Ji Yuan took a deep breath and then turned to Wude, saying, Wude. Wude instinctively raised his head and replied, "What is it? Starting today, you will train with me for 3 hours every day after school. At this, Wude's eyes widened immediately, his tone rife with reluctance. Why? Didn't I promise to make you buns? Why the sudden reversal? It is not a reversal." Ji Yuan shook her head, her expression serious. It is to help you become stronger as quickly as possible. Wude was somewhat bewildered. He did not understand whether Ji Yuan had taken leave of her senses or what prompted her to say such a thing. Shouldn't becoming stronger be a gradual process, built upon consistent effort? What could special training possibly achieve? If special training were effective, then it should be incorporated into the training manual so that everyone could strengthen themselves rapidly. Though he spoke logically, Wude refrained from voicing his usual sarcastic remarks, for he noticed the expression on Ji Yuan's face. It was not the playful demeanor they typically shared, but rather one of utmost seriousness. After locking eyes with Ji Yuan for 5 seconds and confirming that she was earnest, Wude furrowed his brow. Is something wrong? I cannot disclose it to you. Ji Yuan hesitated before gently shaking her head. It is a highly confidential matter, and knowing it would not benefit you. However, I hope you can trust me. I will not. I trust you, so you need not waste words on that. Wude interrupted her. He waved his hand dismissively and casually remarked, so starting today, we're training, right? Where shall we practice? The playground should suffice. We need not hide from others. I have reasons to deflect their inquiries. With that, Ji Yuan assessed Wude critically and tentatively asked, do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I might betray you? Upon hearing this, both Wude and Leisire rolled their eyes in unison, regarding Ji Yuan with expressions of incredulity, leaving her feeling a chill down her spine. Why are you two looking at me like that? Because you just asked an utterly pointless question, much like the heroine of a mediocre romance novel. Wude scoffed, and before Ji Yuan could retort, he quickly added, let me ask you, do you want to harm us? Of course not. Then can special training harm anyone? Certainly not. So are we not friends? Of course we are friends. Then that settles it, Wude said, shrugging nonchalantly. With sound reasoning and a clear argument, why shouldn't we trust you? Leisire chimed in at the right moment, affirming, Wude is right. Upon witnessing the sincere expressions of her two subordinates, Ji Yuan felt an unexpected lightness in her heart. You are right. I was indeed overthinking things. With that, Ji Yuan broke into a sudden smile, her face radiating a relaxed and gentle warmth. The beauty of her smile momentarily left Wude entranced. Why, if she looked so lovely when she smiled, did she always maintain such a stern demeanor? What are you daydreaming about? Ji Yuan's voice snapped Wude back to reality, and he instinctively replied, you just smiled beautifully. Could you smile again for me? Taken aback by his request, Ji Yuan fell silent, her right hand instinctively moving to grasp the hilt of her knife. Upon noticing this, Wude immediately recoiled, thinking it better not to provoke her further. Ignoring him, Ji Yuan turned and continued walking ahead. Meanwhile, Wude, trailing behind, opened his mouth and began to chatter away. Hey, since you're giving me special training, could you let me off the hook for lunch today? No need to make buns, right? No way. Making buns won't interfere with your special training. That reasoning is flawed. Think about it. Making buns is exhausting for me. If I wear myself out, I won't have the energy for training later. Right? You can tire yourself out. I can exert myself more. Let us see who suffers more. That's not fair. Retaliation is wrong. I'm retaliating, and if you can, go ahead and report me. Sire, Ji Yuan is bullying me. Aren't you going to do something about it? Fu Wu, you should say less. Considering the time spent in idle conversation, heartfelt exchanges, and playful banter, it would take approximately over an hour for the two to reach the cafeteria. Consequently, by the time they arrived, all the food had been devoured by other students and instructors. Those who have resided in a dormitory are well aware that, when it comes to enjoying a hearty meal in the cafeteria, the presence of money is inconsequential. The essential factor is your swiftness if one lingers, even for the briefest moment. All that awaits at the serving counter is but a remnant of cold leftovers. This ironclad truth is rendered even more ruthless in the world of One Piece, where gluttony reigns supreme. For on Earth, even if you arrive late, there is usually a morsel left to savor. However, in the realm of One Piece, tardiness equates to nothing but gnawing on an empty plate. Observing the sparsely filled serving area, Wude could not help but feel a pang of sentimentality. Fortunately, he had managed to slip in through the back door and was qualified to access the kitchen. Otherwise, he and Sire might very well have starved on their very first day of registration. Would you prefer steamed buns or rice? Wude inquired, turning his gaze toward Ji Yuan, or perhaps both. Steamed buns paired with plain rice are not particularly appetizing. Ji Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Beginning to place his order. I would like some thin porridge, and please prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, along with any pickled vegetables you have on hand. Oh, and do add extra steamed buns. I can't fill up on just porridge. Wude nodded expressionlessly before lowering his gaze to Sire. Sire, what will you have? The same as Ji Yuan, she replied. It was certainly more convenient to have a unified menu. And Sire, being considerate, was vastly different from a certain callous and aggressive vice admiral. After mentally disparaging Ji Yuan, Wude intended to head to the kitchen, but before he could take more than a few steps, the sound of an argument reached his ears. Turning to investigate, he spotted his four rather troublesome classmates. I told you there wouldn't be any food left. We might as well eat out. Lilith exclaimed, perched on Dell's shoulders. Pointing at the empty serving area, you're not short on funds. It's not like going out to eat will break the bank. Why be so stingy? Now look. The four of us are going to go hungry. To this, Smoker, who was being scolded, offered no retort and instead appeared somewhat embarrassed, as he indeed was quite strapped for cash lately. Why didn't you tell us? Lilith's eyes widened, her tone incredulous. You think we can't lend you a bit? With our relationship, it wouldn't be an issue. Why are you acting like my older brother? You can't even muster a decent excuse. Lilith's crude remarks made Hanai's face twitch with indignation. Hanai was furious. Lilith, watch your language. This is a public space. Public my foot. Lilith waved her hand dismissively. The cafeteria is only filled with us four bumbling fools who miss the meal. Even the cleaning staff has clocked out, whereas the public, just as Lilith was about to continue, a crisp cough interrupted her. The four were startled and turned to see Wude and Sire, both observing the scene with amusement, while Ji Yuan's expression seemed somewhat off. With a bewildered expression, Lilith opened her mouth, instinctively preparing to unleash another tirade, but thankfully, Hanai was quick enough to intervene with a swift slap to her backside. Halting her momentum, Dell and Smoker, almost in unison, spoke up, their deep voices masking the sound of the slap. Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, greetings. Not too shabby, I suppose, Ji Yuan replied, glancing over the group before fixing her gaze firmly on Lilith, who was indeed the one who had missed the meal. Upon hearing those words, Lilith's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, while the others wore expressions of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Wude, observing the four famished newcomers, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Recognizing an opportunity to foster camaraderie, he cheerfully suggested, I have access to the kitchen, and my culinary skills are passable. What would you like to eat? I can prepare it for you. The four were momentarily taken aback, their eyes lighting up with excitement. However, before they could voice their orders, Ji Yuan interjected. She kicked Wude lightly and glared at him, saying, why would I trouble you with my order? You're over there haggling while cooking for a classmate. That's called mutual assistance. Wude rubbed his backside, defiantly retorting, you're abusing your authority and seeking revenge. That's not the same thing. Enough chatter. Ji Yuan delivered another swift kick. Get cooking. They have the same as me. With that, she shot a threatening glance at the group, understanding the unspoken command. The group quickly chimed in. We'll have the same as Vice Admiral Ji Yuan. With the patrons in agreement, the chef could not voice any objections. Thus, Wude, having been inexplicably kicked twice, reluctantly made his way to the kitchen while muttering under his breath about violent women, female tyrants, and bad-tempered gluttons. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan, with her keen hearing, noted his mutterings. preparing to settle the score later, while she beckoned Laisire and the others to take their seats. Dining with a vice admiral was a novel experience for the four. As instructors typically do not partake in meals at the cafeteria, they have exclusive dining areas, which emboldened Lilith to speak her mind earlier. Who could have anticipated that she would encounter such misfortune? Landing squarely in Ji Yuan's presence, thus, after clambering down from Dell, Lilith sat poised in her chair, wearing a demure smile that made her appear as a refined young lady. Observing Lilith's sudden shift to silence, Hanai sighed, feeling a sense of responsibility to break the ice, especially since Dell and Smoker were both rather taciturn. Vice Admiral Ji Yuan, are you and Wude old acquaintances? Not at all. Ji Yuan shook her head. Her expression unchanged. He is my subordinate. Upon hearing the words, Rina was momentarily taken aback, and then her mind began to race with thoughts. Although it was rare for a candidate to be directly appointed by a vice admiral, it was not entirely unheard of. Thus, it was understandable that Guion held high hopes for Wude, sending him to the training camp to gain some experience before officially appointing him. However, the nature of their interaction hardly resembled that of a superior and subordinate. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to the camaraderie she shared with Lilith. Rina had not heard of any vice admiral who could engage in such playful banter with their subordinates. Moreover, they were all too aware of Guion's usual demeanor, stern, unyielding, and perpetually serious, giving off an air as if everyone owed her a substantial debt. Contemplating this, Rina couldn't help but steal a glance at Guion, observing her expressionless face, which exuded a certain aloofness. Rina subtly nodded. This was indeed the typical demeanor of Vice Admiral Guion. The earlier display of camaraderie with Wude was undoubtedly out of the ordinary. The two must surely be old acquaintances, or at the very least, close friends. Lilith, being Rina's best friend, was pondering similar thoughts. However, unlike the more restrained Rina, Lilith was more of an action-oriented individual and, with her restlessness, soon initiated a conversation. Vice Admiral Guion, has Wude been appointed by you? Guion remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. When will he be officially appointed? He will be officially appointed when I undertake a mission, Guion replied casually while pouring herself a cup of tea. What about it? At this, Lilith chuckled. Well then, could you perhaps consider officially appointing the four of us as well? Upon hearing this, the other three turned their heads sharply towards Lilith. They understood that she was audacious, but they had not anticipated her boldness to this extent. Was such a statement truly permissible? Guion furrowed her brow, intending to refuse and perhaps reprimand Lilith. Yet, as the words formed on her lips, she swallowed them back. Unlike other vice admirals, Guion was relatively young, having only recently been promoted, and thus lacked her own established team. Typically, she would draw personnel from headquarters on an as-needed basis. However, the situation had changed. She now had Wude and Lilith. While Guion believed that having those two was sufficient, she was aware that Wude might not share this sentiment, based on her understanding of that mischievous boy. He would likely seize the opportunity to complain about being overworked and exhausted. Although Guion trusted that Wude would not resort to dishonesty, she was certain he would find a way to annoy her regarding this matter. Therefore, for the sake of her future peace of mind, Guion felt it necessary to find a few peers for Wude. Besides, Lilith and Smog were both elite class students, possessing adequate abilities. Their lack of recruits stemmed from personality issues. While Lilith was intelligent and strong, her emotional intelligence was notably lacking, often speaking her mind without a filter, which made her difficult to accept. Rina, on the other hand, exhibited an overly strong personality. Her abilities with the kankank fruit made her prone to inadvertently harming teammates, compounded by her stubborn and unyielding nature, earning her a reputation as a troublesome individual. Smog shared a similar strong-willed disposition, yet Rina at least managed to feign compliance to some extent, whereas Smog would outright refuse to follow orders. Furthermore, as a rare natural fruit user, he was beyond the control of those who lacked the ability to wield hockey, leaving him in a precarious position. Dell, however, exhibited few issues. His amiable temperament, impressive strength, and reserved nature made him favored by seasoned vice admirals. Yet, he had one notable flaw. He was infatuated with Lilith. As long as Lilith remained in the training camp, he would not leave it either. To recruit him as a subordinate, Lilith would have to be included as well. Yet she was notoriously difficult to manage, placing Dell in a similar predicament as Smog. All of them are problem children, Guion mused, gently massaging her temples. Managing Wude alone was already a challenge. How could she possibly handle four more? She was uncertain, yet felt she could rise to the challenge. After all, she had been a problem child herself in her student days, exhibiting a level of mischief not dissimilar to these five rascals. They were not devoid of talent. Rather, they were simply too individualistic. Other vice admirals believed that Marines needed to conform and obey orders, but Guion held a contrary view. She believed that individuality was a key determinant of how far someone could go. An aide who lacked initiative and merely followed orders was not her ideal. She sought someone capable of taking charge during critical moments and adept at adapting to circumstances, disregarding their troublesome personalities. The four individuals before her seemed to meet her criteria. Consider it a means to provide Wude and Lilith with companions, she reasoned, convincing herself. Guion gently tapped the table, drawing the attention of the quartet. I can facilitate your official appointments. Guion did not play coy but directly stated her conclusion, albeit with a warning. Observing the varied expressions on their faces, she spoke slowly. When not on a mission, you may do as you please, provided you do not engage in violence or arson. However, during missions, you must adhere to my commands. As she spoke, she noticed Smog and Rena frowning slightly. Individuality and initiative were commendable traits, but they must be grounded in sufficient experience. Theoretical knowledge bore little significance. Real-life situations diverged greatly from textbook examples. I am not a rigid individual and am open to hearing my subordinates' opinions. But your suggestions must be backed by substantial references. With that said, she continued, if you can accept these terms, I will submit a request to have you assigned to my team. If not, before Guion could finish, Lilith leapt up, exclaiming, we can accept. With that shout, she began making exaggerated faces at Rena and Smog. She had long grown weary of the monotonous routine of training, yet had persevered out of a desire not to be separated from Smog and Rena. Now, with a vice admiral willing to take her on, and all four of them at once, this opportunity to work alongside her close friends in missions was truly a rare chance. If not now. When Smog and Rena understood Lilith's sentiments, and sensing their shared desire to escape the confines of the academy, nodded in agreement. We can accept. Del remained silent, but everyone knew he would follow Lilith's lead. Thus, Guion wasted no time, nodding decisively. From this day forward, you will all join Wude and Lilith as my subordinates. Oh yeah, Lilith exclaimed with excitement. Finally, I can leave this wretched place where every day is nothing but training. Akin to a penitentiary. Mind your language, Lilith, Rena chided, casting an exasperated glance at her friend, as Guion was still present, having been immersed in the baptism of martial virtue for over half a month. Guion naturally paid no heed to such trifles. She surveyed the diverse personalities of the quartet, reflecting on martial virtue's usual demeanor, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed that the days of executing tasks ahead would not be devoid of amusement. With the foundation firmly established and the relationships between superiors and subordinates confirmed, the atmosphere at the dining table grew light-hearted and pleasant. Lilith began to actively engage in conversation, while Smog and Hinai gradually opened up. Even the taciturn Del occasionally chimed in. Guion, no longer maintaining a stern visage, smiled as she conversed with her future subordinates. In contrast, Lasser remained unusually silent, simply sitting obediently in Guion's lap, sipping her hot tea. After all, the only one capable of translation was currently in the kitchen preparing buns, and Guion had only a rudimentary understanding of Pokémon language, so even if Lasser wished to speak, none of the five at the table could comprehend her. However, this issue was resolved when martial virtue emerged from the kitchen, cradling over 20 steaming baskets of buns. Thereafter, it was a delightful dining experience. Martial virtue's culinary skills received high praise from the new classmates, and he seized the opportunity to apologize to Lilith and the others, using Lasser as a translator to quickly bond with the quartet. The atmosphere during the meal could be described as harmonious and convivial. After finishing lunch, everyone successfully completed the afternoon classes and awaited the end of the school day. However, for martial virtue, the end of school was merely the beginning. At 9 o'clock that evening, after the evening study session concluded, martial virtue and Lasser made their way to the playground, where they found Guion in a secluded corner beneath the moonlight. Oh, how are you going to train me? Martial virtue yawned and asked languidly. It won't be another physical training session, will it? Certainly not, Guion replied, casting a glance at martial virtue before tossing a knife at him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it and immediately inquired, are you going to teach me swordsmanship? Guion nodded. In addition to swordsmanship, there is also hockey. Hockey? Martial virtue was aware of what hockey was, but as a traveler, he felt it necessary to feign ignorance. What is that? It is a special power and a necessary condition for becoming strong, Guion explained, drawing forth a saber known as Kenpyra. With a slight exertion of her right hand, pure hockey enveloped the Kenpyra, dyeing it black. This is armament hockey, capable of both offense and defense, and it is the only power that can grasp those with Logia-type abilities. At this point, Guillaume paused briefly. You should be aware of the 3 categories of devil fruits. Correct. Indeed, martial virtue replied. You mentioned them this afternoon. Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. Smog is a Logia-type smoke fruit user, and Hanai possesses a Paramecia-type barrier fruit. It seems you have been listening attentively. Guillaume remarked with satisfaction. Swinging the Conpira casually. So, I shall refrain from further idle chatter. In short, within the next month, you must at least grasp the threshold of armament hockey. Upon hearing this, martial virtue's expression faltered. Guillaume assumed he was concerned about his own capabilities and smiled slightly. Preparing to offer some words of encouragement, however, Lasser interjected first. Fu Wu. Guillaume was taken aback. What do you mean he cannot sense hockey? Lasser sighed softly, raising her hand to demonstrate her own hockey while explaining. Fu Wu, I have trained martial virtue before, but it was ineffective. His physique seems inherently unable to sense hockey. After a brief pause, Lasser glanced at martial virtue, contemplating for a moment before adding. Fu Wu, I suspect this is related to martial virtue's special ability. Special ability? Lasser. Martial virtue's eyes widened in shock, as he never anticipated that Lasser would disclose his extraordinary talent. He understood Lasser's trust in Guillaume, but he hadn't expected it to extend to this extent. Upon witnessing martial virtue's intense reaction, Guillaume felt a jolt of realization. It seemed she was about to uncover the core secret of this troublesome boy. You possess a special ability? Guillaume inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure before softly inquiring, is it a devil fruit? Martial virtue, whose expression fluctuated between uncertainty and apprehension, remained silent, unsure whether to divulge his abilities to Guillaume. After all, that was his trump card for survival, the very foundation of his existence. Fu Wu, tell her, Lasser urged, looking at martial virtue. Fu Wu, she is trustworthy, and having someone as an advisor may help clarify your unique physique. With that, Lasser winked at martial virtue. As the younger brother, martial virtue quickly grasped Lasser's intention. Faced with Guillaume, a superior he would frequently interact with, it was clear that keeping his abilities hidden would be futile. Injuries would expose his accelerated regeneration. Combat would reveal his extreme temperature, not to mention that peculiar physique capable of blocking observation. In other words, his uniqueness would inevitably be documented in reports. Therefore, rather than concealing it, it would be more prudent to speak openly. Martial virtue was not particularly skilled in combat, so his development of abilities was rather rudimentary. Lasser, while adept in battle, lacked sufficient experience and knowledge. However, Guillaume was different. As a vice admiral and a future candidate for admiral, her combat prowess and experience were undoubtedly among the finest. Thus, even if she could not fully comprehend the nature of martial virtue's physique, she could at least provide guidance for his training. Moreover, and most importantly, Lasser had declared her to be trustworthy. As a Pokémon capable of sensing human emotions, Lasser possessed absolute authority in this regard. The fact that she disclosed martial virtue's secret in his presence to Guillaume signified that Guillaume could never divulge this matter to anyone else. Having come to this realization, martial virtue exhaled deeply. Raising his head to gaze solemnly at Guillaume, Lasser trusts you, so I trust you as well. However, I hope you will not betray our trust. Guillaume remained silent, solemnly nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, martial virtue turned to Lasser and then raised his right arm. Lasser understood his intention. Instead of verbal confirmation, facts served as powerful proof. Thus, she leaped up, using her hockey-imbued hand to strike down forcefully upon martial virtue's raised arm. The sound of shattering bones, the tearing flesh, and the gushing blood nearly made Guillaume exclaim in shock. Instinctively, she wanted to rush over to help martial virtue stop the bleeding, but in the next moment, she froze, for she witnessed martial virtue's severed arm regenerating at an astonishing speed. And within mere seconds, a brand new right arm emerged at the site of the previous injury, appearing indistinguishable from the one that had been cleaved. This is my first ability, martial virtue stated. Flexing his new arm and addressing the astonished Guillaume, accelerated regeneration. My body can repair any damage within 5 seconds, and toxins have no effect on me. This is also the primary reason I was able to thrive on that deserted island. Martial virtue suddenly grinned, because I can feast on poisonous plants and mushrooms. With that, he cast a proud glance at Guillaume, eager to see her astonished expression. However, rather than being taken aback, Guillaume swiftly approached and seized martial virtue's right wrist with such force that he winced in pain. He instinctively wanted to curse, but before he could utter a word, the torrent of vulgarities was quelled by the fierce gaze in Guillaume's eyes. You can feel pain, can't you? Martial virtue opened his mouth and nodded dazedly. Then why would you choose to demonstrate your ability in such a manner? Gazing into Guillaume's eyes, which seemed to bore into his very soul. Martial virtue instinctively swallowed hard, stammering, "I thought this would be more direct." At the very moment the words fell, Wude's head was struck sharply by Ji Yuan. The force was so great that a large bump instantly appeared on Wude's skull, the intensity of the pain rivaling that of the recent loss of his arm. "It hurts so much." Wude clutched his head, gritting his teeth, and glared, "What are you doing?" "I'm teaching you a lesson." Ji Yuan, suppressing her anger, articulated each word deliberately. "This punch is to teach you to cherish your own body." After saying this, Ji Yuan raised her leg and delivered a fierce kick to Wude's rear, continuing with, "This kick is to remind you not to recklessly frighten your superiors." Even Wude, no matter how slow, could grasp the situation upon hearing these words. Ji Yuan's fury stemmed from her shock at witnessing Wude's ability to regenerate after losing an arm. She was worried about him. Realizing this, Wude felt a warmth in his heart. However, his irreverent mouth couldn't help but retort, "You're worried about me. I'm your superior. If I'm not worried about you, who should I be worried about?" Ji Yuan, both amused and exasperated, kicked Wude again and shot a glare at Lei Sai. "You too. It's bad enough that his brain isn't functioning properly, but you shouldn't join him in his nonsense." "Wu, I was wrong." Lei Sai, recognizing her misstep, lowered her head and sincerely admitted her fault. She had grown accustomed to Wude's rapid regeneration, thinking her actions trivial, but Ji Yuan's reaction was understandable given her lack of knowledge about the situation. "From now on, you must not mistreat your body like this. Even if you have that ability, you shouldn't." Ji Yuan firmly grasped Wude and insisted he stand properly, her demeanor serious as she continued, "Do you know where the limit of your ability lies? Do you understand what could happen if you exceed that limit? What if there is a restriction on how many times you can use this ability? What if someone were to sever your head? You know nothing. Do you dare recklessly utilize this power as if you're not afraid of dying quickly?" After posing several critical questions, Ji Yuan flicked Wude on the forehead. Indeed, the regeneration ability was formidable. Allowing one to fight by exchanging injuries, but relying on it too heavily was detrimental. It would dull your instinct to foresee danger, robbing you of freedom in battle, leaving you perpetually at the mercy of others. "I don't know what kind of training you underwent during that year, nor do I know what tactics you and Lei Sai developed regarding this ability. But here, from now on, I will not allow you to misuse it. Do you understand?" With that, Ji Yuan shot a glare at the smirking Wude. "Stop grinning. I'm not joking." Upon hearing this, Wude immediately wiped the smile off his face, though the corners of his mouth still twitched upwards. "Understood." Ji Yuan. "You're hopeless." After chastising Wude, Ji Yuan turned her attention to Lei Sai. Initially, she intended to admonish Lei Sai in the same tone, but Lei Sai's timid expression softened her resolve, and she sighed in exasperation. "Lei Sai, you are this fool's sister, and as an elder sister, you must maintain that role and not indulge him too much. He thinks of wild ideas. His mind is all over the place, and he is always out of tune. But you cannot be like him. At critical moments, you must restrain him, not join him in his mischief. Do you understand?" "Wu, I understand." Lei Sai tightened her small but strong fist, vowing to keep an eye on Wude from now on. Wude had no objections, but he was displeased with Ji Yuan's assertion that Lei Sai was the elder sister. "Clearly, Lei Sai is the younger sister, and I am the older brother." He pouted softly. "Why do I end up being the younger brother in your eyes? If you could behave a bit more sensibly and reliably, I might acknowledge you as the older brother," Ji Yuan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Wude. Wude pondered for a moment before candidly replying, "Then I'll just be the younger brother. After all, if the sky falls, you two will hold it up for me. You're incorrigible." Ji Yuan chuckled lightly, then gently tapped Wude on the head. "Didn't you say that rapid regeneration is your first special ability? What's the second one? Show me, but do it normally, no self-harm. Rest assured, the second ability doesn't require self-harm." As Wude spoke, he raised his right arm once more, inhaled deeply, and began to activate his high-temperature golden finger. As he activated the ability, his entire right arm gradually turned red, until it resembled a branding iron. Simultaneously, steam-like high-temperature gas began to emanate from his arm, and even without direct contact, Ji Yuan could feel the heat potent enough to melt steel. "This is my second ability, ultra-high temperature." After flexing his glowing red arm, Wude softly stated, "I'm not sure exactly how high the temperature is, but it should be quite elevated. At least Lei Sai would get burned if she didn't use her haki." Ji Yuan remained silent. Pulling a dagger from her pocket and placing it against Wude's right arm. As anticipated, a sharp hissing sound erupted, and the dagger visibly heated, melting until it snapped in two. Ji Yuan lifted the broken dagger, lightly touching the severed end to gauge the residual heat, then inquired, "Is this ability harmful to you?" Wude decisively shook his head. "No, it doesn't hurt. No, not even after the ability is deactivated? No, Ji Yuan furrowed her brow. Pondering for a moment before asking, do you know Charlotte Owen? Wude was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he felt the name was somewhat familiar, although he couldn't pinpoint who it was. He is the fifth child of Big Mom. Ji Yuan fixed her gaze on Wude. He is also a user of the heat fruit. The ability of the heat fruit is almost identical to the one you just demonstrated. Wude opened his mouth, somewhat confused about Ji Yuan's implications. You are not a devil fruit user, for there cannot be two individuals in this world with the same ability, nor can there exist two entirely different abilities in one person. Yet, you have broken this rule. Wude, do you understand what this means? What does it mean? It means you possess immense research value. Ji Yuan's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. You are not afraid of seawater, possess a power comparable to that of a user, and can even neutralize observation. Do you realize the consequences if these traits are exposed to others? Having thoroughly read One Piece manga, and being aware of most of the later plotlines, Wude's heart trembled, and cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He recalled the Lunarians, a race with wings that can generate flames from their bodies, inherently possessing superhuman abilities. This race faced persecution, nearly leading to their extinction. Except for the Beast Pirates King, the remaining survivors were likely preserved in formaldehyde by Vegapunk. The abilities Wude displayed were no less than those of the Lunarians, perhaps even surpassing them. Not to mention, his rapid regeneration and resistance to all toxins alone could drive the celestial dragons into madness, as it might very well be the key to immortality. Upon realizing this, Wude felt as if he had plunged into an ice-cold abyss, his hands and feet growing numb, and profuse sweat pouring down. He gazed at Ji Yuan, who stared at him intensely, stammering, You wouldn't. I told you, I won't harm you, nor will I expose you, Ji Yuan stated, as if she possessed the ability to read minds. I will do my utmost to protect you and Lei Sai, as you are my subordinates. However, I can only shield you temporarily. I cannot protect you for eternity. Wude, you and Razier are extraordinarily unique, yet fortunately, I am the only one aware of your exceptional qualities. This is precisely why I have decided to provide you with specialized training. However, it appears that such training may be futile, as I lack your extraordinary abilities, and you are unable to master the Haushika Haki, forming an insurmountable deadlock. Upon hearing this, Wude swallowed hard, pondering, what then should Razier and I do? Let us trace back to the roots, Ji Yuan suggested after a moment of contemplation. Abilities do not manifest from thin air. They must have an origin. Much like how a devil fruit grants powers to its user, your abilities should also have a similar starting point. Therefore, Wude, you must seek out that origin and comprehend the source of your powers, as this might be your sole path to becoming stronger. Upon hearing these words, Wude's expression fluctuated between hope and despair. He was acutely aware of where the origin of his abilities lay. Yet he also understood that he could never reach that point. However, he refrained from expressing his thoughts too definitively, for during that year, he had meticulously examined his powers. In the course of his investigations, he discerned that his ability to ignite with blood might not have been the fortune bestowed upon him by that celestial being. Instead, the gift he received should be the power of rapid regeneration. This notion was not unfounded. Two reasons supported it. Firstly, the celestial being's message explicitly stated that it granted him one opportunity. The powers of rapid regeneration and blood ignition are entirely unrelated, given that the celestial being would not lie. Wude surmised that one of these abilities must have been conferred upon him by something else. Secondly, on a more straightforward note, if you were a celestial being tasked with casting a physically frail individual from the 21st century into a world of superpowers, what kind of ability would you bestow upon them? Would it be one that requires slow exploration and profound comprehension to wield effectively, or would it be something simple and direct, easily understood at first glance? The answer is evidently the latter, as the more straightforward abilities are more likely to aid the user in overcoming initial challenges. Rapid regeneration and immunity to toxins perfectly align with this principle. The former allows the user to survive grievous injuries, while the latter ensures they need not fear foreign diseases, simultaneously expanding their dietary options and enhancing their survival capabilities in extreme environments. In contrast, the blood ignition ability serves little purpose beyond warmth, warding off beasts, and cooking food, and even then, it is rather unreliable. Thus, Wude had ample reason to suspect that the celestial being had granted him rapid regeneration, while the ability of blood ignition, along with the extreme heat derived from it, must stem from something else entirely. Ji Yuan lacked the ability to read minds and was unaware of Wude's musings. Her silence stemmed from her recollection of the words spoken by Ms. Crane on the warship. Wude, do you know of a Deja Bandys? Ji Yuan's voice pulled Wude from his wandering thoughts. Who did you say? Adija Bandis, Ji Yuan repeated softly. Does that name ring a bell? After thoroughly searching his memory and confirming that he had not heard that name before or after his transference, Wude shook his head. I have not heard of it. Are you certain? Ji Yuan's brow furrowed with concern. You have already confided so much to me. There is no need to continue concealing certain matters that I assure you. I would never harm you or Razier. I truly have not heard of that name. Wude sighed, feeling helpless. I have already revealed my greatest secret to you. There is no reason to lie about a name. Razier quickly chimed in. I can attest to that. Wude indeed does not know that name. Upon witnessing the sincerity and honesty in the eyes of her two friends, Ji Yuan's frown deepened. The ability to negate Kanbunchika Haki is exceedingly rare. In fact, according to known historical records, only Bandis possesses such a trait. Furthermore, this ability, which seems to be a bane to Haki users, is unlikely to have arisen from natural evolution. It resembles more the product of a human experiment. Hence, Ms. Crane believed that Wude must have some connection to Bandis. Otherwise, he might be a clone or a direct descendant. Nevertheless, these were merely speculations based on the existing information, and their accuracy was questionable. Especially given Ms. Crane's demeanor, which suggested she was concealing some crucial details. Those key pieces of information might very well be the primary reason for Ms. Crane's intense interest in Wude. Ji Yuan refrained from pressing further at the time, as she considered these matters to be mere remnants of history. Pursuing them would serve only to satisfy her curiosity without yielding any substantial benefit. Moreover, even if Bandis were alive, she would now be in her 70s or 80s, unable to stir any significant waves in the face of the most formidable pirate crews. Additionally, since she had not been as familiar with Wude and Razier at that time and had not possessed the wealth of information she holds now, it was natural that she would not be overly concerned about such trivialities. However, as the saying goes, a time for everything. Wude and Razier were now her allies, her subordinates, and her dear friends. Thus, both emotionally and logically, she felt it was her duty to assist Wude in overcoming his current predicament. Ji Yuan believed Wude was not lying. He genuinely did not know Bandis. However, this did not imply that the lead should not be further investigated. Bandis was the only individual known to share a similar trait with Wude, and for that reason alone, Ji Yuan deemed it necessary to escort Wude to Psylair. Yet before doing so, she needed to extract more intelligence from Ms. Crane to discern what that crucial information might be. In addition, she needed to ensure that this reckless lad possessed some means of self-defense and was not as pathetically weak as he currently appeared. Indeed, the road ahead is long and arduous. After a deep sigh, Ji Yuan addressed Wude. You may reveal your rapid regeneration ability to others, but unless absolutely necessary, do not disclose the ability of extreme heat. Furthermore, from this day forth, you must disguise yourself as an ability user. Learn to fear seawater and sea stone. This way, you will not stand out excessively in the eyes of outsiders, and it will buy me time to investigate the source of your abilities. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. Wude nodded repeatedly. However, he suddenly seemed to recall something, scratching his head in embarrassment. Is there anything I can do to help? Ji Yuan's willingness to assist him brought him joy. But this was not sufficient reason for him to accept her help without reservation. Moreover, this predicament was primarily his concern, and Ji Yuan had been unwittingly dragged into it. Thus, at that moment, a deeply remorseful Wude sought to repay Ji Yuan as best as he could. Perceptive as ever, Ji Yuan sensed his feelings of guilt. After a brief moment of contemplation, she pointed to the katana Wude held in his left hand. Wude, thoroughly bewildered, did not grasp Ji Yuan's meaning. But Razier quickly caught on. After delivering a fist to her palm, she smiled and said, That makes sense. What? Wude, still confused, glanced between Razier and Ji Yuan. What makes sense? Are you two playing a riddle game? If you wish to assist me, you must rapidly grow stronger, Ji Yuan replied, drawing her sword, Kanpyra. The inability to master Haki does not preclude you from learning swordsmanship and the 6 styles. Your physical condition is commendable, and such a solid foundation should not be squandered. Therefore, the specialized training plan remains unchanged. Within this month, you must attain the ability to cut steel. Casting aside this phrase, Ji Yuan, indifferent to whether Wude had reacted or not, dashed forward in a single bound, raising the golden sword, Jinbi Luo, and ruthlessly bringing it down towards his face. Should this strike land, it would likely cleave Wude in 2. That moment, La Sierre would carry one half, while Ji Yuan bore the other, and the horror of such a scene could only be matched by Chang Gu. Fortunately, Wude managed to deflect the blow. After all, the year spent in the primal jungle and the enhanced physique bestowed by the divine were no mere trifles. Under the cold, silvery glow of the moonlight, The blade of Jinbi Luo glimmered with chilling reflections, the sparks that erupted, the jarring, irritating sounds of friction, and the ever-increasing, nearly unbearable force made Wude acutely aware that this was not a mere playful skirmish or routine training. Ji Yuan was deadly serious. If he did not demonstrate his potential and resolve, this woman would indeed strike him down. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Wude had to muster every ounce of his spirit to counter Ji Yuan's assault. Realizing this, he gritted his teeth, sidestepped to absorb the force of the downward slash, and countered with a horizontal cut aimed at Ji Yuan's abdomen. The strength behind this strike was considerable, in Wude's mind. Should it connect, Ji Yuan would be disemboweled. Wude was a gentle soul, perhaps even weak-willed. The thought of wielding a blade against a villain caused him psychological strain, let alone striking down his closest friend. Thus, the horrific scenes that surged in his mind made him instinctively ease his grip, his movements growing sluggish. Yet while he hesitated, Ji Yuan did not. She easily seized Wude's blade, disarming him with a forceful twist, and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The immense force propelled Wude several meters away, and the searing pain in his chest elicited an involuntary grunt, feeling the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. Wude began to question the significance of this training. Ji Yuan, observing the blood trickling from Wude's lips, flashed a momentary flicker of compassion in her eyes, but quickly regained her composure. As she tossed the blade back to Wude, her expression hardened like frost as she commanded, "Stand up, continue, bury your weakness and hesitation, treat me as a pirate, as your mortal enemy." Without waiting for Wude to gather himself, Ji Yuan lunged forward with another overhead slash. Faced with this all-too-familiar maneuver, Wude's body reacted faster than his mind. He grasped the military knife on the ground and blocked the assault. "You must grow stronger," Ji Yuan said softly, watching Wude grit his teeth and strive against her attack, her heart aching for him. "The enemies you will face in the future will be far more formidable than I." "I understand," Wude replied. "Then show your grit. Let me see." With that, Ji Yuan unleashed a whip-like kick, sending Wude sprawling once more. However, unlike before, he did not simply collapse, gritting his teeth against the pain. He adjusted his stance and, having successfully landed, charged at Ji Yuan with his blade raised. He had to shift his mindset and learn to suppress his timid and easily bullied nature when the moment called for it. For he was no longer living in a peaceful, war-free land, but in a world that regarded human life as trivial, where strength reigned supreme, and the law of the jungle prevailed. Therefore, for La Sierra's sake and his own, Wude had to become strong. Strength was the foundation of everything. Only with power could he protect La Sierra and himself, and safeguard those he cherished. After spending a year in this world and enduring Ji Yuan's relentless onslaught, Wude finally grasped this truth. La Sierra, watching from the sidelines, observed Wude's resolute gaze, his battered body that had endured countless blows yet continued to rise. Her anxiety and worries gradually dissipated. Her Wude had finally matured. He was no longer the brother who hid behind her, perpetually in need of her care. So what could she, as his sister, do to keep up with him? Contemplating this, La Sierra glanced at the swirling dust that had risen around her, and then at her small fists, now cloaked in a dark hue due to her armed color. A sudden realization dawned upon her. Just as Wude possessed his unique advantage, she, as a Pokémon, also wielded her own extraordinary power. As a psychic and fairy-type Pokémon, she was inherently endowed with a formidable mental strength capable of influencing reality. This power was so potent that it could even warp space, allowing her to instantaneously appear wherever her eyes could see, akin to teleportation in games. In the past, La Sierra had instinctively overlooked her psychic abilities in her pursuit of fulfilling the role of a shield, dedicating herself entirely to physical training. However, this was not in vain. Psychic-type Pokémon indeed possessed immense capabilities, yet paradoxically, their bodies were so frail that they could be easily harmed by blades, and gunfire could even pose a mortal threat. Yet for La Sierra, this was no longer a concern. Her physical strength was now on par with Ji Yuan's, if not slightly superior, and coupled with her fierce aura, unless confronted by someone of an admiral's caliber, no one could lay a finger on her. Little master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Given time to evolve into Gardevoir, her already extraordinary physique would only become even more formidable. What initially seemed like a misguided endeavor had serendipitously helped La Sierra address her final shortcoming, perhaps even overshooting it, leading her to rapid growth. This might explain why Ji Yuan and he too held La Sierra in such high regard. They had never encountered a wild creature with such formidable physical and domineering presence. Yet for La Sierra, physical prowess and dominance were never the essence. Her true foundation resided in her unparalleled psychic abilities, the very powers that earned Gardevoir the title of Psychic Queen, as La Air manipulated the dust around her. Occasionally forming it into clumps or swirling it around herself, she gazed at the armed color aura enveloping her hands under the moonlight. Her Haki and psychic abilities seemed fundamentally similar. The former originated from the heart, while the latter stemmed from the mind, and since mind and heart were intrinsically linked, many principles were interconnected, which was the primary reason she could swiftly master and adeptly wield Haki. Thus, the question arose. Since there were commonalities between the two, could she attempt to merge Haki with her psychic abilities? Clearly, this was a highly valuable proposition. As a proactive individual, La Air wasted no time. Dispelling the floating dust around her, she closed her eyes, concentrated her thoughts, and endeavored to blend her psychic powers with Haki. However, moments later, upon reopening her eyes, La Air frowned. She discovered that these two forces could not coexist, though both resided within her. Haki and psychic energy seemed to exist on separate planes, independent and unable to interfere with one another. La Air gazed at her small hands, filled with confusion. She could not comprehend why these two fundamentally indistinguishable powers could not influence each other. It was akin to fellow disciples from the same school, residing in the same dormitory, yet remaining oblivious to one another's existence, an impossibility. La Air pondered. Perhaps my approach is flawed. La Air was not a Pokémon to easily abandon her pursuits. Rather, she was somewhat stubborn and prone to fixating on challenges. She believed that if Haki and psychic energy could indeed merge, then they must be able to do so. If it failed once, she would try twice. If twice failed, she would try thrice, until success was achieved. Regardless of their desires to merge or not, they would have to. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself descended, this matter was non-negotiable, igniting a fervent spirit. La Air seemed as if flames could erupt from her eyes as she dedicated herself once more to her endeavors. Beneath the luminous moonlight, Shanaido meticulously delivered blows to Wude, who, in turn, endured them with unwavering resolve. While La Air diligently pursued her own aspirations, each of the trio, along with their Pokémon, discovered their respective goals and directions, willing to take action in pursuit of them. Today was so, tomorrow would be the same. And thereafter, it would persist. Time flowed gently within this atmosphere, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Time truly flies, Shanaido mused silently, gazing at the bright moon overhead. Tomorrow marked the day she would embark on a mission at sea with her team, signifying that today was her final intensive training session with Wude. Truth be told, Shanaido had not anticipated Wude's endurance. Her methods were indeed rigorous: sword strikes, kicks, hand chops, sick styles, and even Haki. Over the course of this month, she had unleashed nearly every combat technique she had mastered upon Wude. Although she had exercised restraint throughout, fractures and bloodshed were inevitable, and on the 7th day of their special training, a tragically severe accident had occurred. She had truly opened Wude up, his innards spilling forth in a gruesome display. The incident had arisen from Wude's frustration with being relentlessly subdued. He sought to retaliate, aiming to catch Shanaido off guard with an exchange of injuries. At that moment, Shanaido had executed a horizontal slash without holding back, believing Wude could easily evade it. However, Wude, intent on his counterattack, collided squarely with her blade, achieving his goal of surprising Shanaido. Even now, the memory of that scene lingered in Shanaido's mind, not due to its brutality, but because it was her first encounter with the chilling sensation of fear coursing from head to toe. Witnessing Wude clutching his abdomen and collapsing to the ground, blood and intestines spilling forth, left Shanaido in a daze. Following that shock, an overwhelming fear and helplessness enveloped her. She understood that Wude's rapid regeneration could mend flesh wounds and even regrow severed limbs, but she was uncertain whether this ability extended to internal injuries. Thus, in that moment, Shanaido could only cry out for him not to die while desperately attempting to stuff his entrails back into his abdomen. Wude had never endured such a severe injury before, nor had he suffered damage to his internal organs. Coupled with the excruciating pain that was almost unbearable, he naturally believed he was on the brink of death, starting to impart his last words to the tearful Shanaido, urging her to take care of La Air after he was gone. Fortunately, divine providence had endowed Wude with extraordinary resilience. After Shanaido managed to cram Wude's intestines back into place, the wound began to heal at an astonishing rate, and the disarray of organs was inexplicably smoothed out, returning to their rightful state. Nearly 10 seconds had passed when Wude rose from the ground, seemingly unscathed. Observing Wude's miraculous recovery, Shanaido experienced a whirlwind of emotions. First shock, then elation, followed by an uncontrollable fury. Throughout those 7 days, she had repeatedly warned Wude against fighting with an exchange of injuries, given that her observation hockey was ineffective against him. Such unpredictable combat methods would yield counterproductive results during their training. The consequences of Wude's disregard for her warnings were all too predictable. After suffering a grievous injury, he was subjected to a furious onslaught by Shigong, who was incensed beyond measure, fortuitously. Laysire had dozed off in the dormitory after overeating that day and had not accompanied them. Otherwise, Wude would have likely faced further punishment from her. Reflecting on that chaotic scene, Shigong couldn't help but smile wryly and shake her head, after marveling once more at how swiftly time had passed. She began to stow away her Jinbira while addressing Wude, who had just risen from the ground. That will be all for today. So soon. Wude glanced at his watch, puzzled, for it was barely 10 o'clock. Tomorrow, we embark on a mission at sea. You should rest well tonight. Shigong replied with a gentle smile. You've worked hard this past month. Additionally, your performance has been commendable. Wude grinned in response. A verbal commendation is all well and good. But can we perhaps discuss something more tangible? Shigong raised an eyebrow. What tangible reward do you seek? Perhaps a little pocket money. Did I not just give you 50,000 berries 2 days ago? Shigong's brow furrowed slightly. Have you spent it all? Not all of it. Not all of it, Wude stammered, sensing the growing chill in Shigong's expression. Then why are you asking me for more? Faced with Shigong's increasingly frosty demeanor. Wude, drenched in cold sweat, stammered. I was just thinking of saving up some money that I would sooner believe that a pig could climb a tree than trust you to save money. Shigong retorted with a cold chuckle. Now, be honest. Where has your money gone? Can I not say? Wude hesitated. Shigong remained silent, merely extracting the Jinbira she had just stowed away once more. Upon witnessing this, Wude nearly burst into tears. Could you not have simply returned to your dormitory and rested? He lamented. Why did I have to provoke you for a reward? Is this not akin to striking oneself with a stone? Nearby, Lilith observed the duo's daily exchanges, stroking her chin as she turned to Hinai. Hey, what do you think the relationship is between General Shigong and Wude? Hinai paused in her action of flicking ash from her cigarette, then feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Of course, I mean just that. Lilith replied, wiggling her pinky with a smirk. General Shigong usually carries an expression as if everyone owes her 5 million, yet she greets Wude with a smile. Thus, I suspect there is a profound reason behind it. Lilith continued, raising an eyebrow at Hinai. Don't tell me you haven't considered that angle. I refuse to believe it. General Shigong treats all of us with the same demeanor. Hinai replied calmly, unaffected by Lilith's teasing tone. She is a kind person, treating her subordinates equally. You are overthinking this. Kind? Equal treatment? Lilith gasped, incredulous. Are you serious? Hinai nodded, then continued flicking ash while turning her head to address the twitching Lilith. Instead of gossiping about General Shigong's personal matters, why not consider how to handle Laysire's punches? Here's a hint. Smoker and Daz are on the brink of collapse. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lilith shot her gaze to the center of the training ground, where she beheld Smoker and Daz hurtling toward her and Hinai, battered and bruised, resembling mere rag dolls. Observing the two men, who lay on the ground gasping for breath, Lilith's eye began to twitch more violently. I am starting to regret getting involved. Is it too late to back out now? You initiated this, so don't even think about escaping. Hinai sighed, gazing at Laysire, who was cheerfully waving at them. Besides, we've endured half a month of beatings. One more day won't make a difference. With that, Hinai extinguished her cigarette, rising to her feet with Lilith in tow. Let us go and face our final judgment. Reluctantly pulled along, Lilith followed behind Hinai, grumbling to herself. Why was I ever curious? Curiosity aside, why did I have to ask that question? If I hadn't asked, wouldn't we be avoiding this beating? Enduring a few more beatings now will mean fewer in the future, Hinai calmly stated. Laysire and General Shigong strike with precision, and they truly engage us in a manner that allows for growth. Have you not noticed how our strength has increased significantly over this past month of training? You could hardly utilize the Gale Kick and Shave before. Now look at you. I know. I understand the principle that more beatings now mean fewer later. Lilith, her voice trembling, cast a timid glance at the grinning Lasser, only to be seized by a sudden shiver. The memory of Lasser delivering a resounding slap that sent Smoker flying 7 or 8 meters still lingered vividly in her mind, leaving an indelible mark on her young psyche and reshaping her understanding of the adage regarding the small yet powerful. Fuwu, come on. One last special training, Lasser waved at Hinai and Lilith, adding, Fuwu, bring it on. No holds barred. After spending over a month together, Lilith's quartet had naturally picked up some rudimentary Pokémon language. Though they could not match Wude's proficiency, they were on par with Guion. Thus, Hinai refrained from lengthy explanations, merely uttering the customary phrase of encouragement before playfully patting Lilith's head. With a swift high kick, she unleashed a vertical Gale Kick. The head pat served as their secret signal, indicating a combined strike. Consequently, almost instantaneously as Hanai executed the vertical kick, Lilith followed suit with a horizontal gale kick. The combination of one horizontal and one vertical kick constituted a cross slash, an attack of tremendous power with an alarmingly wide impact area. Among the myriad of combined techniques within the 6 styles, the gale kick synergy was the most challenging to master, as it required an exceptional level of synchronicity between the two practitioners. Both the angle and the force had to be executed with absolute precision. Even the slightest deviation could lead to the technique's disintegration, drastically reducing its potency, and improper coordination could result in an explosive backlash, leaving the attackers injured instead of their foes. Thus, throughout the Navy's history, those capable of executing the combined gale kick were few and far between, a rarity akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Yet, against all odds, Lilith and Hanai accomplished this feat, astonishingly without prior practice. They had only learned the name of the combined technique after successfully executing it once, courtesy of Guion. The inspiration had struck Lilith in a moment of frustration after being struck by Lasser, since neither of their gale kicks could harm Lasser. Why not try combining their efforts? Hanai found this reasoning compelling and, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, executed the collaboration with Lilith, successfully performing the gale kick synergy and leaving Guion utterly flabbergasted. With the impossibility of cheating ruled out, the only explanation left was sheer talent. And perhaps the fact that their bond was incredibly strong, so strong that it bordered on the unbreakable, akin to steel. In the realm of spirited manga, it would be termed a bond, while in the hands of the publishing house, it would be called the days of blooming lilies. On Billy's bullet comments and in novels, it would simply be referred to as the orange tide. Observing Lilith and Hanai gracefully evading Lasser's attacks while executing various poses to perform the gale kick synergy, Wude couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The synergy between two beautiful girls was undeniably more captivating than the collaboration of two rugged men, not to mention, just the sight of Hanai's long, fair legs was enough to provide Wude with a profound sense of healing from his earlier tribulations. Meanwhile, as Guion conversed with Wude about the assembly time and location for the next day, she noticed that he had been ignoring her for quite a while, his expression one of confusion. Upon looking up, she discovered that the reason for his inattentiveness was his engrossed gaze upon the long legs of his future colleague. An inferno of anger ignited within Guion's heart. Here she was, a mature and alluring beauty standing right in front of him, and he chose to look at a young girl instead. Author's note, is this the focus? Is she beautiful? Indeed, Wude instinctively replied. Bringing them along for special training was undoubtedly one of my wisest decisions. Yet, inexplicably, Wude suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively turned his head, only to behold the source of his discomfort. A naval vice admiral. Her fists clenched and making cracking sounds, a cold smile adorning her face. After a moment of contemplation, Wude cautiously ventured, is it too late to say she is not beautiful? What do you think? Then please go easy on me. Recognizing his lack of options, Wude obediently lowered his head. I fear pain. In the distance, the bruised and battered smoker watched as Wude, now under Guion's wrath, scampered away while clutching his head. He couldn't help but pose a philosophical query. Del, do you think Guion's behavior counts as abuse towards subordinates? Not really. Del replied sullenly. Lilith mentioned that Guion hitting Wude isn't truly about hurting him. It is a unique form of expressing affection through a punch, so it doesn't qualify as abuse. Smoker frowned at Del's words, glancing at Wude's swollen head. Why do I feel like Lilith is just spouting nonsense? I feel the same, Del quickly concurred. But we cannot deny that Guion indeed treats Wude rather well. Good, perhaps, should be considered good, Smoker mused. In that moment, the two fell silent, silently looking in the direction of Wude and Guion. To their astonishment, they witnessed Wude, for reasons unknown, saying something endearing that managed to pacify the furious Guion. At that moment, one of them was bowing and scraping, displaying an obsequious demeanor, while the other wore a smirk, their eyes gleaming with mischief, as if the earlier scene of cat and mouse had been but a figment of their imagination. Smoker and Del exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously exclaiming, their relationship is truly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived on the following day. The group of 5 rookie trainees preparing to set sail sat in the cafeteria, enjoying a breakfast distinct from that of their peers while engaging in casual conversation. Where did Wude and Vice Admiral Guion go? Lilith inquired, taking a hearty sip of soy milk before munching on a youtiao, her words slightly slurred. She usually eats with us, so why is she absent today? She went to the headquarters to receive her orders. She won't be having breakfast with us today. Smoker responded, momentarily taken aback. Who else would she eat if not your cooking, with her gluttonous demeanor? How could she possibly resist your food? Wude shrugged, pointing to the takeout containers beside him. You see that? I ordered it early this morning. He sighed. I suggested something light for breakfast, but she insisted on a hearty stew with rice. Why are women so difficult to please? The others fell silent, their expressions becoming somewhat peculiar, as they perceived Wude's words as somewhat short-sighted. Unaware of the golden opportunity sitting right before him, it was only Wude who found Guion difficult to manage. For others, merely the chance to serve her was a privilege not easily attained. To be so close to the renowned beauty of a vice-admiral, yet to complain about her was folly. Didn't he realize how high her popularity soared? At that very moment, as the group engaged in their animated chatter, Vice Admiral Guion stood at the door of Ms. Crane's office, carrying 3 large bags of breakfast. She had come to deliver breakfast and pick up her orders, but there was a significant likelihood she also needed to report on her tasks. It was this last aspect that made Guion hesitant to enter. Ever since childhood, she had never dared to lie to Ms. Crane, and that apprehension had only intensified with age. For Ms. Crane possessed not only keen insight but also the power of the wash fruit. If she sensed a lie, she could easily cleanse the ill intent from one's mind, rendering their mouth uncontrollable, spilling forth all words as if they were beans tumbling from a jar, far more effective than any truth serum. Yet now, for the sake of Wude and Lasser, Guion felt compelled to confront her weakness. Standing or lying down, it's all the same. I might as well be swift about it. After steeling herself, Guion adjusted her facial expression to appear nonchalant, then opened the door and stepped inside. Ms. Crane, I have come. Oh, Guion, my dear girl, it's been such a long time. As Guion was in the midst of greeting someone, she was abruptly interrupted by a burly man seated on the sofa. With his short black hair and matching beard, complemented by light gray temples, he bore a prominent crescent-shaped scar over his left eye, an emblem of his valor and youth. Towering in stature, even in a seated position, he could engage Guion at eye level, and the commanding aura he emanated made her heart race uncontrollably. These factors, combined with the man's already resounding reputation, caused Guion's carefully composed expression to falter. Vice Admiral Garp, Guion exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. What brings you here? Just visiting an old comrade and perhaps enjoying a breakfast, Garp replied, glancing at the food Guion held. That includes a portion for me, I presume. Guion hesitated, her expression turning uncertain, as she genuinely did not know if the meal was meant for him. Typically, it was not she who delivered the meals, but a takeout delivery person from the cafeteria. However, since she happened to be there to receive her assignment today, she thought to drop off some food along the way. Yet, considering the illustrious naval hero was now requesting a meal, it felt rather impolite to refuse. Just give him a portion, Guion, Ms. Tsuru interjected cheerfully, sensing Guion's dilemma. This old fellow arrived at 7 in the morning just for this breakfast, and he hasn't even touched his senbei. You can imagine how ravenous he must be. How would I know how ravenous he is? Guion mused silently, but she would never voice such thoughts. After a brief internal lament, she awkwardly handed a bag of food to Garp. Upon receiving the meal, Garp skillfully opened the bag and swiftly devoured 3 buns, his enjoyment evident as grease coated his mouth, an image that made Guion's own stomach grumble with hunger. She hadn't eaten anything that morning and was now forced to endure the tantalizing aroma of the buns while discussing her assignment with Miss Tsuru, making it feel like a form of torture. I need to wrap up this business quickly so I can return to my own meal, Guion thought as she handed the remaining 2 bags to Tsuru. Ms. Tsuru, this is yours, and I need to set sail for a mission today. I've submitted the list to the task hall, but they instructed me to come to you for the assignment. Tsuru acknowledged with a soft hum, glancing at the prepared documents beside her, just as she was about to speak. Garp interrupted. Oh, you're going out to sea? Guion nodded obediently. Upon seeing this, Garp sighed lightly. Does this mean I want to get to enjoy these meals before your return? At his words, Guion instinctively trembled, her pupils narrowing slightly. Garp's remark indicated his awareness that this meal had been prepared by Wude. He must have heard about Wude from Miss Tsuru. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Garp did not press the suddenly silent Guion but instead turned to Tsuru. I'm also a vice admiral. I could serve as a mentor as well. Why not assign that kid to me? The audacity of the naval hero to openly vie for her subordinate was baffling. Despite maintaining a calm facade, Guion felt as though her heart might leap from her throat, and a surge of indignation began to brew. She longed to voice her thoughts, or had it been an ordinary vice admiral, she would have already launched into a tirade. Yet, it was Garp who sought to take her subordinate, a man of considerable rank and accomplishments, who was currently addressing Tsuru rather than her. Despite the multitude of grievances surging within her, Guion had no choice but to swallow her pride. She believed Miss Tsuru would render a fair judgment. Should it be unjust, she might have to confront the naval hero directly. Although Guion felt she was concealing her emotions well, her inner turmoil was difficult to mask completely. Her eyes darted involuntarily. Her muscles twitched unconsciously, and her pupils constricted slightly, all subtle signs of her agitation that belied her calm exterior. As a master of micro-expressions, Tsuru observed everything. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Garp in a nonchalant tone. Wude is Guion's subordinate, and Guion is my sister. Thus, if you intend to poach from Guion, you are effectively undermining me. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce to such a thing? While speaking, Tsuru subtly rearranged the documents she had just organized. With a weight lifted from her heart, Guion, in her joy, failed to notice Tsuru's slight maneuver. However, Garp was acutely aware. Tsuru had summoned him for a specific purpose: to perform this verbal duet. The absence of document changes indicated Plan A, while a switch indicated Plan B. With Tsuru's recent alteration, Garp was compelled to follow the cues of Plan B. Then I'll let it go. Garp readily abandoned his plan to recruit, cheerfully turning back to his buns. This nonchalant attitude left Guion momentarily bewildered, leading her to question whether the naval hero had merely been jesting and if her reaction had been excessive. All right, you needn't mind that old fellow, Tsuru encouraged, bringing Guion back to her senses as she handed her a document from the table. This outlines your upcoming mission. It's not overly challenging. Think of it as a training exercise. Guion nodded, taking the document and instinctively scanning it, only to furrow her brow in confusion. A patrol in the East Sea. Guion raised her head and tentatively inquired, shouldn't that be a task for the East Sea branch? Why has it fallen to the headquarters, and why am I leading it? This seems somewhat irregular. While Guion did not articulate her thoughts too bluntly, the underlying message was clear. Assigning a vice admiral to patrol the four seas seemed an extravagant use of resources. Even for training purposes, wouldn't it be more prudent to seek out Don Quixote Doflamingo in the North Sea, or at the very least, venture to the West Sea to find Germa 66? Why the weakest East Sea? That region hardly boasted anyone skilled in hockey. One could simply send Smoker to deal with the pirates. His mere presence would exhaust those weaklings. Was this a training exercise or merely a sanctioned vacation? Yet, in response to Guion's peculiar expression, Tsuru remained unfazed and spoke with calm assurance. There have been some disturbances in the East Sea Estal Island. The branch is unable to handle it. So it has been escalated to headquarters. Given your recent availability and the addition of 6 new subordinates, I believe it would be beneficial for you to take a stroll over there and broaden their horizons. At this point, Tsuru paused slightly, donning a bemused expression. Constantly criticizing your subordinates will only erode their confidence. You must allow them to recognize their own strength. The insinuation in her words caused Guion's cheeks to flush. It seemed she and Leisai had not successfully concealed the intensive training they had conducted with Wude and his team. With the ruckus you all make every night, it's no surprise I receive complaints. Tsuru waved her hand, smiling. Now, off you go. Remember to stay in touch. Guion, relieved that Tsuru had not requested a report, felt a surge of joy. After affirmatively responding and bidding farewell, she swiftly exited the office. Her movements so rapid that even Garp was momentarily taken aback. Listening to her hurried footsteps recede, Tsuru chuckled and shook her head before picking up a document from her desk to examine closely. After softly reiterating the contents of the document, Tsuru let out a gentle sigh. Did that girl truly believe this matter could be so easily concealed? Indeed, the document in Tsuru's possession was none other than Wude's personal profile, meticulously organized and submitted by Guion to the task hall. Typically, such documents for a soon-to-be-confirmed Marine would be archived and uniformly submitted to the Navy Personnel Department. However, Tsuru had leveraged her authority and influence to withhold the profiles of Wude and his team. She neither allowed the archives to retain the documents nor submitted them to the Personnel Department. Such talent, Tsuru mused softly, gazing at the array of documents spread across her desk. Are you truly considering establishing a clandestine department? Kapu swallowed the last bun in his mouth, then, while wiping his lips, cast a glance at he, likening it to a sharp blade. I refer to it as Shadow of the Abyss. He smiled, remarking that the name was quite appealing. Wasn't it? The name is indeed commendable, yet the idea may not be the wisest. Kapu took a sip of soy milk, belched, and leaned back against the sofa. That group of fellows has only slipped twice over the years. Once in Sidrel and once on the Island of Gods. Aside from that, we have no leads whatsoever. How do you propose we pursue them? At this point, Kapu paused, then looked at the soy milk in his hand. Are we relying solely on that young man named Wude? Indeed. After he nodded with certainty, she picked up Wude's personal information once more. She gazed at the photo of Wude, who appeared foolishly cheerful, and softly remarked, he can shield himself from observation and possesses unique abilities. Akin to bandies from years past. I refuse to believe that group can remain composed. Upon hearing this, Kapu raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Gun claiming that lad was an ability user? You haven't seen him. But I have, and I spent over half a month with him. He cast a sidelong glance at Kapu. Do you think I wouldn't be able to discern whether Wude is an ability user? Are you implying that Gun fabricated this? Kapu displayed a look of surprise. Your sister? I previously suggested you hone your ability to read between the lines, yet it seems you haven't absorbed a single word. He sighed in exasperation. That girl practically radiated emotional turmoil when she heard you intended to poach her. How could you possibly fail to notice? No wonder Gun always wears a stern expression. Unfazed by his friend's teasing, Kapu merely curled his lip. If I were under your command, I too would have to maintain a serious demeanor. Your near-telepathic observational skills are rather bothersome. Enough with the trivialities. Let us address the matter at hand. He returned the documents to the table, opened her breakfast bag, and inquired, are you truly considering lending a hand? May I contemplate it further? You've already deliberated for over half a month. He bit into a bun and looked at Kapu, whose gaze was cast downward. Indecision does not suit your character, Kapu. Kapu sighed quietly, offering no response, and instead turned to ask another question. What does Sengoku have to say? He neither supports nor opposes it. He replied, as the commander-in-chief, that's the best he can do, but you should grasp his implications. A tacit agreement. Then, Kapu exhaled deeply, as if having made up his mind, and nodded firmly. I understand. Count me in. What is required of me? To provide assistance when necessary and establish an initial operational base. He cheerfully remarked. The kingdom of Goya, located on the edge of the East Sea, is a discreet and inconspicuous locale. Kapu raised an eyebrow. So, you forcibly took over the branch's mission for this purpose. Merely one of the reasons. He shook her head. Doll Island is indeed rather tumultuous. The branch has already sacrificed several teams of Marines in vain. Pirates, you say? No, the reports state that malevolent spirits are at play. Are you serious? Kapu's eye twitched. Is the person who wrote this report lacking in common sense? Doll Island is a remote isle, with no station troops. It is entirely normal to attribute abilities to malevolent spirits. He replied nonchalantly, you should know how superstitious the locals are, upon recalling the unique customs of Doll Island. Kapu instinctively nodded. So, you plan to initiate the Shadow of the Abyss plan after they complete this mission? Indeed. Who are the members? Smoker, Hina, Lilith, Del, Wude, and Laysai. He paused for a moment before adding, along with Gun. That makes a total of 7 individuals. Hearing this list, Kapu's brow furrowed deeply. I have no objections to the first 6. They are all newcomers who have yet to make a name for themselves, and few are acquainted with them. However, Gun is a rear admiral in the headquarters, and the most talented among them. She is likely to succeed the admirals in the future. Are you planning to strip her of her military rank and assign her to be a pirate? Ruining someone's future is akin to killing their parents. Setting aside the other 6, let's focus on Gun. Kapu turned his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on his face. Do you genuinely believe she would consent to such an absurdly sounding plan as Shadow of the Abyss? He did not respond immediately but fell into an unusual silence. It wasn't until the atmosphere in the room became almost unbearable that she slowly spoke. Do you recall Plan A? I do. Kapu nodded. If Gun shows no reaction to my attempt to recruit, you would assign Wude and Laysai to my command. After that, you would arrange for them to die in the line of duty, allowing them to execute the Shadow of the Abyss plan. At this point, Kapu seemed to have an epiphany, stroking his beard as he said, I suddenly feel that Plan A might be the better option. Oh. He raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Because for undercover missions. Isn't it preferable to have fewer people? Kapu reasoned. A lone Wude, without any companions, should be easier to win over and infiltrate their ranks. You are not mistaken. Seeing that he readily acknowledged this, Kapu appeared somewhat perplexed. Then why did you choose Plan B? Because of Gun. Kapu was even more baffled. What do you mean? He chuckled without providing an answer, instead proposing a wager. Shall we make a bet? What kind of bet? Let us wager whether Gun will agree to join the Shadow of the Abyss plan. The loser must treat the other to lunch for a week. Observing his cheerful demeanor, Kapu raised an eyebrow. What if we both bet on her agreement? Then it will depend on whether Gun hesitates after hearing the full story. He seemed to have anticipated Kapu's response, immediately countering, I bet she won't hesitate. Then I can only wager that she will hesitate. Kapu chuckled, appearing confident. Concerning her future, I refuse to believe that Gun would join the Shadow of the Abyss plan without a second thought. After all, that would mean relinquishing everything she has fought for. Thus, to be honest, I even sense she might refuse. You perhaps understand the intricacies of career paths better than I do. He cast a sidelong glance at Kapu, but you certainly do not comprehend women better than I do. What do you mean? It means you should prepare your wallet. He put on a facade of profound understanding. and I have quite an appetite. After saying this, he pushed the last bag of breakfast forward. Do not linger here. Hurry and deliver breakfast. Sengoku is probably starving by now. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Spotting the bag of buns, Kapu's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood to retrieve it. As he walked out, he waved his hand casually. I'm heading to Sengoku's. Don't miss me too much. Don't sneak a bite on the way. Kapu, with his back to he, mumbled indistinctly, rest assured. Watching Kapu's gradually receding figure, he couldn't help but chuckle at the old rascal. Shortly thereafter, within the marshal's office of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's furious roars reverberated through the entire corridor like thunder. Kapu, why are there only 5 buns left? I don't know. There were only 5 when I got them. Only 5 buns in a bag as large as your head. Do you think I'm a fool? Ahahaha. Don't be so stingy, Sengoku. At that very moment, unaware of their impending fate, Wude and the others were gathered in the mess hall of the warship, engaged in a fervent discussion regarding their upcoming mission. How can this possibly be the East Sea? The first to speak was Lilith. Upon learning the destination of the mission, her expression darkened, her demeanor forlorn, as though she had succumbed to a bout of depression. What is there to explore in the weakest sea? Bullying a group of individuals who do not comprehend the essence of dominance does little to showcase our extraordinary prowess. It is as if you possess an understanding of authority. Smoker, seated nearby and trimming his cigar, curled his lip in disdain. Among our table of companions, aside from Laser and the Vice Admiral Shiwan, who else truly grasps the concept of dominance? I have merely grazed the threshold of the Busashoka haki. Yet I remain utterly perplexed by the Kinbunchika Hakai. As Hanai spoke, she reached for a piece of cake from the table and handed it to the contented Laser, with a soft, gentle voice. Laser expressed her gratitude before savoring the treat in small bites. Observing this, Hanai's lips curled into a subtle smile as she affectionately stroked Laser's head. Beside them, Lilith watched the scene unfold, her eyes glistening with envy and jealousy. After growing familiar with Wude and Laser, an unspoken rule emerged among the 6-member group. Aside from Wude, the remaining 5 were to take turns holding Laser each day, with Vice Admiral Shiwan being no exception. Of course, Laser's preferences always took precedence, so the success of any embrace depended largely on her disposition. Fortuitously, today marked the day of departure, and Laser was in high spirits, allowing Hanai to bask in the glow of her good fortune and successfully hold Laser. However, if that were the only circumstance, Lilith would not have been reduced to jealousy. Rather, her vexation stemmed from the fact that she had been skipped over 3 consecutive times, each time it was her turn. Laser was either in a sour mood or particularly clingy to Wude and Shiwan. Not only was she denied a hug, but she was also off limits for even a gentle touch. Conversely, when it was anyone else's turn, Laser was in splendid spirits, permitting not only embraces but also feeding and head pats. This stark contrast led Lilith to repeatedly question whether Laser harbored any ill feelings toward her. Why else would she be in such a foul mood whenever it was Lilith's turn? Only to be radiant when it was someone else's? This is utterly unfair. After a silent scream of indignation in her mind, Lilith pouted and turned her head away, refusing to watch the interaction between Hanai and Laser. The others sighed in unison at the sight. All right, stop sulking, Smoker advised, his deadpan expression unwavering. Tomorrow, it will be your turn, so just bear with it a little longer. What good will it do me? Lilith grumbled, resembling a petulant child as she lowered her head and mumbled in a voice full of grievance. Laser dislikes me anyway. She never lets me hold her. Lilith's sulky demeanor and silence caused the corners of Shiwan's eyes to twitch uncontrollably. Subsequently, she turned to Wude, signaling with her eyes that it was his responsibility to rectify the situation, as she could not address it herself. Wude pondered the futility of discussing this matter with him, as it was Laser who needed to be consulted. However, as the leader had spoken, the subordinates could not ignore his directive. Thus, Wude, mustering his courage, poked Laser's cheek and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Just let Lilith hold you. Think of it as comforting a child. Upon hearing this, Laser's expression soured, but her hands are mischievous. She always pinches my cheeks. The group collectively understood why Laser was reluctant to be held by Lilith. It appeared that the latter's hands were far from innocent. Why not just hold her and gently pat her head? What is the purpose of pinching her cheeks? Lilith, having overheard Laser's words, realized she could no longer feign victimhood and quickly raised her hands in defense. It's just that Laser's cheeks feel so delightful. I couldn't help myself. Besides, I merely gave them a gentle pinch. Silence fell over the group, all staring at her with a shared, incredulous gaze. All right, I did pinch them, but it was just a couple of times. The silence persisted. Fine, I admit it. I pinched them several times. Lilith's face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at Laser. But I promise I won't do it again. Can you ever forgive me? The group exchanged glances, then turned to Laser with encouraging looks, suggesting that Lilith's apology was sincere and not merely an ACT.AS, a magnanimous Pokémon. Laser naturally would not dwell on such trivial matters. Moments later, a beaming Lilith was gently stroking Laser's head while feeding her cake, her body swaying with joy, resembling a child who had just received a beloved toy, leaving everyone speechless. You truly indulge her. Wude remarked, glancing at Hanai beside him. Hanai, unbothered by the light-hearted teasing, smiled softly and replied, "Isn't that what older sisters do?" Wude, upon hearing this, scrutinized both Hanai and Lilith, then glanced at the whispering Smoker and Del. Suddenly gaining insight, these four were not only alumni but also close friends, sharing a bond that allowed for unfiltered communication. SOY, in the original narrative, did only Smoker and Hanai appear. Del and Lilith were not lacking in talent and could not simply fade into obscurity. The answer, it seemed, was rather grim. It is well known that early demise precludes one from being considered a genius. The absence of the Lilith siblings in the original narrative likely stemmed from their untimely deaths in a significant event. Wude speculated about the nature of that event. During his month at the training camp, he had encountered an imposing elder with striking purple hair. As a devoted fan of One Piece, Wude recognized the individual immediately. Zephyr. A retired Marine admiral, this admiral was renowned for his talent recognition, making it improbable that he would allow the gifted Lilith siblings to languish in obscurity. Cultivating their abilities was merely a matter of time. According to Baidu Baiki, Zephyr would embark on a mission with a team of trainee Marines at the age of 65, a year from now. Unfortunately, during this mission, he would encounter a formidable pirate, resulting in the loss of his right arm and the near annihilation of his crew, leaving only Ein and Benz as survivors. This catastrophic event would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the world, leading Wude to suspect that Lilith and Del perished in its aftermath. This also elucidated why Smoker and Hanai, two individuals with strikingly similar temperaments, chose divergent paths. They were profoundly affected by the loss of their dear friends. Smoker, in particular, bore the brunt of this trauma. Otherwise, as a user of a Logia fruit, he would have no reason to languish in the East Blue, where he remained for a staggering 9 years. Such behavior was indicative of wasted potential and self-destruction. Fortunately, such tragedies would no longer come to pass, for Wude and Laser, accompanied by Shiwan, had arrived, with the intervention of 2 time travelers and a Marine vice admiral. The quartet was likely to embark on a path entirely distinct from the original narrative. While Wude was uncertain about others, it seemed improbable that Dasky would ever cross paths with Smoker. The notorious chain-smoking captain would not succumb to despair in the East Blue but would instead traverse the seas alongside their group. Contemplating this, Wude turned to Shiwan, seated beside him. Altering the fates of characters from the original narrative was an intriguing and fulfilling endeavor. Unlike Smoker and Hanai, Shiwan had a limited number of appearances in the original tale, with scant details in her Baidu Baiki entry. Thus, Wude was immensely curious whether his and Laser's presence had altered the destiny of the valiant female vice admiral. If so, was this change for the better or worse? Wude did not know, but he was certain he would find out eventually, as their time together was far from over. "Why are you staring at me?" Shiwan furrowed her brow at Wude's unabashed gaze, instinctively touching her face as she inquired, "Is there something on my face? No, then why are you looking at me so intently? Is it not permissible to look at you?" With a raised eyebrow, Wude questioned, "What's the matter? Afraid of being seen? If you're concerned about prying eyes, feel free to tell me. I possess the skills to craft a mask with ease." Ziyuan merely smiled, not uttering a word, as she seized Wude by the collar and dragged him toward the deck. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected action, only to realize, upon seeing Wude's resigned expression, that he had undoubtedly provoked Ziyuan once again. Otherwise, why would the general have any reason to strike him? In this exchange of fists, there was a peculiar joy to be found. Lilith whistled and produced a betting board from who knows where. Placing it upon the table, Come, place your bets now," she exclaimed, imitating a sultry dealer. "Bet on Wude begging for mercy right away here, 5 minutes of pleading over here, and 3 minutes of begging right here. Once the bets are placed, they are final. No cheating, young and old alike. Hurry, place your wagers before it's too late. I bet he begs for mercy immediately," Renai declared without a moment's hesitation, tossing in 10,000 berries. "I wager 3 minutes," Smoker added, a bit more frugal, as he placed 1,000 berries down. Yet it mattered little, for this wager was merely a light-hearted affair among their small group, emphasizing enjoyment over stakes. "I believe Wude possesses a certain dignity, so I'll bet on 5 minutes," Del muttered, mirroring Renai's wager with 10,000 berries tossed in. "I'll match Renai's bet," Lilith chimed in, rummaging through her pockets and adding 5,000 berries to the pile. She then turned to Razor, gently patting her head. Razor, care to join in? Razor furrowed her brow in contemplation before pointing to a specific area on the betting board. Woo, I want to bet there. The others leaned in to see, their eyes widening in astonishment. You want to wager 10 minutes? Lilith exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging. Razor, dear, betting 10 minutes is practically gifting us money. Renai nodded in agreement, while Smoker followed suit, stating, I've never seen Wude last even 10 minutes. Dell grumbled, forget 10 minutes. I've never seen him last 5. Smoker paused. Then why are you betting? Dell shrugged. What if? Razor, placing her hands on her hips with confidence, proclaimed. Woo, I believe in my Wude. All right then, Ziyuan replied, not wanting to object now that the key player was unconcerned. The wager was set, and they would await the outcome. As the protagonists of this bet, both Ziyuan and Wude were acutely aware of the unfolding events in the mess hall. Lilith's boisterous voice was just one aspect, but this group of rascals had engaged in such betting games before. Wude was not particularly bothered. To him, these light-hearted wagers were merely jokes among friends. Moreover, the stakes were not high, capped at 10,000 berries, and the winner would treat the loser to a grand meal, typically one that Wude would prepare. In this back and forth, no one truly lost, except for Wude, who not only had to endure the beating but also had to cook for these rascals afterward. Although he could earn a bit of compensation, it was usually confiscated by Ziyuan and Razor under the guise of keeping it safe. Keeping it safe. He scoffed internally. What's the difference between that and parents confiscating their child's New Year's money? All that effort for nothing. As a young man of the 21st century, Wude was unwilling to simply accept his fate. In a desperate bid for his rights and finances, he had once waged a heart-wrenching struggle. Yet, in the end, that struggle was left only with sorrow, for Razor stood with Ziyuan, not with him. The 4 others, being mere spectators, didn't lend a hand. Rather, they started yet another betting game. Thus, Wude not only failed to reclaim his rights and finances but further cemented his identity as the cook. It was indeed a tragic tale. With a sigh, Wude looked up at Ziyuan. What would you like for dinner tonight? Ziyuan pondered for a moment. Have you finished that sauerkraut you mentioned earlier? I have. Wude nodded. I left it in the kitchen. Then I shall have the sauerkraut stew you highly recommended, she declared. Oh, all right. Get to it quickly, Wude replied, lifting his head. Cooking the large beast's ribs was quite a task, and he feared he might miss mealtime. Observing Wude's weary demeanor, Ziyuan shook her head in resignation before pulling him up from the ground. There are plenty of people on deck today, so I won't punish you this time. I'll let you save face, she said, straightening Wude's slightly wrinkled collar as he looked bewildered. Once you're officially a soldier, you must maintain some semblance of decorum. You may have a thick skin and not care about embarrassment, but I do. In the presence of ordinary soldiers, she wished to retain a bit of the authority that came with her rank. With that, Ziyuan gave Wude's arm a light pat. All right, get busy. The sudden show of affection from his superior left Wude slightly flustered. But he could hardly voice his discomfort, for as Ziyuan had pointed out, there were many curious soldiers beginning to gather around. Thus, Wude could only acquiesce with a simple before turning to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After watching Wude depart and dismissing the surrounding soldiers, Ziyuan turned her gaze toward the mess hall. There, she spotted 5 heads peeking through the doorframe, lined up in a neat row: Dell, Smoker, Renai, Lilith, and Razor. Their stances were perfectly synchronized. Their eyes filled with curiosity, while Lilith wore a cheeky grin. This sight amused Ziyuan. These little rascals were clearly bored, with no thoughts beyond gossip. What are you staring at? She snapped. Gambling is prohibited aboard this ship. And do not look at your superior with those cheeky eyes. Each of you will do 3 sets of physical training. Lilith will do 5 sets. Razor doesn't need to train. Come here for a hug. Whoa, I'm coming, Razor exclaimed, running over. After scooping up the little girl, Ziyuan ignored Lilith's heartfelt wails and turned toward the navigation room. As the commanding officer, she needed to ensure the route was flawless and oversee the soldiers' work, guaranteeing the ship was always battle-ready. Unlike those little rascals, she had far more pressing matters to attend to. Ziyuan, the days of sailing were often monotonous. The same routine, the same dangers, the same tasks. Even after being promoted to Rear Admiral, nothing had truly changed. Therefore, each time she set sail on a mission, Ziyuan sought ways to find joy amidst the tedium, whether it was reading comedic novels, hunting sea kings for the crew's extra rations, or even making a temporary stop at an island under the pretense of resupplying. Indulging in a shopping spree brought some relief from the psychological pressures of sailing. However, repeating such activities inevitably led to boredom. Yet, as the saying goes, what was in the past is in the past, and the present is the present. After gathering her 5 lively subordinates, Ziyuan suddenly realized that perhaps she did not dread embarking on missions as much as before. These 5 rascals were simply too spirited, always either causing mischief or plotting their next escapade. As fresh recruits, they possessed an almost boundless curiosity and thirst for knowledge about everything. They yearned to explore the vast expanse of the world and uncover its hidden secrets. Lilith had even boldly proposed forming a team to seek the great treasure, stating, if the Pirate King could usher in the era of great pirates with the great treasure, then the Navy should also be able to end this era by finding the great treasure. It must be said that this is an exceedingly valuable proposal. Not only does the quintet believe so, but even Shurian shares this sentiment. However, agreement does not equate to permission. As a high-ranking naval officer, Shurian is acutely aware of the upper echelon's attitude towards the grand treasure. It cannot be said that they entirely avoid it, but it is certainly regarded with considerable caution. Shurian does not wish for Lilith to fall victim to an assassination by the CP due to this notion. Fortunately, this reckless girl merely indulged in a fleeting whim and, after receiving a stern lesson, promptly abandoned her dangerous and unreliable idea, redirecting her focus to meticulously researching travel routes. After all, in her perspective, embarking on a mission to the East Blue holds no distinction from an extravagant trip funded by the government. With the smoke fruit at his disposal, Smoker could single-handedly sweep through the entirety of the East Blue. And both Lei Sai and Vice Admiral Shurian could easily frighten the cowardly pirate scum into submission with but a sneeze. Under such circumstances, encountering danger seems utterly implausible. Thus, rather than hastily completing the mission and returning to headquarters at lightning speed, it would be more prudent to explore the East Blue for worthwhile destinations, then use the pretense of an inspection as an excuse for a leisurely tour. After all, as the saying goes, how can one truly comprehend the plight of the common people without traversing every corner? Lilith's audaciously shameless exploitation of the situation received unanimous approval from everyone. Shurian initially intended to oppose it, but the thought of facing Lady Crane upon returning to headquarters rendered her somewhat apprehensive. Since there are no rigid stipulations regarding the return timeline, why not meander about the East Blue with this motley crew? After casually concocting a rationale to convince herself, Shurian tacitly acquiesced to the plan. However, it was imperative to first resolve the crisis at Doll Island, as that was a matter Lady Crane had emphasized. Consequently, upon entering the East Blue, the warship Shurian was aboard did not pause at any tourist attractions but instead hastened directly towards Doll Island, with the aid of government-sanctioned currents and the warship's remarkable speed. The group reached Doll Island from Marineford in a mere 20 days. Leaning over the ship's railing, Wude craned his neck, gazing at the deserted port and the untamed jungle nearby, instinctively stroking his chin. Didn't you claim that although Doll Island is remote, it is actually quite prosperous? It certainly doesn't appear so. The quartet led by Lilith shared a similar perplexity. According to the records, Doll Island was indeed a rather affluent locale, a fact evidenced by the port that nearly stretched along the entire coastline. Yet the glaring issue remained. Why was there not a single soul in such a vast port? Ordinarily, when a vessel docks, few individuals emerge to lend a hand, not to mention, they were aboard a naval ship. Besides the helpers, the port's administrators should have come forth to offer a warm welcome. Instead, it was as though they had stumbled upon a ghost town, devoid of life. Something was amiss. Smoker lit a cigar, his brow furrowing. A port of this magnitude could not simply be abandoned, nor could it be devoid of any management personnel. Such a scenario would contravene the government port management regulations. Beyond that, there was another concern. Dinah, she began, exhaling a puff of smoke. Doll Island is a commercial hub, renowned worldwide for its puppets. Therefore, merchant ships should be arriving in droves. Yet, what do we see now? Dinah pointed toward the distant port, then gestured to the nearby one. Not a soul in sight, not even a single vessel. This is highly irregular, exceedingly irregular. The eerie situation caused a collective frown among the group. Perhaps they are holding a festival on the island, or today is a public holiday, Wude proposed, attempting to rationalize the peculiar circumstance that had rendered the port entirely deserted. However, even a holiday could not justify the complete absence of life at a port that served as their lifeblood. Xian's voice suddenly rang out behind them, after nodding to the group and exchanging greetings. She turned her gaze towards Doll Island's port. Just as Wude refrained from eating and drinking for an entire day due to a holiday, an island reliant on commerce would never allow its port to be entirely vacated. What explanation could possibly justify this situation? Wude shrugged, exasperated. We can't claim that the islanders all perished overnight, can we? Investigating this matter falls squarely within our duties as the Navy. After casting a sidelong glance at Wude, Shurian addressed the quintet in a serious tone. The mission officially commences upon our arrival. Everyone, stay alert. Do not allow your usual laxity to impede your ability to perform your duties. If I find you inciting my ire, Do not blame me for sending you back to the training camp. The sudden gravity in Xian's demeanor startled the group, but they quickly regained their composure and stood at attention in unison. Yes, Vice Admiral Shiyan. Satisfied, Shiyan nodded and then gently lifted Leisai from Wude's shoulder, cradling her in her arms. All right, go to the dormitory and retrieve your gear. We'll disembark together once we dock. With that, Shiyan turned and walked toward her quarters, conversing with Leisai as she went. Leisai, I've made you a navy uniform. Would you like to try it on? Uh-huh, Leisai nodded. But aside from the clothes, I also want a weapon. I have one, but given your stature, it may prove cumbersome for you. How about I hold it for you and toss it to you when you need it? Uh-huh, sounds good. Observing the departing figures of Shiyan and Leisai, the quintet exchanged knowing glances and shrugged in unison. Wude broke the silence. Do you all have any gear to grab? Del shook his head, muttering, my fists are sufficient. I must return to fetch my 10 hands. Smoker replied, striding forward. I feel oddly unbalanced without it. I'll go retrieve my knife. Lilith added, following Smoker toward the dormitory. Dainai, what about you? I don't need anything, Dainai replied, shaking her head. She flicked her fingers toward the sea, and a small iron dart shot forth with astonishing speed, piercing through a hapless base as it struck the water. My body is my weapon. Blades and firearms would only hinder me. With that, Dainai extinguished her cigarette and turned to Wude. What about you? I recall you wield a knife. Wude grimaced, my blade, like my funds, is in Shiryan's possession. Honestly, what is the nature of your relationship with Vice Admiral Shiryan? Friends. Wude replied nonchalantly, shaking his head. Is there a problem? Dainai nearly voiced her concerns, but recalling her own similar antics with Lilith, she refrained. Nonetheless, her thoughts remained unchanged. In her view, Wude and Shiryan undoubtedly had an underlying issue. Such intimate gestures as adjusting collars and managing each other's finances were typically reserved for couples, not mere acquaintances of the opposite sex. Moreover, their numerous displays of affection included sharing food, swapping cups, and even laundering each other's clothes, all conducted without any pretense of discretion, while they viewed these actions as the mundane interactions of friends. To an outsider, it appeared as though they were flirting like young lovers. With this realization, Dainai couldn't help but click her tongue. Her curiosity piqued about the future of this duo. Would Wude be the first to shatter the unspoken barrier? Or would Vice Admiral Shiryan take the initiative? Perhaps they would continue to coexist in their unremarkable manner. Regardless, Dainai resolved to witness the outcome, and if possible, she might even play a role in nudging them closer together. No wonder Lilith is so keen on observing Wude and Vice Admiral Shiryan. This truly is quite entertaining, Dainai mused, casting a surreptitious glance at Wude, who was idly gazing at the sky. Perhaps this is what Lilith refers to as shipping a couple. After the successful docking of the warship, the well-organized naval 7-member team reconvened. They first teased Leisai, who was dressed in a mini naval uniform that made her appear both adorable and authoritative. Before following Juan down the gangway, let us investigate the port first. Juan announced the next course of action after surveying the deserted harbor. Lilith, your sharp mind will be invaluable. Stay here to direct the Marines in their search of the port. Remember, do not overlook any detail. If you make a discovery, contact us via the phone book. Lilith straightened her posture and saluted in a manner befitting the occasion. Understood, Vice Admiral Juan. Juan nodded and turned to Delaware. Del, it is likely that Lilith will be overwhelmed, so you shall remain as well to assist her in the search efforts. Understood. The rest of you, accompany me to the village to assess the situation. As Juan spoke, he tossed one of the 3 swords hanging at his waist to Wude. The current situation on the island is uncertain. Remain vigilant and do not let your guard down. In the event of danger, prioritize your own safety, request reinforcements, and do not attempt to be a lone hero. Is that clear? Understood. Juan nodded in satisfaction and, with a wave of his hand, signaled the commencement of their actions. Upon his command, Lilith and Del sprang into action, gathering all the ordinary Marines and methodically dividing into groups, preparing to initiate their investigation of the port. Meanwhile, Juan led Wude and the others along the main road towards the direction of Dal Village. Previously, it had been mentioned that although Dal Island was remote, it was quite a prosperous place. This was evident not only from the numerous ports lining the coastline but also from the broad, smooth stone-paved surface that was suitable for horse-drawn carriages. Regardless of the world, constructing roads remains a formidable challenge. To build a straight and even road through a primeval jungle that leads to the coast is even more arduous, as it requires not only substantial manpower and resources but also considerable financial backing. Yet, Dal Island had not only completed this feat but also had surplus funds to create ornamental greenbelts along the roadside. This was ample proof that the inhabitants of this place lived in affluence. Wude stepped on the stone surface, glancing at the surrounding greenery, and curiously inquired, "This place is so wealthy. How has it not attracted the attention of pirates?" "Because Doll Island's geographical location is too remote," Smoker replied. "Pirates, unlike the Navy, do not have sufficient supply stations at sea. Their ships cannot match the speed and seaworthiness of warships. Furthermore, Doll Island, being a commercial hub, is under government protection. Although there is no naval base on the island, patrolling warships will not overlook this area. This is also the primary reason we have traveled so far to reach here." Hinai lit a cigarette, picking up the thread of conversation while casting a complex glance at Smoker. "Smoker, while it is commendable that you wish to educate Wude, I hope that next time you can memorize the contents of the report rather than reading it aloud while glancing at the paper." Wude and Leisai, perched on his shoulder, nodded in unison, having wanted to comment on this matter earlier but were preempted by Hinai. "I refuse to waste time memorizing reports," Smoker retorted, unabashed and resolute. "If I had that kind of spare time, I would prefer to engage in additional physical training." Upon hearing this, Wude and Leisai exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively slowing their pace and creating distance from Smoker, the latter momentarily perplexed as to why they reacted in such a manner. Soon grasped the situation. "I heard from Admiral Zephyr that you were quite the rebellious one. Before our departure, he specifically approached me and instructed me to keep a close eye on you." "To be honest, I was skeptical at first," Juin said, gently patting Smoker's shoulder. "However, after hearing your earlier remarks, I must admit that Admiral Zephyr had a point. Who told you that memorizing reports is a waste of time? Haven't you learned about the importance of intelligence in your cultural classes? Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger of defeat. Are you unfamiliar with this adage? Since you are so fond of physical training, from now on, you will frog jump behind me. You shall not stop until you reach the village." After delivering this reprimand, Juin observed Smoker begin his frog jumps obediently before turning to Wude, who looked rather gleeful. "What are you laughing at? You shall join him." Wude, initially enjoying the moment, was taken aback and protested. "Why should I? Smoker may not memorize the report, but at least he has the sense to carry a copy with him. What about you?" Juin glared back, indignant that Wude not only failed to memorize but also dared to mock his companion in his presence. "You deserve double the punishment. Frog jump while also carrying Leisai." Wude severely doubted that Juin's true intent was not to carry Leisai himself, merely wanting to ensure that Smoker had company in his frog jumps. Under normal circumstances, he would have resisted, perhaps even made a witty remark. However, today was different, not only because they were on a mission but also because Juin's statement held some merit. Let us consider it a shared struggle with a good brother. He sighed resignedly before squatting down and beginning to frog jump alongside Smoker. Leisai, meanwhile, leaped down from Wude's shoulder, bouncing over to Juin, who had his arms outstretched with a beaming smile, and then ran into Hinai's embrace. Hinai, momentarily bewildered as she instinctively caught Leisai, looked up at Juin, whose gaze was somewhat peculiar. "Hinai is utterly shocked. I didn't say anything." Vice Admiral Juin. "Woo-woo. Today is the day for Hinai's hugs." Nestled in Hinai's arms, Leisai waved cheerfully at Juin. "Woo-woo. Tomorrow will be your turn. Just hold on." Juin smacked his lips, reluctantly lowering his outstretched arms. "Very well." Seeing Juin humbled, Wude couldn't suppress a chuckle, revealing a pitiful expression that momentarily broke his stoic demeanor. As for the consequences of this laughter, I believe the readers can easily guess. In short, the scene was rather brutal. The Doll Island arc officially begins. We invite the audience to enter in an orderly fashion, leave plenty of comments, and click to urge updates and favorites. If there are any rewards, I will add more chapters. Thank you for your support. Doll Island is not particularly large, truly living up to its name as a small island. Thus, Juin and his party arrived at the entrance of Doll Village in roughly half an hour. The entrance was adorned with lavish decorations and welcoming slogans, surrounded by a spacious square filled with blooming flowers and a grand fountain at its center, alongside exquisite Western-style houses that appeared quite valuable. Additionally, the village boasted restaurants, shops, and a hospital, essentially everything one would expect in a city. Compared to those war-torn islands, this place resembled a veritable paradise, and its inhabitants must be living a celestial life. For the common folk, being free from worry about food and clothing is the greatest happiness, is it not? Yet, despite being so close to this idyllic haven, Juin and his companions stood merely at the entrance, observing and contemplating, with none daring to take a step inside. I believe we have encountered trouble. Wude was the first to speak. He gazed at the scene within Doll Village, his expression grave as he stated, "This place is definitely not normal. Vice Admiral Juin, I request assistance from the East Blue Branch. Even if they cannot provide manpower, they should at least compile relevant intelligence on Doll Island. until we have that information in hand. I refuse to set foot in this village, not even a single step. Wude's attitude was exceedingly rigid, and his tone lacked the requisite respect. Yet, none of the individuals present, including Xiaoyang, seemed to care about this. For he spoke the undeniable truth. The bizarre circumstances before them had already surpassed the elite team's capacity to manage. No one was around. Hanai instinctively tightened her embrace around Laysire, seeking a modicum of solace. Not only the square and the duty room, but also the restaurants, the shops, and even the hospital remained open, their doors ajar, yet where had all the people gone? A profound silence enveloped Xiaoyang and his companions, broken only by the sounds of the wind and their own breathing, until they had all departed. A strange female voice suddenly echoed behind them. The voice was soft, almost imperceptible under normal circumstances. However, in this eerie environment, it resonated like thunder. The five of them, sensing imminent danger, immediately prepared for combat. Those who wielded swords drew their blades, while others readied their abilities. Laysire was even poised to use her teleportation to evacuate everyone. However, when they turned to discern the identity of the newcomer, they collectively froze. It was not familiarity that rendered them speechless, but the realization that she appeared to be an ordinary person, with her lustrous purple hair cascading down and amber eyes deep as a tranquil pool. Her exquisite features rivaled those of Xiaoyang and Hanai. The casually draped medical white coat indicated her profession, while her seemingly fragile physique and vulnerable posture belied her combat capabilities. This woman was merely a civilian doctor, possessing no extraordinary traits apart from her striking appearance. Yet, the exceedingly peculiar situation in the doll village forbade Wude and the others from lowering their guard. The sudden appearance of a common individual in an empty ghost town was, in itself, the most extraordinary occurrence. Clearly, everyone present understood this. Who are you? Xiaoyang's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his observation and armed colors fully engaged, as he sternly addressed the suddenly materialized purple-haired woman. Why are you here? This is my home. Why should I not be here? The tense atmosphere and Xiaoyang's frosty demeanor did not faze the purple-haired woman in the slightest. As she nonchalantly lit a cigarette, her enchanting amber eyes scanned the group. But what about you? Why have you come here? At her words, the brows of the group furrowed in unison. After a silent exchange of glances, Hanai spoke up. We are the Navy. Her gaze remained fixed upon the woman, leaving no detail overlooked. We received reports that Doll Island is in danger, with 3 teams of Marines already missing. We are here on a mission to provide assistance. If you are a resident of this island, I hope you can inform us about what is happening here. Before Hanai could finish her sentence, the purple-haired woman suddenly chuckled softly. The Navy truly is relentless. Hanai, her brow furrowed tightly, retorted. What do you mean? Leave, nothing has happened here. The woman smiled slightly, brushing off the ash from her cigarette. This is for your own good. I think you have misjudged the situation. Miss Doctor. Xiaoyang pressed his blade against her throat, his expression as cold as ice. We traveled a great distance to resolve issues, not to ponder riddles. The interior of Doll Village and the island's port are devoid of life. Yet you suddenly appear, claiming to be a resident. Under such circumstances, you are the prime suspect, and you are obligated to cooperate with the Navy's investigation. Should you choose to refuse, I can execute you on the spot. Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed. Do you comprehend how suspicious you currently are, Miss Doctor? The palpable tension rendered Wude and his companions breathless. As Xiaoyang's closest friend, Wude knew she was not jesting nor bluffing. If the suddenly appearing woman refused to comply, Xiaoyang would indeed carry out his threat. Yet, in the face of such lethal intimidation, the woman remained unfazed, even daring to flick the blade resting against her throat. This audacious act caused Wude and his companions to flinch. Did this woman not experience fear? Did she not understand that a mere flick of Xiaoyang's wrist could separate her head from her body? Nice sword, the woman remarked with a light laugh. Perfectly adequate for decapitation. It seems you take good care of it. Xiaoyang said nothing, merely advancing the blade closer until it nearly touched her neck, clearly indicating she had one last chance to speak. The woman understood this unspoken message, yet she did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Xiaoyang and the comrade standing behind him before slowly articulating, "You are different from the previous groups." As she spoke, she extinguished her cigarette, seemingly unafraid of death. Stop playing riddles, Wude snapped, unable to contain his frustration. What on earth is happening in this cursed place? Where have the missing Marines and villagers gone? If they are dead, how is it that you stand before us unharmed? I will grant you 10 seconds to explain. If you fail to do so, Wude paused mid-sentence, pointing at Xiaoyang. I shall allow my comrade here to eliminate you. Xiaoyang shot Wude a sidelong glance, but chose not to respond, tacitly acknowledging the statement. Threats bore no weight against a mere object. The woman smiled serenely and gently pushed the blade away from her throat. striding past the group toward the village's interior. If you wish to know what has transpired in the village, follow me, provided, of course, that you are truly unafraid of death. And if you do not wish to cause more harm, I suggest you refrain from seeking reinforcements. Lastly, I am neither a riddle maker nor a mere doctor. With that, the woman paused, turning her head slightly, a smile dancing on her lips. I am Diana, Helen Wude. Diana. I hope you remember this name and never forget it. With this enigmatic self-introduction, Diana turned and continued her purposeful walk into the village. From her composed stride and dismissive demeanor, it was evident that she was utterly unconcerned with whether Wude and his companions chose to follow her. What should we do? Should we follow her? Smoker, addressing Xiaoyang, kept his gaze fixed on Diana. I sense this is a trap. I concur, and I nodded. That woman gives me an unsettling impression. Her nonchalant attitude resembles that of a fugitive, perhaps even a madwoman seeking to drag others down with her. Wude seized the opportunity to contribute his thoughts. I believe Smoker is right. This is undoubtedly a trap. This woman named Diana has undoubtedly dug a pit within the village, waiting for us to leap in. Thus, we cannot take unnecessary risks. Requesting assistance from headquarters seems the prudent choice. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. As for Diana's warning against seeking reinforcements, it was dismissed entirely. It would be absurd to knowingly enter a perilous situation when aware of the potential dangers. The current circumstances in Dal Village mirrored those of a ghost story, with Diana embodying the alluring specter, luring unsuspecting souls into her web. However, Wude and his companions were no Navi characters. They were not easily deceived. I support Wude's perspective, and I declared, Xiaoyang, let us request reinforcements from headquarters. Given the current state of Dal Village, it would be wise to bring in additional personnel and circle the area, and then investigate the village's interior. We should also report the name Helen Wude. Diana. Smog spoke up, adding, perhaps our headquarters can uncover something based on this name. The thoughts of Wude's trio aligned perfectly with those in Shurguan's mind. Initially, she harbored concerns about these three rascals disregarding her counsel and insisting on proceeding, but it now appeared her worries were unfounded. Her subordinates were astute, relieving her of considerable stress as their superior. After taking a deep breath, Shurguan turned her head, intending to issue a retreat order. However, at that moment, Leisai suddenly exclaimed, Fu, that woman is watching us. Everyone swiftly turned their heads to gaze into the depths of the village. There stood Diana, who had been walking forward, inexplicably halted and turned around. Positioned beside the fountain in the square, arms crossed, she wore a smile directed at Wude and his group at the entrance. Upon realizing she was being observed, her crimson lips parted, seemingly uttering something. While Wude and the others could not decipher her lip movements, Shurguan could. The woman was saying, You have already entered. We have already entered? What does that mean? Shurguan had no time to ponder, as her instincts, honed through countless life and death experiences, were sounding alarm bells. Retreat, Shurguan shouted, grasping Wude's collar in an attempt to flee. Yet, it was already too late. Everything vanished. The wide, even stone pavement, the lush primordial forest, the azure sky, the pristine clouds, and even the blinding sun were not spared. Aside from the puppet village behind them, everything, near and far, vanished without a trace, replaced by an endless void that seemed capable of devouring all. Shurguan and her companions stood at the precipice of this infinite emptiness. One more step forward, and they would plummet into an abyss from which there would be no return. They would drift eternally in that void, unable to live or die. This unimaginable scene left all present wide-eyed with terror. What is happening? And I could not contain her scream, the overwhelming dread from the endless void nearly causing her to lose her footing. Where is this place? What happened to the way we came? No one could answer, for what was unfolding exceeded everyone's expectations. They could anticipate that the woman would retaliate in anger, and they could foresee the sudden emergence of 300 or 400 armed axe-wielders from the nearby thicket. But they could never have imagined being cast into a space reminiscent of the cosmos. The power of a devil fruit? What a joke. What devil fruit possesses such absurd abilities? Leisai, for everyone's safety. Wude could no longer afford to conceal his powers. Teleport us out of here. Fu. Leisai responded, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light. A torrent of mental energy surged forth, wrapping everyone present in its embrace while stirring a gentle breeze. Confused, Shurguan and the others did not grasp the meaning of teleportation, yet they could perceive the phenomenon of spatial distortion. As they glimpsed the familiar stone pavement and primordial forest through the lens of distorted space, their expressions began to shift towards excitement. However, in the next moment, an inexplicable force erupted from that void, shattering the spatial lens and flattening the distortion, then dissipating without a trace. This sudden turn of events left Wude and Leisai astonished. What is happening? Fu, I don't know. This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Try again. Laysai refrained from speaking much, silently summoning her mental energy once more, attempting to open a spatial passage, but the outcome was as expected. Again, that inexplicable force emerged from the void, sweeping away all spatial phenomena before vanishing like a ghost, like a diligent jailer. It extinguished every prisoner's dream of escape with equal severity. Fuwu, that force negated my mental energy. Laysai's expression shifted between hope and despair. Fuwu, I cannot open the spatial passage. That force clearly does not want us to leave. Wude muttered a curse under his breath, then turned to look inward into the village, noticing Diana still standing there, her serene smile unchanged. Yet, inexplicably, Wude felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion towards that smile. It seemed they had no choice. Taking a deep breath to suppress his discomfort, Wude addressed Shurguan and the others. The answers must lie with that woman. Shurguan, what shall we do? Didn't you say we have no choice? Shurguan replied, glancing at the weary-looking Laysai. But before we enter, could you explain what Laysai just demonstrated? Let us discuss it after we escape this hellish place. Wude casually dismissed, nodding toward Diana, implying that the enigmatic woman was still present and who knew how sharp her hearing was. Understanding his cue, Shurguan did not press further, turning to head into the village, with Wude closely following. Smog and Hinai exchanged glances before joining in, just as Wude had stated, with their escape route completely sealed. They had no option but to forge ahead. You've come along. Facing the imposing group of Wude, evidently seeking answers, Diana spoke without fear. Welcome to the puppet village, a cursed land plagued by vengeful spirits. With a single sentence, Diana effectively silenced Wude's impending tirade. A cursed land plagued by vengeful spirits. He scrutinized Diana with a disapproving expression. Are you suggesting that everything we just experienced was the work of vengeful spirits? Wude understood that the world of One Piece contains souls, evidenced by Big Mom's soul fruit. However, he had never heard of vengeful spirits existing in this realm. Of course, you wouldn't believe it. Just like I and those Marines who came to investigate initially didn't. Diana replied with a slight smile. But that's all right. You will understand soon enough. With that, she paid no heed to Wude's group's reactions and turned to walk deeper into the village. Follow me. Although it's not much, we still have some time. After exchanging glances, the group stepped forward to follow Diana. Under her guidance, they traversed the square, crossed the park, and gradually distanced themselves from the bustling center of the village. Arriving at a somewhat dilapidated area resembling a slum, the rundown bungalows, filthy streets, and open-air latrines exuded a foul stench. Unlike Wude and Shurguan, who appeared unfazed, seemingly having anticipated this, Smog and Hinai frowned, their expressions filled with confusion. They struggled to understand why such a place existed in a village as affluent as Puppet Village. Clearly, the Puppet Village was wealthy enough to construct exquisite houses, build roads leading directly to the coast, and even pave the harbor along the entire shoreline. The money earned by the village should suffice to ensure that everyone on the island was well fed and clothed. Why then did such a place exist? Unable to accept this reality, Hinai voiced her questions, seeking an answer from Shurguan. However, Shurguan remained silent, instead looking up at Diana, who walked ahead. Because humans are greedy. Sensing their gaze, Diana smiled softly. The more one acquires, the more one possesses. The more one possesses, the more one loses. And the more one loses, the more one desires to reclaim. Greed is a disease. It transforms people into insatiable monsters. These monsters devour everything within sight. They are never satisfied, their eyes filled only with endless thirst. And to satiate this thirst, they will do anything. As she spoke, Diana suddenly turned her head and gazed at the humble cottage by the roadside. She observed the dilapidated wooden door, the windows patched with newspaper, and the haphazardly arranged tables and stools inside, along with the rudimentary stove and earthen bed. Subsequently, a flicker of barely perceptible coldness flashed in her eyes. Slums, bustling streets, the impoverished, the affluent, there exists no distinction between them. No one is innocent, little navy girl. All that you now behold is but retribution. With that, Diana withdrew her gaze, halted her steps, and gestured towards the house before them. We have arrived. This is my home. The group lifted their heads to behold the seemingly fragile dwelling, noting the plaque that hung from the roof. In stark contrast to the grimy exterior of the cottage. This plaque was evidently well maintained. Its lettering, regardless of its quality, appeared as pristine as if it were newly crafted. Father, Jessica, and Diana's home. Shigeyuan softly read the inscription aloud, then turned to Diana. The plaque was crafted by Jessica. She is my sister, Diana explained, stepping forward to push open the wooden door. Come in. The interior is warmer and lacks the strange odors. Pardon my rudeness. Though Wude and the others were decidedly reluctant to enter. Their desire to escape this place and uncover the mysteries of the doll village compelled them to steel themselves and step inside. Fortunately, the interior was indeed as Diana had described, far from any strange smells. It even carried a subtle fragrance of jasmine. The furnishings and decorations were not in disarray like those outside, but rather meticulously arranged. However, it was peculiar that there appeared to be neither a kitchen nor a bedroom. Only a spacious living room and an exceedingly rudimentary washroom. Within the living room, Wude and the others also encountered two remarkably lifelike dolls. They bore an uncanny resemblance to actual human beings. In their heightened state of tension, the sight of such figures startled them, and none reacted more strongly than Hanai. Still youthful, she lacked the composure of her counterpart in the original narrative, and having just endured recent events. She gasped upon seeing the two dolls, instinctively raising her hand to activate her powers. Had it not been for Shigeyuin's quick reflexes to restrain her, the house might have been pierced by an iron spear in that very moment. I had long heard that the dolls crafted in the doll village resemble real people, but I never anticipated they would be so lifelike, Smog remarked, catching the doll that had leapt from Hanai's arms and handing it to Wude while inquiring of the newly arrived Diana. Did you create these? I lack such remarkable skill, Diana replied, shaking her head as she retrieved several chairs from a corner of the living room. Those two dolls were crafted by my sister. The male doll is named Helenwood Davis, and the female doll is named Helenwood Jessica. At the mention of the female doll's name, the group paused momentarily. Jessica? Smog's eyes widened slightly. Isn't that your sister? Indeed. Wude's mouth opened in astonishment. Then does that mean the male doll is our father? With that, Diana naturally seated herself between the two dolls, gesturing towards the arranged chairs, indicating they could take their seats. The others felt a strong aversion to sitting before a peculiar woman and two dolls that appeared so lifelike. The scene was unsettling enough to serve as a horror film without any special effects. Can I just stand at the entrance of the living room? Hanai, still shaken by the dolls, swallowed hard. I have a slight aversion to dolls. It matters not. Diana waved her hand dismissively. After all, you are not here as guests. Standing or sitting makes little difference. The group internally sighed in relief upon hearing this. Let me be frank, Shigeyuin, the leader, boldly inquired, what has transpired in the doll village? A man who has lost everything, driven by boundless hatred, has initiated an unending theatrical performance. Diana poured herself a cup of tea, speaking in a nonchalant tone laced with an enigmatic riddle. All who set foot on Doll Island are but actors upon the stage. They shall atone for their sins until the insatiable greed is replaced by a despair that runs deep within their bones. Only then will the drama reach its final act. The beautiful dolls, long at rest beneath the earth, shall be reborn, once again treading upon this land in human form. The man who has lost everything will reclaim all that he has lost, living happily ever after with the resurrected beautiful dolls. Until eternity. After speaking, Diana sipped her hot tea and raised her gaze to the troubled expressions of Shigeyuin and his companions. A tragic stage play, is it not? Wude harbored a profound disdain for riddles. Not merely due to his lack of comprehension, but also because he found no pleasure in pondering convoluted matters. Could you not speak more plainly? Must you indulge in such cryptic expressions? Is it so difficult to elucidate the cause of an event in straightforward language? You do not grasp my words merely because you have yet to witness the truth. Diana set her teacup down. The actors who step upon the stage possess no right to refuse the performance. Dear Marines, you are already on stage. The prologue is about to unfold, and the drama shall soon be reenacted. There, you will confront a madman and a vengeful spirit. You shall face death and bear witness to a series of tragedies. Only those who uncover the truth shall have the right to depart from there. But remember, Marines, do not lose yourselves within. Do not forget your true nature, and do not, like that madman, succumb to hatred. At the moment Diana's words fell, the ground beneath them trembled unexpectedly, and the twilight rays filtered through the window, casting shadows upon the wooden floor, while a cacophony of voices surged from outside the door. This sudden shift sent cold sweat cascading down Shigeyuin and the others, their hair standing on end. They did not believe they had returned to reality. On the contrary, they felt as though they had been drawn into a deeper realm. It was essential to note that prior to their entrance into this alternate space, the outside world was basking in the midday sun, which should have been bright and blinding. Yet, the sunlight streaming through the window now bore an orange hue, a clear indication of the setting sun. They had only accompanied Diana on a brief stroll through the village, and yet, it could not have been more than an hour. How could such a short span of time possibly leap from noon to dusk? Moreover, the sudden clamor was equally peculiar. The commotion outside could not have resulted from a mere dozen individuals speaking simultaneously. It suggested the presence of dozens, if not hundreds. When Shigeyuin and the others had meandered through the slums, they had encountered not a single soul, let alone someone capable of drawing breath. Thus, The voices must not have originated from outside, but rather from within. They were the arrivals. Furthermore, the most crucial aspect was Diana's earlier statement that the prologue was about to unfold. The Earth's tremor was likely a signal for the commencement of the drama. The time has come. As if to validate Shigeyuin and the others' conjectures, Diana spoke again. It appears I can assist you no further. Remember my words, remember my name, remember their names. Do not forget. Diana's voice grew ever softer, her head gradually bowing, her hands that had rested upon her lap now falling limply to her sides. Stay true to yourselves. And may she find her release. As her barely audible words faded, Diana, seated upon the sofa, let her head fall completely, devoid of life. Observing this, Shigeyuin rushed forward to check her condition. Yet, upon touching Diana's wrist, he recoiled as if struck by an electric shock. What happened? Wude hastily inquired. She is not human. What? She is a doll. As Shigeyuin turned around, his complexion ashen, he spoke. Just like those two objects on the sofa. They are highly lifelike dolls. The members of Wude were momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a chilling sensation that surged from their spines to the back of their heads. The notion that a being capable of functioning in the real world, one that could smoke, sip tea, and ensnare their elite group into an alternate dimension, was merely a doll was unfathomable. Who was it that had just conversed with them through this doll? And why had she chosen to reveal the nature of this alternate space to Shigeyuin and the others? Furthermore, is it truly possible for anyone to make a doll speak? After all, dolls do not possess vocal cords. To put it bluntly, was the entity that had just spoken to them truly human? The explosive revelation left everyone present feeling mentally overwhelmed, and they yearned for a place to rest and thoroughly organize the information at hand. Yet reality seldom aligns with one's desires. Just as the group was mired in their contemplations, the door of the wooden cabin was abruptly pushed open, accompanied by the vibrant, melodious voice of a girl. Brimming with energy. I'm back. Where did they go? Lilith inquired, glancing at the drowsy telephone bug in her hand, scratching her head in irritation. Why aren't they answering the phone? Could they be busy? What could possibly be so urgent? Lilith shot a glance at Dell beside her. I've already made 12 calls, rotating through them. Mind you, frankly, it's one thing for an individual not to answer, but there is no way an entire group would refrain from responding. Right? Not to mention, this ISNTA nuisance call. Dell pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing. Do you think something might have happened to them? With both Shigeyuin and Leysire, the top-tier combatants, on their team. What could possibly go wrong? Although he spoke those words, Lilith's brow remained furrowed. Prior to their departure, Shigeyuin had explicitly instructed that they should communicate via phone in case of any issues, so logically, it was inconceivable that he would not answer. And what about the others? Setting aside Wude and Smog, Lilith was far too familiar with Hanai. She was utterly convinced that her best friend would never ignore her calls. Even if she were preoccupied, she would surely answer just to hang up in a flash, rather than allow the telephone bug to incessantly beep. Something was amiss. Most definitely something was amiss. Lilith sprang from her chair and waved her hand behind her. A young female Marine, clutching a notebook, quickly approached. Corporal, how did the port search go? The young Marine flipped through her notebook and reported to Lilith. The search has been completed. What is the situation? We found no living souls. The Marine reported truthfully. However, we did uncover a number of everyday items, as well as a registry. A registry? Lilith stroked her chin, pondering for a moment before stating, bring me the registry from the recent period for my review. Yes. The Marine saluted and hurriedly exited, returning in under 5 minutes with a notebook in hand. Lilith reached out, accepting the notebook, and immediately flipped to the last page. Dell lowered his head, following suit. February 17th. 1510. After softly reading aloud the date inscribed on the last line of the registry, Lilith's expression fluctuated between light and dark. She turned to Dell, whose countenance mirrored her own unease. What is today's date? May 23. Upon receiving this answer, Lilith's expression darkened further. Ding ding. Ah. I'm here. The Marine jumped at the sudden call, rushing back over. Corporal Lilith, what is it? Are you certain this is the recent registry? Lilith emphasized the word recent to highlight its importance. Yes, I am absolutely certain. The Marine, Ting Ting, nodded vigorously. Are there no records after February 17? None. Ting Ting shook her head, before noticing the grave expressions on Lilith and Dell's faces. Instinctively shrinking back. Is there a problem? This is a grave issue. Lilith inhaled deeply, then slammed the registry down on the table with a resounding thud. The last recorded entry is dated February 17, yet the distress report sent from the East Sea branch to headquarters states April 28. That's a gap of more than 2 months. During this time, the port of Doll Island has not registered any vessels. For the moment, I shall set aside the severe violation of port management regulations. And I will also overlook the improbability of a commercial island being barren for over 2 months. I simply wish to inquire why the Navy vessels that landed between February 17th and April 28th are not recorded in the registry. If they did not land, why then did they request assistance from headquarters under the pretext of an unclear situation on Doll Island and excessive casualties? Confronted with Lilith's sudden fury, Tingting timidly lowered her head. I don't know, Corporal. If you don't know, then why not hasten to inquire? Lilith's eyes widened. It was evident that the East Sea branch was concealing something. Wasn't I clear enough? From February 17th to April 28th. I want the identification numbers of the naval vessels that were responsible for patrolling Doll Island during that period, along with the personnel rosters. Additionally, I demand to see the list of casualties and the identification numbers of their respective vessels. If the East Sea branch cannot provide this information, or if it does not match the list submitted to headquarters, you will directly request assistance from headquarters and report the East Sea branch for potential treachery. Prompting a visit from a general himself. Treachery? Tingting, hailing from the East Sea, was taken aback by this grave accusation. Corporal, are you serious? Do as I say. Yes. Tingting snapped the notebook shut, straightened her posture, saluted, and fled the temporary command post, heading straight for the liaison office. Meanwhile, Lilith, her brow furrowed, returned to her chair and absent-mindedly began to bite her fingernails, appearing restless. Observing his sister in such a state, Del gently inquired, "Is there anything I can do? Let me lean on you for a moment." Del chuckled softly, squatting down so that Lilith could rest her head on his shoulder. "I thought you would send me to the village to find Shigeyuin and the others. I did consider it, but this cursed place feels utterly wrong." Lilith sighed. "I don't want to put you in danger." "What about Shigeyuin and the others?" Del asked, gently stroking Lilith's hair. "From the looks of it, it is highly likely they are in trouble. That's why I instructed Tingting to seek assistance from headquarters." Just as she spoke, Lilith suddenly halted. Noting her abrupt silence, Del furrowed his brow and instinctively followed her gaze. Becoming equally stunned, "Del, what time is it?" "It's 3:20 in the afternoon." Lilith, having received the response, stared blankly out the window, gazing at the sea illuminated in fiery hues by the setting sun. In the next moment, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the hastily erected temporary camp. Both Lilith and Del dashed out of the command room in a frenzy. "Assemble! All personnel assemble!" with a half-hearted call. Lilith once again halted. She stood frozen in place, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the throngs at the bustling port and the merchant vessels docked therein. She observed the duty officer diligently inscribing notes in the registry, the jovial merchants directing sailors in the transport of goods, and the heavily overloaded ships slowly departing after sounding their horns. Lilith watched it all until the blaring alarms faded into the distance, completely vanishing from her ears, allowing her to gradually regain her senses. Suddenly, she spun around, directing her gaze towards the makeshift command center, towards the location of the warships. Yet, there was no command center, nor were there any warships to be found. Instead, there was merely an ordinary duty room and a commonplace merchant vessel. The dissonance with her mental image caused Lilith's lips to quiver slightly, and a growing sense of terror and helplessness began to fill her eyes. Am I dreaming? Dreaming of what? A familiar male voice echoed in her ears, prompting her to swiftly turn her head and glare at Dur. "Dur, something is amiss here. We must find a way to— What's wrong?" "Isn't it always like this?" Dur interrupted, flashing a grin against her incredulous expression. "Prosperity, flourishing, bustling crowds. At this juncture, Dur's expression shifted to one of concern as he gazed at Lilith. "Did you stay up late again last night? I just saw you lost in thought. How many times must I tell you that staying up late is detrimental to your health? But fret not. Today's workload isn't heavy. I can manage. If you're tired, you should take a rest." As he spoke, he gestured towards the path leading to the village. "Our home is just there. You should remember how to get there." Lilith shook her head, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. No, you aren't Teeter. What are you talking about?" Dur bore a radiant smile akin to the sun. "Of course I'm Dur, your brother." "Shut up," Lilith roared, her eyes filled with fury. "You monster, don't utter his name using his face." "Lilith, what's wrong?" Dur's smile remained as he took a step closer. "Are you unwell? Come, let your brother have a look. Get away. Don't come near me." Lilith quickly retreated a few steps, surveying her surroundings before gritting her teeth and pushing through the obstructive crowd, sprinting towards the forest. Dur merely stood there, silently watching Lilith's rapidly receding figure. His sun-like smile still plastered on his face. "Safe travels, my sister." Lilith was oblivious to the true nature of the being that resembled Dur, unaware of Dur's whereabouts, and utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. She felt fear and anger, But she also understood that this was beyond her capacity to resolve. The anger of one could not alter the grand scheme of things. Therefore, since the situation had been set, her priority should be to preserve herself and survive as long as possible, for only by living could she hope to change the outcome. And indeed, Lilith acted accordingly. She escaped from that eerie port and plunged into the forest, successfully safeguarding herself. Yet the real anomaly was not the port itself, but the entirety of Doll Island. To this day, Lilith vividly recalled that as she pushed through the crowd, rather than cursing her, the people had smiled warmly, their gazes filled with kindness and encouragement, as if observing a naive child prone to mischief. Thus, it could be said that it was not Lilith who voluntarily fled into the woods. Rather, the people at the port had deliberately allowed her to enter the forest, for in their eyes, Lilith was merely a child, and children were inconsequential. Damn it. Damn it. Realizing this, Lilith furiously swung her fist at a tree as thick as a bowl, using it as a release for her pinned-up frustration. Startled birds chirped melodically, taking flight into the sky, while the tree she struck crashed heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous noise and stirring up a cloud of dust. The dust, initially suffocating, caused Lilith to cough twice, yet it cleared her mind, sharpening her thoughts. She glanced at her fist, then at the felled tree, and as if an idea struck her, her gaze gradually became resolute. She was not merely a fragile vase reliant on others. She was not a useless being incapable of anything without derivative. She was the notorious standout of the rookie training camp. She was a pivotal figure among the Navy S7. Since the puppet masters behind all this deemed her insignificant, they should not blame her for picking up her old skills and plunging Doll Village into chaos. With this thought, she produced a mask from an unknown source. As she looked at the black and white fabric, clearly faded, a flicker of pain and nostalgia crossed her eyes. Yet, those emotions were swiftly replaced by determination. Wait for me, brother. Lilith donned the mask and swiftly darted through the forest like a monkey, quickly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Wude and his companions were not idle. As they regarded the golden-haired girl who had suddenly burst in, her face a mask of vigilance, they collectively swallowed hard. Her neat ponytail, vibrant energy, and those bright, large eyes, combined with an exquisitely beautiful face that bore a striking resemblance to Diana, yet with an added touch of innocence and naivety. Was this not the doll on the sofa? Helen with Jessica? She was alive. Wude had thought she had been turned into a doll. To confirm he was hallucinating, Wude pinched his thigh hard while casting a sidelong glance at the sofa in the living room. Once assured that the doll was still sitting intact on the couch, he exhaled a sigh of relief, baring his teeth in a grin. Who are you? Jessica questioned, hands protectively clasped over her chest. Retreating cautiously, this is my home. You're trespassing. I warned you to leave at once. I've already notified the guard. Jessica's voice trembled slightly, snapping everyone back to reality. They looked up to see the small lady, her expression fraught with tension, her legs shaking as though she might collapse at any moment. Courageous, but not overly so, Smog mused, attempting to don a congenial smile as he approached. However, before he could utter a word, Wude and Hinari simultaneously grasped the back of his collar, pulling him back. A bewildered Smog looked up. What are you doing? Your face isn't suited for comforting someone, Hinari remarked thoughtfully. Didn't you see how close the girl was to tears when you walked over? Her fear was clearly directed at us, not at my face. In extreme panic, people tend to react unpredictably. Thus, Smog's fearsome visage would only exacerbate the situation, not to mention, he had just displayed a grin that resembled that of a predatory killer. Forget about the girl, Wude interjected, noticing how red-faced Smog was, clearly holding back a torrent of curses. Don't doubt it, just watch. With that, Wude handed Lasser to Guion. Guion, understanding the cue, cradled Lasser in her arms, her face glowing with a warm, gentle smile. Lasser cooperatively adjusted her expression to appear even more lively and adorable. Fuwu, hello, Lasser waved at Jessica, her soft, charming voice greeting her. The harmless visage, coupled with those big, sparkling red eyes, instantly eased Jessica's apprehension. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Indeed, this situation is somewhat related to the girl's innocent nature. Is it greeting me? Jessica lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiaoyang. However, before Xiaoyang could utter a word, Lei Sire quickly nodded and responded. Woof, can it understand what I'm saying? Jessica's eyes brightened even more. How clever this sister is. What is her name? Is she called Lei Sire? She. Jessica was taken aback. She is a girl? Yes. Xiaoyang smiled as she gently patted Lei Sire on the head. Isn't she adorable? Jessica nodded vigorously, then tentatively inquired, may I pet her? You should ask Lei Sire that, Xiaoyang replied, lifting Lei Sire forward. Lei Sire cooperatively responded with a woof. Leaning forward to indicate that it was permissible to touch her. Jessica's face instantly lit up with joy. She set down the heap of items she was holding and cautiously raised her hand, mimicking Xiaoyang's earlier gesture to stroke Lei Saire's head. How does it feel? Is it not delightful? It's wonderful. Jessica nodded enthusiastically. By the way, sister, who exactly are you? I am called Xiaoyang, a rear admiral in the Navy. They are all my subordinates. Observing the successful rapport being established and the beginnings of manipulation, Wude nodded in satisfaction, then patted the dumbfounded smoker, remarking, "See, I told you so, didn't I?" A pleasing countenance can sometimes prove more advantageous than a good character. Yet this is clearly Lei Saire's merit, Smoker retorted stubbornly. While Rear Admiral Xiaoyang merely held Lei Saire. I could do it too. Rena sighed in exasperation, finding Smoker's stubbornness tiresome. Smoker, stop being obstinate. You truly cannot. Smoker protested. Why not? Flowers can complement green leaves, but they cannot be paired with dung. Wude shook his head and said, because the former enhances the beauty of the flowers, while the latter merely diminishes their allure. Upon hearing this, Smoker became furious, immediately declaring a desire to duel Wude for 300 rounds to see who truly was the dung. However, Wude, accustomed to such antics, calmly declined Smoker's challenge on the grounds of not understanding the domineering aura, then pointed at Xiaoyang. Enough of this, it is time to attend to serious matters. Under Xiaoyang's excellent rhetoric and Lei Saire's charming antics, Jessica quickly lowered her guard, perceiving Wude and his companions as naval officers on a visit for investigation. In a commercial island like Doll Island, this was hardly unusual. As for the reason for their uninvited entrance, Xiaoyang explained that after knocking for quite a while with no response, she grew concerned for the homeowner's safety, which compelled her to pry open the door. Although Wude and his companions found this excuse rather flimsy, something even a child might not believe, Jessica, nonetheless, accepted it. This girl is indeed quite naive. Doesn't she worry that Wude and his group might be deceiving her with ulterior motives? In response to this question, Jessica cheerfully replied, not at all. Because the big brothers and sisters look like good people. Under Smoker's smug gaze, Wude and Rena sighed in resignation. They wanted to retort that good people do not necessarily wear their virtue on their faces. And the same applies to bad people. However, under the warning glances from Xiaoyang and Lei Saire, they had no choice but to suppress their urge to comment. Jessica's innocent and naive nature was indeed ideal for coaxing information. With the scarcity of intelligence at present, Xiaoyang could not afford to let this rare source of information be led astray by Wude and his companions. Once Wude and his companions fell silent, Xiaoyang, with Lei Saire's cooperation, successfully gathered some insights from Jessica. For instance, she indeed had an older sister named Diana and a father named Davis. The former worked as a doctor in the hospital of Doll Village, while the latter was the finest doll maker in the village. As the second daughter of her family, Jessica was the most cherished and gifted child, naturally inheriting all of her father's skills. The 3 dolls displayed on the sofa were her masterpieces. Dolls crafted based on family members hold a profound significance on Doll Island, representing the extension of spirit, division of soul, and an everlasting gaze. Although it sounds somewhat eerie, within the traditional culture of Doll Island, it is actually a beautiful notion, as it signifies that loved ones never truly depart, even if their souls ascend to the heavens. They can still cast their gaze upon their living descendants, bestowing protection upon them. Xiaoyang had some knowledge of this unique custom, yet from her recollection, most families on Doll Island typically crafted only one life-size doll for household protection, with very few making more than that, let alone a family like Jessica's that created 3 at once. In response to this inquiry, Jessica provided a compelling explanation. Only Diana's doll was meant for household protection, while the other 2 were her teaching materials. In addition to being a doll maker, Jessica was also a volunteer. She taught the people of the slums the craft of doll making, enabling them to become self-sufficient. Her own dolls and her father's were demonstration materials, and the home in the slums served as her classroom. This also clarified why Diana could bring out so many chairs from the living room, as well as explaining why a house could lack a kitchen and bedroom. The place had been repurposed. It may have once been a home, but now it served as a classroom. Wude, Rena, and Smoker exchanged glances, unable to contain themselves any longer. Where do you live now? Rena inquired. In the center of the village, Jessica replied without hesitation, holding Lei Saire. Although I adore the atmosphere of the fishing village, my father wanted me to have a better learning environment, so he moved my sister and me to the village center. The fishing village is an epithet for the slums, specifically referring to those without skills who cannot sustain themselves through doll making and must rely on fishing for survival. Moreover, fishing serves as a derogatory term in Doll Island's local vernacular. particularly an unpleasant one. Thus, it is easy to imagine the severe discrimination the Helenwood family, hailing from the fishing village, would endure. However, Jessica appeared to be unaffected, far from being troubled. This lively and cheerful girl even found time to return to the fishing village as a volunteer. Could it be that Xiaoyang and her companions were overthinking? Perhaps Doll Village did not discriminate against her family at all. To clarify this point, and to decipher the series of enigmatic riddles surrounding Diana, Xiaoyang posed a question that might seem somewhat impolite. Ahem, Miss Jessica? Oh, there's no need to call me Miss. It feels distant. Just call me Jessica. Very well. Jessica, may we visit your father and older sister? Huh. Jessica was momentarily taken aback. You want to meet my dad and sister? Yes, Xiaoyang affirmed with a nod. After a moment of hesitation, Jessica timidly asked, May I inquire why you wish to see them? This pertains to certain confidential matters. I apologize for not being able to disclose much. But please rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. As Jessica still seemed uncertain, Xiaoyang employed a strategy to retreat in order to advance. Of course, if it is inconvenient, we will not press. After all, we plan to stay on Doll Island for a while, so there may be opportunities for interaction in the future. Upon hearing this, Jessica, who was somewhat shy and unsure how to refuse, indeed relented, though her expression appeared conflicted. It wasn't that it was inconvenient. She was quite welcoming of guests to her home, and her father would likely not mind. But everyone, but my sister is a different matter. Jessica sighed, revealing that her ex-boyfriend, a naval officer, had betrayed her and left her, which had led her to harbor a deep-seated dislike for the Navy ever since. Everyone. Witnessing the peculiar expressions on Xiaoyang and her companions, Jessica awkwardly smiled and added, I know it's wrong to judge everyone based on one person's actions. I've discussed this issue with my sister, but hey, never mind. Come along with me. As she spoke, Jessica suddenly waved her hand dramatically. I also want to make a life-size doll like Laysire, and making friends with the Navy is a good thing. Which provides a solid reason. My sister can't really argue against that. Observing the spirited young lady, the crowd exchanged silent glances before erupting into a collective chuckle. Then I must trouble you, Jessica. Not a bother at all, she replied, rising to her feet and making her way towards the door, while casually inquiring of the following Ji Yuan, by the way, what is your military rank? Major General. After a moment's contemplation, Jessica innocently asked, Is a Major General impressive? It's rather average, came the response. Ignoring the 3 exasperated eye rolls behind her, Ji Yuan softly probed, What seems to be the issue? Jessica chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she began. It's about my sister's disdain for the Navy. I only shared half the story. After that man broke up with my sister, he was swiftly rejected by another woman, and now he has been persistently pestering her, sending flowers and apologies, clearly hoping for reconciliation. My sister, of course, is unwilling, but he is a colonel from a branch, which grants him considerable influence. Thus, she has had to continuously decline him, hoping he would take the hint. Yet, this man pretends to be oblivious. Rather than retreating, he has escalated his actions, even resorting to sending threats her way. So, I was wondering, Major General Ji Yuan, could you assist in resolving this predicament? As Jessica spoke, her voice dwindled, nearly inaudible by the time she finished. The flush on her face mirrored the immense psychological strain she felt. After all, it is rather unethical to speak ill of another Navy officer to someone she had only recently met. Nevertheless, Jessica felt utterly helpless, as her sister's ex-boyfriend had begun to severely disrupt their daily lives. In addition to knocking and causing disturbances, he had even hired thugs to create chaos at Diana's workplace and sent threatening letters, claiming that if she did not reconcile with him, he would ensure that Jessica and Davis's works were blacklisted, plunging their family back into poverty. In the small realm of the East Sea, a Navy colonel indeed possessed significant power, and Diana was genuinely frightened, constantly appearing anxious and unable to eat or drink. If this continued, while the fate of their works remained uncertain, Diana's life would undoubtedly be ruined. As a sister, Jessica could not bear to watch her sibling descend into despair, so she had been attempting to help Diana in her own ways, albeit with little success. This desperation drove her to seek Ji Yuan's assistance, for it felt as though no one else could help them. After hearing the full story, Wude mused internally, this truly is a trope straight out of a novel. And then, alongside the furious smoker and Tenai, fixed an intense gaze upon Ji Yuan's neck. Feeling the burning intensity of their stares, Ji Yuan's eye twitched slightly. Rest assured, I will handle this matter and ensure that Colonel stays far away from your family. Jessica's face lit up with joy. Really? Indeed. As a Major General, I have the authority to remove a colonel's rank upon receiving complaints from civilians, Ji Yuan confirmed. After a glance at Wude and the others, She added, "So you need not glare at my neck. Do I seem like someone devoid of compassion?" Smoker and Henai chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent, while Wude shook his head, retorting, "You certainly appeared to lack any sympathy when you were bullying me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wude visibly grew taller, his loud voice drawing the attention of the fishing village's residents. "Enough of this nonsense," Ji Yuan interjected, turning to pat Jessica, who wore a curious expression. "Come, let us discuss your family's history on the way. I'm intrigued to learn how you emerged from the fishing village. Oh, certainly," Jessica exclaimed, regaining her composure. She greeted the surrounding villagers and led the way. Cheerfully chatting with Ji Yuan's group, "The primary reason we were able to leave the fishing village was because of my mother. After my father faced a maritime disaster." Ji Yuan's group listened intently, hanging on to Jessica's every word, as this could very well be the key to their escape from the drama. However, their seriousness caused them to overlook the pair of peculiar eyes glimmering in the jungle behind them. Due to certain unique circumstances, Lilith possessed extensive survival skills in the wilderness. Thus, upon entering the jungle, she did not rush into her plans but first sought out a water source, establishing her small camp nearby. Securing water resolved a significant portion of her survival concerns. The primal jungle provided ample sustenance, insects, animals, and wild vegetables were plentiful, and with Lilith's adeptness, dealing with large beasts was akin to child's play, posing no real danger. The only threats were the ill-intentioned villagers and her faux brother. To address this issue, gathering intelligence became imperative. After securing her survival in the jungle, Lilith prepared to execute her plan to bring some chaos to the puppet village. Although the mastermind behind her troubles might not care for her, they certainly held an interest in the puppet village. Thus, by stirring unrest among the villagers, ensuring they could not enjoy peace, Lilith was confident that the despicable villain would reveal himself without her needing to seek him out. She had promised Del not to kill again, but that was the extent of her commitments. She had made no guarantees beyond that. While the Navy adhered to its discipline, extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. And Lilith was convinced that Major General Ji Yuan would not falter for her actions. However, en route to her destination, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a dilapidated village and spotted an all too familiar group of individuals. They were none other than Wude and his companions. Initially, Lilith instinctively considered rushing over to join them, to confide in Henai, to cling to Ji Yuan and Laisai for support, and to seek their assistance in rescuing her brother from whatever had possessed him. After all, that was the primary objective of her plan. Yet, in the next moment, the unsettling image of Del from the port invaded her thoughts, abruptly halting her in her tracks. She could not ascertain whether Wude's group was genuinely who they appeared to be. Could they, like Del, have been possessed by something? Unlike Wude, who had received aid from Diana during a grace period, Lilith had been thrust into this drama without any preparation. This left her severely lacking in information. Compounded by the recent crisis at the port. In simple terms, Lilith found herself ensnared in an almost unbreakable chain of suspicion. She could not confirm whether her companions were truly her allies. Even if they professed their identities and provided relevant evidence, she could not easily trust them, for who knew if the monster had retained the corresponding memories after possession? She had to remain vigilant in this regard. Should she be betrayed, the notorious Navy 7 would face utter annihilation. As this realization dawned on her, Lilith's expression darkened. She did not mind being a lone hero, saving the world on her own. But she was acutely aware of her own limitations. If even Ji Yuan and Laisai faltered, how could she, a novice lacking any semblance of prowess, hope to save the world? Was she to rely solely on her fervor and unwavering conviction? To hell with that. She was no protagonist from a biographical novel. Moreover, she harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the reports about Shigeyama and Laisai's unfortunate demise. The former was an exceptionally gifted vice admiral within the Navy, while the latter was a peculiar entity capable of holding his own against the former at full power. If such formidable figures were to meet with failure, then Lilith might as well resign herself to her fate, lying low and awaiting the arrival of a high-ranking officer from headquarters. Thus, from the very beginning, Lilith's singular objective remained unchanged, to reunite with her comrades. Now, having resolved half of that dilemma by successfully locating one of her allies, her next task was to devise a means to sever the insidious chain of suspicion, allowing her to rendezvous with Wude and his group to discuss strategies for saving the world while simultaneously rescuing her older brother. However, the challenge lay in the uncertainty of whether they could truly trust one another's words. Could there genuinely be a way to break the chain of suspicion? This conundrum proved to be exceedingly intricate, surpassing any academic challenge Lilith had previously encountered. Nonetheless, she refused to concede defeat, for she was a woman of action and a member of the illustrious 7 of the Navy. Soon, as her mind raced with ideas, a brilliant notion sprang forth. If words failed to facilitate communication, why not attempt to convey meaning through action instead? Lilith was confident that Shigeyama and the others would undoubtedly sense that something was amiss on Doll Island. Being in such a peculiar situation, their instinct as Navy personnel would be to investigate the source of the anomaly. This shared inclination presented a common ground between Lilith and Shigeyama. The villagers who had already integrated into the community would likely be reluctant to leave. But she was different. In her pursuit of escape and fulfilling her responsibilities as a Navy officer, Shigeyama would surely lead Wude and the others to investigate the masterminds behind the chaos. Considering this, Lilith felt she need not physically unite with them. She only had to ascertain their alignment of purposes and offer clandestine assistance. This approach would not only ensure her safety but also aid Shigeyama and, when the moment called for it, she could make a grand entrance, playing the part of a perfect hero. It was simply splendid, an absolutely flawless plan. With this newfound strategy, Lilith shed her earlier gloom. Her spirits lifted and her eyes sparkling with determination. Meanwhile, Shigeyama and his companions remained blissfully unaware of their newfound ally, engrossed in Jessica's captivating storytelling, which recounted the legendary saga of the Helenwood family. From their shipwreck to their integration into the family, from being cast out to learning a trade, and from mastering their craft to the return of the Dragon King, Helenwood Davis's early life might have seemed unremarkable. But his experiences in the doll village resembled a living urban novel, replete with drama, emotion, and humor. Of course, Jessica's heartfelt narration played a crucial role. Had Wude been the storyteller, the tale would likely have transformed into a mediocre narrative. Once Jessica concluded the family history, the group departed from the fishing village and returned to the bustling heart of Doll Village. Upon witnessing the vibrant square teeming with life, a collective frown creased their brows. While the fishing village had felt somewhat surreal due to its sparse population, the scene before them was undeniably different. It seemed they had indeed been drawn into an alternate dimension. Wude quietly remarked to Smoker, "Look at the crowd. This is how Doll Village is meant to be." Smoker nodded in agreement, though he wondered whether the people around them were aware of their current predicament. "Why are you so certain they are human and not illusions or something else entirely?" And I interjected, "Let us not forget that Diana mentioned this was a play. I know. I haven't forgotten," Wude replied. "But the essence of a drama lies in its actors, and the actors are, by definition, human. Yet humans are the most unpredictable and least controllable beings." And I countered, lighting a feminine cigarette. "The Doll Village may be small. It hosts a transient population of tens of thousands daily. I do not believe that Madden possesses the capability to command such a multitude to collectively partake in this absurd performance." Upon hearing this, Wude and Smoker exchanged glances, their expressions solemn. However, before they could respond, Shigeyama interjected, "Thank you for your efforts, Jessica," after discreetly signaling his three subordinates to remain silent. He turned to Jessica with a warm smile. "It's getting late. Allow us to treat you to a meal. No, thank you, Ms. Shigeyama," Jessica replied with a smile, shaking her head. My father is likely waiting at home with dinner, and I must deliver some food to my sister afterward. So I fear I won't have time for a gathering. Is that so? What a pity," Shigeyama expressed with a hint of disappointment. "I could have listened to more of your family history. Not to worry. You can ask my father tomorrow. His recounting will undoubtedly be far more vivid and detailed than mine." With that, Jessica placed lacy on the ground, retrieved paper and pen from her bag, and wrote a series of notes before handing them to Shigeyama. As he accepted the note, he instinctively inquired, "What is this?" "The first line contains my family's address," Jessica replied with a playful smile. "The second line lists Doll Island's most affordable inn, distinct from those that exploit tourists. The final line features the best restaurant and snack spot on Doll Island, which happens to be my favorite place." She playfully winked, adding, "Make sure to share your thoughts with me after you dine." Shigeyama chuckled, tucking the note into his pocket as he nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this, Jessica grinned, saying, "See you tomorrow, Miss Shigeyama. You need not call me MS, as it feels distant. Simply refer to me as sister." Shigeyama replied, "Then see you tomorrow, Sister Shigeyama." Jessica appeared slightly apprehensive about the hierarchy, casting glances toward Wude and the others as she addressed Shigeyama. Alternatively, she might have been drawn to Lacy, who was now playfully nestled in Wude's arms. Yet Shigeyama chose to disregard this possibility, recognizing it as a prime opportunity to bridge their relationship. "They are all older than you. Calling them brother or sister suffices." Afterward, Shigeyama gestured towards Wude and the others to introduce themselves. "Wude, I am Wude, 27 years of age. Hanai, I am Hanai, 22 years old. Please take care of me." "Smoker, I am Smoker, 24. Jessica exhibited no particular reaction to Wude and Hanai's ages, but upon hearing Smoker's age, she appeared momentarily stunned before instinctively exclaiming, 24. The incredulity in her tone darkened Smoker's expression, while Wude and Hanai's faces lit up in amusement, both exclaiming in unison, "What did you think he was?" At that moment, Jessica had yet to recover her composure, responding without a second thought. I thought he was in his 30s. No, wait. It was only halfway through her sentence that she realized her blunder. But it was too late. The most crucial part had already slipped out. As Wude and Hanai erupted in laughter, nearly doubled over. Smoker's face darkened to the shade of a charred pot, almost ready to bite through his cigar. Jessica's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she hurriedly bowed in apology. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to. I was just speaking the truth, or rather, I meant to state the facts. No, that's not right. I actually wanted to say you look very mature. In this moment, Jessica epitomized the adage of having one's mouth run ahead of their thoughts. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became. And the more anxious she grew, the more prone she was to making mistakes. Meanwhile, the more Smoker listened, the darker his expression became, and the more he frowned, the more Wude and Hanai laughed, even Lasai joining in the merriment. Ultimately, Shigeyama could no longer bear to watch, reaching out to pat Jessica on the back, interrupting the farce, though primarily because she had laughed enough. All right, there's no need to continue apologizing. Smoker won't mind such trivial matters. However, it's all right. I don't mind, Smoker interjected, eager to redirect the conversation. Instead of discussing me further, why don't you tell us about yourself? You haven't introduced yourself yet. Oh, right, Jessica. Recovering from her surprise, nodded repeatedly and introduced herself. I am Helen Wude. Jessica, 18 years old, and my profession is a doll maker. Observing the nervous little girl who struggled to fit into the small group, Lasai suddenly waved her hand and spoke. Jessica was taken aback. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, what is Lasai saying? She is introducing herself and reassuring you not to be nervous. We are neither bad people nor mean-spirited. Wude relayed truthfully before extending the back of his hand toward Jessica with a cheerful demeanor. Suggesting, Lasai is right. So, shall we become friends? Smog and Rina, witnessing this moment, graciously placed their hands atop Wude's, and even Lasai joined in the camaraderie. Jessica, however, was momentarily lost in thought. But soon her face radiated a smile as bright as the warm sun. Yes, let's be friends, she exclaimed, placing her hand atop those of the group. After a countdown of 3, 2, 1, the four of them, along with a Pokémon, joyfully swung their arms down together. This was a testament to their newfound friendship. A declaration that she was no longer alone. Ziyuan, Rina, Wude, Smog, and little Lasai. Jessica gleefully waved goodbye as she ran toward home, her face beaming with joy. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. They echoed as they watched their lively new friend depart. Exchanging knowing glances among themselves. Let us head to the inn, Ziyuan suggested. We have an abundance of information that needs organizing. Or do you all prefer to eat first? Of course, eating is paramount. Haven't you heard the saying? Man is iron. Rice is steel. Just as Wude was about to voice this, a sharp gaze from the corner of his eye forced the words back down his throat. Is that Dell? He exclaimed, pointing toward the entrance of the doll village. The group was startled by this remark and quickly turned to see a jolly giant, over 2 meters tall, surrounded by curious onlookers. Undoubtedly, this was Dell, as there was no one else in the doll village who matched his towering stature. At that moment, Dell noticed Wude and his companions. His eyes lit up, and after whispering something to the crowd to disperse them, he hurried over. Finally found you. Dell sighed, his voice low and somewhat gloomy. Have you seen Lilith? The others froze, taken aback by the question. Weren't you with your sister? Dell, looking somewhat dejected, replied, We were together at first, but for some reason, Lilith suddenly broke away and dashed into the jungle. I didn't react quickly enough to follow her. Upon hearing this, the group furrowed their brows, bombarding Dell with inquiries about the details of Lilith's departure and the whereabouts of the warship and soldiers. However, Rina remained silent throughout the discussion, subtly scrutinizing the amiable and seemingly harmless delegate, a true brother who would abandon his sister to rush into the jungle alone in search of them. As Lilith's close confidant, Rina narrowed her eyes, silently questioning Dell's intentions. Typically, she might have believed Dell's words, considering Lilith's unpredictable nature, akin to Wude's, and her illogical actions. Yet, the situation had changed. Aside from Wude and his companions, Rina harbored a significant degree of wariness toward any sudden acquaintances, including Lilith. After all, no one could ascertain if they were genuine friends or mere figments of drama. Wude and Smog, oblivious to the tension, were about to interject, but the warning glares from Rina and Ziyuan silenced them. After exchanging glances to confirm their shared thoughts, Rina decided to join the conversation, without evidence. Openly expressing their suspicions would only fracture the bonds among allies. However, if this Dell was indeed a fraud, he would inevitably reveal his true colors. Let us go. We should prioritize dinner, Ziyuan suggested meaningfully. Some matters can be discussed over a meal. There's no need to rush. Slow and steady wins the race. After Dell rejoined them, they followed Jessica's note to a restaurant called Bob's Barbecue for dinner, where they exchanged brief intelligence, under the persistent inquiries from Wude and others. Dell recounted his experiences before and after being drawn into the drama. As they arranged their strategy, they gazed through the window at the lingering hues of sunset. At that time, it was 3:20 p.m. It was far too early for sunset, Dell muttered, his tone heavy. Noticing something was amiss, Lilith promptly activated the alarm, and together they bolted from the command room. They intended to gather the sailors to prepare for potential danger. But instead of sailors, they were met with a bustling port filled with countless merchant ships. The makeshift command room had transformed into a duty room, the warships into merchant vessels, and all around them were civilians and traders. Apart from him and Lilith, not a single sailor was in sight. Caught off guard by this unexpected scene, Dell began to doubt his own senses. It was then that Lilith emitted an enraged scream. Though he couldn't discern her exact words, her voice snapped him back to reality, and he turned to ensure her safety. What he saw, however, was Lilith's retreating figure as she pushed through the crowd toward the jungle. He attempted to follow but was quickly surrounded by civilians, who bombarded him with questions, preventing his escape while he watched helplessly as Lilith vanished into the underbrush. After that, he revealed his naval identity and began asking about their whereabouts under the guise of a patrol. Yet he found nothing. With no other option, he ventured alone to the village, where he finally spotted them standing in the square. Sighing in resignation, Dell spread his hands. That's my entire experience, Ziyuan. Do you know what transpired in the doll village? Ziyuan softly acknowledged, mentally replaying Dell's account while systematically narrating their own experiences. However, she deliberately focused on the fishing village and Jessica, omitting any mention of Diana or the series of peculiar riddles she had posed. And refraining from revealing that they had spent time in a space akin to a crevice before being drawn into the drama. To Dell, it seemed their experiences were largely similar, with little distinction. Nevertheless, Wude and Smog frowned at Ziyuan's intentional omission of crucial information. Their lack of vigilance towards sudden acquaintances prompted them to instinctively want to interject, but the cautionary glances from Rena and Rena silenced them. It appears we are trapped on this island, Dell remarked earnestly, oblivious to his friend's exchanges. What are your plans going forward? We must find Lilith and eliminate the mastermind behind this, then leave together, Ziyuan replied, tapping the table lightly, her expression unreadable. But before that, we need to regroup and gather ample intelligence. Today has been exhausting. We all need rest, so let us reconvene tomorrow to discuss our collaborative efforts. With that, Ziyuan rose to settle the bill at the front desk and led her team toward the inn Jessica had recommended. Along the way, Rena comforted the despondent Dell, assuring him that Lilith was clever and would be all right. In contrast, Wude and Smog, usually the most talkative, were unusually silent, not uttering a word until they arrived at the inn and checked into their rooms. 3 rooms, Ziyuan stated. As Shigeyama distributed the room keys, he spoke, I and Razier will share a room. Wude and Smoker will have another. Dell, your physique is rather robust, so you will have a room to yourself. Is that acceptable? Dell nodded in affirmation. No problem. If there are no issues, then let us retire for the night. It is getting late. Any matters can be discussed tomorrow. Listening to this exchange, which seemed utterly mundane, Wude's mind was filled with questions. However, due to the prior warning glances exchanged between Razier and Hanai, he felt unable to voice his thoughts. Just as he reached for his room key, he suddenly felt a gentle graze on his palm. Startled, Wude looked up to find Shigeyama winking at him twice. This was their discreet signal for when it was inappropriate to speak openly, meaning that the clothes had been placed in the laundry room and he should not forget to wash them tonight. Yet, they were currently at an inn, and it was clear that there was no laundry room available, so this signal must bear another meaning. What could it possibly signify? Struggling with comprehension, Wude furrowed his brow. He yearned to inquire about Shigeyama's message, yet he noticed that she had already turned to ascend the stairs with Hanai and Arashier. It was evident that she wished to avoid discussion. Why has everyone turned into riddlers the moment we arrived at the doll village? Can they just speak plainly? After this internal lamentation, Wude proceeded upstairs with Dell and Smoker, each heading to their respective rooms. Once inside, after placing his luggage down, Smoker settled onto the sofa and lit a cigar. He inquired of Wude, who wore a troubled expression. You've been silent and brooding since earlier. What occupies your thoughts? Shigeyama signaled to me, indicating that my clothes are in the laundry room and to remember to wash them tonight. Smoker raised an eyebrow. Clothes. Laundry room. Don't forget to wash. What on earth does this mean? How is this signal relevant to our current predicament? Observing Smoker's bewildered expression, Wude sighed. I had hoped you might provide some insight. But it seems we are both equally perplexed. This is merely a signal between friends, Smoker replied with a hint of exasperation. Not just friends. We are not in that kind of relationship, Wude insisted. Ah, yes, friends, Smoker replied dismissively. So have you deciphered what this friend signal means? I was just pondering that. Then take your time, Smoker retorted, extinguishing his cigar and leaving Wude alone on the sofa as he headed to the bathroom for a shower. Approximately half an hour later, having finished his ablutions, Smoker emerged wrapped in a towel. Noticing Wude still seated on the sofa, he quirked an eyebrow. What is this? Still pondering, Wude grimaced and nodded. I've thought for ages and still cannot comprehend why she wants me to wash clothes in the laundry room tonight. Moreover, I cannot fathom why she conveyed this signal to me. If there was something she couldn't say directly, she could simply have Razier inform me. So why take Razier away? Smoker plopped down on the sofa, reigniting his unfinished cigar, and began to analyze the situation. If I recall correctly, Razier did not share a room with you at the training camp, did she? Wude nodded. Indeed, Razier has always roomed with Lilith. And Shigeyama, although she is closer to me, she is still a girl. I had always wondered, is it really necessary to separate so distinctly? You lived together before joining the military, didn't you? Exactly, Wude replied, showing his teeth, but Shigeyama insisted strongly on this arrangement, and Razier had no objections, so I couldn't refuse. Smoker opened his mouth as if to speak but paused. What could be Shigeyama's strong reasoning behind insisting on this? Wude pondered, then replied, I suspect it might be that she wishes to sleep with Razier at night. Is that all? Pretty much. After a lengthy silence, Smoker finally spoke. Are we perhaps straying off topic? Wude nodded. It seems we are. Shall we redirect? Yes, let us focus on the matter at hand. Thus, the two commenced a fervent discussion. It is said that 3 cobblers can rival Zhuge while there were not 3 of them. Wude and Smoker were certainly sharper than mere cobblers, rounding out to the equivalent of 1 Zhuge or at least 1 Shoyu. Before long, Smoker articulated a valuable insight. Shigeyama must have taken Razier away because Dell was nearby. From the bizarre behavior exhibited at the dining hall, it is evident that the girl group is wary of Del. As for why they would be cautious of their own, let us attribute this to narrative necessity for now. This raised a pivotal question. What is essential to deceive someone? It is, of course, to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. All actions and behaviors must appear identical to usual conduct. Hence, Shigeyama took Razier away. Wude's expression shifted to one of realization. As Dell believed Razier had always slept with the girl group. Precisely, Smoker affirmed. If we follow this line of reasoning, it elucidates why Shigeyama would send you a signal typically reserved for couples. It is because this signal is exclusively used by you two and is frequently employed, with meanings known only to you. That is not a couple's signal. That is not the crux of the matter. Smoker interjected, waving his hand dismissively. The important point is that our group is aware of your special signals, and Dell is no exception. Thus, conveying information in this manner is not out of place and carries a high level of security. I understand your reasoning, but it truly is not a couple's signal, since we have established that Shigeyama is not merely amusing herself, but is indeed attempting to convey a message. The interpretation of the couple's signal gains direction. Smoker seamlessly disregarded Wude's protests. What did Shigeyama's signal communicate? The clothes are in the laundry room. Don't forget to wash them tonight. With a sigh, Wude reiterated, and again, it is not a couple's signal. However, Smoker paid no heed to Wude's objection. After contemplating for a moment, he abruptly stood and began to dress. Confused, Wude instinctively queried, Why are you getting dressed? To find Shigeyama in her room. Why? Because that is the meaning of the signal. Replace clothes with information, laundry room with room, and don't forget to wash with don't forget to come, and most importantly, it is at night. At this point, Smoker cast a sidelong glance at Wude. Your couple's signal should accurately convey the time. Correct. Indeed, Wude resigned himself to the notion of the couple's signal being a couple's signal. 2 winks indicated no urgency and that it could wait until night, while 1 wink suggested a degree of urgency to wash promptly. Then my interpretation holds. Smoker stretched his shoulders, pulling Wude up from the sofa. The clothes are in the laundry room. Don't forget to wash them means, the information is in my room. Don't forget to come tonight. With that, Smoker clapped Wude on the shoulder before pushing open the door and striding purposefully toward the girl group's room. Skeptical, Wude followed close behind, maintaining a respectful distance, for at night, knocking on a girl's door could easily be misconstrued as inappropriate. Should Smoker's guess prove incorrect and result in a confrontation, Wude needed to ensure he was not caught in the crossfire. Regrettably, it seemed he would miss the spectacle, for Smoker was indeed correct. 3 seconds after knocking, Henai opened the door and gestured for them to enter. Apologies for the intrusion. Smog and Wude stepped inside, only to find Shiwan, whose hair was still damp, and Leisai, wrapped in a towel. Her cheeks flushed. It was evident that the duo had just emerged from the bathroom. Shiwan, you've lost, Hinai said cheerfully as she approached, having closed the door behind her. Remember to treat us to lunch tomorrow. Shiwan sighed softly, nodded, and then cast a disapproving glance at Wude, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Wude asked. Fuwu, because you're so foolish, Leisai interjected, explaining on Shiwan's behalf. Fuwu, we bet on when you would decipher that code. Fuwu, Shiwan had faith in you, saying you would arrive before she and I finished our bath. Fuwu, but Hinai believed you wouldn't make it. Even with Smog's help, so we placed a wager, with lunch tomorrow as the stakes. At this point, Leisai let out a resigned sigh, also giving Wude a disapproving look. Fuwu, you've let us down. Wude felt a swell of happiness knowing that Shiwan and Leisai trusted him so deeply. However, it was unfortunate that trust alone could not elevate one's comprehension skills or free one from the constraints of rigid thinking. Let us get to the point, Shiwan said, waving her hand to indicate they should take a seat. You're both likely curious about why we're wary of Del, right? As they settled onto the sofa. Both Wude and Smog nodded. Because Del is acting strangely, Hinai remarked, lighting a feminine cigarette. Strangely? Smog raised an eyebrow, urging her to elaborate. Would a devoted brother truly abandon his sister, coming to the village to search for us? Who are so elusive? Hinai continued, you should be well aware of how much Del cares for Lilith. If what happened at the port was indeed as Del described, he would have done everything in his power to follow Lilith. Upon hearing this, Smog frowned thoughtfully, while Wude, who had only known Del for 2 months, remained baffled. Didn't Del say he was surrounded by civilians? He scratched his head. He must have been worried about hurting those civilians. Which is why he didn't follow Lilith, right? You should have a clear understanding of your companion's strength. As an elite trainee, Del is certainly capable of controlling his power, Shiwan replied, casting a glance at Wude. Noticing his continued confusion, she sighed. Let me clarify it in another way. Imagine you are Del, and Lilith is Leisai. Now, Leisai suddenly goes wild in front of you, pushing through the crowd and dashing into the jungle. While you are surrounded by people, what would you do? Stand there like a fool watching Leisai run further away, or exert your strength to push through the crowd and chase after her? Wude pondered this, rubbing his chin, and soon began to sweat profusely. He understood why the girl group was cautious of Del. In a situation as precarious as this, allowing the other party to act alone would be a grave mistake. Not to mention that Lilith is Del's most cherished sister. For her, Del would even risk his life, Smog added. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything, does it? What if Del was fully aware at that moment? What if Lilith ran off too quickly and vanished? Wude gritted his teeth, continuing to defend Del, not out of stubbornness, but rather to consider all angles. After all, Del was their companion, and doubting a teammate could be catastrophic for a team. What if Del simply made a mistake? It's not uncommon to slip up when you're often in precarious situations. Lilith is notoriously unruly, and it wouldn't be hard for Del to lose track of her. Wude reasoned. He believed Shiwan and the others shared his sentiment. Otherwise, this clandestine meeting wouldn't be necessary. They could have just barged into Del's room and forced him to confess. However, in the next moment, Leisai's words extinguished Wude's last doubts. Fuwu, I can assure you, Del is definitely not normal, Leisai stated seriously, pointing to the red horn on her head. Fuwu, when he mentioned Lilith, his emotions didn't fluctuate at all. It was utterly calm, as if the one who ran away was his sister but a person of no consequence. Everyone except Wude was momentarily taken aback by Leisai's statement. What did she mean? Hinai looked at Wude in confusion. What do you mean by no emotional fluctuation? Leisai had the ability to sense human emotions. Wude explained. Kindness, malice, hostility, anxiety, if there's any emotional disturbance. Leisai can perceive it with perfect accuracy. She never makes mistakes. Upon hearing this, Shiwan and the others widened their eyes, turning to Leisai, who seemed rather pleased with herself. What an absurd ability! Hinai exclaimed, her mouth agape, the cigarette slipping from her hands. Doesn't this mean we can't even hide our emotions around her? Leisai can only sense emotions, she cannot read minds, so you need not worry, Wude reassured them. Moreover, she typically doesn't use this ability. But clearly, this is not an ordinary situation, so please refrain from looking at her with such suspicion. But can't you see she is upset? At that moment, the group realized how piercing their watchful gazes had been. Observing Leisai, who had lowered her head and pouted, appearing quite dejected, they felt an urge to slap themselves. This ability was innate to her, and she could control it. Most importantly, Leisai was one of their own. While it was understandable to be wary of outsiders, being suspicious of one's own was simply wrong. Moreover, Lei Sai had openly revealed her ability. What could be a more sincere gesture? Thus, under Wude's urgent gaze, everyone began to apologize to Lei Sai, offering her sweets and massaging her shoulders until they finally succeeded in cheering her up. Moments later, as they watched Lei Sai sitting in Shiyuan's lap, gleefully enjoying a small cake, Wude spoke up. Now that we've reached a conclusion, when shall we take action? I believe we can do it now. As Smog tossed a piece of gum into his mouth, he continued. That imposter likely has no idea about Lei Sai's unfair advantage and is probably hiding in his room, reveling in his scheme. A surprise attack relies on the element of surprise. It's midnight, a time when normal people are asleep, perfect for our operation. Hanai and Wude nodded in agreement, then turned their gazes to Shiyuan, who appeared contemplative. They were merely strategizing. Any actual action required her approval. Shiyuan felt the weight of their eager stares and fiery determination, but after a moment of reflection, she slowly shook her head. We are not going to act. Wude and the others were taken aback. Why not? Because he may serve as our guide, Shiyuan replied. Clearly, the primary objective of this Fodel is to infiltrate our ranks. But why would he want to do that? Hanai furrowed her brow slightly. To disrupt our investigation. Only that possibility remains, Shiyuan confirmed. By utilizing the guise of a companion, he can pose any questions at any time and in any place, and take actions that would seem entirely reasonable. Without a doubt, this grants him immense freedom, and under such conditions, each of his inquiries and actions could lead us down entirely erroneous paths. However, all of this hinged on his identity remaining concealed. While Del held sway among them, the imposter did not. Thus, we can exploit this information gap to investigate the very direction he seeks to disrupt, Smog interjected. For instance, if we aim to investigate the east. But the imposter Del claims there is nothing there and suggests we look west instead. We can feign compliance with him for the time being, only to later turn around and investigate matters further. In doing so, not only will he fail to disrupt our investigative direction, but he may also inadvertently illuminate our path. My dear, there is more to this chapter, so please turn to the next page for continued reading. The excitement only intensifies. Ji-Yuan nodded in satisfaction, then shot Wude a piercing glance filled with disappointment, silently questioning why such words were spoken by Smoker instead of himself. Wude remarked. The mole is aware of the truth's location, thus he will create diversions along the path to mislead us into straying from it. At this juncture, Rina let out a soft laugh. However, as Ji-Yuan had articulated, if he remains undiscovered, this tactic indeed proves effective. Yet, should he be exposed, such deception could transform into a splendid beacon guiding us instead. Indeed, La Sierre nodded. I concur with Ji-Yuan's notion. Rina and Smoker also nodded in agreement. Wude, the naive one, glanced around and, after following the crowd's lead, nodded while stroking his chin, stating, I have no objections. By the way, have any of you caught a whiff of something strange? Strange smell. The group simultaneously sniffed the air, their brows furrowing. It appeared to be the scent of something burning. Smoker spoke up. Moreover, there is a familiar odor intertwined with it. Yes, Wude nodded repeatedly. It resembles the smell of smoke. The scent triggered Shi-Yuan's awareness. Her eyes widened as she turned to Rinai, exclaiming, Rinai, you dropped your cigarette and set the carpet ablaze. Upon hearing this, Rinai quickly looked down, discovering a smoldering cigarette butt and a large charred patch on the carpet. Shocked, she urged, quickly fetch water. As Wude dashed toward the restroom in a frenzy, he exclaimed, as an avid smoker, how could you commit such a rookie mistake? I was startled at that moment. Rinai retorted. Ji-Yuan shot her a fierce glare. Being startled is no excuse. Do you have any idea how much this will cost us? Smoker estimated, probably around 20 to 30,000 berries, after a flurry of chaotic firefighting efforts. The group found their motivation to continue discussing the matter had dissipated. After exchanging goodnights, Wude and Smoker returned to their rooms for rest. Thus, the night passed without incident. The following morning at 8 o'clock. After freshening up and organizing their gear and thoughts, Ji-Yuan and her companions gathered in the hotel lobby, discussing the day's operational plans over breakfast. Smoker, Rinai, and Daer, you three will form a team. Ji-Yuan stated after sipping her hot tea. Your mission today is to report our Navy affiliation to the municipal hall on Doll Island, and inform them that any unusual occurrences in the village must be reported to us. She produced her officer's identification, which bore anti-counterfeiting markings, and tossed it to Rinai, adding, should they refuse to cooperate, this document will prove useful. Rinai nodded, securing the officer's ID, while Wude seized the opportunity to jest. Doesn't this amount to wielding power to intimidate? In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. I prefer to call it flexible adaptability, not intimidation, Ji-Yuan retorted calmly. She then continued addressing Rinai and the others. Once this matter is handled, you three may act independently, utilizing your naval status to gather intelligence in the village or directly investigate the local police department's case files.as for the keywords for your investigation. Devise them yourselves. I have faith in your capabilities. Suddenly, Ji Yuan's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as she cautioned. However, remember, under no circumstances are you to act alone. Wherever you go, you must remain in close proximity, ensuring that all three of you stay within each other's line of sight. The situation in Dal Village is uncertain, and we cannot predict how this alternate space may affect us, not to mention the lurking threat of a malicious enemy keeping a watchful eye on us. Thus, the arrangements I have made are not to restrict you, but to ensure your safety. At that moment, the heir interjected quietly, what if we encounter suspicious individuals during our investigation? If you can apprehend them, do so. If not, let them go, but remember their physical characteristics and the direction they flee in. Never abandon your teammates or venture off alone, Ji Yuan replied, casting a glance at the heir, even if the suspicious individual is Lilith. The current circumstances demand that if you have rejoined the team, you must exhibit some team spirit. The heir remained silent, merely nodding with a downcast expression. Are there any other inquiries from anyone aside from the heir? The group shook their heads, signaling no further questions. Then let us commence our operation. With that, Ji Yuan stood and led the way out of the hotel, followed closely by the others. They only officially parted ways upon reaching the central square. Standing beside the fountain in the central square, Wude cradled La Sierre and gazed at the retreating figures of Smoker and the others, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable light. As if he had something to say. However, he refrained from speaking until they had completely vanished from sight, then softly remarked, La Sierre, what is the perception result? Same as yesterday, La Sierre replied. Although he appears quite despondent, his emotions show no fluctuations. Saying this, La Sierre wore a somewhat smug expression. His acting is indeed commendable, but unfortunately, it holds no value for me. This has confirmed my suspicions entirely. Wude sighed lightly, pondering the pressing questions. Where has the real de heir gone? And what of the Lilith mentioned by the false de heir? Is she genuine or a fabrication? The events at the port were merely the words of an impostor. Thus the existence of the Lilith he spoke of remains uncertain. Ji Yuan interjected. So let's not dwell on such matters. Let us address the issues at hand. You're the boss. I'll follow your lead. Wude replied, placing La Sierre on his shoulders as he followed Ji Yuan toward the Helenwood family's residence. Meanwhile, at the Helenwood household, Jessica sat upright on the living room sofa, her hands nervously clasped on her lap, occasionally stealing glances at Diana, who sat opposite her. They are good people, older sister, Jessica pouted, her voice barely above a whisper, and I have already promised to let them visit our home. Firstly, you should refer to me as Sister Diana. Not older sister, Diana replied with a scowl. Secondly, how did Dad and I usually instruct you? When strangers approach you with familiarity, what should you do? Call them a foul idiot and run away, Jessica repeated softly. But, no buts. Diana raised her voice sharply. Do you even realize, as she began to speak, she noticed Jessica's woeful expression and, considering her younger sister's innocence and naivety, Diana sighed in resignation and lowered her volume. Do you have any idea that many people in the village have been watching our family recently? Watching us? Jessica blinked in confusion. Why? Dad truly has protected you too well. Diana gently rubbed her forehead. Our family recently secured a substantial order from the royal family of the Kingdom of Goya. You know. Jessica nodded. I know. The Martin family, the Sandy family, and the Haleson family. These three names should be familiar to you? Jessica nodded again. Yes. They are all renowned doll makers, much like Dad. They were once quite famous, Diana sighed. Do you know how long it has been since those three families received a significant order? How long? Since Dad became well known. Upon seeing the astonished expression on Jessica's face, Diana nodded slightly. So do you understand why Dad and I do not want you interacting with strangers? Jessica pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She was simply innocent, not foolish. Diana had made her point abundantly clear, and if Jessica still failed to comprehend, it would indicate a serious lapse in judgment. However, there was one matter that perplexed her. It was evident that acceptance of assignments was based on one's own merit. Their family had not resorted to any underhanded tactics, nor had they engaged in any disreputable activities. Why, then, must she bear herself like a thief? Perpetually bowing her head, Jessica understood that her father and sister's insistence on keeping her away from strangers was for her own good. They feared those individuals harbored ill intentions, aiming to lead her astray and expose her to unsavory influences, pulling her into circles she ought not to traverse. Yet, this could not continue indefinitely. I am already 18, sister. Jessica lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Diana. I want friends too. Ever since we left the fishing village, you have kept me under close watch. I am not allowed to bring strangers home, nor to go out with them. I must return by 7 every evening and am required to keep a daily journal. Sister, I have never even experienced school life like you, nor have I felt the joy of going out with family. I have diligently studied puppet making, earning and saving a substantial amount of money. Yet I have nowhere to spend it. I volunteered to teach the villagers a craft, but I barely have time to share a meal with them or play with the children there. Sister, do you know what they call me behind my back? Jessica, they label me as a recluse. They call me a fisherman. They mock me as a living doll who can only grin foolishly. Tears streamed down Jessica's face, yet she did not cease her lamentations, her voice tinged with sobs. I have no friends, no classmates, and not even a semblance of privacy. I know you do this for my sake, to protect our family, which is why I have silently endured. But enough is enough. I am 18 now. I am not a child. I long for companionship. I crave friends who can laugh, play, and share joyful moments with me. With that declaration, Jessica abruptly stood, wiping her tears as she rushed toward the entrance. Startled, Diana quickly sprang to her feet in pursuit. Jessica, Jessica, don't leave. I realize my mistake. I won't restrict you anymore. Please don't go. Diana's desperate cries did not halt Jessica's steps. She reached the foyer, donned her shoes, and with all her might, flung the door open. However, instead of the bright sunshine heralding a new chapter, she was met with a loud crash and the unfortunate sight of someone being knocked back by the door. Ouch, that hurts like hell. As she witnessed Wude sprawled on the ground, clutching his nose and rolling in agony. Jessica's eyes widened in shock, her mind momentarily blank, her emotions a jumbled mess. Diana, who had been close on Jessica's heels, also bore a similar look of astonishment. Is he your friend? Jessica numbly nodded, her thoughts finally catching up. Wude, are you all right? She exclaimed, rushing over in a flurry. I'm fine. I'm fine, Wude replied, lifting his head while attempting to wave off her concern, tears pooling in his eyes as he said, but we need to discuss something. Next time, could you please open the door with a little less force? I can handle it, but someone else might end up in the hospital for 2 weeks. With that, he moved his hand from his nose, forcefully blowing to clear the blood from his nostrils. Yet, despite his efforts, blood continued to drip from his nose and mouth. Pure-hearted Jessica had never seen such a scene. Naturally, she assumed Wude was merely putting on a brave face, and her tears began anew. In her flustered state, she forgot the recent argument with her sister and, in a panic, cried out, Sister, come quickly. Diana sighed in exasperation, grabbed some tissues from the foyer shelf, and hurried over. I'm fine, truly, Wude insisted, trying to shield Jessica from getting blood on her clothes while rubbing his nose. See, it's nothing, just like usual, I'm tough. Jessica was unconvinced, turning to Diana with pleading eyes. Sister, he's really all right. As Diana wiped Wude's face with a tissue to make him appear less frightening, she stood up, remarking, your naval friend does indeed possess a rather robust physique. Diana emphasized the word robust, but relieved Jessica failed to notice. She extended a hand to help Wude to his feet, brushing the dust from his military uniform before asking, what about Chi-Yuan and Lei-Sai? Just as Wude was about to respond, Chi-Yuan's voice echoed from behind him. Why is your uniform so dirty? Have you been rolling on the ground? And why are Jessica's eyes so red? Did you bully her? Wude smacked his lips, turning slightly. They just arrived. At that moment, Chi-Yuan spotted the blood on Wude's face, her eyes widening in alarm. Where did that blood come from? Nosebleed. Nosebleed. Chi-Yuan exclaimed, utterly taken aback. Failing to notice Jessica's slightly awkward expression, didn't you come early to knock on the door? How did you end up with a nosebleed? Sis, let us not ask about that for now. All right, Wude grinned, motioning toward the Jessica sisters. They're still standing right here. Chi-Yuan paused, then quickly nodded at Jessica. Sorry, we're late. Not at all. You arrived just in time, Jessica replied, pulling Diana closer. Let me introduce you. This is Helen with Diana, my sister. After making her own introduction, Diana scanned her sister's new friends. Please take care of her. Years of habit were hard to break. So compared to Jessica's warmth, Diana's demeanor remained notably cooler. Even when Lei-Sai actively waved to greet her, she merely acknowledged the gesture with a nonchalant nod, a stark contrast to Jessica's earlier demeanor. This led to an immediate silence following Diana's remarks. As everyone exchanged glances, caught in a moment of bewilderment, with no one daring to break the awkwardness. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As the story grows increasingly captivating, the 4 individuals and 1 Pokémon stood like 5 architectural landmarks at the entrance of the Helenwood residence, drawing the attention and whispers of passing townsfolk. Eventually, unable to endure the discomfort any longer, Wude cleared his throat and, with a forced chuckle, inquired, Did our unexpected visit cause you any trouble? Upon hearing this, Jessica was about to respond when Diana's voice interjected. It's fine, not a bother at all. As she spoke, she glanced at her younger sister, adding, just a minor spat with a little girl over this matter. Wude and the others were momentarily taken aback. A quarrel? However, before they could pursue the topic further, Jessica, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, stomped her foot and exclaimed, Sister. All right, I won't say another word. Diana raised her hands in surrender and turned to Wude and his companions. You are all welcome to my home. With that, she pivoted and strode into the house, while Jessica seamlessly took on the role of hostess, beckoning Wude and his friends inside. Come in. Welcome to my home. I'll show you my studio and make a life-size doll for Laysire. You know, my skills are quite impressive, rivaling even my father's. You're in for a treat. Just as Diana reached the threshold of the living room, she instinctively turned back. She intended to remind Jessica that the studio was not to be entered casually, but upon seeing the radiant smile on Jessica's face, she momentarily lost her train of thought. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such genuine joy from her sister, not a polite smile, nor laughter that followed the mood, but a heartfelt, blissful grin. This was the expression of a lively and cheerful 18-year-old girl. Perhaps my father and I have truly erred, Diana mused, lowering her gaze with a soft sigh as she silently retreated to the kitchen. Davis had once taught her that it was never too late to change. So she resolved to prepare some pastries and tea to offer to Jessica and her friends, and perhaps, if the opportunity arose, she could attempt a proper greeting like those ordinary sisters would do. After guiding Wude and the others to the studio, Jessica dashed to the workbench, eagerly gathering materials for doll making. Feel free to look around while I gather some supplies. All right, take your time, Wude replied casually as he began to meander about. It is important to note that this wandering was not mere exaggeration. He was genuinely exploring. Jessica's studio was immense, more akin to a sprawling villa than a personal workspace. This is really impressive, Wude remarked, gazing at the large display cases filled with various unformed doll figures, marveling. Hey, Ziyuan, aside from being ornamental, what else can these be used for? As he spoke, he reached out to pinch the face of one of the doll figures. Noting how realistic it felt, these are works of art. Keep your hands to yourself, Ziyuan admonished, swatting Wude's hand away, and put away those unsavory thoughts. Dolls are, of course, meant solely for display. I said nothing. How could you possibly know I was thinking something improper? Wude retorted, unbothered by the reprimand, leaning closer to Ziyuan. I see. You're certainly thinking, do you think I'm you? Ziyuan shot him a glare, pushing him away. Get away from me. You're covered in dust. Change your clothes soon. Having dust on you is simply embarrassing. You're trying to change the topic. I won't fall for it. Yet despite his words, Wude obediently removed his dusty jacket, holding it in his hands. I plan to order a doll from Jessica, one that looks just like you. Ziyuan scoffed. Do you have the money for that? I intend to charge you. Clearing his throat, Wude proclaimed, Ms. Ziyuan, I request a withdrawal from my savings to purchase essential items. I refuse your request. Damn it. You can't do that, Wude exclaimed, his eyes wide. That money is mine, not yours. Ziyuan crossed her arms, a playful smile gracing her face. So what? You should return the money to me. If you need money for something worthwhile, I would naturally give it to you. She continued, glancing at the doll figures in the display case. But buying a doll does not qualify as a worthwhile endeavor, nor is it a good cause, so I reject your request. You're being unreasonable. That is my money. I have the right to use it. I am your superior. I have authority over you. Thus your funds should naturally be under my control. Can it be justified this way? Why cannot it? Observing the unique banter between the two, Laysire shook her head in resignation and turned to Jessica, who was hiding nearby with a large basin in her hands. Upon noticing, Jessica hurriedly set the basin down, wiped her greasy hands on a few nearby paper towels, and scooped Laysire into her arms. Their dynamic resembles that of my father and mother, she mused, stroking Laysire's head while secretly observing the bickering duo. Laysire, are Wude and Ziyuan an item? Laysire nodded decisively. Woo-woo, yes. Jessica's eyes lit up, ready to inquire further, but was abruptly interrupted by the duo's simultaneous protest. No, startled, Jessica instinctively asked, what do you mean? No, we are not in that kind of relationship, Ziyuan asserted, shooting a glare at Laysire. Don't mention such things to the little girl. Laysire chuckled, showing no signs of remorse, instead fixing Ziyuan with an unblinking stare as if challenging her to keep denying it. Perceiving this implication, Ziyuan's face flushed, and she quickly cleared her throat to mask her embarrassment. Let us not dwell on such frivolities. We should focus on what matters. As she spoke, she lightly tapped Wude on the head. Why did you hit me? Ziyuan was taken aback by the question, As she too was uncertain why she had done so, it had merely been a reflex. Yet, such an admission was out of the question. So she could only glare at him defiantly, retorting, "Is it so wrong to give you a light tap? I didn't even hit you hard." Wude pouted, muttering under his breath, "Spoiled brat," observing the entire exchange. Jessica blinked her bright eyes and suddenly wore a mischievous smile, addressing Wude, "If you want a life-size doll of Ziyuan, I can make one for you free of charge." Wude's eyes sparkled with excitement. But before he could express his gratitude, Ziyuan's anxious voice cut in. "No." Wude turned in confusion. "Why not? She's not asking for money. This isn't about money." Ziyuan fought to maintain her composure, controlling her blood flow to prevent her cheeks from reddening. "I am a lively, capable person standing right here. How could a doll compare to me?" After a moment's contemplation, Wude conceded, "In that case, I don't want your doll. I'll choose someone else's." "No." "Why not?" Wude's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "I refuse to let you have your doll. That is utterly unreasonable. In any case, it is simply out of the question." Ziyuan clenched her teeth, glaring fiercely at Wude, as if to say, "Heaven knows what you intend to do with that doll. Aren't dolls meant for mere observation? What purpose could they serve for me?" Wude's expression, as he uttered these words, bore an air of moral superiority, almost as if he were possessed by a divine light. "I'm not like you. My thoughts are not base." "Who has base thoughts?" Ziyuan retorted. "Pray tell, what else can a doll be used for aside from being looked at?" Upon hearing this, Ziyuan's resolve faltered, her face reddening like an apple. Observing her reaction, Wude immediately broke into a smirk. "Oh, I see. You think I want the doll for. If you dare speak such nonsense, I shall end you." Ziyuan, her face flushed to the point of being able to fry an egg, declared each word with a heavy emphasis. "Do not mention the doll again. I will not permit you to purchase it. Do you understand?" "Understood. Understood." Wude nodded. "I won't buy it." Ziyuan shot a glare at Wude, who was still grinning, and turned her gaze towards Jessica. It was then that she noticed the girl had unknowingly settled into a chair, a bag of chips in hand, merrily sharing them with Lasai while watching her with delight. At this sight, Ziyuan instantly comprehended Jessica's earlier comment directed at Wude. The girl had no intention of giving Wude a doll. She merely wished to witness their verbal sparring, just like that little rascal Lilith. The thought made Ziyuan laugh in exasperation. Jessica, sensing the moment, hurriedly interjected before Ziyuan could speak. "Let's focus on the task at hand. I have prepared the materials and can begin the crafting." As she spoke, she rose, placing Lasai onto the chair. "I plan to make two, one for myself and the other as a gift for you, Ziyuan. That way, you won't have to compete with Wude for Lasai. Moreover, once you leave, this doll will keep you company." Upon hearing this, the flames of indignation that had been blazing within Ziyuan were instantly extinguished. "It's all right. I'm not a child. I understand that no feast lasts forever," Jessica said, lowering her head as she fiddled with the mold. "If you have time, I hope you can come back to visit me." Ziyuan pursed her lips, exchanged a glance with Wude, and nodded in agreement. Lasai reached up to pat Jessica's head in a gesture of comfort. Outside the door, Diana extinguished her cigarette, then turned to the middle-aged man beside her, whose expression was rather complex, and remarked, "Do you understand?" "I do." The man sighed softly. "I will complete the task at hand promptly, and then we can find a new place to live. The doll village is no longer suitable for us." Diana nodded, then inquired, "But where shall we go? Perhaps to Mariford?" "The Navy headquarters." Diana raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a fine location, but it seemed they lacked the qualifications to reside there. Qualifications can be purchased with money. "Your father still has some savings." The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, smiling. "Moreover, Jessica's new friends might be quite willing to assist us." "You are exploiting others," Diana said, casting a deep look at the man. "If Jessica finds out, she will turn against you, just as she did with me earlier in the living room. Thus, it is imperative that you keep this a secret for a while," the man replied while handing his plate to Diana. "I will seek an opportunity to discuss this with them. I believe now is an excellent moment." Diana glanced at the plate but did not take it. "Come in with me. Introduce yourself and help Jessica make that doll. It will help ease the tension in your father-daughter relationship." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, but the tasks can wait. Opportunities to mend father-daughter bonds are rare. You should know what takes precedence. "All right, you make a valid point." After a moment of silence, the man continued, "But I believe I should tidy myself up first. After all, my current appearance is rather, a father of two daughters shouldn't be overly concerned with his image." Diana interrupted, looking at his weary face with a light chuckle. "And whether you tidy up or not, it makes little difference to t least let me shave my beard." However, Diana disregarded him entirely, pushing the door open and striding in confidently. The middle-aged man had no choice but to obediently follow his daughter. Their sudden entrance naturally drew the attention of Wude and the others. After nodding at Diana, they turned their gaze toward the middle-aged man, who had unkempt hair, a scruffy beard, dark circles under his eyes, and deep lines around his nose, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Ziyuan was the first to speak. And who might this be? Woode Davis, the father of Jessica and Diana. The middle-aged man offered a polite smile. Pleased to meet you. I hope we can get along well. It must be noted that Davis's appearance was vastly different from what Wude had envisioned. In fact, it was entirely dissimilar. In Woode's mind, as the finest craftsman in the doll village, Davis ought to be a dapper gentleman in a tailored suit, handsome and sophisticated. He should be seated behind a grand desk, puffing on a cigar while petting a cat, flanked by 2 bodyguards, commanding every visitor with his extraordinary aura and icy gaze. His overall image should resemble that of Vito Corleone from The Godfather, rather than Stephen Chow's character from The King of Comedy. While Woode's mind wandered, Ziyuan had already taken the initiative to introduce herself to Davis. Hello, Mr. Davis. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ziyuan, a rear admiral at the headquarters. As she spoke, she casually patted Woode's side without looking back. This is Wude. He is my... Just as Ziyuan was about to finish her sentence, Jessica suddenly shouted. He's Ziyuan's boyfriend. He is my subordinate. Ziyuan vehemently denied, her voice matching Jessica's in volume, and shot a glare at the grinning Jessica. Do not speak nonsense. Hello, everyone, Davis said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I hope my lively daughter hasn't caused you any trouble. Not at all, Ziyuan replied with a polite smile. I am accustomed to being around many lively individuals. With that, Ziyuan subtly glanced at Wude, who had been silent for quite some time, only to discover that he was lost in thought. After all this time, to be dazed in such a pivotal moment, Ziyuan's anger flared, disregarding the presence of outsiders, and she lifted her leg to deliver a sharp kick to Woode's backside. Ouch! Wude stumbled forward, snapping back to reality as he rubbed his rear, glaring at her. What was that for? Davis was talking to you, and you just zoned out. You could have just nudged me instead of kicking. Do you not know whether I nudged you or not? If I knew, why would I ask you? Are you being stubborn with me? And what if I am stubborn about it? As he observed the duo, who had once again immersed themselves in their own bickering, the embarrassment etched on Davis's face deepened, and the beads of cold sweat on his forehead multiplied. He began to suspect that Jessica's earlier outburst might indeed hold a kernel of truth. A few years prior, he had been required to visit Marineford for work, where he had made the acquaintance of a vice admiral aboard a warship. This vice admiral left a profound impression on Davis, not due to the peculiar orders he issued, but because of his chilling demeanor, emotionless and humorless. He was not only strict with himself, but also exceedingly demanding of his subordinates, to the point of being rather harsh. During his month-long stay on the warship, Davis had not once witnessed the man smile, let alone engage in light-hearted banter with his crew. Most notably, he had overheard those Marines remark that the majority of vice admirals shared this stern disposition, perpetually wearing expressions as if everyone owed them 5 million. Hence, Davis felt justified in believing that Jessica was not lying, for the dynamic between Ziyuan and Wude starkly contrasted with his perception of military officers. Rather than a superior and subordinate, they resembled a pair of quarreling lovers. Davis felt particularly qualified to assert this, as he and his late wife had shared a similar rapport prior to her passing. Typically, such exchanges ended with Davis sporting a few bumps on his head, much like Wude at that moment. Hello, Mr. Davis. My name is Wude. Hello. As he regarded Wude, who had grown several centimeters taller, Davis wiped the cold sweat from his brow once more. His late wife had never struck him with such ferocity. Wude, truly a Marine, possessed a physical prowess that set him apart from the average individual. Do you require a medical kit? No need, Ziyuan replied expressionlessly. He is quite robust. Following Ziyuan's remark, an awkward silence enveloped the trio as anticipated. This was entirely normal, for Ziyuan instinctively maintained a distance from outsiders, rarely initiating conversation. Wude, lacking the assistance of Lilies, was at a loss for how to steer the dialogue, as he did not possess Lilies' audacity or shrewdness. Meanwhile, Davis, a perennial homebody, could be described as diligently providing for his family or, less charitably, as suffering from extreme social anxiety. Thus, he was even less adept at broaching topics than his 2 daughters. Jessica and Diana were evidently preoccupied, leaving no time to alleviate the awkwardness. Jessica was busy crafting molds for Lilies' exterior while Diana entertained Lilies, attempting to bond with her sister through play. Fortunately, this uncomfortable atmosphere did not linger for long. Perhaps driven by the task at hand or some other motivation, Ziyuan successfully overcame his habitual reticence and initiated a casual conversation with Davis. Davis naturally picked up the thread, showcasing the conversational skills befitting an adult, while Wude stood by, occasionally interjecting. However, his tendency to drift off remained unchanged. As he listened to Davis, he found himself lost in thought, wondering what Smoker and the others were up to. Achoo. Are you catching a cold? Not at all. Smoker rubbed his nose, casually organizing the scattered documents as he spoke. It's likely that Wude is just messing with me. I'll settle the score with him when we return to the inn tonight. Enough about that. Have you two uncovered anything? Nothing. Hanai tossed the file she held onto the table, crossed her legs, and lit a cigarette. We haven't found anything suspicious in the criminal case. There are also no discrepancies in the civil dispute. Dell, speaking in a low tone, added. Perhaps our investigative direction is flawed. Is there anything noteworthy about the Helenwood family? Indeed there is. As Smoker spoke, he pulled a document from the pile beside him and tossed it onto the table. Based on this document, the Helenwood family appears to be our best lead. Hanai and Dell leaned in with curiosity. A joint complaint. Upon seeing the bolded title, Hanai's expression shifted to one of surprise as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. What are they complaining about? They're accusing the Helenwood family of engaging in unfair competition, employing underhanded tactics to steal business contracts. Smoker gestured toward the bottom of the document, and it's a real-name complaint, with signatures from local residents of Doll Island, all of whom are doll artisans. Dell furrowed his brow, perplexed. What does this imply? It indicates that the Helenwood family's current situation is far from rosy, Hanai remarked, pulling the document closer for scrutiny. After a careful reading of the details and the signatures, she turned to check her own files before stating, there's an issue with the signatures. Smoker and Dell chimed in unison. What do you mean? Martin, Sandy, and Hale's son. The names of these three prominent families are conspicuously absent. Hanai raised her head, articulating her thoughts. For a complaint of this magnitude, there typically needs to be a significant figure to spearhead it. Just like in the Navy, if you wish to report a vice admiral for dereliction of duty, you need at least one person of equal rank or higher to back the claim. This is the standard template for complaint letters. If it doesn't meet the criteria, the government and local administrative offices won't take action. And on Doll Island, the only families that can be mentioned in the same breath as the Helenwoods are the three I just named. So logically, at least one of them should have signed the complaint. But take a closer look, Hanai continued, flipping the complaint letter so Smoker and Dell could see the contents clearly. No1 has signed it. Not only that, Hanai shook her head slightly. The signatories are all minor figures with little influence, mostly laborers working for those three families. Dell scratched his head in confusion. What does this signify? It suggests that the one aiming to take down the Helenwood family is not a faction among the three families, but rather all three families collectively. After a pause, Smoker's expression suddenly shifted. No, that's not all. It's likely that the local administrative office is also involved. Exactly, and I nodded. This explains why a non-compliant complaint letter could be archived in the records. It appears our investigative direction is sound. Reflecting on Diana's riddle, Smoker exhaled deeply. The Helenwood family was undoubtedly the epicenter of the situation. We must relay this information to Vice Admiral Gun and advise them to proceed with caution. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Hanai nodded solemnly, while Dell, who should have raised questions, remained unusually silent. He gazed intently at the complaint letter, a flicker of something indescribable flashing in his eyes. Then, raising his head, he asked in a leading tone, when was this complaint letter sent to the administrative office? When? Hanai and Smoker exchanged glances, instinctively lowering their heads to check the date at the bottom of the letter. In the next moment, their pupils dilated in shock. The date inscribed was not the familiar year of 1510, but rather 1489.1489. 21 years ago. This letter was sent to the administrative office 21 years ago. How is that possible? Hanai exclaimed instinctively. How could this be a letter from 21 years ago? Smoker, is this an original or a copy? An original. Smoker's face turned ashen as he pronounced each word deliberately. Unless the people at the administrative office are deceiving me. Upon finishing his words, he suddenly appeared to recall something, abruptly turning his head to inspect the documents at hand. Observing this, Hanai instantly comprehended Smog's intentions and followed suit, redirecting her gaze to examine her own files. Dell, of course, joined in the inspection, albeit with a notably sluggish and almost perfunctory manner. Moreover, he surveyed Hanai and Smog with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, akin to a mentor witnessing a previously oblivious student suddenly grasping a concept, which sent a chill down one's spine. However, engrossed in their document review, neither Smog nor Hanai noticed Dell's peculiar scrutiny. After a brief moment, as if they had conspired, Smog and Hanai simultaneously lifted their heads from the pile of papers and exchanged a glance. June 13, 1489. Smog swallowed hard and, in a low, gravelly voice. Stated, "This is the latest document logged in the archives on my end. I have February 23, 1489, and I replied, her lips dry as she licked them and glanced at Delegate. What about you? April 9, 1489. Having spoken, Del let out a soft sigh, suggesting that we might draw a conclusion. We are currently situated within history. Hanai's voice trembled slightly. This is a projection of the past. We have been drawn back to Doll Island 21 years ago. Time reversal. Smog, his expression shifting ominously, gritted his teeth and declared, I refuse to believe such absurdity exists, let alone that anyone could accomplish it. Then how do we explain these documents at hand? Hanai interjected. Surely it cannot be said that the Bureau of Administration ceased processing any documents after June 13, 1489. Smog's face darkened further. He remained silent, instead calling over the archives administrator. Good day. The administrator greeted respectfully. How may I assist you? Without preamble, Smog cut to the chase. What year is it? The administrator, taken aback, promptly responded, It is 1489, sir. Not 1510? Certainly not, sir. The administrator, startled, struggled to understand why this imposing marine would pose such a question. Today is June 17, 1489. I am confident my memory is intact. Having received the local's accurate answer, Smog waved the administrator away and turned back to Hanai and Delegate. I believe we can forego future visits and directly seek out the Guion commander. Agreed. Del nodded affirmatively, then, in a guiding tone, continued, Furthermore, on our way to find the Guion commander, I believe we should contemplate a few questions. What questions? Why 1489? Del spoke with a serious demeanor. Why did this unseen mastermind choose to transport us to Doll Island in 1489 rather than another time period? He added, Additionally, we must consider the condition of the island's inhabitants. Are they residents of 1510 or of 1489? If the former, how did this mastermind alter their memories to make them believe it is 1489 now? Why not alter our memories as well? Is it beyond their capability? Or is it unnecessary? And if they are residents of 1489, what has become of the 1510 residents and the Marines who previously vanished? Have they perished? Or have they been assimilated? At this point, Del paused, scrutinizing the expressions of Hanai and Smog before sighing. There are too many questions and too few clues. We need to convene and organize our thoughts. Hanai and Smog exchanged silent glances, affirming their agreement with a nod. This version of Del was undeniably unusual. Aside from his loquaciousness, his intellect surpassed that of the genuine article. Yet, the troubling aspect was that he did not seem to be intentionally disrupting the investigation. Contrary to their previous analysis, rather, he was providing a clear direction for their inquiry. Without his prompting, Hanai was certain she would have overlooked the significance of the date, such a fundamental detail in an investigation. One that any child could comprehend. As a Marine, how could she possibly neglect such an essential factor, unless something was interfering with her cognition, causing her to subconsciously disregard the importance of the date? With a sudden chill of realization, Hanai lifted her gaze to Del, who was walking alongside Smog towards the exit. Soon, an incredulous and even somewhat heretical thought began to form in her mind. There was no doubt that this Del was a counterfeit, but he might not necessarily be malevolent. He could very well be their ally. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling, for without him, Hanai and Smog would have entirely missed the pivotal clue regarding the date. Yet, here arose a conundrum. If he intended to assist them, why not do so openly? Why resort to such an odd impersonation? Moreover, Hanai found herself puzzled as to why he would extend his help. Was their escape beneficial to this foe Del? Could he gain from it? This dilemma felt too complex. Hanai doubted she could unravel it alone. If only Lilith were here, she murmured, tapping her head gently and sighing. That girl is quick-witted and full of clever ideas. She might offer some valuable insights. Nevertheless, Hanai soon cast aside these chaotic thoughts and hurried to catch up with Smog and Delegate. After all, the matter at hand was of greater urgency than the absence of Lilith. Just as the three of them stepped out of the archives, a visibly flustered officer from the police department rushed before them, nearly stumbling in his haste. Officers, I am grateful to finally find you, he panted. A grievous theft has occurred in the village, and I have come to inform you as per our agreement. A grievous theft? Smog and the others exchanged glances, curiosity piqued. What makes it so severe? Aside from the stolen goods, the perpetrator left the premises in utter disarray, and most importantly, she left a letter. As the officer spoke, he produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Smog, emphasizing that it was specifically meant for them. Meant for us. The trio expressed surprise. They had only been on the island for 2 days, had interacted with very few individuals, and had not boasted of their naval identity, why would a nefarious thief know of their existence and address them personally, for reasons unbeknownst to her? Hanai felt an unsettling sense of familiarity with this style of conduct. It couldn't possibly be what I think it is, she mused, reaching for the letter and opening it in front of the onlookers. Foolish and incompetent Navy, your narrow-mindedness and limited perspective fill me with profound sorrow. Much like the woman in the renowned painting, the blind woman stabbed to death, you were blind to the imminent danger before you, deluding yourselves. Yet fortunately, you have encountered me, a noble-hearted lady thief. If you wish to uncover the truth, come and attempt to capture me, provided you truly possess the capability. Upon reading the letter signed SDL, Hanai, with an expressionless visage, lifted her head. Unlike Smoker and Dell, who were as perplexed as a monk unable to grasp the essence. She had already discerned the identity of the notorious female thief and comprehended the peril alluded to within the missive. The signature SDL represented a clandestine message intended solely for her in the genuine Delaware. Strom D. Lilith, this was the full name of that wretched girl, and it constituted her most deeply guarded secret. Apart from Hanai and Dell, no third party was privy to the fact that Lilith bore a surname. Nor did anyone know that her name contained the letter D. Thus, on the surface, the letter appeared to be a brazen challenge from a thief to the Navy, yet in truth, it was a communication from Lilith directed at Hanai. Primarily aimed at conveying vital information. Dell is not the genuine Dell. He is an imposter. Moreover, I possess additional intelligence. Should you wish to know, come find me. Reflecting on the chaos that ensued, Hanai carefully stored the letter and addressed the law enforcement officers, instructing them to lead them to the scene. Despite Hanai's somewhat unilateral decision, neither Dell nor Smoker voiced any objections, for they too were intrigued by the audacious thief who dared to publicly provoke the Navy. After all, with Vice Admiral Guillaume's presence, they were not departing the island anytime soon. They had means of contact, making a meeting merely a matter of time. Furthermore, the imperative to pursue every suspicious lead was explicitly mandated by Guillaume himself, rendering their decision to investigate the theft entirely reasonable. Under the guidance of the law enforcement personnel, the trio swiftly arrived at the scene of the incident, only to discover the utter disarray that had transpired. Torn wallpaper and shredded linens lay strewn across the floor, while cotton stuffing, soaked with water, was scattered haphazardly on walls, floors, and ceilings. Wherever the eye could see, there was an array of indeterminate liquids in shades of red, yellow, and white. The absence of a sanguine odor led Hanai to conjecture that these substances were likely a mixture of mayonnaise and ketchup. And there should also be eggs involved, as they had spotted a considerable heap of shattered eggshells at the entrance. With the using egg whites and yolks rendering the wallpaper and fabric strips wet and sticky, creating a most disgusting spectacle, this was merely the appearance of the corridor. The state of the living room and kitchen was beyond their imagination and comprehension. Setting aside the matter of how to traverse the slippery corridor without falling, it was enough to drive Hanai and her companions to the brink of pulling their own hair out. Maintaining bodily balance was a simple task for them, yet the issue evidently lay elsewhere. Hanai was uncertain of others' thoughts, but she was resolutely unwilling to step inside. The floor not only appeared slick and viscous, akin to slime, but it also exuded a peculiar odor. Should she venture in for even a brief inspection, not only would her shoes be ruined, but her clothes would likely be beyond salvage as well, necessitating the use of 3 large bottles of body wash to rid herself of that foul scent, which may not even be possible. By conventional standards, this was the moment for the gentlemen to step forth and exhibit their chivalry. However, judging by the somewhat pallid complexions of Smoker and Dell, it was apparent that both shared Hanai's reluctance to enter. Nonetheless, an investigation was imperative, as there might be clues left by Lilith within the dwelling. Following a period of intense internal conflict, Hanai reluctantly accepted the responsibility of investigating the premises. She requested 2 sets of protective gear from the law enforcement personnel, enveloped herself in layers until she resembled a bomb disposal unit, and then cautiously stepped inside to commence her inquiry. This investigation consumed an entire 7 hours, at 7:30 in the evening. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Hanai staggered out of the house, without uttering a word. She raised her hand to halt Smoker and Dell, who were about to speak, exclaiming, "Let me remove this attire first. I feel as though I might perish from dehydration." Upon hearing this, Smoker and Dell, along with the nearby law enforcement personnel, hurriedly gathered around to assist Hanai in shedding her cumbersome outfit. Although it may sound somewhat scandalous, they were genuinely engaged in a practical endeavor, devoid of any lascivious intent. After a brief interval, once freed from her attire, Hanai, with the support of Smoker and Dell, sat upon the curb. As she arranged her sweat-soaked pink locks, she spoke in a voice laden with exhaustion. The interior is an utter mess, resembling a refuse incineration facility, yet any useful clues have been meticulously concealed. I found no hair or fingerprints, nor any items that could ascertain the thief's identity. It is evident that this audacious female rogue possesses considerable skill. Smoker furrowed his brow at her words, conveying the sentiment that her efforts had been in vain. That cannot be the case. And I replied, shaking her head. She then produced a damp envelope from the depths of her bag, stating, I discovered this in the storage room on the second floor, prominently placed upon a talismanic doll. However, due to time constraints, I did not examine it further. If you are willing, please assist me by opening it and reading its contents. I am simply too fatigued to move. Smoker stared at the envelope, hesitating for a protracted moment before daring to extend his hand to take it. Dell, exhibiting even greater reluctance, not only refrained from accepting it, but even retreated 2 steps, signaling his complete disinterest in the damp envelope bearing a milky scent. What is the meaning of this? You found the envelope, so it is your duty to open it. Smoker coughed lightly, attempting to justify. Our team has clearly defined roles. Each person should handle their respective tasks. And I see no fault in that. Dell remained silent, yet his nodding, akin to a startled rabbit, unequivocally indicated his agreement. Observing this, Hanai could not suppress a sardonic smile, playing the role of a virtuous gentleman. Are we? No. No doubt it is inappropriate for men and women to exchange such items, Smoker hastily interjected. Hanai rolled her eyes dramatically, tearing open the envelope while casting a fierce glare at Smoker. You exhibit the heart of a thief but lack the courage. It's as if you have never seen this before. Dell, upon hearing this, cast a disdainful glance at Smoker, then shifted aside, defensively crossing his arms. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. As the ensuing events are even more riveting, Smoker thought to himself, is it merely my imagination? Or does it seem that Dell has lost interest in maintaining his facade, engaging in behavior that is utterly contrary to his character? As if he fears being unmasked. Can one not adhere to the most fundamental ethical standards of an actor? And what is the meaning of crossing your arms while stepping back, after vowing to expose him that very night? Smoker turned to Hanai and inquired, what does the letter say? It instructs us to investigate a woman named Valente Rosalind and suggests we explore the jungle to the west of the village. Claiming there is a surprise awaiting us, after succinctly relaying the flowery language of the letter, Hanai's brow furrowed slightly. The name Valente Rosalind sounded familiar. I believe I encountered it in some documents earlier today. Hanai remarked while tapping her head, yet I cannot recall where I saw it. Smoker immediately proposed, shall we return to investigate? No need, Dell interjected. Valente Rosalind was the wife of Helwood Davis, who passed away on July 7, 1477, under circumstances that remain unclear. Circumstances that remain unclear, Smoker and Hanai echoed in unison. What do you mean by that? I cannot provide that information, Dell shrugged. The records from the Bureau of Affairs merely stated as such, with an additional note indicating that she was not cremated. Thus, I speculate that the rogue may have discovered Rosalind's grave, likely located in the jungle to the west of the village. At this point, Dell suddenly stroked his chin, his brow furrowing again. However, I recall that the doll village possesses a cemetery, where individuals who preferred not to be cremated during their lifetimes are typically interred by their relatives. Davis is quite a notable figure on this island, so it seems unlikely that he would allow his wife to remain in the wilderness after her death. Wouldn't you agree? Smoker and Hanai exchanged glances, not challenging this speculation rife with inconsistencies, but rather, they in unison pressed further. So, what are you implying? The Helenwood family indeed poses a problem, just as Smoker suggested earlier. They are highly likely the epicenter of this incident. Dell chuckled, stating, because aside from us, the clues in the hands of that female thief also point towards their family. That I believe this alone speaks volumes. Upon hearing this, Hanai suddenly interjected, you seem to have a great deal of trust in that thief. Do you happen to know her identity? This blatant probing caused Dell to fall silent, and instinctively, Smoker clenched his hands behind his back. He was uncertain of the implications behind Hanai's question, but he understood that this sudden silence was a perilous signal. Most people tend to fall silent before making a move. However, Smoker's actions were tantamount to revealing their hand, as normal individuals would not prepare for combat simply because a companion had ceased speaking. The only reason for such a reaction would be the suspicion that this companion is an imposter. Clearly, Dell was aware of this reasoning, and soon he broke the silence. Yes, I know who she is. He first smiled and nodded at Hanai before turning to Smoker. There is no need for such tension. We are companions, are we not? Smoker ignored Dell, and after exchanging a glance with Hanai, began to silently gather his strength. Adjusting his physical state, However, this was not for the purpose of retaliation, but rather for escape. When the strength of the enemy is uncertain, preserving oneself becomes the wisest choice. Furthermore, Hanai was currently in a weakened state. Her abilities diminished. If a confrontation were to ensue, she could risk being captured as a hostage. Thus, logically, Smoker should initiate his abilities to create a thick fog and carry Hanai away. Yet he refrained from doing so. Recalling the behavior of the imposter Dell in the archives earlier that day, in a certain sense, that was a signal of cooperation being extended. Collaborating with an unknown individual is fraught with risk. Yet greater risks often yield greater rewards. This imposter Dell evidently possessed knowledge of some hidden truths. Should both parties exchange intelligence and reach a level of mutual benefit, their chances of escaping this alternate space would significantly increase. With this thought in mind, Smoker made his decision. He steadied himself and asked deliberately, "We are preparing to meet with General Guion. Will you accompany us?" "Of course," Dell replied with a grin. "After all we have uncovered today, it is only right that we share the information." Smoker frowned slightly. "Are you completely abandoning your pretense?" "I never intended to pretend," Dell shrugged. "I was merely cooperating with you." Hanai suddenly spoke up. "Where is the real Dell?" "If you have questions, it would be best to wait until everyone is gathered," Dell replied. "Otherwise, I'll have to repeat everything when we reconvene, and that would be quite bothersome." Smoker and Hanai remained silent. Their gazes fixed intently on Dell's smiling face, attempting to glean some insight. Yet, it soon became apparent that this was a futile endeavor. The imposter Dell was clearly a master of the poker face. And as novices fresh from the training camp, Smoker and Hanai were ill-equipped to handle such a composed and inscrutable individual. However, there was someone in their team who could. With this in mind, Smoker released his grip on the weapon, and Hanai stood up from the curb. "Let us go find General Guion." After successfully dismissing the personnel of the Puppet Island Police under the pretext that they had completed their evidence collection and that the pursuit operation was now their sole responsibility, Hanai and Smoker prepared to escort the imposter Dell to meet Guion. To say they were escorting him was somewhat misleading, as they had not restrained Dell with handcuffs nor twisted his arms behind his back. They merely surrounded him, one on each side. Furthermore, they maintained a considerable distance from Dell, primarily to allow themselves a reaction time should he suddenly attack. Thus, rather than an escort, it appeared as though Hanai and Smoker were merely accompanying Dell for a stroll. At least from the perspective of passers-by. After ceasing all pretense, Dell's demeanor transformed to one of exuberance, engaging Hanai in light conversation and attempting to pry into her daily life, considering that he might soon become an ally. Hanai felt it unwise to maintain silence, though she offered polite laughter and half-hearted responses while casting furtive glances at Smoker, signaling for assistance. The look conveyed, "Are you just going to watch me struggle through this awkward conversation? Hurry up and think of a way to help." However, Hanai was mistaken in her assumption that Smoker was unwilling to assist. He simply found himself unable to do so. He had attempted to interject into the conversation multiple times, but Dell had completely ignored him. He could not fathom why. After casting a helpless glance at Hanai, Smoker retrieved a transponder snail and called Guion. After 2 crisp beeps, the call connected. "This is Guion." "Smoker, what's the matter? We have encountered a slight situation here." Smoker slowed his pace, keeping a watchful eye on Dell's back while speaking in a hushed tone. "The imposter Dell has revealed his true identity, and Hanai and I are currently escorting him." Before he could finish, a cacophony of clanging sounds erupted from the transponder. The sounds of Wude's exclamations and Lacey's startled remarks filled the air. While a bewildered Jessica shouted, "What is going on? What is happening? Why did Guion suddenly sit down?" Even without witnessing the scene firsthand, Smoker could envision the chaos unfolding on Guion's end and could also predict the arduous physical training sessions awaiting him as a result. As he had anticipated, Guion silently multiplied the future training load for Smoker and Hanai by 3. After scrambling to his feet, Guion hastily picked up the transponder and shouted, "Repeat what you just said." "The imposter Dell has revealed his true identity, and Hanai and I are escorting him towards your location." Upon confirming he had not misheard, Guion's eyes widened even further. "What do you mean he has revealed his identity? He has stopped pretending?" "Indeed." Guion opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, clearly stunned by the revelation. After all, who could possibly anticipate that a spy would suddenly self-destruct? It was akin to playing werewolf, where the last remaining lone wolf had managed to ascend to the role of the sheriff, gaining the trust of the villagers, and awaited the perfect moment to eliminate the seer before wreaking havoc. Yet, in the next instant, that lone wolf leaps from the crowd, raising both hands in declaration, "Okay, everyone, look at me. I have an announcement. I am XX. Is there anything more absurd in this world?" Surprisingly, yes, noticing Guillaume's prolonged silence. Smoker took the initiative to succinctly recount the experiences of the three of them that day, emphasizing Del's willingness to cooperate. Suddenly, 3 heavy breaths echoed through the transponder. Are you saying that not only does the imposter Del harbor no ill intentions, but he also wishes to cooperate with us? Wude, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself and interjected, that's what you meant, right? Precisely, Smoker confirmed, prompting a collective gasp from Guillaume and the others. What could be more absurd than a spy self-destructing? A spy defecting. He had brought with him a wealth of crucial intelligence and had resolutely chosen to switch sides. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Guillaume exchanged glances with his companions before addressing the transponder. You must immediately escort Del back to the inn. We will return as well that we will discuss the details once we meet. Understood. After concluding the call, Smoker hung up and swiftly advanced, leading Genai and Jadal in a change of direction towards the inn. Meanwhile, the trio from Guillaume began to pack their belongings, preparing to conclude their visit for the day and reunite with their companions. Observing their busyness, Jessica approached and inquired, Are you all heading back? Yes. Guillaume nodded slightly. There has been a minor issue on Smoker's end, and we need to assist him. Jessica responded with an O, hesitating before timidly asking, Will you be coming to play tomorrow? Guillaume was taken aback. Instinctively wanting to decline, their primary objective of visiting the Helenswood family had been achieved, and after a full day of interaction and Davis's drunken ramblings during dinner, she was fairly certain the family posed no suspicious threat. Thus, Guillaume intended to allocate their valuable resources elsewhere, reducing their focus on the Helenswoods and maintaining only minimal contact. Undoubtedly, in these times of scarce manpower, this was the optimal choice. However, gazing into Jessica's hopeful eyes and considering the painstakingly crafted mold for the doll that had taken her an entire day to complete, Guillaume ultimately found herself unable to utter the words of refusal. For them, Jessica was merely a fleeting presence in their lives. Once they departed from Doll Island, the chances of their paths crossing again seemed slim. Yet, in Jessica's heart, the status of Guillaume and her companions was irreplaceable, as they were her first true friends. Thus, even knowing their eventual separation was inevitable, the girl cherished this bond, perhaps to a fault. Giving off a somewhat pitiable it was akin to a drowning person clinging desperately to a life-saving straw, unwilling to let go at any cost, for she had endured solitude for far too long. With this thought, Guillaume involuntarily sighed and shook her head at Jessica. I'm afraid I won't have the time to come tomorrow, as Smoker is likely to require my assistance. I see. Jessica's expression visibly darkened with disappointment, but she quickly rallied herself, forcing a smile. That's all right. I can manage on my own. Once the doll is finished, I'll personally deliver it to you. I mentioned that I lack time, but that doesn't imply my companions are not available, Guillaume interjected, raising her hand to pat Wude. Wude, understanding the cue, immediately chimed in. She's a busy individual and has no time for us. But it's not a problem. If she can't accompany us, I'll take you and Lacey out instead. Upon hearing this, Jessica's heart, which had nearly cooled, began to beat fervently once more. Really? Of course, Wude replied, lifting his chin and thumping his chest. Tomorrow, I'll take you out shopping. Jessica hesitated, but the dolls can be made at any time. Wude waved dismissively. However, opportunities to go out with friends are rare. With that, he patted Jessica's shoulder. Haven't you always wanted to go out with your friends? Now is your chance. You must seize it. Okay. Jessica nodded vigorously, her face illuminating with a radiant smile. Where shall we go tomorrow? I don't know. You're the local. You decide. Then let us go eat some snacks. No problem. I also want to buy new clothes, and I'll get a few for Lacey as well. She'll look adorable in a dress. Of course. I'd like to visit the newly opened zoo in the aquarium. Whatever you wish. Whatever you wish. Guillaume watched as Jessica and Wude grew increasingly animated. And for some reason, a twinge of bitterness surged within her. This troublesome lad, who typically either teased her or made faces, had never shown her such a sunny demeanor or shared a day out with her. Why the disparity in treatment among friends? She was not inferior in appearance to Jessica. It was merely her temperament that was slightly more volatile. Yet, she could hardly attribute her irritability to herself. After all, Wude had a penchant for provoking her. If only he would refrain from his banter and offer more compliments, perhaps she wouldn't feel compelled to strike him so often. Moreover, sharing snacks, shopping for clothes, and visiting the aquarium and zoo wasn't that akin to a date. The moment the word date crossed her mind, Guillaume felt a wave of agitation wash over her, and her expression darkened. Just then, Wude abruptly turned and spoke up. Could you lend me some money? What do you need money for? Well, one must have funds for a day out. Wude replied matter-of-factly, I can't have the young lady footing the bill for me. Can I? This banter, which would typically be harmless, instantly escalated Gion's irritation to its zenith. She glanced at Wude's bewildered expression and then at Jessica, who blinked her large eyes in confusion, inhaled deeply, and wordlessly withdrew 10,000 berries from her pocket, tossing it into Wude's hands. Startled by this sudden gesture, Wude fumbled to catch the money, his eyes wide with incredulity, but when he lifted his gaze, he saw Gion storming away. Bewildered, Wude opened his mouth. Did she just get angry? Having never experienced romance, he was utterly perplexed by the workings of a woman's heart and failed to comprehend Gion's sudden mood shift. Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. Why had she suddenly turned hostile? Was she experiencing some sort of mental breakdown? In contrast to Wude's confusion, the perceptive Jessica and Lasai quickly discerned Gion's jealousy from a mere glance. After a moment of hesitation, Jessica tugged at Wude's shirt, speaking softly. Wude, perhaps we shouldn't go out tomorrow. Why not? Wude turned, questioning. I've already got the money. We must spend it. Jessica paused, momentarily unsure if Wude was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. Did he truly not understand why Gion was upset? At that moment, Lasai, unable to bear the tension, sighed lightly and jumped up to tap Wude on the head. What was that for? Because you're foolish. Lasai replied, hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. If you want to go out with Jessica tomorrow, then you must find a way to appease Gion tonight. Wude scratched his head, utterly lost. But I don't even know why she is upset. How can I make amends? If you don't know why she is angry, then ask. You have a mouth for a reason. Lasai glared at him. And how much longer do you plan to dither? If you don't hurry, she'll return to the inn. Clearly, it was Gion who was being unreasonable and throwing a tantrum, yet would have found himself acquiescing. After bidding farewell to Jessica and agreeing to meet at the fountain in the central square the following day, he lifted Lasai and charged out the door in pursuit of Gion's retreating figure. As Jessica watched Wude depart, she let out a resigned sigh and turned to head back inside, only to be startled by Diana, who had stealthily approached from behind. You scared me, she exclaimed, placing a hand over her heart in shock. Sister, how do you walk so quietly? You were too engrossed to notice, Diana replied, glancing at Wude's departing silhouette before asking, Are you going out to play tomorrow? We made plans, but I'm not sure if Wude can join us. Jessica replied awkwardly. Gion, doesn't he seem easy to placate? If you've made plans, then don't go back on your word, Diana stated, ignoring the latter part of the sentence, for she believed the two would not harbor lingering grudges. She had witnessed enough quarrels and reconciliations between her own parents to trust that Wude and Gion would likely follow suit. Come to my room later. I'll lend you some clothes. Jessica paused, taken aback. Huh, you're a beautiful girl. You ought to learn to present yourself well. As Diana spoke, she gently raised her hand to smooth Jessica's somewhat disheveled hair, declaring that when going out to have fun, one must be both beautiful and cheerful. So remember to come find me before you head out tomorrow. I shall apply a light makeup for you. Understood? Jessica, somewhat dazed, nodded, seemingly unaccustomed to Diana's sudden display of tenderness. Diana was not perturbed by this. After all, she and Davis owed Jessica a great deal. It was entirely natural for her to be momentarily taken aback by their abrupt change in demeanor. The mere thought of Davis caused Diana to let out a soft sigh, and she then patted her younger sister's shoulder. Come with me. Dad has something he wishes to give you. What is it? You will find out shortly. Under Diana's guidance, the two sisters made their way to Davis's studio, where they found him slumped in an armchair, drowsy and nodding off, clearly still recovering from a night of revelry. Upon noticing this, Diana approached him and gently shook him awake. Stop dozing off. Jessica is here. Huh. Davis instinctively lifted his head, glancing at Jessica standing before him, and as he rubbed his sleepy eyes, he murmured, Oh, right. It was me who called you over. Jessica gave a nervous chuckle and said, My sister mentioned you had something for me. Yes, indeed, I do, Davis began, but suddenly he paused and corrected himself. No, wait, it's not from me. It's from your mother. Both sisters froze in surprise. My mom. Yes, your mother. Davis opened a drawer beside him and retrieved a rectangular box. He gently caressed the time-worn box, his eyes filled with nostalgia. This is a gift your mother prepared for you as a coming-of-age present. A coming-of-age gift? Jessica asked, bewildered. For me? Davis nodded and, with trembling hands, opened the box, revealing an heirloom that had been sealed away for 18 long years. It was a ruby necklace. The pure gold chain shimmered under the incandescent light, radiating a brilliance akin to a flowing river of golden light. At the base of the chain, a pebble-sized ruby glowed like a blazing flame, its vivid crimson hue rendering it extraordinarily resplendent. For a moment, Both Jessica and Diana were rendered speechless. Though they hailed from affluence and had seen their fair share of precious jewels, this necklace was evidently no ordinary piece. The pure gold chain did not overshadow the ruby. Rather, it accentuated it in a perfectly balanced manner, creating a harmonious masterpiece. Noble and untouchable. Is this truly for me? Jessica finally regained her composure, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Davis. Dad, you must be mistaken. Something of this heirloom caliber cannot be for me. In response to Jessica's skepticism, Davis offered a gentle smile and began recounting the past. When you were born, your mother entrusted me with this necklace. She told me it was to be your coming-of-age gift and earnestly instructed me to present it to you only when you had grown up and matured. I was somewhat perplexed and asked her why she didn't simply give it to you herself if she was so apprehensive about me. To my inquiry, she merely smiled and shook her head. At that time, I was unaware that she was terminally ill, with little time left. Not long after, I took her, you, and your younger sister Diana out of the hospital. As he spoke, Davis suddenly chuckled softly and looked around his studio. Do you know, Jessica, the house we currently reside in was purchased and renovated long before you were born. Jessica paused, surprised. But I remember living in a fishing village when I was little. Yes, that was your mother's wish, Davis replied, lowering his gaze. The fishing village was her hometown, where we met and fell in love, and where Diana was born. She cherished that place, just as she loved you both, and wished for her children to be born, raised, and to love the same land. I could not resist her wishes and complied, returning to the fishing village to live with her and you both until July 7th, 1477, when you had just turned 6. After her passing, I honored her last wishes. I did not cremate her, but instead laid her to rest on a small hill west of the village, allowing her to gaze upon her beloved hometown and watch over us living in the puppet village. At this point, Davis raised his head with a smile, forcing back his sorrow with a jest. Jessica, do you still remember what your mother looked like? After a moment of recollection, Jessica gently shook her head, biting her lip. I only remember that she had beautiful long purple hair, much like my sister Diana's. But I can't recall any more details. She added a soft apology. You need not apologize, Jessica. You were merely 6 years old. Remembering what you do is already commendable. Davis sighed heavily. It is I who should express regret. I have not been a competent father. Jessica was taken aback, instinctively wanting to speak, but Davis raised his hand to interrupt. Compared to those rebellious children, you have always been obedient. When I forbade you from going out, you complied. When I restricted your schooling and friendships, you did not utter a word of complaint. I urged you to diligently learn the craft to inherit my legacy, and you did so excellently. During that time, I felt proud of you and of myself. Believing I was a worthy father, I guided my daughter to be mature and self-sufficient. I protected her from the unsavory elements of society and kept her away from dubious companions. Aside from her slight naivety, she had no faults. Because I provided her with everything I could, I believed I was a competent father, and I had to be one. I did not betray Rosalind's expectations. I nurtured you to perfection, just as she instructed before her passing. This has been my belief until today. At this juncture, Davis fell silent, his hand brushing against his flushed face, still warm from emotion. Before gently caressing the ruby necklace resting quietly in the old box, its cool, smooth texture gradually calmed his racing thoughts, guiding him toward the next course of action. He then picked up the necklace, stood, and walked slowly toward Jessica. Dad, hold on to this, Jessica. With solemnity, he presented the necklace to her, then tenderly caressed her face, his gaze filled with profound affection and deep remorse. You have grown, Jessica. You have truly matured. You are no longer that child who would blindly obey me. You have friends, cherished individuals in your life, and your own thoughts. It is only today that I grasp the essence of the growth your mother envisioned for you. She never aspired for you to be wealthy or to achieve greatness. Her only desire was for you to live joyfully, to wear a radiant smile each day. Yet I failed to comprehend this. Davis's voice trembled with emotion, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. That I confined you within the prison of paternal love and used it as an excuse to torment you for 12 long years. How many 12-year spans can one experience in life? A precious childhood cannot be relived. I am not a competent father, Jessica. I have let down your mother, failed you, and betrayed the trust of Diana. I am truly sorry. I sincerely apologize. As the words fell, Davis could no longer contain his emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. He was consumed by regret and self-reproach. Little master, this chapter has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more captivating. For he had inflicted pain upon the one he cherished most, betraying the love of his life. As a father, he had deprived his child of a full 12 years of youth. How absurd, how foolish, He dared not seek forgiveness, for he understood he was unworthy of it. Yet, the one he loved dearly, was she not also filled with love for him? Witnessing Davis collapse to the ground, sobbing like a remorseful child, Jessica took a deep breath, stifling the tears that threatened to spill, and knelt down to embrace her father. It's all right, Dad. I don't blame you. I have never blamed you. She gently patted Davis on the back, softly saying, I know how much you love me, and I understand that everything you did was for my sake, albeit a bit too extreme. But it's all right, Dad. It's all in the past. It's all behind us. Standing nearby, Diana observed the comforting exchange between father and daughter, quietly lighting a feminine cigarette, under the dual influence of nicotine and tears. Fragments of long-buried memory surfaced in her mind. For a moment, she felt as if she had returned to her home in the fishing village, seeing her former self, her pale mother lying in bed. And baby Jessica in the cradle. Diana, come see your sister, Mom. She is so tiny. Indeed, very small, very fragile, which is why Jessica needs you. Needs me? Exactly. Why? Because you are the elder sister, Diana. An elder sister must always protect her younger sibling. Just as our parents protect you. Diana, are you willing to protect your sister? I will, Mother. Diana gazed at the burning cigarette in her hand, softly murmuring, I will. At the same time, in a parallel emotional exchange happening with Wude. He chased after Ji Yuan, breathlessly calling out, Ji Yuan, Ji Yuan. Can you slow down a bit? The familiar call did not cause Ji Yuan to slow her pace. Instead, she quickened it, almost resembling a sprint. This truly is a glitch plot from a romantic novel. After silently lamenting this, Wude gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the discomfort in his lungs, and hastened his pursuit. I told you to slow down. Why are you still walking so fast? Grabbing Ji Yuan's wrist to halt her. Wude gasped for breath and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Ji Yuan did not respond to his question, not even turning her head, but coldly commanded, Let go. Wude shuddered at her tone, instinctively wanting to release his grip. But at that moment, La Sierra's icy voice interjected, Don't let go. Startled again, Wude felt utterly dumbfounded. If he didn't let go, he would be pummeled by Ji Yuan. If he did, La Sierra would do the same. It seemed there was no escaping this beating. Was there? However, Ji Yuan paid no heed to Wude's thoughts. After glancing at La Sierra, she expressionlessly reiterated, I said let go. La Sierra, naturally unwilling to back down, retorted defiantly, I said don't let go. After saying that, La Sierra gave Wude a harsh smack on the head. This should be your line, not mine, you dolt. Hearing La Sierra's words, even Wude, in his naivety, grasped the situation. Rubbing his head, he looked defiantly at Ji Yuan. I want to let go, if you have the ability. Chop off my arm. Ji Yuan narrowed her eyes, placing her other hand on her blade. You think I wouldn't dare? Then go ahead and chop. I'm not afraid of pain. Wude adopted an attitude of indifference. Even if you chop, I'll grow back. Once I do, I'll still hold on to you. If you're not too tired, go ahead and do it. I don't mind. Ji Yuan, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow slightly and, drawing her blade, aimed it at Wude's arm. In a flash, the blade halted firmly against his skin. Not only did it not sever, but Wude didn't even sustain a scratch. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Wude replied nonchalantly, We've known each other for so long. Our bond is so strong. How could I not know you wouldn't dare hurt me? Ji Yuan clicked her tongue, retracting the blade while softly muttering, stubborn as a dog's skin plaster. What are you going to do now that you're stuck with me? Ji Yuan didn't respond to that but shook her arm, saying, Let go. I can't walk like this. What's preventing you from walking? Wude raised an eyebrow, pulling Ji Yuan forward. The unexpected motion caused her to stumble slightly, instinctively taking a step to keep up. To the onlookers, it resembled a couple strolling hand in hand. Realizing this, Ji Yuan's face flushed, and as she struggled against him, she whispered, Let go already. There are so many people around. If you're not embarrassed. I am. You weren't embarrassed when you threatened me with the knife. Now that I'm holding your wrist, you're suddenly feeling bold, Wude retorted, glancing at Ji Yuan. I'm not even holding your hand yet. If I did, you might just die of embarrassment. La Sierra clapped her hands excitedly. Well said. Well said. This back and forth left Ji Yuan with a crimson face. After giving La Sierra a fierce glare, she gritted her teeth and said, Let go now, or I'll get angry. As if you weren't angry before. Seeing Ji Yuan's attitude soften, Wude breathed a sigh of relief and seized the opportunity to ask, What was with your tone just now? Ji Yuan turned her head, feigning ignorance. What tone? The icy one that could give someone nightmares for 3 days. Wude remarked, You scared me. You know, I didn't. Ji Yuan began to throw a tantrum. I don't recall speaking in that tone. You must be hearing things. Wude sighed heavily. Are you a 3-year-old? Ji Yuan remained silent, raising her head to look at the sky. Pretending not to hear. Seeing this, Wude sighed again and changed the subject. So, why are you upset? I'm not upset. If you're not upset, why did you show me a long face? I'm your superior. Why shouldn't I express my displeasure toward a subordinate? But superiors usually only show displeasure when they're angry. Wude seized the opportunity, cheerfully stating, so you were upset after all. I'm not upset. Being stubborn is pointless. I'm really not upset. Observing Ji Yuan acting like a petulant child, Wude's eye twitched, and he bluntly stated, are you jealous of Jessica? I'm not. I'm not. Don't say nonsense. Ji Yuan immediately denied, I don't have those feelings for you. Don't flatter yourself. Wude nodded. Then I'll go out with Jessica tomorrow. You have no objections, right? What objections could I possibly have? Ji Yuan replied, her tone rising. I've already given you the money. You can go play with whoever you like. I have no right to interfere. The sardonic tone sent a chill down Wude's spine, simultaneously reinforcing his conviction that Ji Yuan was undoubtedly feeling jealous. However, with zero experience in romance, Wude was utterly at a loss regarding how to continue to placate her, let alone how to carry the conversation forward. Fortunately, he had a consultant by his side. Just then, Laisai, who had been peering around curiously, suddenly halted, her head bobbing. She grasped Wude's face, directing him to look in a particular direction, and softly instructed, Fu Wu, take Ji Yuan there. Order, the couple said. Following Laisai's gaze, Wude spotted a tea shop named Poo Poo Milk Tea. Beside it stood a large wooden sign that proclaimed, Poo Poo Milk Tea, couples half price, complimentary crepes to melt your heart. Bewildered, Wude opened his mouth, instinctively questioning, is that feasible? We're not even a couple, are we? Besides, Ji Yuan doesn't he seem like the type who enjoys milk tea or crepes? Fu Wu, why are you babbling so much? Laisai playfully tapped Wude's head. Fu Wu, just go if I tell you to. With the consultant's words ringing in his ears, Wude dared not defy her. He grasped Ji Yuan's wrist and subtly maneuvered his feet toward the entrance of Poo Poo Milk Tea. At that moment, Laisai leapt from his shoulder, discreetly stepping aside to give them space. What are you doing here? Ji Yuan glanced at Wude before turning to inspect the wooden sign beside the tea shop. Suddenly, she let out a scoff. Oh, so you're scouting for tomorrow's date? Quite the leisurely pursuit. I want to intrude. With that, she attempted to pull away from Wude's grasp, exerting real force this time, nearly causing him to lose hold. Firstly, Jessica and I are not going on a date tomorrow. It's merely a friendly outing. Moreover, it was you who asked me to accompany her, not me. Get your facts straight, Wude corrected, tugging Ji Yuan toward the counter. Secondly, I'm here with you. So if we're speaking of a date, it's with you, understood? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's struggle lessened instantly, though her retorts remained unyielding. Who said it was a date? Do you have no shame? Wude ignored her, turning instead to the young salesgirl at the counter. Hello. I'd like to order some milk tea. The salesgirl blinked, first assessing the smiling Wude, then glancing at Ji Yuan, who was pretending to look elsewhere yet subtly fixated on them, and finally observing their intertwined hands. As a vendor specializing in couple sets, this scenario was all too familiar to her. An upset girlfriend, a clueless boyfriend seeking to appease her with a cup of milk tea to lighten the mood. She understood it all too well. After a discreet chuckle to herself, the salesgirl displayed a flawless smile. Hello, what flavors would you like? Any recommendations? I suggest you both purchase the couple S set. Not only is the milk tea half price, but it also comes with a complimentary strawberry crepe. Oh, let us go with that. After casting a glance at Ji Yuan and finding no objections, Wude sighed in relief. The salesgirl smiled knowingly as she jotted down the order. The crepe flavor is fixed and cannot be changed. But the milk tea can. Would you like to modify it? 1 matcha and 1 chocolate, please. Very well, please hold on. With that, the salesgirl turned to relay the order to her colleagues. At that moment, Ji Yuan spoke up. How did you know I like chocolate? Because I once pulled a handful of chocolate out of your pocket, Wude replied, grinning at the now blushing Ji Yuan. Next time, remember to empty your pockets before handing me your clothes. Chocolate stains are a nightmare to wash out. He then squeezed Ji Yuan's wrist gently. Did you hear that? Give me a response. I heard. Ji Yuan mumbled, kicking a pebble. You're so annoying. Moments later, the salesgirl placed 2 cups of milk tea and 2 crepes on the counter. Wude promptly released his grip on Ji Yuan's wrist, stepping forward to settle the bill before awkwardly balancing the 4 items as he made his way back. Hurry, help me out, or I'm going to drop them. Seeing Wude resemble a juggler, Ji Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. You look just like a weeble. Of course, Wude retorted, eyes wide. If you're carrying such large cups of milk tea and hefty crepes, you'd look like a weeble too. Ziyuan merely huffed a couple of times, remaining silent as she sipped her sweet milk tea. Observing this, Wude tentatively inquired, "You're not angry anymore?" "I already told you. I'm not angry." "Then let us head back to the inn." Seeing Ziyuan's face light up with her usual smile, Wude breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had successfully placated her. "Smog and the others should have arrived by now. Ziyuan responded, placing her milk tea into her right hand and extending her empty left hand toward Wude. Wude was taken aback, looking up to ask, "Do you want to drink my matcha?" Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, merely extending her left hand further. "Do you want to eat the crepe? But our crepe flavors are the same." Ziyuan's eyes narrowed, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Leisai, who seemed to appear out of nowhere. "Fu, you fool." After delivering a playful smack on Wude's head, Leisai snatched the milk tea from his right hand and downed it in one swift motion. "Fu Wu, what are you waiting for? Hold hands." At that moment, Wude finally grasped the meaning behind Ziyuan's earlier gesture. He quickly reached out, firmly clasping her left hand. This time, it was not merely a grip on her wrist, but an actual hand-holding. "If you wanted to hold hands, you could have just said so. Why be so coy about it?" "I was being reserved," Ziyuan replied while taking a bite of her crepe. "And I had already hinted quite clearly. You're just too dense." Wude rolled his eyes, turning his gaze away. Fine, whatever you say." Noticing Wude suddenly avert his eyes, Ziyuan curiously asked, "Why are you turning away?" "Can't I turn away?" "You can't. Turn back so I can see you." "Absolutely not." Realizing that Wude's palms had begun to sweat, Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Are you shy?" "I am not." "Then why won't you turn around to look at me?" "Your hands are all sweaty. I just sweat easily, okay? Besides, your hands are sweaty too. Why are you only picking on me?" "I admit I'm shy." "Will you admit it too?" Your face is turning red. I can see it. You're so annoying." As Wude and Ziyuan successfully mended their relationship and began to engage in playful banter, Leisai let out a weary sigh. Bring these two awkward souls together had truly been a labor of love for her. Shouldn't matters of the heart be ingrained in human DNA? Why were Wude and Ziyuan, these two simpletons, even less adept than her, a mere Pokémon? Their everyday interactions seemed to scream their affections. Yet when it came to clarifying their relationship, they would pull away and hesitate. What was the point of all this tugging back and forth? That flimsy barrier should have been shattered long ago. Why leave it hanging? Were they trying to drive everyone to madness before reaching a resolution? Lost in her thoughts, Leisai sighed again and waved her hand dismissively. "Fu Wu, stop staring. Come here. Those two have already walked far away." As her words faded, 3 heavy footsteps echoed behind Leisai, accompanied by a slightly awkward female voice. "When did you notice?" "Fu Wu, I spotted you 3 back at the Central Plaza." Razier turned her head to gaze at the trio of Hanai, whose expressions were somewhat awkward. To be honest, I find it rather perplexing why the 3 of you would choose to hide behind the fountain. The water there is remarkably clear, and the lighting is quite sufficient. It hardly conceals anyone. Hanai immediately pointed at Smoker, claiming it was his idea, suggesting that Wude and Guion were too preoccupied with their romantic pursuits to notice us. I wasn't mistaken. They indeed failed to spot us. Smoker stated, his expression unflinching. It was Razier who discovered us. Hanai paused, contemplating for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement, acknowledging Smoker's valid point. Razier appraised the 3 of them and then, in a teasing tone, remarked, "You seem to get along quite well with the counterfeit Dell. It's utterly inconspicuous that you are in an adversarial relationship. You even seem to relish gossiping about our comrades with him." At her sarcastic words, Hanai and Smoker's faces turned exceedingly awkward. Meanwhile, the oblivious counterfeit Dell curiously inquired, "What is this creature named Razier saying?" Hanai cleared her throat and translated a portion, stating, "She says we get along well." "Oh, that's nice," counterfeit Dell responded cheerfully. "After all, I harbor no ill intentions, and in a certain sense, I have indeed rendered you a significant favor. Razier raised an eyebrow. "What favor?" "Let us discuss it back at the inn." Counterfeit Dell replied with a smile, as translated by Hanai. "We have ample time tonight to exchange information, so there is no need to rush." Razier regarded Counterfeit Dell intently, then nodded slowly before instructing Smoker and Hanai. "You two walk behind me. I shall take him along. As you command." Upon hearing this phrase, Counterfeit Dell was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting from playful to surprised. "This little creature is your superior?" Hanai and Smoker nodded in affirmation. "Thus, I suggest you be mindful of your words and refrain from constantly referring to Razier as a little creature." Counterfeit Dell's surprise deepened at this. "Is she truly formidable?" Hanai and Smoker exchanged glances but remained silent. In the face of such inquiries, their silence was, in itself, a response. How intriguing, Counterfeit Dell mused. brushing his hair back and covertly glancing at Razier, pondering his own thoughts. As the day progressed, Gion and Wude were too engrossed in their flirtations to notice their companion had vanished, a classic case of forgetting one's comrades upon finding a romantic partner. Fortunately, Razier and her group followed closely, and since the location of Poo-Poo Milk Tea was not far from the inn, the two groups soon reunited in the hotel lobby. Thank you for your efforts. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Gion discreetly wiped the sweat from her left hand as she approached Smoker and his group. After scrutinizing the smiling counterfeit Dell, Gion chose to ignore him and softly asked Hanai and the others, "Do you need a moment to rest?" "We're not tired," Hanai replied, shaking her head. "Let us proceed with the business at hand." As she spoke, Gion walked up to counterfeit Dell, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, and instructed, "Let us gather in my room." With that, she and Razier flanked counterfeit Dell and led him upstairs. Seizing the opportunity, Hanai and Smoker hastily approached Wude, who had just risen from the sofa. "Ready to follow? What are you two up to?" Wude exclaimed, startled by their eager expressions. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Smoker chuckled, patting Wude on the shoulder. "You're doing well, moving quickly. I knew I was mistaken about you." "What do you mean by moving quickly?" Wude asked, bewildered. "Can you please stop speaking in riddles?" Hanai smirked and raised an eyebrow. "Is Gion's hand soft or not? How would I know if her hand is soft or not?" Wude stuttered, pausing mid-sentence before suddenly jumping 3 feet in the air. "Did you see that?" Hanai and Smoker exchanged knowing smiles, encircling Wude as they began to bombard him with questions. "Have you confirmed your relationship?" I don't know. You've already held her hand. How can you not know? Can friends not hold hands? Still being stubborn, are we?" Hanai scoffed. "Which friends go shopping hand in hand, feeding each other milk tea and crepes?" Wude's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, you saw that too?" "We saw everything," Smoker grinned. "So you'd better come clean." "But I genuinely don't know what our relationship is right now," Wude protested. Hanai raised an eyebrow. "You haven't," he confessed. Wude lowered his head, mumbling, "No." Upon hearing this, Hanai and Smoker's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly glowing like incandescent bulbs. Wude felt a pang of apprehension as he noticed their expressions. "What are you two planning?" Just as he was about to receive an answer, they reached the door to Gion's room. With no choice but to offer a vague, "We'll talk about it later," they pushed the door open and entered. "Now that everyone is present, we can commence with the important matters," Gion announced, gently tapping the table to signal the start of the meeting. "First and foremost, Smoker, please recount your entire experience and discoveries from today." Word for word. Smoker nodded, mentally organizing his thoughts before beginning his narrative. Due to Gion's request for an exact recounting, the retelling took a little over 2 hours. Fortunately, the attendees were all night owls, and the astonishing news brought by Smoker kept everyone engaged, with no one expressing fatigue. "That concludes our entire experience," Smoker said, taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat. "Gion, do you have any thoughts?" After a brief moment of reflection, Gion rubbed her temples and addressed the curious group. "In 1489, a horrifying incident indeed occurred on Doll Island." "Really?" Wude and the others exclaimed, taken aback. "What incident was it?" "We'll discuss that shortly. First, we need to address the most pressing matters," Gion replied before turning to counterfeit Dell. "Mr. Imposter, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Upon hearing this, everyone directed their attention to the imposter. Wude even playfully lifted Razier into his arms, giving her horns a squeeze as a signal for her to unleash her full potential as a lie detector. However, when Razier sensed counterfeit Dell's current emotions, her brow furrowed. Even those trained for such situations would feel a twinge of nervousness in the face of such scrutiny, yet this imposter displayed no signs of anxiety whatsoever. His demeanor was as calm as that of a robot devoid of emotion. "I cannot disclose my identity," counterfeit Dell stated, glancing around at the assembled group. "You may continue to call me counterfeit Dell. I don't mind. That hardly qualifies as an introduction," Gion remarked coolly. "If you wish to collaborate, you must first be forthright. Remember, my reluctance to resort to torture stems from the fact that we are all in this together, trapped in this alternate space. However, if you continue to be evasive, I may have to employ more drastic measures." Hearing this veiled threat, counterfeit Dell not only showed no fear but even chuckled lightly. Gion narrowed her eyes. "Is that amusing to you?" The falster slightly shook his head and softly remarked, "My identity is inconsequential, for it offers you no assistance in escaping this place. However, if you seek a designation to differentiate me from Dur, you may refer to me as Eternal Flame." Eternal Flame. The crowd furrowed their brows, perplexed by the somewhat convoluted name. "Indeed, Eternal Flame," he replied with a smile. "That is my alias in the real world, and you are welcome to investigate it at any time." Ji Yuan ignored him and turned to look at Laysire. Sensing the gaze upon her, Lasair slowly shook her head, indicating that this individual's emotions remained unchanged. Very well, Mr. Eternal Flame. Let us proceed to the next topic. Acknowledging the futility of threats with this person, Ji Yuan decisively altered her tone to one of collaboration and inquired, "Where is the realtor now?" "Outside," Eternal Flame responded, "in the company of those ordinary soldiers, and Lilith." Inside, Eternal Flame glanced at Rihai and Smog. Knowing that the female thief referred to by Smog was indeed Lilith, the crowd jolted at this revelation, and Rihai quickly asked, "Why is Der outside while Lilith is inside?" "Because Lilith, like you, fell directly into this space. I was unable to prevent it. Der and the other soldiers underwent a pulling process, when I could have forcibly interrupted." Observing Rihai's furrowed brow, Eternal Flame's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. "You need not worry excessively. That girl is quite clever and will not come to harm." Upon hearing the somewhat affectionate term girl, the crowd paused, taken aback, for it was the first time they had heard such a word from someone outside of derivative. However, Eternal Flame clearly did not wish to dwell on this matter and swiftly changed the subject. "Are there any further questions?" Indeed, Ji Yuan signaled Rihai to remain calm before continuing, "Why did Lilith fall in?" While Der and the other soldiers did not, because of the threshold, Eternal Flame replied, "Speak in the common tongue." With a smile, Eternal Flame elaborated, "This alternate space can only sustain a limited amount of information. If one approaches without exceeding that limit, they will fall in without any reaction time. However, if one surpasses that threshold and attempts to forcibly insert more individuals, the pulling process will occur." Lilith was precisely at the limit of this alternate space. Once she fell in, it became full, granting me the opportunity to rescue Der and those lower-ranking Marines. After hearing this explanation, Wude frowned and inquired, "The bucket theory, merely similar. The underlying principles are far more complex." "Then how did you enter?" Rihai asked. "If, as you say, the alternate space was full after Lilith fell in, why were you able to come in?" Eternal Flame smiled slightly, "Because I only entered a portion." The crowd was momentarily perplexed. "Whose body am I currently using?" Upon hearing this, Wude suddenly grasped the implication. "You did not transform into Der, rather, you directly consumed him, in that instant." Wude exhibited the agility of thought expected from a person of Earth. Swiftly untangling the causal relationship between Eternal Flame and the false derivative, this alternate space had fabricated a falster with the intention of infiltrating their ranks to mislead them, yet you exploited this circumstance. Employing some method to usurp the body of that false derivative, you were quite quick on the uptake, Eternal Flame expressed, feigning surprise. "I initially believed I would need to elaborate extensively for you to comprehend this matter. But there remains another question." Ignoring the astonished expressions of the others, Wude fixed his gaze on Eternal Flame with intensity. "Why did you choose to replace someone rather than another, opting for the falster?" "There are two reasons," Eternal Flame began slowly. "First, the identity of Der easily allows one to infiltrate your ranks and gain your trust. It serves as an excellent stepping stone. Imagine if I had replaced a mere passerby. Could we have sat here calmly discussing matters?" After a moment of contemplation, the crowd collectively nodded, acknowledging the validity of this reasoning. "And the second reason is that the falster is an extremely dangerous entity," Eternal Flame stated nonchalantly. "If left unchecked, he poses a significant threat to you, thus I must suppress him to buy you time to escape." Ji Yuan immediately interjected, "You know how to leave this place." Eternal Flame did not answer the question, but rather pondered for a moment before countering. "Do you know what the essence of this alternate space is?" "What is the essence of this alternate space?" Upon hearing this question, the group recalled the riddle posed by Diana, a man who has lost everything. With boundless hatred, unfolds a never-ending theatrical performance. Taken literally, this phrase describes the essence of this alternate space, a dramatic performance primarily motivated by revenge. Whether this phrase possesses a deeper meaning remains unknown to the group. To broaden their perspective, Ji Yuan mirrored Eternal Flame's approach, refraining from answering directly and instead asking, "What do you believe the essence of this alternate space is?" "A shadow realm," Eternal Flame replied without hesitation. "This place exists parallel to the real world, yet operates independently. Logically, such parallel spaces should be unable to interfere with one another, and observing them would be exceedingly difficult. However, this space is evidently extraordinary. It is not a naturally occurring shadow realm, but rather one that has been distorted and created by some extraordinary force. Under the influence of that force, it has broken the laws of non-interference. The two parallel realms began to permeate one another, and that is why we find ourselves here." After finishing his explanation, Eternal Flame picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip to moisten his throat, and then surveyed the crowd, each member adorned with perplexed expressions, and sighed with resignation. "It seems this knowledge is somewhat beyond your grasp. Wude remarked, "It isn't entirely beyond comprehension, as an earthling. He can understand what eternal flame is saying." But the others struggle. The world of One Piece does indeed possess technology, but its primary focus lies in biology, specializing in cloning technology and the study of devil fruits, with little exploration into cosmic space and parallel worlds. Additionally, this subject presents a certain barrier for the common people. In a world lacking compulsory education and yet to enter the information age, such knowledge is understandably beyond their reach. However, this raises a pertinent question. How does Eternal Flame possess this knowledge? His tone and fluency indicate he is not merely speaking nonsense. He genuinely understands these concepts. But can a native of the One Piece world truly be knowledgeable about parallel spaces? What is his true origin? With this thought, Wude's brow furrowed in contemplation. Eternal Flame noticed this detail but did not dwell on it, merely observing as Wude pondered the meaning of his previous words. In simpler terms, this alternate space has a core-like existence. The source of that extraordinary power. Tired of playing coy, Eternal Flame set his teacup back on the table and interjected, "Only by locating and destroying that core can we return to the real world." Wude raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is that the only method?" Eternal Flame nodded. "That is indeed the sole method." Ji Yuan sighed. "What is that core?" "I do not know." The crowd was taken aback. "You do not know? Why do you assume I would know?" Eternal Flame replied, displaying an exasperated expression. "If I knew, why would I collaborate with you? Wouldn't it be simpler to strike directly at the heart of the matter?" After this, Eternal Flame surveyed the speechless crowd, then continued, "I have already answered so many questions. I have been sufficiently candid. Shouldn't you reciprocate? What would you like to know?" "I am curious about why you are focusing on the Helenwood family." Younghua remarked. Rena and Smog arrived at the archives today, and without uttering a word, they immediately began searching for information regarding the Helenwood family. And I must admit, after conducting an investigation, that family indeed appears rather suspicious. However, I find it perplexing why you all seem so certain at this stage, rather than being in a state of confusion. Frankly speaking, I do not perceive any issues with the Helenwood family. Wude interjected. Aside from being somewhat affluent, they are no different from ordinary citizens. Rosalind, whom I heard Davis mention today, passed away due to illness, and I trust he would not lie about this matter. As for the surprise on the west side of the village, I believe it is prudent not to jump to conclusions until we have confirmed it with our own eyes. What if Lilith's surprise has nothing to do with the Helenwood family at all? This was not the response Younghua wished to hear. He fixed his gaze intently on Wude, stating, "What I want to know is why you set your sights on the Helenwood family the moment you entered the shadow space. You are the Navy, a disciplined and orderly coalition, not a reckless band of pirates acting on impulse. Therefore, your investigation into the Helenwood family must be grounded in a compelling reason. At this juncture." Younghua paused slightly. "As a partner, I wish to know that reason." Wude's younger companions furrowed their brows, remaining silent as they turned in unison to look at Guion. In matters of intelligence sharing, only the leader possesses the authority to speak. They were not in a position to make decisions. After pondering for a moment, Guion lifted her gaze to Younghua and said, "Before we fell into this alternate space, we had an encounter with Diana in a similar confined space." Upon hearing this, Younghua's pupils slightly contracted, and Lasser, seated on Wude's lap, widened her eyes in astonishment. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. She sensed a shift in Younghua's emotional state. He was taken aback by Guion's words. "Tell me everything that transpired, every detail." Younghua implored. "I want it all, word for word." Guion nodded, and then, like Smog earlier, recounted their experiences in full. As she narrated, Younghua's expression gradually transformed from surprise to shock. "Unbelievable, utterly inconceivable." After exclaiming twice, Younghua stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, "No wonder you were focused on the Helenwood family. Everything makes sense now." Wude emphasized, "Our interest in them was indeed due to Diana. Yet after conducting our inquiries, I feel there is no issue with their family. No, the core of the shadow space is unequivocally linked to them." Younghua asserted firmly that Diana is the best evidence. "Why? On Doll Island, with so many guardian dolls, why did it specifically choose the dolls of the Helenwood family?" Younghua continued, "She took you to the fishing village, introducing you to Jessica and Davis's dolls. The very reason Diana did this was to convey that the Helenwood family is pivotal. Moreover, she revealed to you the essence of this alternate space and the events soon to unfold within it." The group gasped in unison, inquiring, "What events?" "The payment of sins." After articulating these 4 words with deliberate intensity, Younghua turned to Guion. "Guion, what transpired on Doll Island in 1489? The manuscript has reached 60 chapters. Estimating, the Doll Island arc will conclude around chapters 67 or 68. I may release more chapters soon, so stay tuned. What occurred on Doll Island in 1489? Sitting on the sofa, Carp lifted his gaze from the newspaper. Why the sudden inquiry about this matter? Do not concern yourself with that. Tsuru gently rubbed her temples, her brow furrowed. Just tell me if you remember. How could I forget something that happened in my hometown? Carp folded the newspaper and set it back on the tea table. What is the matter? Please elaborate. Tsuru sighed. I remember that incident made the news. It seemed to be a murder case, but I can't recall the details clearly. It was a heinous and still unsolved series of murders, Carp stated, stroking his chin as he reminisced. The perpetrator brutally killed 5 individuals, eviscerating their organs, severing limbs, decapitating them, and even obliterating their fingerprints. The limbs were found near the dumping site, but the heads and internal organs remain missing. Investigators at the time suspected the missing body parts were likely thrown into the sea by the murderer. This incident caused a significant stir in the East Sea, not only leading to a considerable population decline on Doll Island, but also severely impacting its GDP in the subsequent years. Hearing this, Tsuru could not help but interject. So why was the case never solved? Because the East Sea investigators were unable to confirm the victims' identities, Carp shrugged. Lacking a starting point for the investigation, the case stagnated, compounded by the climate of fear on Doll Island at that time, leading to its eventual abandonment. Abandoned? Tsuru exclaimed incredulously, eyes wide. What nonsense! Were the investigators not graduates of a military academy, with no heads or fingerprints? They could have conducted inquiries and reviewed recent missing persons reports. Doll Island is a small island with limited population movement and few permanent residents. If they had expended some effort to examine the relevant files, how could they possibly find no leads? Moreover, with 5 fatalities, I refuse to believe none of their relatives filed a report. These are all starting points for investigation. Why did it simply vanish? Observing Tsuru's sudden agitation, Carp furrowed his brow. Calm down. Tsuru, that matter is in the past. Discussing it now is futile. I apologize. Tsuru took a deep breath, calming herself. So what exactly happened? Carp inquired. Why the sudden interest in a 21-year-old cold case? Dell requested assistance. Tsuru replied, tossing a report onto the table for Carp. Aside from him and the base-level Marines, everyone else, including Guion, has gone missing. Lilith vanished right before my eyes, and furthermore, the residents of Doll Island are also unaccounted for. Their ISNTA single vessel near the port. As she spoke, Tsuru's expression darkened, as if an unseen abyss had swallowed every inhabitant of that island whole. Upon hearing this, Carp immediately lowered his head to examine the report while inquiring. So how does this relate to the series of murders in 1489? It was Dell who asked. Tsuru responded, he wishes to know if any peculiar occurrences have transpired on Doll Island in recent years. After contemplating, I could only recall the incident from 1489. Doll Island is a remote and peaceful isle, and indeed, that was the only murder case in recent decades. After reading the report, Carp raised his head. A hint of puzzlement in his eyes, however. I find it puzzling why he did not directly inquire with the East Sea branch. That is their jurisdiction. While the headquarters holds relevant files, they certainly lack the detailed records found there. Also, why would he suspect that what they are encountering is linked to past events on Doll Island? At this point, Carp seemed to recall something, his brow suddenly furrowing. Could it be that he discovered something? Tsuru did not respond immediately. After a long period of contemplation, she finally said, I must go there personally. Carp looked at Tsuru in surprise. What is the reason? Dell does not trust the East Sea branch. He suspects they are withholding crucial information, Tsuru said, donning her military uniform. This is quite evident from the report. Dell has hinted at it quite clearly. Furthermore, I suspect that the current events on Doll Island may very well be the work of those individuals. And I am somewhat concerned for Guion. Carp was taken aback. How could that be possible? The Shadow Project has yet to commence its execution. Thus, I surmise this may be mere coincidence. T, turning his head, articulated slowly. It is not that they sought out the Guion group, but rather that the Guion group stumbled directly into their embrace. Carp opened his mouth, questioning the likelihood of such serendipity. Have you not experienced your fair share of coincidences in your lifetime? He picked up the military coat from the hanger, glanced at the luminous moon outside the window, and then turned to Carp, saying, This time I shall operate in secrecy. You must keep your lips sealed. I intend to accompany you. Carp rose, straightening his collar, remarking that it was indeed time for his vacation. A splendid opportunity to visit his hometown and see his grandson. I recall you just took leave in February. Carp waved his hand dismissively, asserting, My leave is mine to dictate. He shot a sideways glance at Carp, but said nothing further, merely tossing the telephone bug from the table to him as he walked out. adding, "Your ship sails swiftly. I shall take my leave on it. Where are you headed?" "I must inform Peacock Heg's granddaughter that I have a temporary mission and shall be departing for a while." As he reached the door, Heg paused slightly, turning his head with a half-smile, saying, "Unlike your mischievous grandson, my granddaughter is quite obedient." Carp smirked, ignoring Heg's comment, and instead turned to dial a phone number, preparing to contact his deputy to make arrangements for an immediate departure. Meanwhile, in the inn on Doll Island, Guion had just recounted the series of murders that transpired in 1489. However, in terms of details, her narrative lacked the clarity of Carp's account. She only recalled that 5 individuals had perished under gruesome circumstances, and the case remained unsolved. As for the reasons behind its unresolved status and its subsequent ramifications, she was utterly in the dark. At that age, my memories were limited. Rubbing her brow, Guion continued, "Furthermore, I learned of this incident through the newspaper, so many aspects remain hazy. To be frank, I find it of little reference value." "No, this is already sufficient." Yanghua sighed deeply. "At the very least, we now have a direction for our investigation, preventing us from remaining entirely passive." The group chimed in unison. "What do you mean?" "Investigate the connection between the Helenwood family and the case from years ago." Yanghua stated, "The time and space I inhabit is 1489 on Doll Island, and the series of murders recounted by Ms. Guion indeed occurred in that very year. With this information, if we revisit the riddle posed by Diana, do you not perceive that she speaks of this very case?" At this point, Yanghua scanned the contemplative faces of the group. When coincidences abound and can all be linked, they cease to be coincidences and become deliberate arrangements. Despite Yonghua's ambiguous identity, his clandestine nature, and the many secrets he harbored, the group could not deny that he was indeed a remarkably reliable ally. He had addressed many of their inquiries and provided a wealth of useful intelligence, presenting a clear and compelling direction for their investigation. However, the question remained, how do we conduct the investigation? Smog furrowed his brow, questioning whether this truly related to the Helenwood family, and even if it did, would investigating this matter assist us in leaving this place? I believe Smog raises a valid point, and I promptly interjected, addressing Yonghua. "You mentioned that only by destroying the core can we depart from here. And you are quite certain that the core is connected to the Helenwood family. Therefore, our primary objective should be to procure that core from the Helenwood family, rather than delving into an old case." The group nodded in agreement, finding Hanai's reasoning sound, yet Yonghua sighed in resignation. "Your understanding of the core is limited, so it is not surprising you would make such statements." He gently tapped the table, beginning to elucidate. The core is not necessarily a tangible object that one can see or touch. It may also be an event, a mystery, or even an exceedingly abstract concept. Thus, to destroy that core, brute force is not the key. Investigating the essence of that core and the reasons behind its formation is paramount. As he spoke, Yanghua paused momentarily, raising his brows to survey the group. "If it were truly as you perceive, that destroying a tangible object would grant us passage, I possess a simpler and swifter method, requiring no thought, only action." Wude instinctively inquired, "What method?" "Annihilate the Helenwood family." Yanghua replied coldly, "Drain their blood. Incinerate their remains, demolish their abode, erasing all traces of their existence from this world. What do you think? Is it not straightforward and expedient, impossible? Fu-Wu, dream on." Wude and Lazier reacted vehemently to Yonghua's words. The former leapt from the sofa, while the latter unsheathed Wude's knife from his waist, leaping onto the table with the blade pointed at Yonghua. Lazier sensed that Yonghua was not jesting. If that core were indeed a tangible object, he would commit such an act. Fu-Wu, dare to lay a finger on Jessica, and I shall sever your head and hang it on a tree for the vultures. Lazier, incensed, had completely shed her former charm. In that moment, she resembled a malevolent spirit rising from the depths of hell, fixing Yonghua with a fierce glare that exuded a palpable aura of menace, instilling a sense of dread even in Guion. Let alone Smog and Hanai. The two were now huddled together, trembling in fear. Though Yonghua could not comprehend Lazier's words, he was not blind. He could see the fury in her eyes, and his sensitivity to the murderous intent was no less acute than that of those present. "Do not be so tense." Yonghua raised his hand slightly, signaling that he bore no ill will. "I merely spoke in jest and would not act upon such thoughts. Fu-Wu, pardon my language." Lazier pressed the blade forward, firmly placing it against Yonghua's throat. "Fu-Wu, I know you are not joking. Spare me your poker face, it won't fool me." Yonghua remained silent, instead glancing at Wude, hoping he might assist in translating. Wude, his expression dark, slowly began to relay Lazier's earlier words, adding, "My stance mirrors Lazier's. Should anything happen to Jessica and her family, I shall risk everything to see you dead, faced with the knife at his throat and the wrath of Wude. Yonghua exhibited no signs of fear. Rather, he spoke with an air of calm. In our chance meeting, must we escalate to this? That family is likely a construct of the shadow space, existing solely as phantoms of the past. Everything they do may adhere to a predetermined script, much like what Diana mentioned. They are but actors. Everything is illusory, including the bonds you share. Fu Wu, speak another word, and I swear I will end you. Lazier's eyes were now fully red. Her voice low and hoarse. Fu Wu, I know better than you whether it is illusory, so spare me your nonsense. After hearing Wude's translation, Yonghua fell silent for a moment, then sighed in resignation. I understand. I shall abandon that perilous notion. However, I must caution you. It is wise not to invest too much emotion into this place, as it may yield no benefit to you. That is our concern. Gion interjected. You need not trouble yourself. With that, she raised a hand to pat Lazier, signaling her to temper her murderous intent, as Smog and Hanai were nearing their limits. Thus, Lazier, casting a final glare at Yonghua, sheathed the knife and returned it to Wude. Following this incident, both sides were left with little desire to continue their discourse. However, their partnership could not simply be discarded. So, after agreeing to reconvene in the hall the following day, Yonghua retreated to his room, granting space to Gion and her companions. How credible is that fellow? After a lengthy silence, Gion broke the stillness. Fu Wu, 100%. Lazier, with an expressionless demeanor, spoke up. Fu Wu, though I detest him, he has indeed not lied. It seems we must continue our collaboration with him. After saying this, Ziyuan glanced at Wude, whose complexion still bore a shade of darkness, and gently urged, Wude, do not be angry. I am not angry, Wude sighed. I am merely contemplating what that fellow just said. About the actors, Wude nodded, his expression suddenly turning somber. In truth, I had considered this matter when I discovered that Dell was an imposter. I just kept subconsciously evading it. I refuse to believe Jessica is an illusion, for I can feel that she genuinely cares for us. Her joy, her smiles, everything she expresses is sincere. She is certainly no mere performer. Yet, Wude sighed again, but Yonghua is correct. There is a significant probability that she is a mere phantasm. So, when we leave Doll Island, after we dismantle this shadow space and destroy that core, what will become of her? I dare not imagine. Wude covered his forehead, his expression becoming one of utter helplessness. She is my friend, and I do not wish to lose her. Upon hearing this, the others fell into silence. No one spoke to comfort Wude, for even they were uncertain how to address the situation, or rather, they felt it was impossible to address it at all. They were beings of the real world, while Jessica and her family were phantoms of the shadow space. They were never meant to interact, let alone become acquainted, yet fate had played a cruel jest. To return, they must obliterate the core, annihilate the shadow space. Doing so would be tantamount to erasing that phantasm. Erasing the girl who had become a friend with such difficulty and who had finally begun to dream of a future. Wude could not accept it. Lazier could not accept it. None could accept it. But what could they do? It was an inextricable knot. Let us rest. We are too weary today. After a prolonged silence, Ziyuan softly suggested, I believe there will be a turning point, but clearly, we are not in a suitable state to contemplate the issues at hand. Go on, rest. We shall discuss matters tomorrow, especially you, Wude. Ziyuan looked at the dejected Wude. You must lift your spirits. Do not forget, you are to meet Jessica today and accompany her in play. Wude remained silent, merely nodding, before picking up Lazier and Smog to return to their room. Watching his retreating figure, Ziyuan was filled with concern. Seeing this, Rina spoke up. Are you worried about Wude? Ziyuan nodded. I fear he may think too deeply. But perhaps there truly is a turning point. After a moment of silence, Rina remarked, There's always a way out. Let us hope so, Ziyuan replied, then rose to head toward the bedroom. I shall sleep now. You should rest early as well. Rina nodded. Good night. Good night. 18:12 in the morning, Ziyuan and the others convened in the hotel lobby, although they had only rested for approximately 4 hours. For this group of superhumans with extraordinary physical resilience, that duration was sufficient to alleviate their fatigue. Aside from Wude, the habitual old workhorse who was still yawning, the others appeared vibrant and full of energy. It seems you all rested well, Yonghua quipped, then turned to Ziyuan and asked, What is the agenda for today? Wude and Lazier have their own matters to attend to. Excluding them, the rest of us will act together. Ziyuan outlined. First, we shall venture to the forest west of the village to search for the surprise Lilith mentioned, and then see if we can extract that stubborn girl from the woods. It is one thing to be alone in this cursed place. It is another to dare venture into the forest. She is audacious and fearless, but I cannot. I worry for her. Therefore, after investigating that surprise, We will split into pairs and search separately, aiming to find Lilith before nightfall, or at the very least, locate her hideout in the forest. At that moment, Rena interjected. What if we fail to find either the hideout or the girl? Then we shall continue searching tomorrow, Ziyuan decisively replied. Until we find her. As the leader, I will not allow anyone in my team to act alone in a perilous environment, playing the hero. After a brief pause, Ziyuan turned to Yonghua. Do you have any objections? None at all, Yonghua replied cheerfully, appearing in high spirits. Then let us commence our mission, Ziyuan declared, rising from the sofa and pulling Wude up with her. How's your mindset? She inquired softly while adjusting Wude's collar and smoothing out the creased fabric. It's all right. I suppose there are no issues now. Stealing a glance at the mischievous grins of the others, Wude's expression became somewhat awkward. They're all watching. Are you afraid of being seen? Not really. Ziyuan shot a glance at Wude's slightly flushed face, chuckling softly as she patted his arm. Just behave yourself when you are out with Jessica. Do not be too forward with the young lady. Lazier immediately chimed in. Fu Wu, I will keep an eye on him. Do you both see me as some desperate lecher? Wude replied. Somewhat exasperated. I have seen women before. Ziyuan pretended not to hear, continuing, also, try to make Jessica laugh as much as possible. Help her relax. It has been quite a challenge for that girl living with such a father for 18 years. This is likely her first time out socializing, so put on a good show, and do not sulk. Understood? Wude nodded. Understood. And once we have sorted this out, I want to visit the aquarium and the zoo. And catch a movie, Ziyuan added, pinching Wude's cheek. You must accompany me. No refusal allowed. Understood. 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 Wude exclaimed, grimacing from the pinch. Be gentler, or my face will be torn off. Ziyuan chuckled, releasing him, then gently rubbed his slightly swollen cheek. Whispering, lastly, if conditions permit, inquire if they have recently faced any difficulties. For instance, if they have been maliciously harassed or received threatening letters. Upon hearing this, and considering the information they had obtained last night, Wude immediately grasped Ziyuan's implication. Do you suspect that the perpetrator of the 1489 serial murders is among them? Your mind works quickly on such matters, Ziyuan remarked, nodding slowly. Though we lack evidence, all the clues we currently possess point towards them. That may be true. However, I do not believe they would resort to murder simply due to verbal threats. Wude furrowed his brow. The perpetrator of that case did not merely kill, they dismembered the bodies. Only someone with a pronounced antisocial personality could commit such acts, yet the Helenswood family seems mentally stable, certainly not antisocial. Ziyuan inquired, do you believe the motive is insufficient? Wude nodded. What if they are both victims and perpetrators? At this, Wude's pupils dilated in shock. Sometimes, inducing madness does not require drugs or means, Ziyuan sighed. Just a sufficiently dreadful day will suffice. You mean, just a speculation, not a conclusion, Ziyuan interrupted, placing her index finger over Wude's lips. Your task today is to accompany Jessica alongside Lazier and enjoy the day, while casually gathering information. Do not overthink the rest. Leave that to us. Wude silently nodded, then lifted Lazier into his arms and placed her on his shoulders. Turning to leave the inn and heading to the central square to meet Jessica. As he departed, the others prepared to embark on their own missions for the day. Let's go. Gun stretched his somewhat stiff shoulders, producing a series of cracking sounds. Eager to discover what surprises Lilith had in store for them at the central square, Jessica stood patiently beside the fountain, awaiting Wude's arrival. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. And after Diana's meticulous grooming, Jessica had transformed from her previous naive appearance into a true lady of high status. She donned a delicate pink dress, complemented by high heels, and held a pristine white chain bag. Her vibrant high ponytail paired with Diana's subtle makeup, along with Jessica's bright and expressive eyes, exuded an aura of youthful exuberance and femininity. The ruby necklace adorning her neck sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, enhancing Jessica's noble demeanor and subtly deterring the advances of eager young suitors. However, while she could fend off the inexperienced, she was not so easily shielded from the seasoned charmers. Fortunately, Jessica's intelligence was intact, and she was not easily swayed. While she yearned for companionship, she was not oblivious. Davis and Diana had taught her how to read people, and the hidden desires of those around her did not escape her keen gaze. Yet, the constant barrage of flirtation was exhausting, and given her limited social experience and youth, it was impossible for her not to feel apprehensive. Thus, she silently prayed for Wude and Lazier to arrive swiftly. Suddenly, a deep, magnetic male voice echoed behind her. Oh, Diana, why aren't you at work? What brings you here? Upon hearing this voice, Jessica's expression darkened, for she recognized its owner, Diana's persistent ex-boyfriend. Why are you ignoring me, Diana? Are you still upset? I am not Diana. Jessica inhaled deeply, turning to face the scruffy, ruggedly handsome man with an impassive expression. I am Jessica. Jessica? The ex-boyfriend furrowed his brow, taking a step back to scrutinize her, his eyes suddenly lighting up. He had initially thought that Diana was the only beauty on the island, but to his surprise, her sister, after some grooming, was equally enchanting, if not more to his liking. He preferred the youthful, innocent charm of a girl over the mature, sophisticated allure of an older woman. It's Jessica. You resemble your sister so much that I didn't recognize you at first. The ex-boyfriend flashed his trademark disingenuous smile while trying to close the distance between them. You look beautiful today. Are you planning to go out on your own? No. Jessica stepped back, maintaining her distance. I am waiting for a friend. Waiting for a friend? The ex-boyfriend paused, then chuckled. He knew that Jessica was nearly kept prisoner by Davis, with her only time out being her volunteer day. Outside of that, she had no social activities and certainly no friends. The little girl is still a little girl, unable to even come up with a good excuse to refuse someone. How adorable. After suppressing his underlying desire, the ex-boyfriend donned a friendly smile. It's wrong to lie. You know. If you want to go out, you should just say so. I am not lying. Jessica bit her lip. I am truly waiting for a friend. Well then, where is your friend? The Haven tea arrived yet? The ex-boyfriend laughed lightly. It's not right to lie to your future brother-in-law. He leaned in closer. You must have sneaked out without your father's knowledge. Right? How about this? I'll take you out for some fun. After all, a girl alone is easy prey for bad people, and I can protect you. Plus, going out with me gives you a good excuse when you return home. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Jessica's arm, aiming to kill two birds with one stone. Jessica, who initially intended to refuse, panicked upon seeing that hand reach for her. Don't touch me, she cried, hurriedly retreating, completely forgetting that she was wearing high heels for the first time today instead of her usual flats. Inevitably, her foot slipped. The sudden loss of balance sent Jessica's heart racing. And just as she was about to scream, a strong hand firmly steadied her back. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jessica turned her head and her eyes sparkled with delight as a radiant smile spread across her face. Wude, like a scene from a classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, the knight always arrives just in time when the princess is in peril. The ensuing events unfolded predictably. Wude would firmly grasp the ex-boyfriend's hand and coldly inquire, what do you intend to do to my friend? Thus, he could both impress Jessica and lay the groundwork for future confrontations with the ex-boyfriend. However, it was clear that such a cliché narrative was not what anyone wished to witness, not the readers, and certainly not the author. Just as Wude was about to seize the ex-boyfriend's hand, Laysire decisively leaped from Wude's shoulders. In midair, she swung her arm, adjusting her angle, and then delivered a powerful punch, infused with her potent haki, to the ex-boyfriend's face. With a resounding crack, the ex-boyfriend spun like a top, rotating several times in the air before crashing to the ground, bouncing twice upon landing. Yet, this was not the end. Laysire, having landed first, stretched her arms before walking over to the fallen man. She grabbed his hair, lifting his head to inspect his bloodied and grotesquely contorted face, nodding slightly in confirmation of his still being alive. After ensuring he was not dead, Laysire unleashed a kick that sent him flying to the entrance of a nearby hospital, saving the medical staff a trip while expediting the emergency response. Once she completed her task, she turned slowly to the astonished Wude and Jessica, saying, Wufu, why waste words on such a person? Just act. Her soft, melodious voice did little to quell the screams of the onlookers. As the first woman showcased her impressive dolphin-like voice, the entire central square transformed into a chorus of high-pitched soprano notes, reverberating through the air. Wude, jolted back to reality by the cacophony, realized they could not linger here. He hoisted Jessica over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and shouted to Laysire, run with me. With that, he turned and sprinted toward the direction of the Doll Island Zoo, with Laysire hot on his heels. Initially startled and shrieking, Jessica soon erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Wude, run faster. Laysire is right behind us. Clearly, she had turned the entire ordeal into a source of amusement. However, Wude was not amused. He understood that Laysire had committed a grave misdeed. After that punch, the man would likely require at least 3 months in the hospital, with a month spent in the ICU, and he would probably be left with permanent disabilities. For pirates, assaulting a civilian was no great concern, but for the Navy, this was a serious incident that could lead to dismissal or worse, imprisonment and impel down. Yet, just then, Wude seemed to recall something and suddenly skidded to a halt. Almost losing her balance, Laysire looked up, puzzled. Wufu, why did we stop? I suddenly feel like we might not need to run. Wude replied, gently placing Jessica down while smoothing her wind-tousled hair. That man was wearing a navy uniform, wasn't he? Could he be your sister's ex-boyfriend? 3 in the morning. Indeed, the reason Wude halted his steps was due to this matter weighing on his mind. Striking a civilian certainly poses a dilemma, yet to strike an officer who exhibits improper conduct and attempts to harass civilian women serves to rid society of a menace. Yes, that individual is named Adam. My sister's ex-boyfriend. With her cheeks flushed, Jessica waved her fists and indignantly declared, he just tried to grab my arm. Had you not arrived in time, he might have whisked me away. After speaking, Jessica seemed to recall something and timidly inquired. Did I cause you any trouble? He's a naval colonel. Will Lacey be imprisoned for hitting him? Rest assured, she won't. Wude replied with a chuckle, ruffling Jessica's hair as he led her towards the zoo. Feigning bravado, a mere naval colonel is nothing to me. The naive Jessica, her mouth agape, asked in awe. Is Wude also a naval vice-admiral? I am not, but Ziyuan is, Wude replied, raising his chin and adopting a tone of mock authority. Her status is tantamount to mine. There is no difference. Jessica's eyes sparkled with realization. So you and Sister Ziyuan are indeed in a relationship. That is not the case, Wude chuckled awkwardly, but then recalled last night's events and amended his statement. At least not at present, not at present. Jessica's eyes gleamed even brighter. The girl had a penchant for gossip. Wude, how did you manage to charm Sister Ziyuan yesterday? Please tell me. At her words, Wude felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Truthfully, he had a strong desire to evade this topic. For having a man with little romantic experience recount how he wooed a girl was a level of embarrassment akin to reciting the melancholic poetry of his youth in public. Yet, Jessica's sparkling eyes and eager expression made it difficult for him to utter a refusal. Additionally, Ziyuan had specifically instructed him that morning to ensure Jessica was cheerful. These two factors combined compelled Wude to make an exceedingly difficult decision. This is strictly confidential. Understood? Yes, yes. Jessica nodded vigorously. I promise not to breathe a word. Seeing her earnestness, Wude sighed lightly and began to narrate how he had charmed you on the previous day. Occasionally, Lacey interjected with snippets of their past experiences, further amplifying Wude's embarrassment. Moreover, he could not refuse to translate, for if he did or intentionally mistranslated, Lacey would resort to playful assaults, tapping his head, covering his mouth, tugging at his hair, or striking his leg, ensuring he could not escape unscathed. The result of this was unmistakable. Under the harmonious interplay of one person and one Pokémon, the smile on Jessica's face never waned. This was precisely the objective Wude and Lacey aimed to achieve. A consensus reached after extensive discussion the previous night. Since separation was inevitable, they resolved to leave no regrets. Before parting, they would ensure this 18-year-old girl enjoyed happiness each day. However, a complication arose. While they found joy, one individual found it challenging to embrace happiness. That person was Ziyuan. Yes, indeed, that is correct. He is my subordinate, and you have no authority to apprehend him. I am aware that should that colonel named Adam not survive, I will be responsible for his capture, but until then, I recommend you thoroughly investigate what he did at the Central Square. My subordinates do not strike without cause, and I refuse to sign any responsibility document until I understand his motivations. That will be all. After terminating the call, Ziyuan, with a grim expression, took a deep breath and then turned to Smoker and the others with a smile. I apologize for the delay. Let us proceed. Observing Ziyuan's forced smile, Smoker and Hinata instinctively recoiled, and even Eternal Fire swallowed nervously. He had intended to engage in casual conversation to strengthen their camaraderie, yet it seemed prudent to discard that notion. The Vice Admiral exuded an aura of low pressure that nearly suffocated Eternal Fire. What had that young man named Wude done to provoke such ire from this witty and graceful female Vice Admiral? Did he not charm her sufficiently last night and wish to try again tonight? Just as Eternal Fire's mind raced with wild thoughts, Ziyuan unexpectedly spoke up. I recall you mentioned that Jader is an extremely dangerous presence. Correct? Indeed, Eternal Fire replied. What of it? I wish to understand in what manner he is dangerous, Ziyuan stated, steering the conversation as they navigated through the path, not glancing back, and how you managed to subdue him. Along with your reasons for coming to our aid. I wish to know all of this. I am afraid I cannot divulge that information. After a moment of silence, Eternal Fire spoke with a solemn tone. Because you are not yet prepared. Upon hearing this, Ziyuan abruptly halted, causing the others to stop as well. She slowly turned around, maintaining a silent gaze into Eternal Fire's calm eyes. Smoker and Hinata, observing the tension, discreetly shifted their positions to maintain a safe distance. For a time, the forest echoed only with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves, devoid of any other noise. After an indeterminate period, Ziyuan broke the silence. May I interpret your previous statement as a refusal to cooperate? It is not a refusal to cooperate, Ms. Ziyuan. Eternal Fire gently shook his head. I am protecting you. Ziyuan's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Sometimes, seemingly inconsequential answers point directly to the truth of a matter. Eternal Fire began. Knowing that truth could be more harmful than beneficial for you. Ziyuan's brow creased further. She could not fathom what kind of truth could be detrimental. It was normal not to understand, for most individuals in this world neither comprehend nor need to comprehend. Eternal Fire, as if possessing the ability to read minds, continued, Please trust me, Ms. Ziyuan. I bear no ill intentions. My actions are solely intended to protect you, to aid in your successful escape from this place. Then why are you doing this? Ziyuan pressed. Eternal Fire fell silent once more, but this time the silence did not linger long. He soon resumed, If we manage to escape, I will disclose my reasons for acting as I do. But until then, I must remain silent. The conversation had reached a critical juncture. Further inquiries would seem impolite on Ziyuan's part. Thus, after a decisive nod, she prepared to turn and continue the journey. But before doing so, she casually asked, You mentioned that we are not yet prepared. Indeed, Eternal Fire affirmed. When will we be considered prepared? That depends on you. Ziyuan turned back, perplexed. On us. Indeed. At that moment, Ziyuan began to grasp why Wude held such disdain for enigmatic individuals. This manner of speaking, shrouded in riddles and reliant on guessing for communication, was indeed quite vexing. Could you refrain from speaking in riddles? Perhaps I will soon no longer need to. Eternal Fire replied, lowering his head, an inexplicable light shimmering in his eyes. For when everything settles, you will undoubtedly realize whether or not you are prepared. At that time, I will appear before you, answering all your queries. So, for now, let us focus on the matter at hand. With that, Eternal Fire sealed his lips. Ceasing further discourse, Ziyuan, casting a calm glance in his direction, turned her back to focus on the path ahead, leaving behind a parting remark. I know your name is Eternal Fire. You cannot escape. I have never run away. Ms. Ziyuan, let us hope so. Let it always be so. Can anyone guess why Eternal Fire is offering assistance? I believe my previous hints were quite clear. Following this brief interlude, the group refocused their attention on the matter at hand. Delving deeper into the jungle to the west of the village in search of the surprise mentioned by Lilith. Logically speaking, when searching for something in a vast area, splitting up would undoubtedly be the most efficient approach. However, Shigeyama, well-versed in countless horror novels and films, understood that the most efficient method often harbors the greatest safety risks. Thus, under her guidance, the four-person team formed a single-file line. Shigeyama led the way, clearing the path, while Smog and Hanai remained vigilant in the middle, and Younghu brought up the rear, ensuring their safety. The two strongest members flanked the two weakest, allowing for swift reactions in case of danger. After an indeterminate amount of time, Hanai, positioned centrally in the line, suddenly unfastened the buttons of her blouse, revealing a deep valley reminiscent of the Mariana Trench. As she shook her collar to cool the valley, she nonchalantly removed her outer coat, exposing the short-sleeved casual attire beneath. Due to the geographical location and the influence of the monsoon climate, the jungle of Doll Island in June was not cool but rather humid and stifling. Shigeyama, Younghu, and Smog were relatively tolerant, but the delicate Hanai struggled to cope, appearing as if she had just emerged from water, her entire being damp, her clothing no exception. This was also the primary reason for her aversion to summer. As she was prone to sweating. I detest the jungle in summer. After wiping the sweat from her forehead, Hanai sighed wearily, feeling as if she were trapped in a massive steam cooker. I don't think it's that exaggerated. Smog muttered, making a concerted effort not to glance at the valley. You're just overly sensitive. Before you say that, I hope you can wipe the sweat off your forehead. It would be even better if you could also tidy your hair. Casting a glance at Smog, Hanai scoffed. Haven't you noticed your hair is a mess? Smog retorted stubbornly, we've been walking for quite a while. Sweating is entirely normal, but normal sweating wouldn't leave your hair in such a state. Younghu interjected from the back. Smog replied, well, since this old smoker has gone silent, I guess I should quicken my pace. He moved to walk behind Shigeyama, maintaining a safe distance. Younghu also quietly slowed his pace, feeling the disdain directed at him. Smog's forehead twitched with suppressed irritation. I haven't complained about your stinky sweat. Why are you all judging me? Sweating is normal, but not washing your hair is not. Hanai replied without looking back, it wasn't that rushed in the morning. Boys don't have to wash their hair as meticulously as girls do. Are you really that lazy? I only slept for a little over 2 hours last night. Just getting up for the meeting this morning was quite an accomplishment. All right, when would I have had time to wash my hair? Why did you only sleep so little? Because of Wude and Razy, Smog lamented. Those two were chattering away in the living room after returning to their rooms. And their voices were so loud I couldn't sleep. Upon mentioning Wude, Shigeyama at the front immediately inquired, what were they discussing last night? They were talking about Jessica, Smog replied. They devised a plan to spend quality time with her before leaving this place. One couldn't deny that they genuinely cared for Jessica, treating her almost like a sister, surpassing even Derby in their affection. Hinai and Shigeyama exchanged glances, remaining silent, as they understood the sentiment. After all, if one didn't care, who would fly into a rage over a mere comment? If not necessary, do not increase entities. Yonghu suddenly interjected. As I mentioned last night, investing too much emotion here is not wise. Diana has also warned you not to lose yourselves. Not to forget your original intentions. The Hellwood family and we are from entirely different worlds. It is already a blessing that we have met, and parting is only natural. Why cling to it? At this point, Yonghu let out a soft sigh. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. They should be viewed as such. The shadow space is ultimately just a shadow. It is ephemeral, created, and nothing is truly real. It will eventually dissipate. That child has become too deeply enmeshed. You must prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, the group's pace faltered slightly as they turned to Yonghu, questioning what they needed to prepare for. Psychological preparation, Yonghu replied, gently patting his chest, feeling the restless stirrings within. We still have time, but not much. Before the drama officially unfolds, we must be thoroughly prepared. Otherwise, what awaits you is only death. Listening to this nebulous response, the group instinctively began to inquire about its meaning. Yet Yonghu merely shook his head, offering no explanation, instead gesturing forward. We have arrived. That must be the surprise Lilith spoke of. Following Yonghu's indication, the group beheld a small cemetery. Unlike the wild graves scattered across desolate hills, this cemetery had clearly been meticulously tended. Simple wooden fences surrounded it, with repellent sprayed to deter wild animals. Inside, it was adorned with pure white flowers, dancing in the breeze, flourishing freely. The rich fragrance of blossoms mingled with the earthy scent of soil, providing a rare sense of relief amidst the oppressive heat of the jungle, momentarily distracting them from the earlier weighty conversation. Shigeyama sheathed his golden sword and stepped forward into the cemetery, with the remaining three following closely behind. They approached a rectangular gravestone at the center of the cemetery, murmuring a soft apology for the intrusion before bending down to examine the engraved words. Valiant Rosalind, rest here. My eternal beloved, may your soul find eternal peace in the heavens. After reading this inscription, Shigeyama stood up, glancing at Yonghu. It seems your suspicion was correct. The surprise Lilith mentioned indeed refers to Rosalind's grave. And I promptly chimed in, but I don't quite understand. How can a cemetery be considered a surprise? Davis has the freedom to bury his wife wherever he pleases, doesn't he? No, the surprise Lilith referred to is not that gravestone. After a brief silence, Yonghu spoke with a trembling voice. It is these flowers. Flowers. Yonghu did not immediately respond but knelt down to gently caress one of the white flowers, his touch as tender as if he were caressing a beloved. This white flower is called Latanity, and its language signifies eternal immortality. Hinai and Smog, unfamiliar with flowers, turned to Shigeyama, hoping she could clarify. I've never heard of this flower either, Shigeyama replied, shaking her head gently. That's quite normal. Yonghu, having composed himself, continued, the Latanity has been extinct for 7,000 years. 7,000 years. Hinai gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. I must have misheard you. You just said 7,000 years, not 700. Right, indeed, Yonghu affirmed calmly, it was 7,000 years ago. Why would something extinct for 7,000 years appear here? Smog's eyes also widened. And how do you and Lilith know what a flower from 7,000 years ago looks like? That is not important. Yonghu diverted the topic. What matters is what Lilith wishes to convey through these flowers. Shouldn't you be the one to answer that? Hinai exclaimed, her eyes growing even wider. None of us, apart from you, recognizes this flower. We can't even decipher the riddle. How are we supposed to solve it? Yonghu pondered for a moment and found merit in Rina's words. In the next instant, he furrowed his brow and began to riddle. The three from Gion, witnessing this, dared not disrupt him, standing there like wooden stakes in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, Smoker could no longer contain himself and inquired, You've been at this for over half an hour. Have you made any progress? None, Yonghu replied, his brow tightening further. The information is too scant. I cannot fathom what Lilith truly means. At this juncture, Yonghu suddenly clicked his tongue, lamenting the girl's increasing prowess in riddles. Could she not offer a few more hints? Upon hearing this, Rina and Smoker exchanged peculiar glances, bewildered that Yonghu, a riddle master himself, would dare to voice such a complaint. Just then, Rina cleared her throat, drawing everyone's attention to herself. "Since we cannot unravel this riddle, let us forego it," she suggested, gesturing towards the untamed jungle beyond the graveyard. "Shall we not seek out the one who posed it and inquire directly?" In immediate agreement, both Rina and Smoker nodded vigorously, as if electrified, expressing their profound approval of Rina's proposition. They had grown thoroughly weary of the oppressive atmosphere of the doll village. Diana was a riddle master, Yonghu was a riddle master, and now even Lilith had transformed into one. It seemed as though the entire doll village had become an enormous enigma, impossible to decipher. Smoker and Rina harbored doubts that the shadowy realm's power was to transform all who wandered within into riddle masters, gathering them to exchange riddles, with only those who guessed correctly allowed to escape, and astonishingly, the current situation indeed mirrored this notion. Unable to solve the riddle of the doll village, none among them could hope to leave. What a peculiar predicament. Yonghu sighed, gently massaging his temples as he voiced his frustration. "I truly struggle with riddles. They have always been my Achilles heel." The three from Gion thought in unison. "Indeed, you are ill-suited for riddles. Your talent lies in crafting them." After mentally rolling her eyes, Rina proceeded to make arrangements. "Smoker, you and Yonghu will search eastward. I shall team with Rina to search westward. Under the present circumstances, they could not afford to concern themselves with splitting up or remaining together. The priority was to locate Lilith and bring her back to their ranks. N01 objected to this plan, and after agreeing to reconvene at the central square by evening, Smoker and Yonghu turned and departed the graveyard. After watching them leave, Rina turned to Rina, ready to initiate their search. However, at that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of a gravestone, an extraneous one that should not exist in this graveyard. Rina abruptly pivoted her head to gaze in that direction. There, beside Rosalind's tomb, stood an unmarked gravestone, with a rectangular hollowed-out pit behind it, a grave that had been dug in advance. For whom was this grave intended? How had it materialized here so suddenly? The chilling sight sent a shiver down Rina's spine, raising the hairs on her neck. "Rina." Startled, Rina quickly responded, "What is it, Major Rina? Look, there's a gravestone here." "A gravestone," Rina replied, her expression one of confusion. "This is a graveyard. There are gravestones everywhere, not Rosalind's." Rina pointed ahead, indicating the unmarked one. However, as she spoke, Rina suddenly halted mid-sentence. Her eyes widened in terror, disbelief washing over her as she stared at the direction she had indicated. There was nothing there. No unmarked gravestone, nor the deep, hollow pit, only the vibrant reed and needy flowers and lush, verdant grass. It was as if what she had just witnessed had been nothing more than an extraordinarily vivid illusion. Major Rina, observing Rina's astonished expression as she pointed at Rosalind's gravestone, Rina timidly asked, "Are you all right?" Rina's lips trembled as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "I just saw a grave that had been dug in advance, right beside Rosalind's tomb." Rina opened her mouth, glanced at Rosalind's grave, then at Rina's pale complexion. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. "I did not see anything. Are you perhaps too fatigued, causing a hallucination?" A hallucination. Rina recalled the scene she had just witnessed. No, that was not a mere illusion, for in addition to seeing the unmarked gravestone, I also smelled the earthy scent emanating from that pit. That was undoubtedly not a visual mirage. Rina swallowed nervously, her gaze returning to Rosalind's gravestone. After scrutinizing it several times, her eyes began to ache, and she finally said, "But I see nothing at all. Moreover, the earthy scent is quite common in the jungle. I can smell it right now." "Major Rina, perhaps you are overthinking things," leading to a momentary sensory distortion. As Rina spoke, she recalled what had been taught in their texts. "I remember General Zephyr mentioning that when a person is emotionally unstable, they can indeed experience hallucinations that are remarkably lifelike." Unsure how to respond, Rina shook her head slightly, refusing to concede to the notion of a hallucination. Rina, seeing this, felt at a loss, for she had not discovered any abnormalities in their surroundings. If what Rina claimed were true, then a large gravestone and pit could not have simply appeared and vanished without a trace. Could they? Was this not akin to haunting? "We must locate Lilith with haste." After a moment of silence, Rina turned and began to walk away, stating, "I have an ominous premonition. This shadowy realm is becoming increasingly active." Becoming active? Rina hurriedly followed, asking, "What do you mean?" "It means that time is not on our side," Rina replied in a low, hoarse voice. As Yonghu said, "The drama is about to unfold. When a mischievous little girl hides away in the jungle, how difficult is it to find her?" The four of them, reunited and weary, shared the same exhausted expression as they answered in unison. "Difficult, exceedingly difficult. It could be described as an insurmountable challenge." They had searched the jungle for an entire day, yet not only had they failed to find Lilith's hideout, but they hadn't even caught a glimpse of her. Now I understand why Dell always kept a close watch on Lilith during training camp. Smoker lamented while sitting on the curb, because once this girl escapes, retrieving her is an absolute nightmare. Agreed. Rena, seated on a bench, nodded in accord. I still cannot fathom how Lilith manages to leave no trace behind. I do not seek to discover her hideout or catch her, but surely there should be remnants of a fire or footprints left behind. At the very least, a single hair, sitting next to Rena. Rena sighed softly, saying, Lilith's counter-tracking skills rival those of CP agents. Honestly, I am beginning to grow curious about her past. Smoker, upon hearing this, looked at Rena and asked, Rena, hasn't Lilith ever discussed this with you? Not at all. Rena shook her head. I only know she hails from Herb Island. Beyond that, I am utterly ignorant of her past. Herb Island. The unfamiliar name momentarily stunned Smoker. Where is that? It is an island in the New World. Yonghu interjected. It is renowned as a tourist destination and is also the world's largest herbal cultivation base. You must all be familiar with Whitebeard, right? Smoker and Rena nodded. Herb Island is his territory. Yonghu continued. The specialty herbs produced there can effectively alleviate the ailments of that notorious pirate. So in a sense, Herb Island could be considered the home port of the Whitebeard pirates. Yonghu's words left Smog and his companion utterly astonished. What he implied was that Lilith and Dell had managed to escape from Whitebeard's stronghold unscathed and had subsequently joined the Navy upon arriving at Paradise. Yonghua nodded, indicating that was indeed the essence of the matter. How did they accomplish such a feat? Hanai gasped, her mouth agape. That was Whitebeard's territory. It's not as difficult as you might think, Juan interjected. Xian Chao Island engages not only in trade with pirates but also has commercial dealings with the government. Although it is nominally under Whitebeard's control, it occupies a position of absolute neutrality in the world. No one dares invade Xian Chao Island, nor do they risk plundering its merchant ships. For doing so would invite a joint assault from both the Navy and the pirates. After all, medicinal herbs are vital for saving lives. 80% of the raw materials for the ointments you apply, the 4 drips you use, and the pills you take originate from Xian Chao Island. Thus, leaving there does not necessitate overthrowing the Whitebeard pirates. One merely needs to blend in with a cargo ship bound for Paradise. Having finished his explanation, Juan rose from the bench. Well, enough of this idle chatter. Let us find a place to dine before returning to the inn for some rest. As he spoke, a peculiar scene from the cemetery that he had witnessed earlier crossed his mind. And he sighed softly. We shall set off first thing tomorrow morning and make haste to locate Lilith. I am quite concerned for her safety. Smog raised his hand to inquire, should we call Wude and Laisai along? Having 2 more people might expedite our search. Juan shook his head decisively. They are not like us. They lack experience in jungle searches and have not taken criminal investigation courses. Moreover, their current focus is not aligned with ours. Bringing them along would not only fail to offer assistance but could very well complicate matters. Is it truly wise to allow them to interact with Jessica? Hanai frowned as she glanced at Yonghua. I believe what Mr. Yonghua said today holds merit. What if Wude and Laisai become too emotionally invested and refuse to leave? You might want to consider the situation even more seriously, Yonghua added. Not only might they be unwilling to depart, but they could also potentially hinder our escape. Do not forget, our objective is to destroy the core, and once the core is obliterated, this farce will come to an end. And what does the end signify? You should comprehend that quite clearly by now. Upon hearing this, Hanai and Smog furrowed their brows deeply, pondering how to avert such a scenario. Is there truly no way to bring the Helenwood family along to the real world? After a moment of contemplation, Smog spoke up. Must it be a binary choice? Is there no option for a harmonious conclusion? Yonghua retorted sharply, can your shadow coexist with you in the sunlight, engaging in conversation, sharing meals, and embarking on adventures together? Smog replied without hesitation, of course not. Then it is evident that the Helenwood family cannot either. What if there exists a possibility that the Helenwood family is not merely a figment? Hanai collected her thoughts and articulated her theory. They are, in fact, similar to us, brought into the shadow space, but inadvertently ensnared by the core. Yonghua countered. What year is it in the real world? 1510, she responded. And what year is it in the shadow space? 1489. Do you comprehend now? Hanai bit her lip, falling silent for several seconds before attempting to argue, but it is possible that their perceptions have been altered. They might very well exist in the same era as us. It's just that the shadow space obscures one's sensitivity to time. The timestamps on the documents you overlooked are evidence of this. Yet it is clear that this place cannot alter human cognition. Yonghua interrupted Hanai, who was still reluctant to concede. Recall the questions I posed to you in the archive. and consider the responses provided by the archive's custodian. The answers should be quite clear by now. Younghua's blunt response plunged Hanai into profound silence, leaving her unable to continue her defense. Perhaps, from the very beginning, she had known the truth, and her doubts were merely a manifestation of her unwillingness to accept it, a form of self-deception. After all, life seldom offers perfect solutions. The wisdom of making choices is a lesson well known to every adult. And what of the villagers from 1510 and the missing sailors? Smog suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze with inquiry. If, as you say, this shadow space cannot alter human cognition, where have they all gone? In response to this question, Yanghua merely sighed and shook his head slightly. What do you mean by that? Smog's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting that they all? This shadow space has been established for over 2 months, Yanghua stated calmly. So, you might speculate as to which act of this drama we are currently experiencing. At this, everyone present felt a resounding echo resonate within their minds. Indeed, unlike life, singular and irretrievable, drama can be reprised, and actors may repeatedly enter the stage, just like the riddle Diana posed. This is an interminable theatrical performance. Until the sins are atoned for, and despair thoroughly supplants greed, this tragic drama shall persist indefinitely. The ticket to enter is none other than the actor's singular lives. So they are all dead, Hanai murmured, her voice trembling. The actors remaining are only us. It is now our turn. What a ridiculous jest. How can that be true? Smog nearly ground his teeth in frustration. There are so many people on Doll Island. How could they all possibly be dead? At that moment, Juan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He abruptly turned around, gripping Yonghua's collar with fervor, suppressing his rage as he inquired, You know what killed them? Don Tu. I do not. Cut the nonsense. I have no reason to lie, Ms. Juan. Yanghua interrupted her with a firm demeanor, meeting her gaze unflinchingly. Everything I have stated is based on the most plausible deductions drawn from existing intelligence. Admittedly, due to my circumstances, I possess certain advanced knowledge and a clearer understanding of the nature of this shadow space than you do. However, when it comes to the core and the fate of the villagers and sailors, I stand at the same starting line as you. The reason you have not reached the same conclusions as I have is not due to a lack of intelligence or information, but rather because you have never approached these clues from an objective perspective. Just like that young man named Wude, you have all become too deeply entangled. As Yanghua spoke, he gently grasped Juan's wrist. Moving her hands away from his collar, he regarded her, whose expression was a tumultuous blend of emotions, and slowly stated, You are too immersed in this situation, Ms. Juan. It is time to awaken. In an instant, the atmosphere among the group plummeted to a frigid low, the oppressive air and terrifying conjectures rendering them breathless. What instilled the deepest fear in them was the notion that whatever entity had slaughtered all the villagers and sailors was not yet satisfied. It had now set its sights upon them. The mere thought sent chills coursing through Hanai's limbs, her body trembling uncontrollably. A courageous sailor, she feared not death, but the prospect of dying inexplicably and without purpose. Lilith, we must locate her without delay. Panting heavily, Hanai felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her speech fragmented. She had no knowledge of the situation. Her leads paled in comparison to those of the others. Moreover, her most pressing concern was that she was utterly alone. Her current predicament was perilous. They must find her. Must find her. However, before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her vision, and her body suddenly succumbed to weakness, collapsing forward. Hanai. The nearest smoker hurriedly extended his hand to support Hanai, subsequently placing her upon his lap. At the same moment, Yanghua and Shiguan approached, conducting a brief examination before both exhaled in relief. It's nothing serious, merely hyperoxia-induced fainting due to excessive breathing, Yanghua stated as he rose to his feet. For ordinary individuals, there is a risk of death, but for you extraordinary beings, a moment's rest will suffice. Smoker disregarded Yonghua's words, turning instead to gaze at Shiguan. It was evident that he held reservations about this newcomer. The enigmatic Yanghua, particularly concerning matters of his companion's life. Rest assured, he speaks the truth, Shiguan affirmed, alleviating Smoker's concerns, who then devoted himself to caring for Hanai. Seizing the opportunity, Shiguan pulled Yanghua aside. How much time do we have left? Yanghua gently brushed his chest before responding. Approximately 10 days. Shiguan noted Yonghua's gesture, inquiring further. The false stele you are suppressing is the entity responsible for the villagers' deaths, correct? Yes, but also no. Yanghua replied after a moment of silence. Sighing softly, the true force that slays the villagers is the core's power, and the false stele is merely a fragment of that power. While substantial, it is not the entirety. This contradicts your earlier statement. Shiguan pressed, You are still withholding the truth. I must consider my wording and whether Smoker and Hanai will inquire into the nature of that entity. Yanghua responded calmly. I have my reservations, Miss Shirguan, and I trust you can comprehend. Upon hearing this, Shirguan understood why Yanghua had chosen to confide only in her. Compared to the easily agitated Smoker, she, as a seasoned naval admiral, clearly grasped the intricacies of dialogue and inquiry. Yanghua was reluctant to reveal the essence of the core. Conversely, as long as questions did not directly address its fundamental nature, he was willing to answer. Having reached this conclusion, Shirguan prepared her next query. You can suppress that power for another 10 days. Correct? I can suppress it indefinitely, but the core's residual power will not wait. Yanghua stated slowly. It is ever growing, and once it reaches the activation threshold, the drama will commence, based on the agitation of that power within me. The core will hit the activation threshold in 10 days. This implies we must locate the core within this 10-day period. Shirguan concluded. If we fail, we are doomed, correct, without my suppression of the false Del. You would indeed be defenseless, Yanghua contemplated before adding, but the situation is different now. You possess enough strength to contend with that entity for a time. A time is a vague description, Shirguan remarked. I need a more precise time frame, approximately 2 days, and beyond 2 days, you will all perish. Shirguan noted Yonghua's choice of words, raising an eyebrow. Does that not include you? Yanghua hesitated briefly before nodding slowly. If you need to convey any message, I am willing to assist. Last words. Shirguan sighed. I will prepare a document for you. After a brief pause, as if having made a resolute decision, she asked in a voice as cold as ice. What if, hypothetically, I were to annihilate the Helenwood family as you suggested that night? Would that grant us passage out of here? Yonghua's face registered extreme surprise, seemingly unable to fathom that this admiral would pose such a question. Are you not afraid? Enough with the trivialities, just give me the answer. Her nails pierced her palm, blood oozing forth. Yet Shirguan appeared oblivious to the pain, her gaze fixed intently upon Yanghua, awaiting the answer she so fervently desired. If it meant sparing Wude and the others, she was willing to become an irredeemable sinner. Even if it resulted in their lifelong resentment or even her demise at their hands, she would not hesitate. I can only say that there is a possibility, Yanghua admitted after a moment of contemplation, deciding to be forthright, though he qualified that the likelihood was exceedingly low, nearly negligible. But it is not entirely zero. Is it correct? Then that is sufficient. Shirguan averted her gaze, glancing at her bloodied hands before stating to Yanghua, please keep tonight's discussion confidential from Wude and Leisire. Are you serious? Yonghua's eyes widened. The information we just deduced is substantial. Do you intend to keep this from your lover? It is substantial, yet not critical, is it? Shirguan retorted. We have merely learned of our impending doom and the fact that the villagers and marines have long since perished. Aside from that, we remain in the dark concerning the nature of the core, do we not? You are correct, but that does not justify your concealment of the truth, Yanghua remarked, his brow furrowing. Wude is your lover. Leisire is your companion. They have the right to know. Allow me this one indulgence, will you? Shirguan's pleading tone and tear-filled eyes rendered Yanghua momentarily astonished, illuminating his understanding of her motives. Are you perhaps afraid? If necessary, let me bear the burden of villainy. Tears streamed down Shirguan's cheeks, yet she endeavored to smile, believing that both Wude and Leisire were good souls unworthy of bearing the weight of conscience. Gazing at her melancholic smile, Yanghua remained silent for a long while before ultimately conceding. I understand. I will keep it confidential. He sighed deeply, turning his attention towards Smoker and Hanai in the distance. But how do you intend to keep them quiet? I am their superior, after all. Shirguan wiped her tears and the blood from her hands, striving to appear unchanged, and replied, moreover, I am rather skilled at deception. It seems you are prepared for this. Yanghua spoke softly. Yet, I believe matters will not escalate to that extent. I hope so. Shirguan smiled brightly. After all, he still owes me a proper date. Yanghua, upon hearing this, displayed curiosity. I heard from Smoker and Hanai that you two have been circling each other for quite some time. What has prompted this sudden openness? Perhaps it is the proximity of death. Or perhaps it was last night's cup of milk tea, Shirguan replied, gathering her hair. I have been evading for too long. It is time to confront my own heart. That is a good thing. Who could argue otherwise? After sharing a smile, Shirguan turned her attention to Hanai, who was groggily rising from Smoker's lap, and softly suggested, let us return to the inn. Starting tomorrow, we must busy ourselves. Having reassured the awakening Hanai that they would absolutely not abandon the search for Lilith, Shirguan and her companions wearily returned to the inn, where they found Wude and Leisire waiting for their return on the sofa. Well, how was today's endeavor? Wude, with Leisire perched on his neck. approached swiftly, cheerfully asking, "Did you find Lilith?" At the mention of Lilith, Hanai's expression visibly darkened. Wude, noticing this, hesitated before instinctively inquiring, "What happened?" Yet Hanai seemed lost, ignoring Wude entirely as she turned and staggered upstairs in silence. Smoker sighed helplessly, nodding at Wude and Laysire as a form of greeting before hastily pursuing Hanai. What is going on with them? Wude, bewildered, looked at Shurguan after observing Smoker and Hanai's retreating figures. Did something happen today? They are simply exhausted, Shurguan responded dismissively. Did you achieve anything on your end? Indeed, Wude nodded and remarked. The Helenwood family has indeed received numerous threatening letters, but for them, this has become a norm. Yonghua paused in surprise and inquired, "What do you mean by norm?" It signifies that ever since Davis moved to the center of the village with Jessica and Diana, their mailbox has been perpetually overflowing, often even exceeding capacity. Initially, Davis was genuinely fearful, concerned that Jessica and the others might face malicious retaliation. However, as time passed without incident, the family adapted to this reality. At times, they would even gather to peruse the threat letters together, engaging in a family exercise of deducing the sender's identity. With a shrug, Wude concluded, "Such is the daily life of the strongest doll master in Doll Village. Quite remarkable, isn't it?" Ji Yuan and Yonghua, taken aback, exchanged glances, their faces slightly flushed from holding back their astonishment, before simultaneously exclaiming, "What a carefree spirit!" Wude, with a nonchalant gesture, shifted the topic. "So, have you found Lilith?" Ji Yuan shook her head. No, Fuwu raised her hand and said, "Fuwu, I lived in the primeval jungle with Wude for an entire year. I should be able to assist." Ji Yuan interjected with a smirk, "If you both come to help, then who will accompany Jessica? Is the companionship plan off the table?" Wude's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" Shi Yuan replied, "Smog spent a sleepless night complaining about you two last night. Can you guess who he vented today?" Wude exclaimed, "Fuwu, Fuwu?" Our voices didn't seem that loud, did they? Observing the two's awkward expressions, Ji Yuan chuckled lightly and casually remarked, "No worries," before redirecting the conversation. "Are you both still going out with Jessica tomorrow?" Wude nodded. "We'll take her to the aquarium." Ji Yuan smiled. "It seems you truly enjoy her company." Of course, Wude replied without hesitation. "Jessica is a vibrant girl. Her smile radiates warmth like a little sun." Realizing the potential misunderstanding, Wude quickly corrected himself. The affection I speak of is not of a romantic nature." Ji Yuan reassured him. "I understand. I'm not the jealous type." She playfully pinched Wude's cheek, encouraging, "If you wish to accompany her, then do so." Wude was momentarily bewildered by his prospective girlfriend's sudden generosity. "But concerning the core investigation, our involvement is sufficient," Ji Yuan gently interrupted, gazing at Wude's dazed expression and Fuwu's large, red, watery eyes. She momentarily lost herself in thought. In that fleeting moment, she was transported back to the cemetery, once again confronting the unmarked grave. Memories of Diana flooded back, recalling every word spoken in the fishing village's quaint cabin. A glimmer of realization flickered in Ji Yuan's eyes. She returned to the present, patting Wude's shoulder. "Your task is to make Jessica happy. That is your mission. Oh, understood. Then let us take a rest." Wude and Fuwu exchanged silent agreement, nodding before departing the hall and making their way to their rooms, discussing where to take Jessica after the aquarium the following day. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan stood silently, watching their retreating figures until they vanished from the staircase, before softly stating, "I recall you mentioned that the core might also be an abstract concept, correct?" "Indeed." Yonghua nodded, subsequently inquiring, "What are you contemplating?" "I envision a tragedy, a frenzied man driven to madness after losing everything." With a heavy sigh, Ji Yuan continued, "I believe I understand why the core stage is set in 1489. For revenge." Yonghua ventured. "No." Ji Yuan raised her head, her eyes shimmering with inexplicable sorrow. "It is to seek atonement." For the subsequent 9 days, the group operated with clear delineation of roles. Wude and Fuwu spent nearly every day outdoors, accompanying Jessica as she frolicked throughout Doll Island, having visited every conceivable locale save for the more sordid establishments. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan's group scoured the island as well, though unlike Wude's urban activities, their primary focus was the jungle, intent on locating Lilith. Regrettably, they found nothing, aside from a rudimentary outpost by a stream. No other clues pertaining to Lilith emerged. It was as if she had vanished from existence after sending that letter to Hanai. The remnants of life within the makeshift outpost, along with human refuse surrounding it, indicated that Lilith had only stayed for about a day after its construction, never to return. The absence of any trace, neither living nor deceased, spoke volumes, and the group was acutely aware of its implications. Yet, They were loath to accept it, even more so to believe that the whimsical girl could have met such a straightforward demise. However, in the face of harsh reality, self-consolation proved futile and impotent. The loss of Lilith not only severely dampened the group's morale, but also became the final straw for Hinai.at the moment Ji Yuan announced the cessation of the search. Hinai collapsed to the ground, her eyes devoid of life. Tears cascaded from her eyes like a waterfall, yet she did not wail or shout, nor did she respond to the pleas of her companions. She remained eerily quiet, akin to a lifeless corpse. Hinai had fallen. She ceased all communication, retreating into her room, fixated on photographs of herself and Lilith. The impending specter of death and the loss of her closest friend utterly crushed her spirit, leaving her in a state of despair. Before the decisive confrontation had even begun, the team had already lost a crucial asset. This undeniably amplified the pressure on Ji Yuan and Yonghua. Observing Ji Yuan exit Hinai's room after delivering her meal, Yonghua, leaning against the wall, queried, "Are you truly going to continue concealing this from Wude and Fuwu? What purpose would it serve to inform them now?" The exhausted Ji Yuan, disregarding her dignity, sank to the floor of the corridor. Pondering whether to allow them to console Hinai or to reveal her own inadequacies as a leader, Yonghua remained silent, his expression darkening further. Clearly, his mood was not any better. Tomorrow is the final day. Ji Yuan lifted her gaze to the ceiling. For 9 days, we have accomplished nothing. We have failed to locate Lilith, failed to identify the core, and can only watch as the Grim Reaper's scythe draws ever closer. Not to mention Hinai. Even I am nearing my breaking point. With that, Ji Yuan lowered her head, gazing at her hands. It seems we are left with but one avenue. As her words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the spacious corridor. The two leaders bowed their heads, speechless. Ji Yuan wrestled with self-reproach while mentally preparing herself. Should Wude's emotional approach prove ineffective, she would have to step forward and gamble on that minuscule possibility. Yonghua, on the other hand, was deep in contemplation, searching for a way to break the deadlock and ensure the survival of the group. As his mind raced, Yonghua conceived an idea that, while not ideal, was certainly preferable to annihilating the entire Helenwood family. Yet, the cost of this plan would be somewhat steep. We still have one last chance. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Ji Yuan, ready to unleash the drama and prepare for a desperate struggle. To kill an abstract concept with weapons. Ji Yuan chuckled softly. "Did we not discuss this matter previously? Your response at that time was that it would be better to wager on that slim chance. You may not be capable, but I can." After a moment of silence, Yonghua suddenly clenched his fists, stating that the price to pay was that he must fully enter the shadowy realm like the rest of them. Therefore, he expressed his regrets, admitting that he feared he would be unable to convey the last words entrusted to him. With a smile directed at the bewildered Shurgarden, he continued, "I am responsible for holding back the drama, but beyond that, I am powerless. You must rely on yourselves." "Beyond that?" Shurgarden inquired, his mouth agape. "What else is there besides the drama?" "It is that which the madman is willing to reclaim at any cost," Yonghua began slowly. "Before you eliminate that entity, I cannot destroy the drama. I can only confine it, preventing its power from spilling forth. During that time, its strength will be significantly diminished, no longer an invincible force. However, the time I can secure is exceedingly limited, merely around 12 hours. If we exceed that time, the drama will break free. At that point, unless a deity intervenes, none shall be able to alter our fate." Shurgarden asked. "Not even you, not even I?" Yonghua replied. "If you fail, I too shall perish." What a gamble. Shurgarden exhaled deeply, leaning his entire body against the wall behind him. "What if I refuse your proposal? Then I shall fulfill my duty." Yonghua responded. "I will assist you in suppressing the core's power. Buying 2 days' time, and then witness your gallant demise. It seems I have no choice," Shurgarden remarked, a self-deprecating smile emerging, realizing in the end they would have to rely on this outsider. As comrades preparing to fight side by side. "Yonghua, I hope you can tell me if you already know what that core is. You must have an answer in your heart. It appears our thoughts align." Shurgarden smiled. "Then tell me, will my arrangements be of any use?" Yonghua replied firmly, "They will." "Thank you," Shurgarden said as he rose from the ground. "One last question. What is your name?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a prolonged silence enveloped them. It was understandable. If Yonghua could reveal it, he would have done so already. For a mysterious individual shrouded in secrets, disclosing his true name to the Navy would be tantamount to suicide, serving no purpose other than to invite unnecessary troubles. In a moment of empathy, Shurgarden might have remained silent himself. "My apologies for my abruptness," he offered, intending to turn and leave. Just then, Yonghu's voice broke through the stillness. "Clarissa Louise," he softly stated. "That is my true name." Louise, what a lovely... Wait. Mid-sentence, Sugarden abruptly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Younghu, who bore a rugged visage reminiscent of Delegate You're a Woman. What do you think? Louise smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. A day swiftly passed. At this moment, Sugarden and the others avoided Wude and Laysire, settled in a booth at a CAF, deliberating how to confront the impending drama. Typically, a bell tolls before the commencement of a drama. Holding a warm cup of coffee, Louise spoke solemnly, but here, we are unaware of what that bell signifies. We can only presume it to be an exceptionally conspicuous anomaly. Therefore, when that anomaly arises, I will immediately confine the drama, while you must execute the beheading operation. Only if you succeed can I eradicate the concept of drama. Otherwise, we shall all perish. After taking a sip of her coffee, she added, that is the plan. Any issues? There is. Smog raised his hand, scanning the surroundings before speaking up. Are we the only three executing the plan? Sugarden replied, Wude and Laysire will also assist. Then why not summon them? Smog's eyes widened. It's the final desperate moment, and you want them to accompany the girl? Sugarden remained silent, turning to Louise, as it was her suggestion to exclude Wude and Laysire. They could very well be the key to unraveling the dilemma. Louise spoke meaningfully. To eliminate that entity, mere force may not suffice. We require something else, and that something is not possessed by me, nor by Sugarden, nor by you. Only Wude and Laysire are most likely to hold that. Smog opened his mouth, confused. So what is that something? It is courage. Louise's eyes shimmered with an inexplicable light. The courage to let go after enduring profound pain and despair. The day appeared to threaten rain. After glancing up at the overcast sky, Wude hastily scooped Laysire into his arms and dashed to the eaves of a nearby convenience store. The deafening roar of thunder echoed through the heavens as large raindrops cascaded from the sky, heralding the onset of a sudden downpour. This wretched weather, Wude grumbled, observing the deluge before him, akin to a waterfall. There no sense left. Just a while ago, it was sunny. Laysire expressed concern. I wonder if Jessica remembered to bring an umbrella. I feel there's little difference between bringing an umbrella and not, Wude quipped. I don't understand why she insisted on volunteering today, forbidding us from tagging along. She mentioned it's once a week. Laysire replied, and it's not that she doesn't want us. It's because the fishing village is quite exclusive. If we, two outsiders, were standing there, like bodyguards, how could Jessica possibly conduct her lesson? I know. I was just venting my frustrations, Wude said, baring his teeth as he continued to gaze out at the relentless rain. I hope Jessica has left the fishing village yet. Being late is one thing, but getting drenched and catching a cold is another. I'm going to be late. I'm going to be late, Jessica shouted, sprinting through the jungle amidst the torrential downpour. She held her backpack over her head as a makeshift umbrella. However, against the deluge that seemed to descend from the heavens, her small backpack provided little more than psychological comfort, failing to shield her from the rain. Jessica was acutely aware of this. Thus, it was long before she cradled her backpack in her arms. Focusing entirely on her flight, she had arranged to meet Wude and Laysire at her studio today to retrieve some dolls and enjoy dinner together, followed by a game of poker with Diana. Davis was tasked with standing by as the strategist. He didn't join the table since Diana had just learned how to play poker and was very skilled, often losing terribly. Reflecting on her sister, whose face was plastered with sticky notes, defiantly yelling, "One more round," brought a smile to Jessica's lips, quickening her pace. She was a punctual person and couldn't afford to be late. Otherwise, Wude and Laysire would be disappointed. However, as time slowly passed, Jessica's abundant stamina began to wane, and she found herself gasping for breath. Leaning against a nearby tree to rest momentarily, she raised her head, surveying the familiar surroundings, her eyes filled with confusion. She hadn't taken a wrong turn, nor was she running slowly. Why hadn't she returned to Doll Village yet? Jessica couldn't comprehend it, nor did she have time to ponder further. Her body was beginning to tremble uncontrollably, a result of prolonged exposure to the rain leading to hypothermia. She needed to return home in Doll Village swiftly, or at the very least, find a place to shelter from the rain. Otherwise, her life might be in jeopardy. Taking a few deep breaths to ease the discomfort in her lungs, Jessica gritted her teeth and began to walk in the direction of home, with steadfast determination. She traversed through thickets and puddles, steadily advancing along the well-trodden path she had traversed countless times. How long had she been walking? Jessica remained oblivious and indifferent. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her mind. To return home for her appointment. She did not wish to keep Wude and Laysire waiting in vain, nor did she want to cause concern to her father and sister. After wandering for an indeterminate duration, she finally beheld the familiar thicket. It served as the entrance to the fishing village. By parting it, she would be able to return to the doll village. Filled with hope, Jessica summoned the last remnants of her strength and joyfully rushed forward to push aside the final barrier of foliage. However, what awaited her was neither the thriving doll village nor the concerned faces of Davis and Diana, nor the longed-for figures of Wude and Laysire. Instead, she was met with a sight born of nightmares. A manifestation of the purest malice in existence, and the ultimate resting place for all souls, a grave.it stood silently upon the grass, akin to an old friend who had awaited her return for ages. The dilapidated tombstone silently proclaimed its ancient history, while the gaping abyss behind it loomed ominously, awaiting its master. In an instant, a melody that should not exist in this world erupted violently in Jessica's mind. It was a summons, a fate, a truth, a requiem sung by the tormented souls of hell, sacred history that could not be desecrated or altered. Jessica remembered everything. She recalled it all. This was her home. Her destined sanctuary, the truth she must confront. Thus, she stepped forward slowly, approaching the grave that had long been prepared for her. She gazed into the unfathomable void, listening to the haunting melody emanating from within. She understood that the time had come. Just as had occurred countless times before, she should now leap into it like a martyr. Yet, this was not an end, but a new beginning, for there, at the end of the void, she would be reborn. In the near future, she would emerge from this place. Then, she could see the world with her own eyes, measure it with her own feet. She could forge friendships, many friendships. She could laugh. Laugh exuberantly, laugh to her heart's content. She could do anything her heart desired, with no one to stop her, nor to chastise her. Was there anything more perfect than this? The seductive whispers in her ears caused Jessica to lower her gaze. Indeed, there was nothing more perfect, for that was precisely what she yearned for. Just one step, simply stepping forward, and all that she covetously desired would be within her grasp. She could live with Davis and Diana and Marineford. A family living joyously and carefree. She could join the Navy, embarking on adventures with Wude and Laysire, fighting against evil, ultimately retiring as a revered couple admired by many, basking in the joys of family life. Kinship, friendship, love, all would be hers. All Jessica needed to do was take that step forward, embracing her inevitable fate. Was there a more advantageous deal? No. There was indeed no better bargain. A smile graced Jessica's face as she gently clasped the ruby necklace at her chest. Then, she took a resolute step backward. But I refuse. Jessica's unwavering and resolute reply instantly dispelled the tantalizing whispers that had encircled her. The grave and the unfathomable void before her vanished in the blink of an eye. It was as if everything that had just transpired had merely been a cruel jest played by the divine. Yet, Jessica knew it was not over, for at the very moment the grave disappeared. The sound of scattered footsteps echoed behind her. Recalling everything, Jessica knew to whom those footsteps belonged. She turned slowly, her calm gaze sweeping over the familiar intruders. Mr. Mal. Jessica was the first to speak, followed by Mrs. Lowly, young Boomer, Uncle Pick, and Grandpa Elvin. After naming each one from left to right, Jessica offered a warm smile, saying, "After such heavy rain, why are you all here instead of resting at home? We came to ask you for something." The tall Mr. Mal replied with a few awkward laughs. Oh. Jessica maintained her smile, continuing to inquire, "What is it? Jessica, you should know that your aunt has always treated you well, right?" Lowly, standing beside Mal, wiped the rain from her face and grinned grotesquely. "When you were little, you often played in your aunt's yard. Whenever there was something delicious, she was the first to think of you. And when you turned the old home into a classroom, she even lent a hand. Surely, you haven't forgotten that." Jessica smiled and replied, "Of course, I haven't forgotten. Well, your aunt is in trouble now. Shouldn't you lend a hand, just as she did for you?" Lowly hastily added, as if fearing Jessica would change her mind. Jessica nodded, acknowledging that mutual assistance was indeed appropriate. "I knew you were a sensible girl," the sturdy man named Pick grinned, patting young Boomer and Elvin beside him. "You too. Stop staring and thank her already. If it weren't for Jessica's help, your children would have to remain in the fishing village for a lifetime." Under Pick's encouragement, young Boomer bowed to Jessica, while the older Elvin, stroking his damp beard, cheerfully remarked, good child. "Spare me the flattery." Jessica suddenly withdrew her smile, her voice icy as she said, "No need to hide it any longer. Draw the knives you have behind you." As her words fell, a thunderous crack split the sky, illuminating all of Doll Island and revealing the grotesque visages of the five before her. They wore warm smiles, yet their eyes were filled with greed and cruelty. "You must understand us," Jessica, Pick said, twirling the steel knife in his hand with a grin. "Who can blame Davis for seeking the limelight? If you must assign blame, it should be directed at your neglectful father. If he hadn't provoked those he shouldn't have, we wouldn't have to resort to this." "Indeed," Jessica, Mal chimed in. You, like your mother, love the fishing village dearly, so you must surely understand us. Understand? Jessica let out a cold laugh. What benefits have the three major families provided you? The five exchanged glances, remaining silent. But Jessica had no intention of keeping quiet, since they were unwilling to speak. She would voice it for them. Mr. Mal, I recall you owe a significant sum to the casino, a considerable amount indeed. To repay your debts, you even sold your newborn child. The casino, as I understand it, belongs to the Martin family. I suspect that excuse for absolving your gambling debts suits you well. She then turned her gaze to the visibly alarmed Lowly. To Mrs. Lowly, you appear to have lost even more weight. And your complexion seems even more sallow than before. I had warned you that drugs are not a good thing, but it seems you did not heed my words. Young Boomer and Grandpa Elvin, your children possess great talent. If you are willing to study diligently under my guidance, they could easily leave the fishing village and become artisans one day. With a sigh, Jessica continued, but unfortunately, compared to me, it seems you trust that Sandy family, which has been exploiting the fishing village, more. Finally, it was Uncle Pick's turn. Do you think I would give you the chance to expose my secrets? He lunged at Jessica with the steel knife, aiming a vicious strike at her face. Jessica instinctively raised her hand to block, but flesh and blood could not withstand the tempered steel. After the sound of flesh being torn echoed through the air, Jessica staggered backward a few steps. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead on her forehead, while the blood that gushed forth rendered her complexion ashen. She cast a glance at the severed arm lying amidst the withered leaves, not turning to flee, nor letting out a cry, but instead, she let out a sudden, cold laugh. This unexpected reaction left the five assailants, who had intended to charge at her, frozen in place. What are you laughing at? I am laughing at your foolishness. At your ugliness. Jessica raised her head, her gaze devoid of any resentment, replaced only by disdain and pity. I have never harmed you. I have merely devoted myself to volunteering in the fishing village, teaching you how to craft puppets. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating content. I wish for you to be self-sufficient, for the fishing village to break free from its exploited status, for you to rise and live with dignity. I have never sought recompense, for the fishing village is my homeland. I cherish it, and thus I hope that the people living there can emerge with pride, just as we, as puppet masters, do. But how have you responded? On a day when the rain poured like a deluge, armed with steel blades, you harmed a frail woman, the very one who cared for you, the one who treated you kindly. You did this merely to satisfy your ephemeral desires, merely to fill the void within your hollow hearts. Look at yourselves. Behold your current state. How utterly grotesque. Jessica enunciated each word with a weight that resonated deeply. It is simply repugnant. Her piercing words ignited the fury of the five thugs, their eyes turning crimson. They were not unable to comprehend Jessica's words, but rather unwilling to accept them. It was akin to arguing with someone whose views starkly opposed your own. Whether one won or lost, the outcome would never alter their conviction. You can never awaken one who feigns sleep, nor can you make a blind person see the world. How tragic, how lamentable. I will kill you, shouted the furious Pick, charging forward once more, only to inadvertently step on Jessica's severed arm, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Seizing the opportunity, Jessica turned and fled toward Puppet Village. Quick, pursue her. If we kill her, we will have endless riches to spend. Move, now. Listening to the roars and footsteps that echoed behind her, Jessica silently released her grip on her severed arm, then swiftly tore off the necklace around her neck and stuffed it into her mouth. She had lost too much blood and had been drenched in rain for far too long. It was clear she would not run far, yet this did not signify her surrender of hope. There were still many words she wished to share with Wude and Laysire, many things she longed to do with them. Jessica believed they felt the same, and she was certain they were worried about her, searching for her. Thus, before Wude and Laysire found her, she must survive. Even if only a single breath remained, she would wait for her knight, the one who was uniquely hers, just as Jessica braved the downpour. Desperately fleeing, Wude, who had been idly daydreaming in the convenience store, suddenly felt a severe pang in his heart. He leaped from his chair, turning to glance in the direction of the fishing village. Soon, a profound sense of loss and emptiness began to swell within him. Wude had experienced this feeling before, when his own parents had perished before his eyes. Whispering Jessica's name softly, Wude surged forward into the rain, sprinting toward the fishing village. Meanwhile, Laysire, who had been snacking in the convenience store, promptly discarded her chips and dashed to the entrance. Wude, where are you going? Wude offered no reply, his figure swiftly disappearing into the curtain of rain. The cacophony of thunder and rain was so overwhelming that Wude could not hear Laysire's call. Realizing this, Laysire clicked her tongue, seized the military knife beside her chair, and plunged into the downpour. Pursuing Wude, she understood her younger brother well enough to know that he would not act erratically without reason. Whatever compelled him to run into the storm was undoubtedly of utmost importance. The Guion group had their contact information, so if something truly went awry, they would surely call first, thus that possibility could be dismissed. Laysire had spent nearly every moment with Wude, so that two could be ruled out. With these two possibilities eliminated, only one answer remained. It's Jessica, Laysire exclaimed, her eyes widening as she quickened her pace, calling out, Wude, wait for me. The rain was heavy, impossibly so in Wude's memory, whether before or after his transmigration. He had never encountered such an exaggerated downpour. The rain created a curtain that obscured his vision entirely. The fierce wind and water that pulled to his ankles felt like an invisible hand, dragging at his every step. The thunder that occasionally roared across the sky rendered him nearly deaf to all sounds. It was as though the moment he burst from the convenience store, seeking Jessica, the entire world had turned against him. Yet this did not deter Wude. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. He exerted every ounce of strength to resist the forces of nature. The gale could not halt them. Nor could the rain, nor the thunder. In this world, nothing aside from himself could impede his forward momentum. Empowered by this unparalleled conviction and determination, Wude successfully navigated the myriad obstacles and plunged into the forest. He raced along a familiar path, calling out Jessica's name at the top of his lungs. But apart from the patter of rain on leaves and the roiling thunder, he received no response. Wude did not relent. He continued to run with all his might, scanning his surroundings. Last, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a vague shadow amidst a pile of fallen leaves. Without hesitation, Wude dashed forward, unleashing his loudest cry, calling out Jessica's name. The good news was that the shadow indeed belonged to Jessica, for he could see her face clearly. The bad news was that he had arrived too late. Jessica, cold. Bone deep cold. How much time had passed? Were those people still around? Was he still alive? It seemed he was, but he could not move. He could not feel his legs. Had they been severed? His body was so cold, so weary, so desperate for sleep. No, he must not sleep. He still had to wait for someone. Has he come? I think I hear a voice. I asked him. Jessica expended the last vestige of strength within her body and slowly opened her right eye. Thereafter, she beheld a magnificent flame, warm and teeming with vitality, rushing toward her. The flame called out her name, enveloping her and dispelling the bone-deep chill, bestowing upon her newfound strength, alleviating her solitude and fear. Much like the person she had been waiting for. No, this was indeed the one she had awaited, the knight who belonged solely to her. He had arrived. Listening to the indistinct calls echoing in her ears, Jessica yearned to lift the corners of her mouth, to reveal a smile as radiant as those of yesteryears. Yet, the visage marred by the blade's cruel cut rendered her somewhat powerless. She longed to open her left eye, to gaze once more upon that unremarkable face she could never tire of. However, the gaping, blood-stained socket thwarted her modest wish. She wished to speak, to express her gratitude to her knight, with a heartfelt thank you. Thank you for allowing me to experience such happiness in the final days of my life. Yet, the throat that had been cruelly severed denied her even the right to utter a sound. Nevertheless, Jessica did not surrender. With every ounce of remaining strength, she raised her frail right hand, retrieving the ruby she had held in her mouth, extending it toward the flame before her. This was the only token she could bestow upon him. Thus, upon witnessing the flame accept the gem, Jessica felt a profound sense of relief. In her final moments, she had seen her knight and successfully delivered proof of her existence into his hands. What more could she desire? What further indulgence could she crave? One must not be too greedy in life, lest they face retribution. Yet, as this was indeed the final moment, why could she not be a little greedy? Hence, Jessica raised her right hand once more, reaching for the flame that was so near yet so far. She merely wished to caress his face, nothing more. Just a fraction more. Just a fraction. Indeed, one must not be too greedy. Wude could not grasp Jessica's outstretched hand, watching helplessly as it fell feebly to the ground. Jessica? Jessica! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Jessica! On June 28, 1489, in the era of the sea round, Helen Wude Jessica, a radiant and innocent 18-year-old girl, departed from this world on Puppet Island. She forever closed her eyes on a stormy night, with no one to mourn her, no one to play a dirge for her, feeling the icy, lifeless body in his arms. Gazing upon the pale visage that bore a serene smile, Wude cried out in despair. He was engulfed in self-reproach. He berated himself for not accompanying Jessica to the fishing village. Had he gone with her, such a tragedy would not have occurred. He was filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why anyone would harm Jessica, a girl as kind-hearted as the sun. Simultaneously, He simmered with rage. He vowed to make those who had harmed Jessica pay dearly. He would extract each bone from those brutes, flay their flesh piece by piece. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Drain their blood, gouge out their eyes, hollow out their innards, sever their limbs and heads. He would reduce them to ashes, ensuring they would never find peace, after Wude bellowed his oath, brimming with fury and hatred. The torrential rain abruptly ceased, the howling winds dissipated, and the thunder vanished. It was as though a divine being had pressed the pause button. At that moment, the entire world came to a standstill. And after 3 seconds, the heavens transformed. The pristine full moon, in the blink of an eye, was stained with a deep crimson hue, casting blood-red light upon the earth, saturating the sky. The inhabitants of Puppet Island melted into pools of blood under this scarlet moonlight. Mingling with the stark white bones that littered the streets, crimson handprints and grotesque, distorted faces appeared suddenly on the outer walls of every house, silently proclaiming the horrors that had transpired there. Sensing something amiss, the group from the CAF rushed out, witnessing this chain of transformations unfold before their eyes, confronted with this hellish nightmare. Even the most seasoned among them would feel trepidation and experience a physiological response. Was this the scene that unfolded after the play began? It was utterly revolting. Struggling to suppress his nausea, Guillaume muttered a remark before swiftly turning to Smog, who was retching violently. Smog, stop vomiting. Call Hanai immediately and tell her not to go outside. After speaking, Guillaume drew his sword, Kanbira, and turned to Louise. Where are the enemies? And why are you not taking action? Weren't you supposed to trap the play? No. Wait. This is not a typical scene from a play. After a moment of stunned silence, Louise spoke with a trembling voice. It should be reenacting the murder from 1489, not this hellish tableau. Guillaume and the freshly recovered Smog were taken aback. What do you mean? What I mean is that the play has changed. It has deviated from its original course. Louise gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. To put it plainly, the core script has been altered. It is not following the intended flow. Guillaume and Smog's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, before they could respond, a familiar yet strange feminine voice suddenly rang out beside them, because this is the final act, not an interlude. After countless cycles of reincarnation and slaughter, the beautiful puppet, long slumbering beneath the earth, finally acquired its heart and entrusted that heart to the one it deeply loved. That was the key to its awakening, the key to its rebirth. And the very thing that the Madden yearned for most. The group turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, their pupils constricting in shock. Diana? Guillaume's eyes widened, calling out Diana's name before glancing at the slightly awkward girl standing behind her. Lilith, you're not dead. Of course I'm not dead. Where have you been hiding all this time? Smog interrupted Lilith, furiously roaring. Do you have any idea how worried we were about you? Do you know how much Hanai has been concerned for you? Faced with Smog's furious interrogation, Lilith bit her lip, lowering her head and nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. I'm sorry. Stop with the excuses. Listening to Lilith's timid voice, Smog became even angrier. You should be apologizing to Hanai. If you had truly died, who would have been the most affected? You should understand better than anyone. Do you know what Hanai is like now? She hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a full 2 days. Lying there like a corpse, staring at that broken photo of you and her. At this, Smog suddenly pointed toward the direction of the end. If you have any conscience left, hurry up and go find her. And then slap yourself twice in front of her. I'll go with you. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it for you. After speaking, Smog seized Lilith and dashed toward the inn without looking back. As Diana watched them leave, she silently lit a lady's cigarette and spoke in a calm tone. Actually, we can't entirely blame that girl. She didn't intentionally play dead. What do you mean? Guillaume inquired. She was forcibly taken to the final act ahead of time. Diana took a puff of her cigarette, gazing up at the blood moon overhead. Being too clever isn't always a blessing. It can easily attract unwanted attention. Can you stop speaking in riddles? I've had enough of that these past few days. Guillaume furrowed his brows. What I mean is, she saw through the truth ahead of time and left you clues, so she was forcibly dragged into the final act by the obsession, intending to eliminate her. Upon finishing her words, Diana turned her head to gaze at the furrowed brows of Guillaume and Louise, as if sensing something, and let out a soft chuckle. You wouldn't happen to be perplexed by the clues she left behind, would you? Upon hearing this, Guillaume's eyes twitched slightly. I don't even know what a litany flower is. Isn't it quite normal for me to be confused? You don't know? Diana exclaimed, her expression one of utter astonishment. Why would you not know? Guillaume replied, puzzled. Why would I? The litany flower is a specialty of the City of Eternal Night. Isn't that common knowledge? The mention of the City of Eternal Night only added more question marks to Guillaume's forehead. Yet, before she could voice her inquiries, Louise, standing beside her, interjected. What did you just say? The litany flower is a specialty of which place? The city of eternal night, Diana replied, furrowing her brow. Is there a problem with that? Upon hearing this response, Louise's expression darkened, as if a storm cloud had settled over her. Observing this, Guillaume hastily interjected, so, what's the issue with the specialty of this place called the City of Eternal Night? Diana remained silent, instead directing her gaze towards Louise. Besides the litany flower, the City of Eternal Night has another specialty called Teslil or. After taking a deep breath, Louise elaborated. That or experiences almost no energy loss during the conduction process, making it one of the essential raw materials for high-precision industrial products of that era. Moreover, in addition to its excellent energy conduction efficiency, Teslil or possesses a remarkably unique property. Under specific conditions, it can magnify and enhance the power of devil fruits. Before uttering the words devil fruits, Louise paused, seemingly weighing her words. However, Guillaume was now far too focused on the details to care about such nuances. She merely wished to know what this or looked like, for it could very well be a key item. Raw Teslil or is rather unappealing, resembling coal, but after refinement, it dazzles like a precious gem. At this point, Louise momentarily paused, as if envisioning a vibrant, lustrous, and translucent ruby. Upon hearing the term ruby, Guillaume's pupils constricted slightly. She recalled something that Wude had casually mentioned during their conversation days prior. Wasn't he that the gift for Jessica's coming of age from Rosalind? Guillaume exclaimed. Is that thing Teslil? Or, both Diana and Louise nodded in unison. So, this shadow space was created by Jessica using that or? Guillaume quickly refuted. But Jessica isn't an ability user. That doesn't make sense. Jessica is certainly not the originator of the shadow space, Louise stated. She passed away 21 years ago. Thus, the originators could only be Davis and Diana, who lived until 1510. Guillaume immediately picked up the thread of conversation that aligns with my thoughts, but I could never figure out which of the two it was. Regarding this, you might consider inquiring of the Lady Diana before you. Louise raised her head, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. She should be able to provide a satisfactory answer. I wouldn't mind having a heart-to-heart conversation with you, but my dear sister may not be so inclined, Diana remarked, extinguishing her cigarette while pointing towards the blood-red sky. Listen closely. The bell heralding the end is about to toll. Just as Diana's words fell, an indescribable sound, akin to a strangled cry or a howl, reached the ears of the onlookers. The sound persisted for over 2 minutes before finally ceasing. Did you hear that? Diana smiled faintly, glancing at the goosebumps-ridden Guillaume. It is calling for its beloved, yearning for the heart that has strayed afar. Therefore, I suggest you act swiftly. Otherwise, once it transforms into her, it will be too late. Guillaume, upon hearing this, wished to say more, but Louise showed no hesitation. She lifted her hand and gently patted her chest. Instantaneously, countless intricate runes spread across her body, emanating an exceedingly brilliant white light. The countdown begins. Guillaume, the white light spoke. But the voice was not that of Dur. It was the soft, melodious voice of a woman. 12 hours. That is my limit. If what Diana says is true, then those affected by this disaster will not be limited to us, but will also include people in the real world. Should we exceed 12 hours? Or should Jessica gain her heart, she will escape the shadow space. At that point, not only will the doll village be in peril, but the entire East Sea, and indeed the world, will face a horrific calamity. Countless lives will be lost, and the global population will plummet by over 40%. This is the optimistic estimate. So remember, Guillaume, we are not only fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for the world. As her words fell, the radiant white light enveloping Louise surged upward, soaring into the heavens before vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. What remained was Louise's final words before her disappearance. Do not bear too much pressure. I have faith in you. How could one not feel pressure? Guillaume sighed, clenching her trembling hands into fists, then forcing a smile. Having a naval vice admiral lead a group of recruits to save the world. Even the most absurd biographies wouldn't dare write such a thing. Reality is always more bizarre than fiction. That's common knowledge, Diana quipped, then turned her gaze towards the central square. Let us go. The heart lies there. Guillaume paused, taken aback. You can sense the location of the heart, because I am also a part of this space. Diana replied as she walked out. I am the lingering obsession she left behind, though feeble. I still possess a modicum of authority. I have many questions, but you do not have much time left. Diana shook her head. That young man named Wude has been chosen. Hatred has filled his heart. Much like Davis in his time. According to logic, he should be compelled by that call to head towards the fishing village, but something has forcibly pulled him back. Therefore, what you must do next is awaken him. Help him clear the obstacles, and then let him confront my dear sister. Why can't we simply destroy that heart? Guion asked, somewhat perplexed. Because you cannot, Diana stated. That heart is one that Jessica has exchanged countless cycles. Enduring immeasurable pain and tears to reclaim. It is the ultimate product of this space, and brute force cannot destroy it. Guion keenly caught the word cannot, and thus remarked, but there are always exceptions. Right, indeed, Diana smiled. In this space, only Jessica herself, along with the one who led her out of the shadows, allowing her to let go of her obsession and smile as she departed this world, can destroy that heart. Wude, correct. Diana cast a sidelong glance at Guion, whose expression had turned somewhat odd. Only he possesses the ability to utterly extinguish that vessel. Upon hearing this, Guion recalled Louise's mention of the courage to let go in the CAF. So that was what the courage meant. What can we do then? Guion raised her head and asked, are we to merely watch him fight alone? I have already stated, you must clear the obstacles for him. Diana replied nonchalantly, the enemy has never been just one. After listening to Diana's words, Ziyuan had already mentally prepared herself for a fierce confrontation with Wude. The death of a dear friend can drive one to madness. Consumed by a singular desire for vengeance, nothing else can occupy the heart but this profound yearning for retribution. Ironically, this is precisely the chaotic state that the deranged man, Davis, most eagerly anticipates. For someone capable of empathizing with him would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to grant Jessica a second chance at life. Even knowing that this opportunity is merely a trap, Wude would unhesitatingly leap into it, driven solely by a flicker of hope that is almost non-existent. Thus, at this very moment, Ziyuan must step forward, employing any means necessary to pull Wude back from the precipice of despair. This endeavor is not solely for her own sake, but also for Wude, and above all, for those who inhabit the realm of reality. After taking a deep breath and patting her cheeks, Ziyuan's eyes were devoid of confusion. She drew forth Jinbiro and, alongside Diana, slowly emerged from the alley, gazing towards the central plaza. However, in the next instant, the psychological preparations Yuan had painstakingly established was shattered. The current Wude bore no resemblance to the figure she had envisioned. He did not wear a face twisted by grief and vengeance, loudly clamoring for retribution. Instead, he knelt quietly behind Laysire like an obedient child. Far from being an avenger, he resembled a sage who had attained enlightenment, a being so serene that one might imagine a halo encircling his head, ready to transcend to a state of Buddhahood. Moreover, the heaps of bones surrounding him indicated that he had even tidied up the central plaza, clearing a vast space for the gathering of people to strategize. This scene, which exceeded all expectations, left Ziyuan's mind blank, plunging her into a state of profound disarray. Even Diana's eyes widened in astonishment, as if unable to believe what lay before her. Clearly, this lady was not omniscient. At the very least, she certainly did not anticipate encountering a sage-like version of Wude in the central plaza. Regaining her composure, Ziyuan sheathed Jinbiro and swiftly approached the duo. After exchanging a glance with Wude, who smiled and nodded in greeting, Ziyuan lowered her head and queried the impassive Laysire. What is the meaning of this? Why is Wude so normal? After speaking, Ziyuan internally added, in fact, he seems almost too normal. He had indeed started off as abnormal, but after receiving a beating and some harsh words, he had settled down. Laysire glanced back at Wude, who was huddled with his neck drawn in, and remarked bluntly, essentially, he's just asking for a beating, unable to differentiate between right and wrong, acting without thought, showing no sign of growth. There is no need to be so harsh, is there? After observing Wude's sullen expression, Ziyuan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to defend him. I can somewhat guess what Wude has been through. Being overwhelmed is quite normal. Mid-sentence, she suddenly widened her eyes, incredulously looking at Laysire. Did I mishear? What you just said sounded almost human. All thanks to my dear brother, Laysire replied with a cold laugh, tapping Wude's head with her knife. Normally, I'd have to evolve into Shanaido before I could learn to speak, but he suddenly went haywire, making me unlock this ability ahead of schedule. Diana, unable to contain herself, interjected, I apologize. I know this isn't the time to ask, but I'm genuinely curious. What on earth did this young man Wude do to make you suddenly learn to speak human language? Ziyuan nodded vigorously, indicating her own curiosity. Seeing their reactions, Laysire sighed helplessly and began recounting her interactions with Wude in the jungle. Before the appearance of the Crimson Moon, Laysire had been trailing behind Wude, striving to catch up with him. However, strangely, regardless of whether she shouted or used her powers to clear a path, Laysire could never seem to close the distance with Wude, not even catching a glimpse of his silhouette. It was as if an invisible force was preventing her from approaching him. Nevertheless, Laysire did not give up. She persisted in following him closely, Believing that this force had its limits and could not hinder her forever, it would eventually tire. In terms of racing and endurance, Leysire was not one to boast. She had never conceded to anyone. And indeed, her predictions proved accurate. After the crimson moon rose and the torrential rain ceased, that force dissipated. Almost immediately, she located Wude. At that moment, Wude knelt amidst a pool of blood, his hands raised as if cradling something in the air. Yet from Leysire's perspective, all she could see was the scarlet gem clutched in his right hand. Everything else was obscured. Where's Jessica? Leysire gasped, slowly approaching Wude. Did you find her? She is dead. What? I said she is dead. Wude abruptly lifted his head, roaring. She was killed. Murdered by those ignorant, ungrateful wretches. Wude's sudden outburst startled Leysire, drawing her attention to the rage and resentment in his eyes, which seemed on the verge of solidifying into something tangible. My lord, this chapter has more to offer. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Leysire had never witnessed such an expression on his face. He was not joking or speaking nonsensically. Jessica was truly gone. The beautiful girl, akin to a little son, had simply perished just like that. In that instant, an indescribable fury surged within Leysire, and an overwhelming desire for vengeance nearly consumed her mind. However, she quickly reined in this impulse, for there were matters of greater importance at hand. The blood-red moon and the surrounding trees, gradually withering, indicated that the situation was far from optimistic. If the jungle was in such disarray, one could only imagine the chaos in the crowded doll village. The drama had begun, and Jessica's death was the opening bell. Ziyuan and her companions needed her and Wude's assistance. Clearly, the living mattered more than the deceased. We must return to the village. Leysire gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger and sorrow, and declared, Ziyuan and the others need us. Wude, we must go. Go. Why should we go? Wude, his eyes crimson, sprang to his feet, bellowing with fury, I will not return. I shall avenge Jessica. Did you not see how that child died? You cannot comprehend. Those beasts in the doll village, they all deserve to die. They are beyond redemption. Mind your language, Wude. Leysire seized Wude's sleeve, halting his advance. Those words should not come from your lips. You are losing control. Of course, I am losing control. Wude forcefully shook off Leysire's hand, turning to her in confusion. Do you not feel rage? Do you not wish to avenge her? Jessica cared for us deeply. She treated us as her only friends. Now she is dead, brutally slain by those wretched beasts in a manner akin to dismemberment. Should we not seek vengeance for her? We should. Leysire met Wude's gaze, enunciating each word. But not now. If not now, then when? Understand your current situation, Wude. Leysire suddenly shouted. Jessica is already dead. No one can bring her back. Look around you, at the red moon above. Do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? Ziyuan and the others are still in the village. They are alive. They are waiting for us. Do you wish to abandon your companions? Leaving them to face danger alone, only to seek revenge for someone who has already perished. You do not understand. You know nothing. Wude trembled all over, gritting his teeth in frustration. That child adored you. She crafted dolls for you, purchased clothes for you, and offered you everything she could. Yet, you refused to avenge her. I never imagined you could be such a cold-hearted Pokémon. Fu-Wu. What did you say? Leisure's eyes widened in disbelief. Fu-Wu, you think I'm cold-hearted? Wude defiantly widened his eyes, questioning. Isn't that the case? Fu-Wu, and you consider yourself loyal? Leisure roared. Fu-Wu, to abandon those still alive and seek vengeance for someone who is dead. Is that what you call loyalty? Is that not cold-hearted? You care nothing for Jessica. With that, Wude turned and walked toward the fishing village, declaring, if you wish to assist them, do so yourself. That I can manage on my own. Witnessing Wude's obstinate demeanor, Leisure's fury boiled over. Without uttering another word, she seized Wude's arm and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him to the ground. Subsequently, she mounted his chest, using her psychic powers to restrain his struggling limbs, and raised her fist, launching a barrage of punches at his contemptible face. Blow after blow, she showed no mercy, unleashing her full strength upon him. Even as she broke his nose, knocked out his teeth, and blinded him, Leisure continued her relentless assault. As she struck, she roared in rage. Fu-Wu, you dare to call me cold-hearted, to shout at me. Fu-Wu, I care for you deeply, and yet you display such a face over a mere child. Uttering words that wound a Pokémon. Fu-Wu, today, I'll teach you a lesson. You'll remember what words are appropriate and what are not. After what felt like an eternity of mechanical punches, Leisure finally paused, breathless, gazing at Wude's battered visage. She softly inquired, Fu-Wu, have you come to your senses, you fool? You do not care for Jessica at all. Wude spat out blood, unrepentant, insisting, you do not care for her. Only I do. You think you alone care for that child? It is crucial to emphasize that Leisure and Wude share a familial bond, distinct from that of a Pokémon and trainer. And certainly not a romantic relationship. Their love for each other is profound, transcending mere romantic affection, embodying a purer and more selfless form of love. What reached Wude's ears was not the usual soft, endearing Fu Wu, but a voice brimming with fury and indignation. This utterly astonished him, leaving his mind blank. He instinctively wanted to respond, but Leisure denied him the opportunity, grasping his collar with both hands. She locked eyes with him at an alarmingly close distance. Listen well, Wude, we are not merely playing house. We are not on holiday. We do not inhabit the comic book world you envision, nor are we characters from fan fiction endowed with superhuman powers. This is reality, a brutal, blood-soaked reality. We are not here to woo girls. We are not here to save the world. We lack the capacity and the ability. We are simply striving to survive, with every ounce of effort. And in surviving, we are destined to lose certain things. Do you think I am not saddened by Jessica's death? Do you think I do not long for revenge? Do you believe my anger is any less than yours? As Leisure's furious crimson eyes bore into him, Wude's heated mind began to cool. Leisure, no apologies. I do not wish to hear I'm sorry. That changes nothing. Leisure interrupted. The dead are gone, and the living remain. Jessica has departed and cannot return. That I do not know what you witnessed, nor how she met her end. But those details are inconsequential, because we are still alive, and so are Ji Yuan and the others. If you wish to avenge her, you may. If you want to honor her memory, to build her a grave, to burn incense, that is also acceptable. But we must first survive this ordeal, emerge from the shadowy realm. Remember this, the living will always outweigh the dead in importance. This is your first episode of madness, so I shall not hold it against you, but I hope it is the last. Do you understand? Wude remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. In the next moment, an indescribable, peculiar sound resonated above the forest. Simultaneously, the red gem in Wude's hand began to emit an eerie yet vibrant crimson glow. As if summoned by some unseen force, Leisure frowned, questioning, "What is that sound?" "It is Jessica's voice," Wude murmured softly. "She is calling me to find her. Did you not claim she was dead?" Leisure's expression deepened in concern. "Moreover, that voice does not seem human. Indeed, she is dead. That I witnessed her demise with my own eyes, so that voice cannot belong to her." After speaking, Wude gazed at the red gem in his hand. This last remnant of Jessica, and a flicker of understanding ignited within him. "Let us return." "Return where?" "To the village. I miss Ji Yuan." Wude exhaled deeply, then smiled apologetically at Leisure. "Sorry for the trouble I've caused. If you wish to avoid burdening me, then think more clearly in the future," Leisure retorted sharply. "After more than a year in this world, you have shown little growth, and you dared to call me cold-hearted? Know that I will remember that insult for a lifetime. You have deeply wounded a Pokémon who loves you, so you must make amends in the days to come." "Amends? I shall certainly make amends. I have been utterly inhumane." Wude hastily apologized and gestured to his chest. "So could you please get off my chest? I cannot stand up with you like this. Bring back that strength you had when you pushed me away." Leisure scoffed. "Why are you suddenly so obedient?" "I was wrong." As Wude lowered his head in contrition, Leisure let out a huff, then extended her hands towards him after dismounting. "What is it? Embrace me." Leisure fixed her gaze intently on Wude's eyes, declaring, "I am wearied at your service, my darling." Wude chuckled, bending down to envelop Leisure in his arms, just as he had done in the past. Then, the two, one human and one Pokémon, strolled toward the doll village. Engaging in light-hearted banter, primarily revolving around Leisure's newfound ability to speak human language, Leisure had already provided the answer to that query. Afterward, they returned to the central square, tidying up the nearby bones to clear a space. "I intended to call you, but I didn't expect you to come seeking us directly." With a soft sigh, Leisure concluded, "That is the entirety of the matter. Do you have anything to say?" "I have nothing to say, but I have something to do." Ji Yuan, with an impassive expression, turned to the visibly sweating Wude, warning, "This matter is far from resolved. Once we escape, I will give you a beating." "That seems excessive," Wude stammered. "Leisure already hit me quite hard. I feel that is sufficient. Moreover, I truly was overwhelmed at that moment. I even began to suspect I was being manipulated. So, could you grant me a chance?" "No." Ji Yuan articulated each word deliberately. "I can see that your mental state is unstable. You lose your composure at the slightest provocation, unable to distinguish priorities. Therefore, for the sake of preventing this phenomenon from recurring, Leisure and I must impose strict discipline upon you." Razier nodded in agreement, then struck Wude's head with the hilt of her knife. "All right, enough of the idle chatter. we must discuss serious matters, ignoring Wude's face, which was marred by despair. Shiryan took out a telephone book, intending to call Smoker and the others to inquire about their whereabouts. However, before she could press the first number, Smoker's voice resonated in her ear. "We're here, Vice Admiral Shiryan." Everyone turned toward the sound, collectively dropping their jaws in astonishment. Smoker's face was swollen like a ball, and his right eye was bruised, evidently the result of a severe beating. Lilith was tightly held in Hanai's embrace, her feet dangling in the air, resembling a doll, while her face was similarly swollen, though her eyes were not bruised. In contrast, Hanai appeared considerably better, sporting only a red ring around her eyes and slightly swollen eyelids. A clear indication of her recent tears. Wude and Razier gazed at the trio in confusion, unable to comprehend the cause of their disheveled appearance. Particularly, they wondered why Smoker had been so thoroughly beaten. Wasn't it only Razier and Shiryan who understood hockey among this group, who had laid hands on him? Upon hearing Wude's inquiry, Smoker sighed in resignation. It was Hanai who did this. You may congratulate her. He gestured toward Hanai, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. After meeting Lilith, she had successfully mastered the unpredictable armament hockey, which was notably potent and painfully effective. Afterward, Smoker rubbed his bruised right eye and added with a grimace, "I am most qualified to speak on this matter, as I have experienced it firsthand." With that, Hanai's expression grew even more awkward. Wude and Razier found that this explanation not only failed to clarify their confusion, but only deepened it. Observing their perplexity, Shiryan sighed softly and began recounting the specific experiences of their 5-member team over the past few days, while also explaining the impending execution plan. Meanwhile, in an unknown realm, the absent Louise was confronting drama. She stood firmly in the void, her voice calm and composed as she slowly spoke. "I've brought you all in. Won't you come out to greet an old friend, Mr. Devil Fruit?" Though her voice was soft, it echoed clearly throughout the dark expanse. Soon, a hazy silhouette materialized before Louise. It contorted and morphed, suddenly expanding and then retracting. Throughout this transformation, grotesque and jarring sounds emanated from within the shadow, akin to countless screams layered together. Maliciously heightened in pitch, enough to pierce the eardrums of an average person. Simultaneously, numerous faces emerged from the shadow. They were both male and female, beautiful and ugly, yet all bore expressions of despair. Vivid crimson blood flowed from their orifices, further enhancing the eeriness of their already terrifying visages. They strained to tear at their own lips, wide-eyed with fury, as if they were shouting their grievances and suffering to the heavens. Any ordinary person who witnessed this scene would likely faint from terror. And even if they recovered, their lives thereafter would be plagued by unending nightmares. Their spirits would be torn asunder, their souls dragged into the abyss, ultimately becoming part of that shadow. However, these tactics had no effect on Louise. She simply stood there, watching the shadow's performance with great interest for some time before finally asking, "Have you had your fill of play? Truly, you are the saintess. Such trifles have no effect on you." As a magnetic, courteous male voice resonated, the faces and screams vanished in an instant. The shadow ceased its distortion and transformation, instead reshaping into a dapper, golden-haired man in a well-fitted suit. The unveiled shadow first adjusted his collar and straightened his boutonniere before bowing to Louise with impeccable nobility. "Clarissa Louise Saintis, your esteemed presence graces this place with splendor. However, please forgive my rudeness. This venue is devoid of any embellishments or servants. Under such conditions, I cannot even offer you a simple cup of tea." With that, the golden-haired man straightened, a refined smile gracing his face, which was quite the affront. "You remain as hypocritical as ever, Bruce," Louise replied. "Even after transforming your life form, you have not shed that loathsome habit." "I do not consider hypocrisy to be a loathsome trait, my lady Saintess," Bruce replied with a smile. "For sentient beings, reality is merely a false proposition. Everyone is hypocritical, as the old saying goes. You may know a person's face but not their heart. Even saints speak of actions rather than intentions." "What of us mere mortals?" Louise retorted playfully. "Your penchant for nonsensical rhetoric is yet another of your vices. Rather than a vice, I would prefer to call it a rich experience," Bruce replied with an unchanging smile. "You have specially invited me here. I presume it is not merely for old-time sake." After speaking, Bruce surveyed the surroundings. "A flawless prison. I must say, you have grown even more formidable than before. As long as one lives, there will always be progress," Louise responded. "We never shy away, do we? But at what cost, my lady Saintess?" Bruce immediately countered. "How many times has the civilization outside undergone renewal, in the countless cycles of observation? Have you discovered a solution to that calamity? How many remain of those who chose to endure back then? Thousands, hundreds, dozens, or merely a handful?" Observing Louise's silence, Bruce sighed softly. My Lady Saintess, no one is immortal. We are but humble dust, unable to compare ourselves to the radiant moon and sun that existed from the very beginning. Survival is the foremost principle of civilization's continuation, a viewpoint you espoused. Inscribed on the cover of every textbook back in the day. Every child emerging from the academy knows they are part of a community, the backbone of civilization, inseparable beings. But now, my Lady Saintess? Bruce raised his hands, his voice taking on an operatic tone as he proclaimed, Look at this grotesque world. The people live in dire straits, while the lofty nobles behave like tyrants of old, treating human life as mere straw. Kin slay kin, buying and selling one another. Racial discrimination has sunk its roots deep within the bones of every individual in this civilization. Celestial dragons, navy, pirates, and even commoners. None are exempt. They are ignorant, blind to the threats looming before them, engaging in petty infighting for trivial gains. Is this not laughable? My Lady Saintess, is it not tragic? Bruce softened his tone, placing his right hand over his heart. His face contorted with profound sorrow. They are so grievously ill that they cannot even save themselves, placing their hopes on a so-called savior named Joy Boy. Do you truly expect a civilization like this to confront the original entity? A civilization that relies on a savior? At this point, Bruce suddenly scoffed. I still remember your words. There has never been a savior in this world. We are all engaged in self-rescue. If one generation fails, then knowledge must be passed to the next. If there is no knowledge, then strength must be imparted. If there is no strength, then hope must be shared. The transference plan. What a grand scheme it was. How many volunteered to be part of that initiative back then? They sacrificed their bodies, their souls, crystallizing their will and power, all to leave a glimmer of resistance for future generations. And I, my Lady Saintess. Bruce patted his chest and declared, I am one of them. Perhaps, as you say, I am hypocritical, filled with fallacies, but I, Bruce, am certainly no coward, nor am I a traitor to civilization. When civilization called upon me, I resolutely chose to stand up. Is that not enough? You are all magnificent. Louise closed her eyes in anguish, her lips trembling slightly. I remember each of your faces, each of your names. But Bruce, a great sacrifice cannot serve as your justification for the slaughter of the innocent. Nor can it be the rationale for the annihilation of civilization. It may be humble, it may be weak, its leaders may be filthy and profoundly foolish, yet it remains civilization, it is hope, it is the last vestige of strength we possess. This is the reason we have fought to this day, the reason we have clung to life, stubbornly refusing to perish. It is also the reason you ascended to the limelight eons ago. Louise suddenly opened her eyes wide, a crimson glow materializing in her hand, coalescing into a blazing spear. I cannot stand idly by while you obliterate everyone's efforts. As long as civilization draws breath, hope will endure. Hope, a treasure far more precious than gold, should never be forsaken, regardless of time or place. Bruce softly remarked, I recall this quote. It was spoken by Archbishop Virginia Vers. Is she still alive? Louise nodded. Yes, she lives. Ah, how wonderful, Bruce said, adjusting his boutonniere. Once I eliminate you, I shall have no shortage of work, provided you can defeat me, Louise retorted, crafting a fiery spear before hurling it fiercely at Bruce's head. The spear traced an elegant arc through the air, reaching Bruce in the blink of an eye. Yet, just as it was about to pierce his skull, it abruptly vanished, as if consumed by some unseen force. This is my domain, O holy maiden. With a resounding chime, an opulent stage slowly rose from beneath Bruce's feet. He stood at the center, surrounded by a throng of indistinct shadows, gazing down at the once exalted holy maiden like a leading actor surveying the audience. You cannot slay me, yet I can put an end to you. How utterly unjust. Opening champagne too early can lead to calamity. Louise raised her hand, conjuring another blazing spear, while a pair of radiant flaming wings unfurled behind her. When the protagonist of your drama meets their demise, you become as fragile as a mortal. It appears you still recall the weakness of my abilities. Bruce smiled indifferently, but what of it? Those feeble children in the Shadow Realm cannot topple the masterpiece I have created. Even if you were to confine me, that would still hold true. And how long do you think you can endure? Bruce surveyed the void prison. To enter the fray was the height of folly. Holy maiden, here, your strength is limited, yet my power is boundless. I have warned you, do not uncork the champagne too early. With a leap, Louise soared into the air, her fiery wings fluttering as she thrust her spear towards Bruce. Bruce merely flicked his finger, and one of the shadows morphed into a knight, parrying her strike with the sword. You seem to have great faith in those minuscule children, Bruce inquired, his expression unchanged. Why? Louise grinned. Because they are not hypocrites like you. Bruce furrowed his brows slightly but refrained from further discussion. Then, buoyed by some unseen force, he ascended gradually into the air, Let the drama commence. He clapped his hands lightly, declaring in a resounding voice, "Today, we shall witness the death of the Holy Maiden." I find that title rather ominous, Louise replied with a subtle smile, as the fiery wings behind her erupted, incinerating all shadows upon the stage. Before she aimed her spear at Bruce hovering above, perhaps we should change the title to The Demise of the Drama, as Louise engaged Bruce in a full-scale battle within the Void Prison. The Shadow Realm serving as the stage was inevitably affected. The ground began to quake, the blood flowing through the streets started to bubble, and grotesque faces on the exterior walls of buildings emitted piercing wails while thrashing violently. They called out for their former flesh and bone, striving to reconstitute themselves as vessels for their souls once more. Concurrently, an indescribable, bizarre howl resonated across Doll Island, echoing beneath the blood-red sky. Everyone could discern the fury encapsulated within that roar. In inexhaustible rage, gathered in the central square, the group led by Guillaume abruptly halted their actions. After a moment of silent exchange, they instinctively turned and raced toward the fishing village. Their previous conversation had remained unfinished. An abundance of questions lingered in their minds, awaiting resolution. But time was no longer on their side. "Wude," Guillaume called out, glancing over at him mid-run, "hand me that ruby, then proceed with the beheading operation. We will do everything in our power to shield you. Before you eliminate that shell, we won't allow anything to survive on its way to the fishing village." Wude wasted no time, retrieving the ruby to toss it to Guillaume. But at that moment, Diana interjected, "No, you cannot entrust your heart to anyone." Everyone was taken aback. "Why not?" Lilith, cradled in Hanai's arms, widened her eyes. "Isn't it common sense to store the bomb and its detonation switch separately? Why would you hand it over like that?" "Wude is risking his life, not delivering a package." The familiar banter sparked laughter among the group, yet Diana remained unamused. This was something Jessica had entrusted to Wude before her passing. A unique item meant solely for him. If he did not wish it, even if taken, this heart would merely be a pretty stone. Diana explained, however, if Wude voluntarily relinquishes this heart, it becomes an unclaimed object. Do you understand what that entails? Unclaimed objects go to the capable. As the most astute member of the Navy 7, Lilith immediately exclaimed, "I understand. Wude, keep it safe, but make sure to preserve your true heart." Guillaume is stunning, possesses a captivating figure, a sweet voice, and a gentle disposition, and she likes you immensely. So, do not be swayed by that little girl. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes widened as if they were light bulbs. Especially Guillaume, whose eyes were not only wide but whose face turned as red as a ripe apple. "What time is it? And you're still rambling nonsense. This is no trivial matter. It is a serious reality." Lilith shouted, "Think logically. How would that shell coerce Wude into willingly handing over that stone? Heroes often falter in the face of beauty. Do you think I jest? This wisdom was handed down by our ancestors. Lessons learned through painful experiences." As they pondered, the group's expression shifted to despair, for none believed Wude could withstand the allure of beauty. "Can you not have a little faith in me?" Wude shouted in frustration. "Do I look like someone who is infatuated with women?" The group responded in unison, "Yes." Wude nearly stumbled, almost falling flat on his face. "Given your earlier confrontation with Lasser, I have every reason to doubt you." Guillaume gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Wude, "Yet we found ourselves devoid of alternatives. Therefore, Wude, you must hold your ground. The lives resting upon your shoulders extend beyond just a handful of us. They encompass the fates of countless souls in the real world. At this juncture, let us cast aside the burden of stress and embrace practicality." Lilith once again shouted loudly, "Wude, General Guillaume just confided in me that if you can withstand the allure of beauty and successfully eliminate that shell, she will reward you handsomely upon her return to the real world." Wude paused, bewildered. "What kind of reward?" Guillaume's eyes bulged. "I didn't say that." "She did," the crowd retorted in unison. "As long as you manage to endure. She'll give you a kiss, the mouth-to-mouth kind." "Impossible." Guillaume's face was now so flushed it could nearly fry an egg. "At most, a hug." Lilith immediately chimed in. "She's risking everything to save the world. And you, as her girlfriend, can only muster a hug. Do you have no shame? That does seem a tad stingy." Lasser joined in, remarking, "By normal convention, you ought to pledge yourself entirely." Hearing these ever-increasing conditions for reward, Guillaume seethed internally at this band of rascals, and then shouted hoarsely, "A kiss it is." Lilith grinned widely, mouth to mouth. "Yes." Gritting her teeth, Guillaume turned to Wude, "But only if you can win. At this moment, I am invincible." Wude's eyes sparkled with determination as he pounded his chest, reassuring everyone that he would undoubtedly defeat the shell and secure their escape. "Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask, when it comes to the kiss, can we, young master, there is more to this chapter." Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Get lost. Infuriated, Guion smacked Wude on the head. Don't push your luck. Be serious. This is not the time for jokes. Guion is right. Lasser interjected. Rewards are meant to inspire extraordinary performance, not to send you to your doom. Remember what I told you. We are not the protagonists of a biographical novel. So keep your mindset grounded. If you truly perish, we all perish. I understand. Wude tucked away his joking demeanor, nodding solemnly. I will do my utmost. That will suffice. As her words fell, they arrived at the entrance of the fishing village situated halfway up the mountain. They simultaneously halted, turning to gaze into the village. What was once a gently flowing stream of blood had unknowingly transformed into a torrent of gushing crimson. This river devoured countless bones, submerging the entire puppet village. It surged and roiled under the radiance of the red moon, resembling boiling water. Then, before their very eyes, a grotesquely twisted hand abruptly emerged from the blood river. It thrashed and struggled in midair, ultimately freeing itself from the river's grip. It was a deformed humanoid creature. Its limbs were elongated, its waist slender and chest broad, devoid of skin. Exposing its blood-soaked tissues in stark nakedness. A scarlet heart pulsated slowly yet powerfully, while its lung, riddled with holes, heaved with each breath. It knelt atop the blood river in a manner defying the laws of physics, lifting its head to gaze vacantly at the sky, before opening its cavernous maw filled with sharp teeth. Emitting a piercing wail, this lament served as a signal. The second, third, fourth, countless monsters crawled forth from the blood river, forming an army of terror that chilled the spine. They rose from the river like vengeful spirits from the depths of hell. Unsteadily advancing towards the group, I would rather face off against Whitebeard right now than engage with these abominations. Smoker took a step back, his complexion pale. What on earth are those things? They are the former residents, tourists, and merchants of the puppet village. At least they once were. Diana lit a female cigarette, her expression neutral as she regarded the army emerging from the abyss. Yet now, they were merely a horde of soulless monstrosities, subject to manipulation. You call these ghastly entities monsters. They're more akin to a grotesque mass of decayed flesh. Lilith, her face darkened, retorted, the monsters I envision are far more palatable than these. They barely qualify as life itself. The group instinctively nodded, expressing their consensus with Lilith's assessment. So, these are the enemies we must confront? Guion unsheathed Kenpyra, inquiring, what is their combat prowess like, in the past? Each of them possessed strength comparable to yours. Diana smiled slightly, adding, however, with that lady's assistance, they are now as fragile as they were in life. The group collectively sighed with relief upon hearing this. That makes it manageable. Lilith broke free from Shanaido's embrace, drawing her military knife. A horde of pitiful flesh. How much ever they come, we can handle it. But they are endless, even if they perish. They will soon crawl back from the blood river. Diana coldly interjected, and I never said they were the only enemies. The group froze, turning their heads in unison to ask, what do you mean? In response to Diana, the ground trembled violently. After barely regaining their balance, they looked up towards the blood river, their eyes widening in disbelief. A colossal monster, towering over 30 meters, stood slowly from the river. After releasing a thunderous roar to the heavens, it seized a handful of grotesque, rotting flesh and tossed it into its mouth, chewing as if it were a mere snack. This sight sent chills down their spines, and goosebumps erupted all over. Lilith bluntly roared, "You seen him? This supergiant is 7 or 8 heads taller than the giants. You expect us to take it on? The combined might of all of us wouldn't even suffice for a single slap from that thing. Would it? Therefore, your sole task is to buy time." After surveying the visibly distressed faces of the group, Diana spoke calmly. I refer to that creature as the commander. It has been weakened and will remain immobile for a short while to regain its strength. This is your opportunity, a precious moment that lady has fought tooth and nail to secure for you. Upon hearing this, Wude recognized that he could no longer afford to delay. He said no farewells. Nor did he utter any sentimental platitudes. He simply turned and charged towards the fishing village. At the same moment, Lasser drew her military knife, discarding the sheath. A surge of mental power and dominance coursed violently through her. Whipping up a gentle breeze, gazing at the grotesque masses nearby, she softly declared, "We have no path of retreat. We must fight to the death. Does anyone have any last words? I hope my brother won't be too saddened. And I wish for a beautiful grave when I'm gone." Lilith spat, gripping her military knife. It would be even better if some herbs from Fairy Grass Island could be hung on it. I have no last words to say. Smoker unsheathed tin hands, igniting a cigar, mist swirling around him. For I believe we will make it out alive. Same here. Hanai clapped her hands, conjuring an iron spear. Our duty has only just begun. It would be a pity to end it here. Indeed, Gion swung Pyra, the pure hockey instantly enveloping it, dyeing it black. She raised her head, her gaze fiercely fixed on the massive crimson monster. I believe in Wude, so I will use my life to hold that beast at as long as I draw breath. It shall not set foot into the jungle. We are united. Lasser exhaled deeply, her eyes widening as she executed a technique she hadn't used in ages. Mental shock. An intangible wave of energy instantaneously surged forth, sweeping over the putrid remnants not far from the crowd, reducing their heads to a pulp in an instant. Witnessing the sight of thousands of headless corpses collapsing like wheat, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. What kind of power is this? This is a superpower. Lei Sai leapt forward, positioning herself at the forefront, acknowledging that her strength was not limitless. She needed to conserve some for the looming behemoth. Thus, she urged everyone to spring into action and establish a defensive line. As she shouted, she unleashed a slicing strike, cleaving through hundreds of fleshly remnants with precision. This action, however, incited the ferocity of the monsters, with furious thuds of their chests and a cacophony of roars. They charged at the crowd like an unstoppable tidal wave. The decisive battle had commenced. Listening to the echoes of rage and the sounds of combat behind him, Wude did not dare to glance back, for he knew that to do so would lead his body to uncontrollably rush back, to aid his comrades. He had his own mission, a task that must be accomplished, with success being the only option. Gripping the ruby tightly in his hand, he grit his teeth and sprinted forward. He traversed through withered woods, leaped over desiccated puddles, and fervently dashed along the forest path that Jessica had traversed countless times before. Gradually, the roars and clashes faded from his ears. The irksome red moon, unbeknownst to him, transformed back to its true form, illuminating Wude's path with its bright, pure light. The lifeless trees regained their vigor, bursting forth with lush greenery. The crisp chirping of birds resonated around him, and delightful floral scents enveloped him. Everything that unfolded before him seemed to whisper that the hellish scene he had just witnessed was merely a nightmare, an illusion. Yet Wude remained undeterred, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. After cleaving through the final obstruction of underbrush, he beheld the deserted fishing village and plunged into its depths without hesitation. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. It was a voice he could never forget, etched at the core of his very soul. It was Jessica's voice. Wude G. Breathless, Wude halted in his tracks, lifting his gaze toward the source of the sound. There, in the center of the village street, stood a woman clad in a pale pink dress, gazing at him with a radiant smile. Bathed in the immaculate moonlight, she appeared as a celestial goddess descended from the heavens. Stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly enchanting. Jessica, Wude called her name with a trembling voice. He thought he had prepared himself, believing that after the encouragement and light-hearted banter from his comrades, his heart would remain untroubled. But at that moment, upon truly seeing her form, he realized how utterly mistaken he had been. Every aspect, her face, her voice, her posture, even her expression, was indistinguishable from Jessica's. Wude G, you came to find me. Her face blossomed with the same radiant smile as before. Speaking in that familiar tone, why are you just standing there? Come over here. Didn't we promise to go out together today? I dressed up in this lovely dress just for you. She elegantly pinched the hem of her skirt, twirling gracefully before Wude, winking playfully. What do you think? Pretty, right? The familiar voice and the exceedingly recognizable gestures sent Wude into a daze, instinctively responding, beautiful. Then why aren't you hurrying over? She extended her right hand, beckoning him closer. I've been waiting for you for so long. Ever since that day, I've been hoping you would find me, longing to see you again. I miss you so much, truly. As she spoke, she took a few steps forward, reaching out her hand, her eyes shimmering with longing as they gazed at Wude. Don't you miss me? Don't you long to see me again, in the bright moonlight? She resembled a princess deeply enraptured in love, patiently awaiting her knight to take her hand and stroll with her along the forest path, sharing their affections. The ethereal vision that flashed in Wude's mind compelled him to rush forward and embrace Jessica. He yearned to express how much he missed her, to convey the deep regret of not being able to protect her. There were so many things he wanted to share with her. Countless experiences he wished to enjoy together. He desired to sail the seas with her, to marvel at the breathtaking landscapes of the world. He wanted to take her to the Maldives, to experience the whimsical joys of a soap bubble amusement park together. He even wished to celebrate her birthday once more, to see her face smeared with cream, yet laughing heartily in her delightful manner. But all of that was no longer possible, forever beyond reach. Wude clenched his fists tightly, lifting his head, allowing tears to cascade down his cheeks. I miss her. I miss her so much. In the life that follows, she will forever occupy a corner of my heart. I cherish that sunny and cheerful,